mass that's moved by acceleration, but we already know there's no Coriolis force. We went over this like, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes ago, maybe. There's no Coriolis force. It's not real. There's no actual force moving a mass.
There is, but there isn't. But
no, there's
there
not.
is, but there isn't.
It's an illusion. They just calculate it to what the force would be if there was an acceleration there.
Jeremy, it's there, but it's not there. You can think of it as being there, but it's not there. But it's there.
Yeah, that's what they do. They think of it. They think of it as being there, but they know it's not actually there.
Well, so I just asked this question in the text chat, Jeremy. Can fake forces or pseudo forces have real effects?
No.
No.
Visually.
No. I'm saying.
What do you mean by a fake force? Okay, what do you mean by a fake force or a pseudo force? What does that mean?
Force, pick your
just they redefine it.
Illusionary force, whatever term y'all were using earlier. Can one of those kind of forces have real effects?
You just redefine it. That's all you do, bro.
You can apply the idea of a fictitious force to an effect, but the fictitious force cannot have an effect. Boom.
So, centrifugal force, is that a real force or a fictitious force?
Does it cause a mass to move by acceleration?
Yeah, just renaming it.
Yes.
If there's an actual, if it's causing an actual movement with an actual acceleration on mass, then yeah, it's a force. If you just have a something like the Coriolis effect where there's no actual force on it and it's just made up, then no.
Did you hear that, Zanuck? Maybe he's gone.
I missed it. I kind of tuned out. What was that question?
So I asked him if a fake or pseudo or illusionary force can have real effects. And their answer was no. So then I asked them if what is a centrifugal force? Is that a real force or a pseudo force?
Yeah, when they say
if there was an actual mass moving because of an acceleration, then you have a force. If you don't have that, you don't have a force. Like in the Coriolis force effect, you don't have an actual force there because there's no mass there's no acceleration causing a mass to move. So
the instantaneity, these pseudo forces is undeniable.
So
we know if we have you in the car without you in, and I take turn 2 at Laguna Seca, 60 miles an hour hairpin, and you aren't buckled in, you're going to fly out the door if that door is not there. Sometimes
you just think about it.
I don't have a door there. You're gone. But if I have a door there and it's locked, shut, you will press up against it, and you will be pressing against that door with your and the rated turn of have 100 pounds acting on you, and you will feel that 100 pounds acting on you because that is a real force. Now, you running into the door is considered a fictitious force because if the door wasn't there, you'd be free to fly out in a straight line. Doesn't mean it's not real. It's real in that reference frame. That's why they call fictitious forces reference frame dependent and without a source. Get it through your heads, guys. Thought that was a pretty simple and an easy description to understand.
So when you run into the door, there's no actual force applied to that door?
Yeah, we'll tell your bump on your head. How'd that bump on your head? Oh,
there was no actual force applied to that door. Your body did not apply a force to that door.
You did because you got a bump on your head, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
so that's not an actual force. That's a pseudo force.
How can not actual forces make?
They just rename it. That's what
there was no. Hold on, Zanuck. There was no kinetic energy that was transferred there.
Of course there was, because you have a bump on your head
in one reference frame and not in another.
Correct.
That's our
You
point.
have a bump on your head in one reference frame, but not another.
A bump on your head is a reference frame. Is someone writing this stuff down?
That's what Extremistus just chimed in with.
No, he said it is from one reference frame to the other. One it is a force, and one it isn't.
Oh. So from what reference frame is there no force? in that situation, you run into a door. What reference frame is there no actual force being applied to the door?
I'm going to let him answer that one.
Maybe it's the bump
That's
on your
me?
head,
That's to me?
extremist.
Well, in the scenario, in both reference, a force is applied.
Both reference frames of what?
Both
What is the
frames,
reference
if
frame where
you're
there's
in a car, you
no
could look at it
force being applied?
you could look at it from an inertial reference, and you ran into something. Now, did you apply force? Well, when you made impact with the door, you did, but the force is called pseudo because if it wasn't for that door being there, you didn't create any force. The force is acting on you. That's why they call it a pseudo force. So even though the car turned and you made the motion to the door and stopped at the door, if I look at it from an inertial frame where you were just traveling a straight path and then stopped and then you made a turn, by the way.
We get it.
Sure.
There is a way to find a reference frame for no matter what you're talking about to not be relevant. We get that. You can apply a reference frame that will make anything and everything in this world completely irrelevant.
That's
We
not
understand.
true.
We
All
understand relativity.
All we're talking about is this accelerated reference frame where you have objects that are turning. And in that frame, this turning, rotating, accelerating reference frame, we have a path. And
Cool.
that path, with respect to the inertial frame, is different. The object.
So you're on a merry-go-round. You're on a merry-go-round, and your friend sticks a 2x4 out, and it hits you in the head. Since you're rotating, there's no actual real force that is being applied to either the 2x4 or your head, right?
No, that's an actual demonstration of Coriolis force right there.
No, the 2x4 hitting you in the head could be analogous to the proper force, and your head being hit by it could be considered the pseudo force. But that's not the good example because those are both proper forces because we're not talking about accelerated reference.
But if you run into the door, it's a totally different situation. Well, if you're on a merry-go-round,
that's an analogy for. So again, go back to the centrifugal force. If you're sitting on the car and I take the turn, and you are not buckled in, and you travel in a straight line to the door and stop, you are acting on that force. They call that force.
That's like saying you're running down the street and then a train comes from the side and you hit the side of the train. Somehow there's no actual force.
Those are both.
So hold on. Is a centrifugal force a pseudo force?
It's a fictitious force.
No such thing as a centrifugal force.
Which is a fictitious
you can have a centrifugal. You can have
centrifugal force. Is a centrifugal force?
Centrifugal force is actual, is a proper force, and a centrifugal force is a fictitious force. Okay. The difference is one is proper and the other one is fictitious.
Yeah, a centrifutal force would be totally fictitious.
Centripetal force. That's the force that the door hits you. The door hitting you when you hit it. When you get when the car makes a turn and you run into the door acting on you is a centripetal. That is a proper force, a real force in your guys' lingo. But you hitting the door, even though you still hit it, that's a centrifugal force, centrifugal force. And that centrifugal force is a fictitious force. Because if the door wasn't there, you travel in a straight line. Its instantaneity is something that differentiates those forces from the other types of forces. Because at an instant, as long as that door is there, there's a force applied. Door is not there, no force applied. It happens at an instant, no delay. Man, brutal.
You like Sean Hannity, Zanuck?
What's that?
Sean Hannity.
I think they're just
I used to love them guys, Hannity, Limbaugh, and there was another guy that came.
Sensationalist. They just try to get people pulling their hair out and crazy and go berserk.
If my postal worker throws the bills out of the post car into my box while they're doing a turn, are those fictitious bills?
I'm going to ask my question again. Can a centrifugal force have real effects?
So is my power
We're
bill
going to ask my question. It's a yes or no question.
flung out of
Is
the car as
there a
it's
device
rotating?
called a centrifuge?
I'm going to ask my question again because it's a yes or no question. Can a centrifugal force, and I actually want Jeremy to answer this, by the way. I'm just curious what his answer is. Can a centrifugal force have real effects?
Can you have a centrifugal force without a real force? That's the question, bro.
I'm going to ask it one more time because it's a yes or no question.
We heard you.
I haven't heard an answer to it yet.
I told you, you're just renaming shit.
I've heard a bunch of other questions in response to my question. I haven't actually heard an answer to my question.
He told you no, it's not a real force.
Have real effects.
He said no, it's not a force. Okay, and here's all you're doing is renaming it. So even in your world, can we have centrifugal force without a real force, or are you just renaming it?
Okay,
let's hear some honesty from you.
So I want to be clear.
I answered your question. Now answer mine. Let's see if you're honest.
Centrifugal force with Coriolis per se, because Coriolis, as it is used in parlance, is itself a fictitious force. Otherwise, what?
Is centrifugal force a part of the
There's no such thing as that.
So y'all dodging my question.
Made up of centrifugal force? Yes or no?
Dodging the question altogether.
So it's made up.
Can we say yes to your question, Brian? Let's say yes to it.
Okay, so there you go. You got to have a real force to have centrifugal force.
But my earlier question was
no. That's not true, Brian.
Well, I didn't even really care what the answer was. I just said something. But anyway, my earlier question was, can a pseudo force, i.e., the centrifugal force,
i.e., a renamed
force, have real effects? And the answer was no.
It's just a renamed force, bro. He just said that we have to have a real force to get centrifugal force, and now so all that he's doing is renaming the actual force and then calling it a fictitious force. Is that honest to you, Stremesis?
That's weird. I don't think that's what he's doing.
It's dishonest, bro. It takes a force to even have centrifugal force. So what kind of question are you asking us? You're just renaming the actual force and calling it fictitious.
Brian,
get us in a gotcha.
Brian, centrifugal force is a fictitious force because it is reference frame dependent and it has no source. And it is always opposed by a centripetal force.
Oh, really?
In pairs.
It has no source? So Extremis just said we can't have centrifugal force. It can't originate without a force. So you're saying that centrifugal force can originate without a force?
Source for it, because if it was not for the door, it would just be flying. Your object would fly out of your car in a straight line.
If not for the force that's getting the car moving.
The force keeps it in, and what keeps it taut is the centrifugal force, which is the force without a source and is reference frame dependent.
Bro, you're being hard-headed because without a force to get the car moving, you get nothing.
Oh, you're confusing. Now you're even more confused.
No, you're just renaming the initial force and calling it centrifugal. You're changing angles.
By you is probably not the wisest thing you could possibly do.
Well, just because you're being hard-headed, bro, you ain't got to start talking about physics and me and all that. The point being is Extremis just said that you can't get centrifugal force without an original force. And you're disagreeing. So would you like to talk that over? Because I think Extremis is dead right.
Yep. The movement, right?
Right.
So you have to have a source for the movement or the momentum. And if something comes in the way of that momentum, then voila, you've got another force, which would cause a force.
I want to be clear here,
you, right?
They're tricked so easy, bro. They get tricked so easy, and we pointed out to them. And tomorrow they'll act like they never even heard it, bro. It's ridiculous, bro.
I want to be clear here, Brian. When you asked the question, I don't even know what the question was, and when I answered it, I don't even know what question I was answering. I was just trying to get you to shut up.
Well, it was an honesty test, so you failed.
And I was being dishonest. I don't really care.
Yeah, I can
That's
tell,
not
man.
right. I was trying to get you to be quiet.
Integrity.
Typical.
So would you like to change your answer?
I appreciate the honesty and the transparency, though.
Would you like to change your answer? The question is can you have centrifugal force without an origin of a force? In other words, does a force have to take place to even have centrifugal force?
No, that is actually not true.
Okay, so no force has to get the objects moving to begin with then, right?
Spontaneous motion without a force. Can
See
you
how they're
explain this?
dishonest, bro? See how they try and apply to their physics, and if it deviates, they'll disagree and just be blatantly dishonest instead of just calling logically.
A force needs a source unless, of course, the source of the force is fictitious, of course. Unless we have the famous Mr. Zanuck.
That was pretty good. I like that.
That was good, but once again, you're just renaming the force and try to get us in a gotcha.
So if we rename it, does it still mean the same thing?
It all originates from a force. Period.
So why do we rename it?
Disagree?
What's
Why are
the
you
point of
disagreeing
renaming
with that? It's hard to carry on when you're disagreeing with fundamental fucking logic. I mean, how could you disagree with the centrifugal force has to originate somewhere with some force? How could you disagree with that?
So why do we rename it? What's the point of renaming it the same thing?
Bro, you just ignore my question and then ask me a question. I will answer yours.
Okay.
But answer mine first.
What was the question again?
Isn't because it's a model in theory?
How can a centrifugal force even happen to begin with without it originating force?
Because it doesn't originate. It has something that stops his motion. And that stopping of the motion is the centrifugal
So
force.
the motion happened without a force, bro?
Pardon me?
You're saying the motion happened without a force?
Yes.
Can you give an example of motion or a velocity or momentum without some sort of applied force?
Napalm, I'm talking. I'm giving him an answer.
It's donkey talk again, bro.
Everything about the centrifugal force is caused by this object being inside the car. When the car turns, the object would go in a straight line.
What's making the car go?
It's not creating any force until it hits something.
What's making the car go, Zanuck?
So
does
that's
the car have momentum?
When I start talking.
You apply a force to the wheel?
So does this happen in a completely still car as well, Zanuck?
You can't answer the question. Come on, man.
I can't answer the question because I don't want to be talking over again. I'm not going to play your games, guys. If you're going to ask me a question,
you're giving the car example, does the car have momentum?
Does the car have momentum? When it's moving, it has.
Where did that momentum come from?
From wherever the force applied to it started its velocity.
Ding.
So it conserves that momentum that it gained from the force, right?
Well, any change of momentum is by a force. So if it started with 0 and it went to some momentum value, it needs to achieve that, yes. And that momentum is conserved.
Like a flywheel?
Like a flywheel.
Yeah.
Angular momentum conserved, yes. So what's your question, Napalm?
Well, you say that there's a fictitious force when you're talking about somebody's head hitting the window.
Yes.
But there was a force that was applied to that individual, right, in the car. Right. And now you have the object that he's in changing its angular momentum, right? And he's continuing.
No.
Or
you said there's no original force.
Better be accurate with your
the angle of his momentum, or
no, that's
conserving it.
Solid. No, that's not any meaning.
Let me take this real quick. Zanuck, you said there's no originating force, bro. And now you're saying there was.
I know what you're trying to say, Napalm, because I questions that you asked. So let me try to put it to you in a different terms. Yes, that object, even in the car, has momentum that was given to it from the force. Everything in that car has momentum. Everything in that car has mass. You make the turn, and if it's not connected to something, let's say it's loose, a ball inside the car, you take a turn, that momentum of the car would actually change because now that object now is not in the car anymore. It's free to move. So the
Why did you
momentum
say
of the car.
why
Hold
did you
on,
say
follow me
earlier there was
again.
no originating
The
force
momentum of the
then?
car has now changed, making the turn
We heard you.
because the object in the car is broken loose and is going in a straight line.
We
Now,
know
both
that.
have momentum.
That's what I said.
Both added. I know what you're saying, but you just said it. Your angle.
But Zanuck, why did you earlier you say there was no originating
Brian,
force?
let me respond to Napalm, please.
You just did.
No, I haven't. No, Napalm, I
Yeah,
haven't.
You
you just
repeated it.
repeated exactly what I was talking about
Yeah,
in
I know what you
different
meant.
words
I
so
didn't
that you
repeat
can feel
exactly.
better
I
about
said
yourself and
it
act like you're
broke
teaching us
loose.
something.
I made it clear that the momentum was different
We
now
got you.
than the turning
We
object.
got it. We heard you. You
Brian,
gotta say it for the
can you
third
control
time, bro.
yourself? Because if you don't, I'm going to
Trying
stop.
to respond, Zanuck.
Napalm,
Why
I'm sorry.
did you
I'd
say
like to
there was
talk to you, but
no?
it seems Brian won't let me.
Bro, you're just repeating something. I'm just asking
Yeah.
a simple question. Why did you say earlier there was no originating force, and then change that to yes, there is? Which is it, Zanuck? Is there originating force to your centrifugal, whatever you want to call it, or is there not?
Okay. Thank you for interrupting us. I was talking to Napalm. To answer your no, there was no origin of that force. There's no force at all. All it is traveling in a direction. That force started at the beginning when they accelerated the car and this object. But when the turn was made, it free, and now the momentum of the car is different than the object. Its trajectory is a
You just
curved
answered
path.
with yes and no,
Okay,
bro.
so I'm not gonna be able to do. I like
Bro,
to
you just oh my
understand this
god,
and explain it to you, but Brian will not let me.
donkey talk with Zanuck. You just said yes and no. Did it
Force of
all?
what, Zanuck? A force of what? By what and to what, Zanuck?
So, what are you guys arguing about exactly? Like, I don't understand. What? Tell me the two sides here. I don't get what you're arguing.
They won't admit that the centrifugal force originated with an actual force. I don't know why, but I'm sure there's some crazy fucking reason. But they'll say that it did originate to get this thing in motion, but in the same breath say it didn't originate from a force. It's weird. It's
What else
dishonest
do
if
we
you
know
ask
in
me.
nature that has centrifugal and centripetal reciprocation to it? How about a magnetic field?
Magnetic field, man.
But does the magnetic field precess, or is it the Earth?
Flux precess. No. Yeah. Flux allows the precession.
That's a good point, bro. That's a very good point. Who's this, Daslo?
Yo.
Yeah,
What up,
well,
guys?
y'all answer that one. I want to hear the answer to that.
What
You're
was the
not gonna
question?
get one.
What was the question? Repeat it again, Dyson.
Oh, I said, what else do we see in nature that has centrifugal and centripetal reciprocation? How about a magnetic field? And if it's the magnetic field, then is it the field that's precessing or the Earth?
Well, I think
It's
Zanuck,
relative.
Zanuck, you can tell me if this is wrong, but I think what Zanuck is getting at is that like there's only the four elementary or fundamental forces and all these other kind of forces like centrifugal and whatnot. Like if you're in a car, you can transform to a reference frame where you're outside of the car, watching the person inside. There's
Fix your
no
mic, bro.
force. What's going on with the mic?
It's hard to listen to, man. You gotta fix that shit.
All right, is it better?
Sounds like
Not
you're
really,
shoveling
but go
snow.
ahead. So ultimately, there's only one true force, but I'll let you carry on with your four forces.
Daslo sent you a message.
Oh, cool. I'll have to look at it in a minute. I'm on the highway.
No rush.
All right, is my mic better?
Go ahead and try, dude. I mean, I don't know. It still sounds a little fuzzy, but go for it. Jeremy, I think
Robot.
your reception's bad.
Zanuck,
Hey,
are you here?
oh, there you are. Go ahead.
No, I
I'm
was
here.
just saying, like,
I'm here, but I can't take
the-
the being talking over thing.
there, right? So what I feel like you're getting at is the idea of just the elementary or the four fundamental forces and all these other ones. Like if you're in a car, you can, take the point of view of somebody outside the car who would just see, if they could see, if the car was see through, they would see the person in the car. They're just due to their inertia, as they take a turn, it just wants to continue on that straight path. But the electromagnetic force of the atoms in the car on your atoms are causing you, because that's one of the fundamental forces, are causing you to turn with the car via that fundamental interaction.
That's a good way to look at it. Now I was something being detached, and what happens to give more of a visual of what happens when it detaches, how the momentum of the car changes. Now that object also has momentum going, but it's going straight ahead. Because it detached, there's nothing forcing it to make that curve path, which would also be an acceleration or a force on it as well. So that force is now missing, and it is traveling free falling, and it is then runs into something, and that there are two forces there also. Two forces, one is centrifugal and the other one is centripetal. They consider the centrifugal force the pseudo force because it didn't have an origin and frame dependent. And the door itself is a centripetal force, and it's going to act and stop that object from flying out the window. The window would be acting on that object, and it would stop. And then the whole car again would then regain that momentum that it had before that part broke loose.
Okay.
It's
You
tough
just
to describe these things
can
in
I
so many different
respond?
ways so they understand that centrifugal force and centripetal force have specific meanings.
Can I respond, Zanuck?
Objects that are inside a car, when the car turns and it starts to shoot off in a straight line, what stops it would be called the centripetal force.
Right. Okay. Now, let you finish. Now, you just said there's no originating force, and then went on to name the damn originating force. You bunghole.
That little object was minding its own business. There was no force acting on it, traveling in free.
Then it was then it's stationary, bro. Then by Newton's laws, it's not moving at all.
Brian, when it broke free, was there a force acting on that object?
How did it get to moving at all without a force?
It was just sitting. It was sitting. Let's say it was hanging from a string. That'd be better. It's hanging from a string, Brian. Hanging from
How
a
did
string,
it get off the ground,
down, and then you take the turn, and this ball attached to the string swings and hits the window and breaks the window.
How did I make the turn? How did I get moving to make the turn, Zanuck?
Yeah, initially we talked about that. We gave the
so initially there was a force
inside of it momentum by accelerating. Now we're driving at constant speed. Everybody's happy. I make a turn. When I make a turn, Brian, that's what we're talking about. At that point, the object that's hanging from the roof on a string, a lead ball, let's say, would not follow the turn. It will now go toward the window in a straight line path as
I get
an inertial reference frame.
I understand that, bro.
It's very happy. It's not. There's no force acting on it except for that string.
No, I understand all that, but you keep saying there's no originating force, but then you're starting with a car already in motion.
Yes.
Okay, then the force was whatever force put the car in motion.
That's not acting on it now.
So it'll just go forever, or will we need force to keep it going?
Let me get a better example. You have a ball, a basketball in your car.
I'm good with it. I understand it. But quit saying there's no originating force, and I'll be good with it all.
Brian, you're in the car. You're sitting on the seat. You're not buckled in. I take a turn. As viewed from the inertial reference frame, you would be sliding off the seat and moving toward the door in a perfect straight line. There's no force there. It's just an object in an inertial state. In an inertial state, meaning no force is acting on it yet. But when it hits the door, there are two forces. One centripetal, stopping you from moving, and centrifugal, you hitting the window, the door.
Okay, that's good. But will you compromise with me and agree that it all had to originate from some force to get any motion going at all?
It's silly. It's
So
like analogous to the people saying, what caused the apple to fall? Well, someone put the
So quit saying there's no originating force when you're using
it had no part in this activity. The only thing that acted on that ball, Brian, is the door hitting you. You would have not hit anything if that door would. So the force doesn't originate.
Let's start from scratch. Let's start from scratch. Nothing's moving in the whole entire. Now, start your scenario. Don't use a force though until you get to your conclusion. Okay? Till you get to your centrifugal, start the scenario from everything on Earth just resting in place. Go.
I have no idea what you're asking, Brian.
It's very simple, bro. Give me your example.
Oh, what's wrong, Zanuck?
He's giving me a headache. I didn't even listen because I'm sick of his mouth.
Oh, it was a good question, Zanuck.
Well, okay, I'll try one more time. Last time.
Start from scratch.
I'm going to stop.
Start from scratch and don't use any forces in your scenario until you're centrifugal. Just start with everything in the world at rest. Ready?
At rest, Brian.
All right, no forces until you're centrifugal.
I have a tennis ball on a string, sitting there at rest. Everything's at rest. And I pick up the string, and I start.
That's a force. Wait, that's a force.
Yes. Where's the force? What force? On my
fingers?
fingers?
You picking it up is a fucking force.
All right, let's say I didn't pick it up. Let's say it's tied around my toe. And I just
that takes a force.
My toe around. I don't pick it up. I just have it on the ground on a string tied to my toe. Why are you so fixated with picking things up?
No, you keep saying there's no originating force. I have no idea why you're saying this illogical
because that's
stuff.
The definition of a fictitious force.
And my point exactly. You're just renaming the actual force and calling it fictitious.
You, the physics guru that you are counteracting the entire body of physics by saying,
no, I'm not.
No, these forces without origin do have origin because I'm Brian and
Bro, well, then you should have no trouble giving me an example.
I have been giving
without
you
using
I have no problem.
All you did is tie a fucking string with a ball sitting on the ground to your toe, and now you're sitting in your own example. You're sitting in your own example looking like a dumbass. So finish, please.
The ball. Yeah, you're applying a force, right, to start this thing to start.
Thank you.
Torque.
Thank you, Zanuck, for submitting.
Let's go back. Let's go back to the car. We're not moving. We're in the car. We start accelerating. Everything in that car is accelerating now.
So a force, right? A force.
Force, yes. You need a force to accelerate.
Thank you, man. Being irrational one time, bro. Thank you. I'll listen now.
Okay, great. But now we finally reached a constant velocity, which is no acceleration. There's no change in velocity. Constant velocity. We're now in an inertial state. There are no forces acting on us now. We take the foot up the gas pedal, and we're in space.
I agree with everything here on out.
We're just floating now, going whatever speed it was. We left the Earth at 50 miles an hour, out in space. And I'm now able to make a turn. Put on my retro rocket jet engines. I fire them one way, and I make a turn. Now, this one person, you in the passenger seat, is not bolted to this car. You're in the Tesla car that's floating right in space, and the door is open, and I make the turn. You fly out of the car.
It ain't the turn and acceleration, bro.
Yeah, we talked about how the force.
That's another force. That's another force.
I talked about that. You weren't paying attention.
That's another force. But I'm good with. Hey, I'll stop being stubborn because you already conceded now that it did originate from the force to get the car moving.
That's not what the word origination means. You're giving your own these words your.
I'm sorry. You started. I'm sorry. You started with move.
Brian,
applied a force to the car.
And that car required a force. What we're talking about now, we're in an inertial state. Everything is reset now, and we are moving. And now I'm applying a force to the car.
As soon as you turn, that's applying us. As soon as you turn,
I tried. I can't do this.
No, bro. As soon as you turn, that's applying an acceleration. That's another force.
To what, Brian? What am I applying an acceleration to?
As soon as you turn, you accelerated, right?
Yes, but the ball didn't. It went straight.
So did you accelerate without a force, Zanuck?
No, that required a force. That is a proper force.
Okay, so to get the car moving, you had to apply force.
Brian, I gotta
okay?
stop.
Then to accelerate.
Bullshit.
Then when
Brian,
you made the
ball in
turn,
the
you
car.
applied another
You're
force.
making the turn. Brian, stop talking or I'm going to hang up. Brian, you make the turn. We required a force. We all agree. The ball in the car continues to go straight. It has no forces acting on it. It is inertial until it hits the car that is turning. Inside the car, this ball is moving. The car is turned. The ball doesn't know it and runs into the door. That ball running into the door is considered a pseudo force, a fictitious force. It has no source because it was inertial. You can't apply a force if it's inertial, Brian. There's no momentum, nothing to apply a force to. That's why they call it reference frame dependent. Its momentum is purely a consequence of the car turning in front of it. Makes sense? It has no momentum. It's inertial. Man, unbelievable. Actually, it has momentum. It's not changing like the car's momentum is.
I know how we feel.
Just had to correct that one salient point.
I still don't get what Brian exactly is trying to argue.
He has a problem with me.
Hold on. He needs 3 originating forces, bro. Y'all didn't hear that? He needs
But
3
what-
originating forces. 1, to get the car moving, okay, which he admitted. 2, to when he turns the car, that's an acceleration, so that requires another force. And then 3, whatever force he used to lift the tennis ball off the ground to tie it to the damn string. So he's saying no originating forces, but then in his story using 3 forces. Genius, people.
Yeah, but other than the car turning, which is directly involved in the situation you guys were talking about, the car accelerating, that force is dissipated by the tires on the road. It has nothing to do with the ball's movement in the car during the turn. Tying it to the string, that force is dissipated by the tension into the string and onto whatever the string is tied, which again isn't involved in the situation the car is turning.
So can he change direction without a force? Can he change direction while in motion without a force? The answer is no. I don't know why you are just arguing simple logic.
Car, though, it's not to do with the ball. That's just the force to get the car to turn. The ball doesn't feel the force until it makes contact with the turning car, because it's an electromagnetic force that it feels.
So yes, to change direction requires a force, correct?
For the car, yeah, but not for the ball. Not
So
directly tied to the situation.
I agree with everything you're saying, and I agree with everything Zanuck said, except that he said he denied an originating force. Would you say that to get centrifugal force, you need an initial force to even create the scenario?
Well, I'd say it's more about the reference frame that you're doing. And because if I'm outside the car, then there's no centrifugal force.
Anything to not agree with the flat earther, regardless, right? Like
Ridiculous.
anything.
I already told you to get
This
if
is
you're
good
in
enough
the
to make a
car,
video out
I
of
wouldn't
it.
want to be
force to
misconstrued.
make the car turn, but that's not tied into what the
Zanuck,
ball is
Even
doing.
though you reason.
The reference frame, if we change the reference, well, if there is something in motion, it was put into motion by some type of force. So if you're outside the reference frame of the thing in motion, that doesn't change the situation. Changes your perception of it, but it doesn't change the fact that a force was applied to an object that's in motion.
not getting the concept.
Oh no, we get the concept. You're just not understanding what's trying to be said.
Because you're trying to propose that somehow over time that these forces can like continue on and that they aren't dissipated, and that's just not what's happening. When you accelerate the car, it's not the ball on the string inside the car isn't like storing the force from when you were accelerating. That force is dissipated by the car on the road and the metal structure of the car and friction and all those things dissipate that force. It's not stored into the ball.
Sure, but to get the car to hit the ball to hit the side window, you had to use a force to turn the car to get it to hit the side window. You had to apply another force, right? So you can't have the centrifugal without applying initial forces.
The tires apply a force on the road. Again, there's not little to do with the ball in the car.
Okay, but the change of direction is an acceleration, and with that acceleration, a force is required. So call it tire, call it whatever, even say it's part of the centrifugal. It's still another force, initial force, to have the fictitious air quotes, that y'all call fictitious, but it's just renaming the shit, man.
All right, so let me give you a different scenario. So I pick up a ball and I throw it at a window and it breaks the window. Since my hand is what applied the force, right? The same way that the tires are what's applying the force in your scenario. Does that mean that ball does not actually hit the window with any real force? It's actually a fictitious force there?
Oh, no, because the ball, if you were throwing the ball against the road where it has tons of friction dissipating the initial force coming from here, then it probably wouldn't. You'd have to really chuck the ball and have quite a situation for it to actually break the window. When you're just throwing it through the air, that frictional force is much less because the air molecules are on the scale of centimeters, and the change of momentum between the ball and the air is even close to the scale as the tires on the road is, the frictional force.
So when a car is moving, traveling, and it comes upon an object that is stationary, if there's not actually a force applied with the pedal or the acceleration on the accelerator being pushed, does that mean that there's no longer does that car then become some sort of fictitious force when it hits a wall?
No.
Okay, so what if the car turns and the ball flies out the window, not even touching the car, and the ball hits the wall? Is that somehow a fictitious force?
No.
When that ball hits the wall?
Forces. Electromagnetic forces aren't fictitious.
So what is the difference between the ball in the car, I turn the wheel of the car, and the window's down so it doesn't come in contact with the window and flies out and hits the wall? What's the difference between that scenario and me picking up a ball and throwing it at the wall?
Well, right, because before you were talking about force on the ball in the car as it turns, but in this scenario you just said, right, and that was Xanix's point, the ball is moving in just a linear direction. It's just got a linear momentum. So you open the window and you turn, and the ball just keeps going straight and just goes straight out the window. The force in that situation isn't happening until the ball contacts the wall, where it exchanges momentum with the wall through the electromagnetic center. Yeah.
That's always when there's an application of force, right? Is when it comes into contact with something else. The same way that my hand applied a force when it contacted the ball to pick it up, right? My hand applies the force as it flings it forward. The car applies a force to the ball, as can be seen when the ball indents the seat when you step on the accelerator, right? I think
Yeah,
what
but
we're
I
just
think
trying to say is there is an origination of a force, an actual real force that causes these things to be in motion.
yes, and I said that before. It's the electromagnetic force. That's the real force involved in all these situations.
All right, so you disagree with Zanuck that there is no originating force.
Sure, if that's what you want to say, I would say I just have a different viewpoint on it, more with a fundamental aspect of what's going on. Because, right, they were talking about before, if I understood what they're talking about correctly, they're talking about like centripetal and centrifugal forces, as the car turns, that it's like applying some force to the ball. And as Zanuck was saying, it's not really, because the ball's just continuing to move on a linear trajectory until it comes in contact with either the wall, for example, or the car itself, the inside of the car. That's when the force is applied.
Right, we understand that. This is like basic Newtonian shit, right? Like object at rest stays at rest unless acted upon by a force. Object in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted upon by an outside force, right? Like simple shit. We get that.
Well, I would hope so. But from what I was hearing, Brian was trying to say that there's some kind of additional forces involved there.
I had no problem with that. I got no problem with anything you just said, bro. The only problem I had was with Zen, that there's no originating force, and then describing an originating force in the next sentence. It was laughable to me. I don't know why he was being so stubborn, but at least you disagree with that. I mean, it's obvious that any force, any kind of contact, motion itself, it's described in physics as requiring a force. So I'm glad you didn't disagree with that like Zanuck did.
Wouldn't it be better to say, in my thinking, just from what little I've heard from this conversation, all motion or acceleration requires a force, all. So there's no exception to that rule. If you can show it, please explain. That being said, right. I agree. I was just trying to make it simple to understand. Now, you may not know where that force is coming from. Okay, you may not know the origin of that force, which would be the centrifugal force, which is what I think the physics would describe. You just don't know where it's coming from. It's there, it has to be, because you have acceleration, you have force, other forces involved. You just don't know where it's coming from. Wouldn't that be a better way to say that's what a fictitious force is? You just don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It's a scale thing, right? If you want to talk about the macro world and like Newtonian, Lagrangian, Hamiltonian kind of mechanics, centrifugal and centripetal and all these other kind of forces are perfectly fine to talk about and discuss. But don't lose sight of the fact that on smaller, kind of like a smaller scale view, all those kind of forces can be transformed away, and it's really only 4 forces that really exist, and these other macroscopic forces are just manifestations of those fundamental forces.
Jeez, your mic is
what they're asking, real quick. I think what they're asking, and Brian thinks he's running around claiming victory now because of what you said. You're just saying something a little differently. I'm saying it has no origin. If that wasn't for the fact and the virtue of the car turning, that object in an inertial state, traveling in a straight line, would not act on anything. The only way it acts on something is if something gets in front of it and hits it. And that is considered a fictitious force. No different than being in your car and having an accelerator on. And
So
when
you could turn.
It's a fictitious force that keeps you from going, keeps you going forward.
Yeah, but there's always
Aren't you applying force to it's an you're accelerating the car as soon as you turn.
Yeah, but
so
the seat
to get an acceleration force, right?
But you don't have you're not acting on that chair. You're acting on the chair because the
No,
chair
but a
runs
force
into you.
is.
If it wasn't for the chair, that's why they say it has no origin. Because if it wasn't for the chair, you would just stay where you are, standing on the street. But because
The
there's
origin
a car
is
around you,
turn.
can you let me finish? Because you have a car that's around you and it accelerated, it runs into you. That's considered a fictitious force.
Fine, but you're not going to get that fictitious force without a force to cause the acceleration of the turn.
If I have a real force, that means that real force can act on anything. If I have a fictitious force like me acting on that seat, try to apply that to something. You can't apply that.
I agree with all that, bro.
Hey,
the only thing I disagree with is the
I'm trying to give you
origination.
basic colloquial definitions
While denying an originating force.
And you gave me a fucking headache. I had to take an Advil. Brian, you have an
Bro, everybody disagrees with you. I'm just saying.
Well, tell me if my mic is still being shitty. But from what I hear,
That's
I think
really bad, dude.
It's nice and filthy.
I mean, is there anything you can do? It's bad. Like, we can hardly hear you, and it sounds like you're like it's in your pocket, and it's kind of rough.
I like the heavy breathing on top. It kind of adds a nice kind of
added heavy breathing.
Sort of. It's still shitty.
I'll give it a try.
I was just going to say, it sounds like everyone is agreeing essentially, just in that they're just saying the same thing in different ways, but I don't really see any disagreements. Like, it's just people are saying the same thing in kind of different way.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all pretty intuitive, and we've all lived in this world long enough to know how these types of things happen. Like when you're in a car, the car's keeping you traveling at whatever speed you're going, car turns, your body's going to want to keep going in the same direction. But if there's nothing to make your body turn, then your body's going to hit the wall. And it's not really a force. It just has to do with the momentum of the changing of directions. There's just the one,
it is a
one universal reference frame that we all live within and have lived within our whole lives. Things move in that universal reference frame. It's all very straightforward.
Right. I mean, Gio, things making a turn require a force. That's just basic physics.
Thank you. That was my whole point. Is you're saying there's no originating force, but now you're changing that. And thank you for conceding.
That's for the object inside. See, that's not the centrifugal force. We're talking about making the object turn.
I never said it was. I said it originates with a force. All I ever said was it originates from an actual force.
Okay.
And you can't have it without you denied, but now you're agreeing.
You're right. Great. If it wasn't for the fact that the car is turning, the centrifugal force would never exist. You're right. That's not what physics is about. But just so you won't stop talking and give me a headache, I'll agree with you.
Because he's right.
He's not right, but I'm just agreeing because I want to stop talking about it. Stupid.
No, you apply a force to turn the car, and when that force is applied to the car moves in a direction that intersects with the momentum of the ball.
That's a centripetal force. That is a centripetal force. That is a real force. It can act on other objects and make accelerations. The point I'm saying is that the centrifugal force, the centrifugal force, as some say, is not a proper force. It is reference frame dependent, and it has no origin because you try to use that body like without the car around it and apply that force that it produced. Put it another way. It only produces a force when acting upon it. How about that? That is what I mean by non-originating. It only produces a force when something acts on it, whereas the car acts on everything else. You push the accelerator, it acts on the objects. But the object that it's acting on, it acts back. That's called centrifugal force. It can't do anything on its own. It needs another force to act on it.
This is like a hockey assist.
Yeah, it's all you had to say the whole time.
I just thought of that just now. And I think that's a pretty good way of explaining it, and you probably still don't get it.
That's exactly how I explained it to begin with, and now
claim victory. I don't care, Brian. It's not important to me. You want to be right? You're right. Go ahead.
All right, I'll take it.
That's funny. Right, but you're not.
I give up, Brian. You're right.
Well, the problem is it's just annoying that we have to go on for an hour to basically have you concede, but not concede to what we were trying to explain in the first
I'm
place.
not conceding.
That's what's
It doesn't have an origin. I think
Exactly.
I gave a good Napalm. I gave a good explanation. I said the object that is applying this force can only do it when something acts on it, and that's the definition of a fictitious force. How about that?
The only
Yeah,
winners are the
see,
aspirin
I don't.
companies.
What I would say about Newton's first law is that this whole idea that it would stay in motion unless something else acts on it is a false concept in the first place, because there's always something acting on it. In real reality, there's air, there's friction, there's always something acting on an object. The only way that something would not be acting on an object is just a fabricated reality that doesn't exist. Some kind of, I know you guys might try to say, oh, in outer space, you just, throw something and it just goes forever. That's all just pseudophysics. That's a fabricated concept. Now, if you want to believe in outer space and think that's real, that's a whole nother thing. But I'm saying in the actual world of physicality, that does not exist. It's just it's a reification of a concept. It's just a fabricated concept. In actual reality, everything always has friction on it, and everything always is related to everything else in the environment. And I think they've tried to isolate that, compartmentalize it, and then build this whole kind of isolated cosmology where you have this globe and this huge vacuum with this pseudo-physical concept. And then that kind of leads to conversations like this, where there's sort of this looping process built around this law that doesn't actually exist.
And then we talk about reference frames.
Like the person in the car would not continue going forever, even if the car, whether it turned or not. If it stopped being propelled by the car, it would be reduced in speed just from other factors that are resisting it.
Right, exactly. I mean, the only reason the car is continuing to accelerate at whatever, 60 miles an hour is because there's generally a consistent force being applied to the car. The accelerator, the engine, force being applied to the road.
Right, and that's keeping it going in resistance to the environment would allow for otherwise. Like if you turn the engine off, it's going to all, come to rest. But even when it comes to rest, it's still going to have some vibratory quality, even if it's at rest, just because it's the nature of electrostatics and just the way that matter functions. But yeah, I agree with what you said there.
Alec, is there anything in the heliocentric model that you're skeptical about? Can I be heard?
Hello, Hanko. We can hear you.
Is there anything in the heliocentric model that any Glober in here is skeptical about? Any skepticism at all?
Well, I'm skeptical about aliens. Like, we're supposed to believe that aliens exist?
I don't really think aliens are part of the globe model.
I'm skeptical of all the things that don't have explanations in the heliocentric model.
Little
So
green
we can
men
just
on the
explain
moon.
it. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, as long as we can explain it. Just give an explanation.
Well, I mean, that should lend some clarity to the situation if it's explainable.
Well, if you woke up every
So if
day
it's not,
and your dad wasn't there and you thought he went to work, you would never suspect that he went to the strip club, right? Because he came home at 5 and he was wearing his suit and tie. Got his
That is
suit.
weird.
There's an explanation for it.
Yeah, it's an explanation, right?
Well, it's kind of like the street being wet and you think that it's raining when actually a street washer went down the road.
You know, I think everybody had to have been in on it. I think all of the strippers and all of the teachers, the maid, everybody had to be in on it.
so let me get this straight though, Blake. You don't care if it's actually testable and falsifiable, just as long as it's explainable.
Well, the testable and falsifiable part is part of the explanation, right?
Well, yeah, we tested the theory, right? So we woke up every day. We watched Dad leave. He got ready for work. He shaved, smelling good. Called his boss. You know, he's talking to his coworkers. He's sending emails on the laptop. Okay, He must be going to work, kisses his wife goodbye, gives you a hug, leaves in the car, comes right back at 5 p.m. I mean, shit, he went to work.
Yeah, but when the checks
Got
don't
his
come
paycheck
in,
and everything.
well, yeah. Well, how did he get his paycheck if he didn't go to work?
Because his coworkers are helping him. Maybe he's friends with the boss.
That's going to work fine till he gets caught.
And there you have it.
We've caught the globe.
We caught him.
Caught him
Your
globe
dad's
handed.
getting fucked.
Hey, y'all, check this out, dude. My buddy, one of my best friends, he's dead now, man. Rest in peace. But his girlfriend, and they lived with me at the time, a long time ago. But his girlfriend put on scrubs and went to work every damn day. And like a year later, she come back, in the afternoon. I never really paid attention to the time, but she sure enough left every morning with her scrubs on. I guess she was a medical assistant or nurse or whatever. And like after almost a year, he caught her, and come to find out, she didn't even have a job, dude. She was leaving every morning, dude, with her freaking scrubs on and coming back in the afternoon and didn't even have a job the whole damn time, dude.
Yeah, I have a very similar story. My brother-in-law, he was my best friend at the time, and his baby's mama was going to work. We thought she was taking my truck, going to work. We don't know where she was going, but we found out she had been fired for like 3 weeks. So there's your explanation.
She didn't know
There
him
you have
nothing,
it.
though, dude. It was weird. Like, why was she lying? She didn't know him nothing or nothing like that. It's just like, it's weird, dude. She had something going on.
Well,
No, it's not
let's-
weird. It's human nature.
let's apply.
What was she doing every day,
Let's
Brian?
apply that logic.
I don't know, bro. I mean, the way that, if I remember, the way they made it sound was nothing, like going to her dad's and shit and doing nothing. But I mean, I'm sure there was more to it than that, but she did it for a long time, dude. And she was mad in love with this dude, man. Like, it's crazy.
What are you going to say, Howard?
I was going to say we could apply this logic. Let's just use like Cavendish and gravity, and we're going to say, Cavendish, there's mass attracting mass. That explains it. And I'm satisfied with that. And you're not satisfied with that. So what is your alternative?
Well, it's lead attracting lead. Let's be honest. It's lead attracting lead, right?
Or
You wanna
turkey attracting chicken wings.
But it doesn't
So,
have to be
yeah,
anything
well, then
attracting
that's
anything. It doesn't have to be anything
Here's-
attracting anything. It could have to do with the environment, the medium causing that phenomenon to occur.
If you want to use Cavendish, I'll use my point. Is the Brian Dish experiment is that that heat melts mass. So heat melts mass. That's my my hypothesis, whatever. And so I take lead and I apply the heat, and sure enough, it melts mass. So my conclusion is that heat melts mass. The problem is that
So how does
all I've done is melt lead,
How
and
does
it
that
might
contradict
listen. It
gravity,
might
though?
also. Oh, here's it. It might also melt tin. It might melt aluminum. It might melt iron. But there are things it doesn't melt. So when you use your chicken wings and your lead, that's all you've proven is that lead attracts lead, or a turkey leg attracts lead, or a turkey leg attracts water, or chicken leg. You can't just say mass. That's like me saying that heat melts mass.
Well,
I mean, is that logical?
A little too general.
Yeah, that.
There's the Casimir effect. There's the Cheerio effect. There's all kinds of different things that it could be.
So
But none of those things claim to counter gravity, though.
But it. What?
One thing I've always been in awe of with the Cavendish experiment is that what direction, or would there be movement towards the opposing mass if there was any environmental influence that would cause motion? Would the mass go anywhere other than towards the other mass? Eventually, it's going to come back around. It's in a circular pattern, right? So if there is environmental movement at all whatsoever that causes movement within that apparatus, it's forced in a direction that's going to put it towards the other mass eventually.
You can't remove all tension anyway, but there's also the capillary action. I mean, you're
Yeah,
not
but
excluding all of the. There's so many things, dude.
these
Well,
are
you
all
guys are
measurable. We can do independent tests and measure all these effects.
You can
And then
try.
we can,
Well, the
and
thing
then
is, you're
no, they
forgetting
have
about
very
some of the
specific
action at a distance.
relationships, temperature and magnetic effects, and how it interacts with the medium,
Okay.
tension.
Well,
All these things have very specific relationships that we can verify in tons and tons of other experiments, and we apply those to the Cavendish experiment, and those
dude,
will
your
get
mic sucks. I can't do that. I just can't do it.
Yeah, you're roboting really bad.
I don't even think it's a robot. I think
It's
his
like
mic
it's
is
popping.
garbage.
It's popping.
It's like popping my eardrum.
Muffled and popping.
Well, look,
all right. Is this better?
Howard, if
Much better. That's what I was saying
if
before.
you're
Yeah, I think my headphones are shorting out, so make it sound like shit. But what I was saying is, all these other variables, they have very specific relationships that we can confirm over and over again in other experiments. And we can apply those to the Cavendish or whatever experiment you're doing, even in combinations, any combination of the other variables that you want. And you'll see that they aren't what the results of the experiment are. What the only variable that gives the result of the experiment is the variables involved in the experiment that are proposed beforehand. Because what you did before is called the appeal to possibilities, and it's an informally fallacious way of reasoning. Unless you can give those relationships and how they relate to the Cavendish experiment, how much they're affecting it, and the physical mechanisms behind it, you don't have a point other unless you can do that.
Is there such a thing as appeal to explanation? Well, look, Howard, I'm not really asking. I'm not really asking. Please, you've talked 3 times. Just want to respond to Howard real quick. Okay. Howard, you asked like, what could it be? What could it be? Well, you know what? I went to your dad's work. He wasn't there. I don't know where he is. No one knows where he is. Okay. He's not at his desk. You know, I don't have an answer for you. There's a bunch of places he might go to. Okay. We can check his call history. He's called this place, you know, check his maps or something. But like, you're trying to say, well, what is it? What is it? And I only appeal to explanation. That's a fallacy, bro. You can guess all you want, bro. You're not going to know exactly where he is until you know where he is.
But we move the big balls in proximity of the small balls, and the small balls are attracted to the big balls. So there he is at work right there. There he is.
And it's not just that they're attracted, it's that they're attracted by a very specific amount, and that amount can be variated based on changing the other variables, the types of materials that you're using.
Same as mine, bro. It's a specific amount of heat. You move the heat near the lead, and it melts. And it's a specific amount of heat, and you can change the variables, and other shit will melt. So heat melts mass.
No, you're showing that a very specific amount of heat will melt lead or whatever material you're using, a very specific amount. These are quantitative values. So you can
I agree. It's fallacious, bro.
Can you demonstrate that?
I have a question. Okay, if you superheat these objects, do they have the same amount of attraction?
That's what Cavendish wanted to get delve further into in his paper. He wanted to check the effects of internal heat, and that's the one thing he didn't.
If they're superconductorized, you know, they get them really, really cold. You know, like, are you really using everything in every different state to make these claims? I didn't hear a response, so I guess that's it. Look.
Yeah. Well, again, we're just appealing to possibilities.
There you go. We'll accept that answer.
Yeah, we are.
If you're appealing to possibilities, appealing to explanation, you know, I'm not saying you're totally guessing, but if you don't know and you've only excluded like, a third of your possibilities, you're totally guessing.
I don't
So-
think that's true. People use superconductors all the time, so they can measure the variables on these things, and I believe they have been measured.
Well, what
You
about
can
the
also
temperature
measure
then?
the variables
With
of
all different
temperature,
types of materials.
like BioDuel did the experiment in a vacuum,
my
and that
God.
variates the
There's
temperature.
no such thing as a vacuum.
Room temperature. You can just keep talking over me. It's fine.
Oh, well, dude, I've watched his experiment. Where is the vacuum? Okay. He calls it a vacuum, and there's no fucking vacuum.
What do you mean? He's got a vacuum.
What would you expect to see if it's
You
if it
realize-
is not a
Do
vacuum?
you want him to
I'd expect to see a vacuum chamber of some sort.
Do you want him
realize
to like
there's
pick up something called a vacuum and show it to you? Like, I don't understand.
Vacuums don't exist in nature. They're only man-made. They're not real.
Yeah, but don't you have to have a chamber? Are you saying he evacuated the whole damn room?
He was doing it in a chamber. He has a pressure gauge. He's measuring the pressure inside of where the devices are, where the experiment is happening. He
Okay,
doesn't
what
have
shape?
to
What shape is this
evacuate
chamber
where
that ain't there? Just to make sure you've seen this video, what shape is the chamber? Is it rounded? Is it square? Because there's nothing.
Hello, you guys there?
Are you there?
Yeah, so typically vacuums are spherical shaped, but I mean, who knows if it's a real vacuum?
You can't put a vacuum in a fish tank, like a square fish tank.
Yeah, then I would have been like, cool, that's a good idea. But the fact
Well,
of the
a
matter is,
sphere makes
there's no
the
chamber.
A sphere makes the most sense for a vacuum since vacuums would naturally collapse on themselves, but a sphere is equidistant.
Vacuums have no inherent shape.
Well,
That's
a sphere would make the most sense.
the largest vacuum in the world, I think, is actually a giant cylinder. But whatever.
Well, that's the outside, sir.
No, it's a cylinder on the inside too. I mean, it's got a circular walls, but the floor is flat and the top is flat. So it's a giant cylinder, more or less. The top might actually be slightly domed, but it's not a sphere.
Let me ask y'all a question. Okay, have y'all actually watched his video of his Cavendish in the vacuum? Has anybody watched it besides me? Because I legitimately would like an explanation. Like, what am I missing? Like, there's no fucking chamber. Like, it's just sitting there. Like, did he evacuate the whole room? I mean, yeah, I gotta think there's something I'm missing, man. But I've watched this video, and I don't get it. There's no.
Hey, can I just say quickly, do they remeasure the weights of the two things on the torsion bar after they've put it on there to make sure that they are still the same weight? Because the weight of the torsion bar would have to be equally spread between both halves. But if it's not, then there's obviously a lopsided thing going on.
Well, I think it's kind of a balance thing. Yeah, I mean that's a good point. But like what I got mine hanging up right now. I'm about to do it with some different shit. But look, I'll show y'all.
I mean, even if they're a fraction out.
I can't show video. I can't show video, but
if they were a fraction difference, they would still make a difference.
that's true. But I just balance it out as good as I can. And but plus I also wait for it to stop before I do it. But I haven't got anything consistent yet. But I mean I don't have the strict chamber that it's in.
You have to make sure both sides are the same weight. So you have to recheck and recheck and recheck again. Doesn't matter how balanced you think it is. If one side weighs more than the other to balance it, it's still not a fair trial.
So here's what I was going to do, man. I mean, they definitely attract. Like when you put the big balls on the near them, they definitely go that direction. But I mean, like timing and all that, I haven't isolated it that down to that accuracy. But here's what I was going to do: is I'm going to try different sizes, like put a bigger attracting ball on one side, and then or put them both on one side and see if it consistently attracts to one or the other. And then I was going to even like rub friction on some of them, like with a file or something. I noticed when I'm filing lead that like the lead that comes off is like it sticks to the file like through some type of static or something. I'm just going to test a bunch of things, man. But I don't know why I haven't done it yet. I've got the shit all sitting here and hanging up, and I just haven't.
Well, you've got covalent bonds or bondage between the different materials that you're using. So if they have any type of linkage of any sort, then you need to eliminate that by changing the products that you're using so that they don't have any relationship whatsoever or any bonds.
Right.
Because would water attract water? You know, if you to use two fish, 2 bags of water and see if they attract water, but then it's would you try wood?
Well, certain shit definitely doesn't attract, like blue. You don't like it when I bring it up, but when he used sand, he did have an explanation. Let me start with that in case he's listening. He said that it's the bag that the sand was in was staticky, but either way, the sandbag stalled. It didn't attract to the lead, and he never tried it again. I wish he'd have put it in something else and did it, but it stalled. Didn't attract.
Well, Brian, I went looking for you for the video that he posted, but apparently BioDual's like deleted his account or something. But when I watched him do it in real time, he had just a regular standard vacuum chamber that the device was inside with a pressure gauge on it. Like,
what do you mean standard?
Like a rectangular vacuum chamber with a pump, right, where you can pump out the air and you get a pressure reading on the gauge, and then you had.
Why didn't you say when I asked it? Yeah, you've seen the video, and yes, that was the shape.
Gonna go find the video for you.
I've seen it, bro. I've already watched it, bro. Its entirety, and there was no chamber, and there's no gauge, and there was no BioDual.
I watched him do it, in real time on Gem Panda's server, and you can even ask. Okay. You can ask Chemo. There was definitely a chamber with a pressure gauge, a vacuum pump, and he had a laser to measure the device. That's what Chemo's contention was.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I remember all that, and I told my prediction was that it's going to work better in a vacuum because there's no resistance, and that wound up being true. But okay, you say that y'all have seen it. I can't really deny that. I trust you. Unless you're lying through your teeth, and I must have seen like a repost or something, man, that said, Cavendish in a vacuum. But here's the thing: I looked all over for it, couldn't find it on his channel. But who cares? At this point, I'm asking. So how big was this vacuum chamber?
Well, he didn't
approximately, please. Approximately.
He didn't just do the experiment one time. He did it a couple times in real time on Gem Panda's server, and then I believe he uploaded some of those videos to YouTube. But
that's
he was
fine.
just messing
I'm asking
around with the thing.
See, I got my own setup, so I'm trying to get an idea. How big was this chamber? Like approximately, how big was this chamber?
Yes, Brian, it was just like maybe. I don't know, 20 by 20, 15 by 15. It was a small chamber. Do you not know what a vacuum chamber is?
Yes, but I don't know because I would have to shrink my shit. I didn't know how big it was, man, because I can't fit mine in a 20 by 20. That's why I was asking. For fuck's sake, dude. But hold on. And so it was just a regular rectangle. Did he use like plexiglass?
I have no idea what kind of glass he was using.
But it was glass. Okay, so it was see-through. That's my last question. Was it see-through on all four sides, or did he? Because I was thinking, like I don't necessarily need to do them all. If I could just do the one. But how was his? Was it transparent on all four sides?
Yes. Have you ever seen the Action Labs kind of
Yeah.
vacuum chamber? It was similar to that, where you can see through it. It's a
Okay.
glass chamber.
And is there any way we could go to Jim's? Is there any way at all? Maybe if
I
somebody mirrored
tried.
it.
He deleted his account, so I can't even find like his posts where he posts these things.
But
If someone maybe
Who deleted?
he might still have his YouTube channel. If someone can find that, you may
Who
be able
deleted their account?
BioDuel.
Really? His Discord account?
Well, he's still in my DMs, so maybe he didn't delete his account totally, but he left those servers. So, like,
Oh
you
yeah.
can't search for his name or anything there to find those posts.
Yeah, he told me he was like trying to stay away from Flat Earth. He only really came back for the holidays. He's not as stupid as I think. Left for his health.
Will Spurs back verify that he's seen the actual vacuum chamber?
Yeah, Spurs will tell you his big contention was the laser taking the measurement.
Okay. But he's seen it. Okay. I just looked and yeah, it appears to be gone. What I watched before. So I watched all that shit, dude. For nothing.
Yeah,
basically.
he did it. Like I said, he did it in real time, both in vacuum and not in vacuum. Because right, the device itself, the Cavendish device itself, is separate from the vacuum chamber, so he could take it in and out of the chamber.
Pretty crazy little setup he had.
Yeah. And like he's not the only one who's ever done it in a vacuum chamber. I have a paper on my computer from a university who does that quite often with their students.
Yeah. Lead attracting lead experiment. It kills me. Like it kills them to call it for what it is. It's like lead attracting lead. That's what the papers are. It's all that. It's lead attracting fucking lead. Like, why does it hurt them so hard to be honest and say what it is? Not saying that other shit won't attract, but that's what that experiment is. It's fucking lead attracting lead, man. That's just being honest. That ain't even being biased.
I think the being an honest description of the experiment would be that there's a, with this lead or whatever material that you're using, there's a predictable rate that is related to the mass on how much and how quickly they will attract each other. And then in the experiment, you can measure those values check to see
What? Wait. What attract each other? A predictable rate that what will attract each other?
the two masses.
The two lead balls, right?
Yeah, people have done it
All
with
right.
other materials. Mark.
Okay. When did they? Then hopefully in their experiment they named what they used instead of just saying mass and using lead or mass, freaking
Well, in
iron or cobalt or.
a proper write-up of the experiment, you would, measure how much the material you're using has air resistance, how much it's interacting with the air, and that would be, something you would have to subtract off in your errors.
Right. But they had to do away with the mass attracting mass concept because all mass doesn't attract all mass. Period. No getting around it.
Who had to do away with it, and what masses don't attract?
Well, for one, lead and sand.
Well, I think that's just that would be an odd. Well, how are you going to do the Cavendish with a piece of sand?
No, a bag of sand, a bag of mass. Blue did it. I didn't do that yet. Maybe I will.
He changed this container and actually proceeded with the experiment and got.
No, he
positive
didn't.
results.
No, he did
yes,
not.
He did.
That's
yes,
what.
he did.
He did
go
not,
look,
bro.
Brian.
That's
Go look, Brian. Go look.
Yeah. Okay. Post it because I've been trying to get him to do it since then. How many hours did you watch of all of his Cavendish, Howard? Or I'm sorry, should I call you Left Lane? I'm sorry, dude.
That's okay. I don't.
Yeah, me
mind
too,
calling
man.
me by my name.
Me too, dude.
But,
he had some good streams, man. I'll give him that. Like there's some funny shit going on. I just sat in the background, man. But made a few videos out of it. But I would really appreciate if you could post that because I swear to God, I've been trying to get him to do it because that was what he said when I talked to him is if. Like if he used a different container, I'm like, do it. And I don't know if he did and is just like being whatever to me. But I'm having bad luck with this Cavendish shit because I spent a lot of time even setting this shit up and getting the lead, melting it, and watching all these fucking things. And I'm just not finding what y'all are finding, man. It's pissing me off now.
See how difficult it's going to be to look this up. Is there a search function that I can do on a channel to look at a particular video?
If you're I think if you're on a computer, but I predict it's going to be impossible because he didn't do it. That's my prediction. But
no, I remember seeing it.
Okay.
I remember him having trouble with the static on the bags that the sand was in, and then he put them in a different container, and I can't remember what it was.
You mean
what
on
container?
YouTube? There's a search thing on YouTube.
What did he put it in?
I think
Howard?
he's looking for the link in Discord.
Oh, well, the search on Discord too.
Yeah, top right, there's a search in Discord. You can search by keywords or actually by people's names.
Well, you can do both too. You can say from user and whatever keyword in as well.
Yes. But I'm going to tell you this right now. You're wasting your time.
Yeah, because every time I have this conversation with him, man, not every time, but I tell him, I ask him to do it in a different container.
Hey, Brian, why are you fighting this so hard?
Because if he don't, I mean, ain't it kind of suspicious that Howard don't remember what container that he used? I mean, I've had these conversations with Blue over and over, and I've got videos where he said, I've had conversations where I said, okay, that's why I let off with the fact that he had an explanation because he jumped on me another time. He didn't jump in saying, no, I put it in leather and it did attract. No, he says, I told you why it didn't attract because of the bag. I'm like, well, why don't you try it with something else? It's like, fuck that, whatever he said, and not cursing. And now he don't even have the thing. I mean, I do have one. I could try it with Sam, but he didn't do that. I'm telling you. I think Howard's misremembering. That's my prediction.
No, but this is an experiment that's done literally thousands of times a year by millions of people and have been done over 100 years. And yet, for some reason, you feel compelled to think that these people are all doing it wrong, or they haven't taken any of these other variables into account. I'm just curious why you think this. Where does this come from?
Let me guess, Zanuck, you've done it too, hadn't you? Hadn't you, Zanuck? Don't tell me you hadn't done the Cavendish.
I haven't done
huh?
it. I have not done it.
Oh!
I've never done.
We found something Zanuck hadn't done.
A lot of things
I was sure he did it at Slack, man.
We don't do Cavendish at Slack, but you're just impressed with all the things I have done, but I've done so little compared to things that are possibly done in this world, especially in the area of physics. But for some reason, just because you haven't done some of the things I've done, you were very impressed. So thank you for admiring some of the things I've done, even though there hasn't been other things that I've done.
You got it, sport.
Yeah, just a cursory search of the Cavendish experiment, and there's like 12 different apparatuses done by different people out of the first 15 videos.
Okay.
I mean, lots of people have done it.
I'm interested in some non-conductive things like
Do you think
carbon.
thousands?
You know, I don't know. I'm interested in before I even completely write it off. Like I would like to try everything, basically everything I could think of. You know, I don't know why I don't. In fact, I think I will. This conversation might be the spark. I swear, if I could put my camera on, I'd show you my balls hanging up right now and my two larger balls. All I gotta do is put the placement for the larger balls. But I just want to try a lot of different combinations.
Yes, yeah, don't show your balls on camera, Ron.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
well, the first time I had it set up, I had the smaller balls. They were too big when I seen the specs of the Cavendish, so I filed them down. I needed the lead dust anyway for battery shit. But
what are the correct sizings for Cavendish balls?
well, it was like a freaking, just off the top of my head, it was like a 30-to-1 ratio, or maybe a 50, somewhere between like 30 and 50-to-1, and I had it like 5-to-1 or maybe 10-to-1, and I was like, man, my shit's not as big as his, but it's pretty damn big, man. I've got like 50-pound big balls, or 50 or 60-pound, and then I had like 6 or 7-pound small balls, but I'm like, dude, that's not right. So I filed it down to just like a couple pounds to get it close. I mean, when I was into it, I was actually going to get the exact ratio he had, and that was my goal. But I got caught up more in filing and getting the dust for my batteries, and just kind of just put it back burner to Cavendish shit. To be perfectly honest.
Hey, Brad, I sent you a cool magnet video.
Hey, Brian, what do you use for your mic?
Right now, I'm using nothing.
Oh, yeah. Is it the 32-ounce Campbell soup can or what?
You're not using anything?
No.
He's just yelling loud.
Just your phone?
Yeah.
No, okay, well, I don't know if it's a habit you do then, but you put your mouth right on the mic or something, because it sounds like you're popping, like the wind
now?
pressure from your voice, maybe popping the mic.
Is it doing it now?
Yeah, your warrior lungs.
No, it just means like you're literally, your lips are like right on the hole.
Yeah, well, they're not nowhere near it right now, but I do that.
Yeah, no, you sound good right now.
Okay.
When you're not on the hole.
Hey, could you stop intentionally sounding gay? Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate the heads up, man, because I need to get in the habit of not doing that.
Keep that voice satiny.
Good, bro. No, I really like what you have to say, and sometimes it gets grating to try to hear you.
Fair enough. I've always been like, I like to see shit, you know. I've always been like talking cheap. I want to see it or do it, and I don't have to do everything. You know, I want somebody I know, like on my team, to try it, and nobody on my team doing like the Cavendish or either like the gravity drop and all this shit. And I've done all kinds of things, but they're kind of spotty. And I did a pressure gradient inside containment because they were talking about pressure gradients causing shit. I'm like, I can easily demonstrate a gradient inside containment, you know, and y'all demonstrate pressure without one. So, and then I did a test where I a propane tank full blast and watched it. I hung it on a balance and the wand. When I turned it on, it bounced, so it was getting thrust. But then when I ignited it, it didn't move at all. Like, so I was just saying, like the fire, the explosiveness of the propane did give no extra thrust at all than just the propane itself coming out. And that was something that was kind of weird. I expected different result because it's loud when you light it. It's like, and it didn't move it even a little bit. All that noise and fucking drama from igniting and no extra thrust whatsoever. So I was thinking if they're igniting inside of a chamber, that ain't gonna do shit. And I mean, if they're not igniting inside of a chamber, it's not gonna do shit. It's just gonna be the same thrust as if they were dumping out gas itself. But then I did the gravity drop. I did the golf ball and the ping pong ball. It's one of the first videos where I even shaved the dimples off the golf ball. Somebody said, "Well, the golf ball fell faster because it's aerodynamic, the dimples and shit." So I grinded them bitches off and got it the same exact size as a ping pong ball, and it obviously falls faster. And they can't claim wind resistance because they're the same exact size and shape. The only thing they could say is it's heavier, denser, whatever you want to call it. That's the only thing different. But when people do this drop test just standing on the ground, yeah, you're not going to get much difference. But when you go up higher, it's obvious. It's in my video, and I like demonstration.
Hey, Brian, what were you saying about igniting in a vacuum? I just rejoined again. Didn't hear that.
Okay, you know them weed killers like to hook the propane tanks or for like the roofing for the knockdown roofing where you them big torches. They sell them at Harbor Freight, Home Depot. They're about $50-$60. You hook them to the big propane tank and they get hot and they are loud and they let out some gas. So what I did is I took the wand. It's like a wand with a handle that you squeeze, and it's about half the size of a broomstick, you know. But anyway, so I took it and I balanced it on a string, you know, just hanging from something, and I tied the handle wide open with a rope with a string, and then I started it by opening up the propane valve. So when I did that, it pushed it back, like the gas coming out the one end pushed the wand and it made it rock and made it balance like at an angle instead of level the way it was from the propane coming out so fast. Then I took a torch and while it was still running, and I held it out to the propane coming out, and it like it ignited like crazy, man, and it's just blasting like a freaking rocket, just. But it didn't move. In other words, when I lit it, the combustion gave no extra thrust whatsoever. Just the propane itself coming out is the only thrust that was created. No extra thrust from it being on fire or combusting.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean.
In fact, I'll post it. It's pretty short video. It's pretty cool, man. You want to see it?
Cool.
I'll post
Yeah, definitely post it.
Just to play devil's advocate, did you did you have any kind of bell, like cone shaped bell or anything on the end of it?
That's funny, bro. I started to do that, but it was so obvious I didn't have to, man. It's
I know.
it actually tilts a little bit. Like it's pretty obvious that when you open up the propane, it's I was gonna do a bell or a light or something, but it turns out I didn't really have to, man.
Well, I was just wondering if that would be a factor because that's probably might be one reason why they have, bells or that bell shape on rockets to kind of help, channel the energy from the explosion. So just a thought.
Yeah, exactly. So like a straight nozzle would not produce the same amount of thrust because it's like not angled against the flow or the expansion of the gases rather. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting.
Here it is. Yeah, this is a pretty good one, man. A while back. Yeah, give that a look when you get a minute, man. That's got a little information in it. And yeah, you'll see that a bell would have been pointless. I mean, but that's a fair question. I think in this particular setup, it's pretty obvious, in my opinion.
Watching you hold the smaller torch next to a propane tank makes me nervous.
Yeah, it's nerve wracking, bro, because it's like it's coming out, bro. It's like in person, it's full throttle. It's like I'm like Stretch Armstrong trying to light that thing to stay as far away from it, even though I know it's pretty, pretty safe as long as you don't get in the path. It's still any ignition like that is naturally gonna have you jumpy, like electricity. Kind of, I'm the same way with actual danger. I'm not ashamed to say I'm touchy with sparks and fire, shit like that.
Yeah, I don't have much experience with propane until this last year. We got a one of those outdoor like patio heaters propane with a little like a reflector at the top, and it freezes in winter here in Chicago. And so I had forgotten about it outside, and I thought to myself like, oh shit, are these tanks even safe for freezing temperatures? And like quickly Googled it because I was freaking out that it was gonna crack or something. Then I thought, and people have these tanks outside all the time. So
Yeah, it actually, in fact, it's more dangerous leaving it out in sunlight or something like that, or catching a reflection off something, because actually the gas, the pressure goes down when it's cool. Because I got one of them adapter things
yeah,
to fill up my small propane tanks, and it just basically it's just an adapter to adapt the big to the little propane tanks, and I get way more gas in there when I put the smaller tanks in the freezer for a while, and then if I put some gas, if I want to get extra gas in there, then I'll fill it up as much as it'll take, and then put that in the freezer and do it one more time, and it gets almost to what it came off the shelf. Not quite, but almost. But usually I'll just do it the one time, and that's plenty. But yeah, put it in the freezer definitely makes a big difference.
oh yeah, okay, I see. So yeah, it's kind of like this cylindrical nozzle, but does this nozzle have like holes kind of on the cone part of it to let air in? It kind of looks
Yeah,
like it. I can't tell.
yeah, it does on the backside. There's I think 3 holes, and every now and then gas will fire will come out, and I'll always stop and and move it until it stops. But that's just every now and then. But yeah, there are holes that suck the air in. Absolutely, they're directly behind it. You'd think they'd be on the side, but they're not. They're like directly behind it.
Yeah, I wonder
Man,
if
I
this
put
has some reason why it doesn't quite behave like a rocket nozzle would.
so many miles on that wand, dude. It's like Harbor Freight, and Home Depot didn't have any at the time. I wanted to get one that's like more sturdy, but man, I've put so many miles on that wand you wouldn't even believe it, dude. I've probably been through 50 tanks, maybe 80 tanks.
Makes me want to get one of these for ice. I'm used to like putting down, chemicals to melt my ice, but this looks like it might be more fun.
Oh, it's definitely fun, dude. It'll melt. I mean, it won't melt copper. Like you can get it to almost melt. Like if you set it up right, you probably could get it, but it'd be a waste of money. Kind of. There'd be better ways to do it, but it'll melt the shit out of aluminum, lead, of course, and zinc. And yeah, dude. I mean, I use it for everything, man. Like little gnats. When gnats get in the kitchen, man, I'll burn right above the trash before I take it out. Them little annoying flies or anything, man. Bees, if you want it. I don't really kill bees, but any damn thing, man. Mosquitoes. Like I'll in here, like I'll have the door open. This little room that I hang out in, my little workshop room. Mosquitoes get in here, I'll just freaking flame all around it. Watch them zap. It's kind of a waste, but yeah, it's fun, man. It's fun. And then weeds, that's the main use is the roofing and the weeds. So you burn any weeds or starting a fire take 2 seconds, if you felt like it. Kind of cheap.
Oh, I think I've seen people use these for street drag racing. Have you ever seen that? I'm not into it, but I got into it, went down a rabbit hole once watching YouTube videos of like nighttime drag races, and they'll spray something down on the ground and then they'll torch it with what looks like one of these. I assume it just gives them better traction or whatever.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then like I've seen them spinning their tires and shit like that. So all that stuff give them traction. Makes sense. So what I'm going to do now, man, is I seen a guy do a video where like, see what the Globers are trying to do, man, is not all of them, but especially the one who did it is dishonest, man. What he does is, and I'm going to show this in a video coming up, is I'm going to take just an ambient temperature driveway, and I'm going to heat it up and show that it'll cause blockage. What this Glober did, is he took a driveway in the middle of summer where you can already see the heat beaming off of it, and then pours water on it to act like it's the where it's coming into view, like where cooling it down is making you see further. But it's plain as day for anybody who's experimented around with this shit or looked into it. Knows that it's the heat of the driveway that's causing the obstruction. That's why when they open the bay doors, like Sky Free and Pebbles on the Pond, shout out to them, when they open the garage door and let the cold air in, it's not the fact that the cold air, it's the fact that the ground is warmer than the cold air. So the ground is not going to change temperature that fast. It will eventually level out, but it's just not a lot hotter than the air above it. And when they open the door, though, the air is way colder than the ground and the heat coming off the ground, and that's why you get the blockage. So they try and do everything backwards to prove something, and it's just not reality, man. It's the heat, and it's just like we see in reality. Like when the sun's beaming, that's when we'll get blockage in the day, and then it levels out at night, and in the evening, and when the sun ain't beaming on the ground, and that's when we see further. They try and say that it's the refraction is less when the sun is beaming on shit, and that just is crazy. I could demonstrate it a few different ways that it's the heated up ground, even on asphalt and shit, or on your driveway.
And would you say it's it was the heat of the moment?
It's the heat, yeah. But I'm going to do one of these with my driveway just to show that I'm going to use that torch and heat it up, and before I resurface it, because the heat ain't going to help it, that type of heat. But it's going to show that, look, just heating this thing up is the same as letting cold air in. Same thing, no different. It's going to cause blockage without a doubt, and that'll be the refraction. will be that torch would represent the sun. And then when it cools down, you'll start seeing all the way to the bottom again. And that represents dusk or nighttime or dawn before Big Red, the great agitator, entropy generator, starts stirring shit up. I don't know why they argue against that. It's easily provable. But they like their pressure gradient. You know, they call it, or density gradient when it's just pressure.
Like, look, if you need it.
So she gave Lexi a duck. Since there's a lull in the conversation,
No, so
since the conversation all day has been about acceleration and movement, where did the first movement come from? You can't have an infinite regress of movement, because if I won't move until somebody pushes me, and that person can't move until someone pushes them, and they can't move until someone pushes them. You see where I'm going? So where did the first movement come from?
It was a spontaneous miracle where nothing exploded into everything. Just kidding.
So nothing moves something.
Seems logical, right?
Well, no, not really, but if somebody wants to prove that, have at. Now, you can tackle this either one of two ways. You can either tackle it philosophically, you can have a philosophical argument about it, or you can prove it scientifically in either direction. So there's two avenues to walk down this road. Who wants to start? So nobody wants to tackle the question. Why not?
What's the question, Paul?
And here, and I seen where he said, "What you look like?" He was taking his own moment, and I think he was trying to describe how he wanted her to look. He was like, I think he needs to be 24, he needs to be young, black, skinny, which I'm not skinny. You can tell that I'm not skinny at all. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, and I thought, text messages between him and some young lady to the court. All right, you should have to go to the end. He asked her to see her get to that. Feel like he don't know what his phone. You need to tell your story. Mr. Tool or Mr. Finwood or any of our other experts. Are you going to tell your story? I'm going to tell our story. You uncover anything suspicious or of note that Mr. Gary saw. I did find several pictures of a naked woman. Thank you, Mr. Gary. Well, I never seen a sport like this before.
Is the TV coming through this mic? Hello, hello.
No, can't hear.
Loud and clear.
Somebody bumped me down in the hot mic room. I didn't know if I was hot micing or what.
Yeah, that was me, left lane. You were hot micing.
What was it picking up?
I don't know, some random chick talking in the background. Kind of hard to make out.
That wasn't me. I was hearing that too. That wasn't me. I think that was Brian. I think Brian's icon was lighting up when that was going on.
Oh, okay. I saw you turning green, so I bumped you down there. I didn't know for sure. I just didn't want any
problem.
personal stuff going out. So, and I'm in the middle of doing
Right. Yeah. I see that I'm lighting up when I'm not talking. I don't know what that's doing.
Yeah, same thing's coming back through again, man. I don't know. You got your
Okay,
streams crossed.
so you are hearing my television. That's what I'm trying to figure out. This headset, it's a weird little headset, but apparently the mic is super sensitive. It doesn't have good noise suppression on it.
Yeah, so if you got something in the background, it's definitely picking it up, like some chick talking.
Yeah, the television.
Okay.
Yeah, usually I'm in my big truck and I don't have anything going on but this, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say you sound real pretty.
Don't sound pretty. Mm-hmm.
So what are your thoughts on Paul's question, left lane?
That's what Yeah, I asked him what his question was. I didn't know if I came through or not.
I don't know if he's still around.
Yeah, I'm still here. You know, since the conversation today has been about acceleration and movement, what started the first movement? Motion.
Energy was expended, I suppose.
Okay, here's think about this for a second. I use this analogy. I'm out here walking, right? I can't move until someone pushes me, and that person can't be put. You know, they can't push me until somebody pushes them, and that person can't push
I know
that
this.
person. So
I know this. Gravity. Gravity.
Gravity. So gravity is your first movement. How to explain? Please unpack that. How is gravity the first movement?
Enough dark energy pushes gravity away like a reverse magnet.
So energy pushes gravity away.
Yes.
Okay. What is energy?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, in physics, it's a force over distance. Basically, they call it work. Again, we're back to the same question. So you're saying movement caused itself, energy caused itself. Is that logical?
Yes, with math, dark matter can do itself.
So if I can do it mathematically, that makes it so?
That's the highest theory that we have. So yes.
So, but see, it doesn't explain anything, though. You still haven't explained anything. So math is the reason why things. Math is the cause of the first thing to move. Is that what you're saying?
Okay, I give up.
Well, I'm just analyzing what you're saying. I'm asking you to unpack it. If you don't understand it, I mean, that's fine. Anybody else want to tackle it? Actually, let's go back to left lane. You said energy was the first cause. Is that what you said?
I don't know. I mean, you expend energy to move.
Right.
So I'm
But,
really.
what
How
is
far
energy?
back do you want to take it? Do you want to take it back to the thought process of thinking about moving, or I'm not sure where you're going with it.
Any movement. I mean, obviously, if the Big Bang Theory is correct, there's a lot of movement involved because expansion rate. And even if you can't actually say energy because technically that's what I'm asking you, because basically energy is force over distance, right? So that's movement. So, and you can you have an infinite series of movement or infinite series of I mean, that's basically this question I asked all the time on here. Can you have an infinite series of in a sense infinitum into the past?
Well,
Can you have that?
You're going to take it from the action of moving back to the muscle acting and expending energy and the thought process and your sensory process and it's all going to go back probably to the sun. I don't know if we could go back any further than that or not.
Yes, you could. Where did the energy from the sun come from?
Well, see, that's where we get into the gray area, I think. Yeah, you're going to go all the way back to prior to the Big Bang, and where did that energy come from?
Exactly. Can you have an infinite series of movement into the past, or acceleration or work? Can you have that infinitum into the past?
That's a good question.
Remember what I said? Like, I'm standing here now, right? I won't move until someone pushes me, right? And I'm just using this as an analogy, but it's basically the same thing. So, but that person can't push me until someone pushes them. And that person can't push that person until that person's pushed. You know, you see, so will I ever move if no one is the first pusher? Will I ever move?
What if what if God was like in the beginning was like a giant ball of information and code and every mineral that you can imagine, and God exploded, and so everything that the universe is made of is a great explosion of God.
Okay, for one, let me ask you a couple of questions. The one I'm not sure about, or we can break that down in a second. Can information do anything? Show me like the color purple, or the idea of love, or not the idea, but can those? Okay, no, sorry, so that's not bad actually. Information, okay, or knowledge. Can it do anything? Can information do anything? I'll just ask that question. Can math do anything? Can math do anything?
Not by itself. If it had some code and instructions, it might be able to interact with itself.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Let's say I have all kinds of code on my phone. It can be laid on the table, right? There's massive amounts of code on my phone. Does that code do anything unless it's acted upon? What if I turn the phone off? Will the code on the computer on my phone do anything?
Probably doesn't have enough information inside it to tell it itself what to do.
Okay. So you're saying it can do something, but it has to tell itself to do something.
Here's the thing: is you're going with a comparison to something that's a man-made thing to start with for maths, right? So maths matters for reasons to do with like how something gets accomplished, right? So there's like maths for how an apple's geometry is, the proportions, and sliders for like different types of apples, right? All these different proportions and stuff like that, all the proportionality of that. Well, that's maths right there, just manifest, and it has usefulness in the form of an apple, and it becomes that. But surely you could make other things in other organic shapes. And then you've got like all like crystal formation and stuff like that. That's mathematical in nature. It's a
math, as far as I've understood it, and the Glover should agree with this. Math is just a description. You can use it for certain things. If you put in a variable into a math equation, you can get an outcome, right? So if I say
that's an equation. I mean, there's like sets of just things that we use as like pieces, for computational purposes, right? But like maths is the composite of all of these things together. So if you pluralize math, which only Europeans do because they're like that.
Well, I mean, but just think about what I'm asking though. Can math do anything though? It's a description. Maybe use it as a predictor. Like if I want to figure out where my gunshot will land, I can put, the grain of the metal or the grain of the bullet, the velocity of the bullet.
You can think of much simpler principles like just ratios. How about just 2 to 1? The concept of 2 to 1.
But does those things do anything? Do they do anything?
Does the concept of 2 to 1 apply to gear ratios? It applies to like maybe how you might want to run your business and making profits and things like that, right? Yeah. So the principle applies. That math, logic applies broadly across many topics.
Okay, I can do mathematically. I need X amount of money to start a business, and I can describe that. I need to make to maintain this business. I need to have X amount of revenue being brought in.
Right.
I can do all that with math.
Right.
I can do all that with math.
But a tree can do the same thing.
Where does the money come from?
A tree can determine like how much surface area it has available to it and make leaves to like take advantage of the sun.
Okay, but does the math?
That's
math. Okay, did the math cause the tree to do that?
Yeah, a tree can be perceived as a geometric series, and so you can simulate a tree growth using geometric series.
Okay, but just because remember, you can use it to predict outcomes, but did the math cause the outcome?
Well, like you can derive other things from tree series themselves, right? So a hereditary branch, right? These different branching structures themselves is a type of math. Trees are a type of math just in nature of happening.
Okay, but did the math cause the tree to grow in a certain way?
Yeah. Because of equalizations in material. Because they naturally will work in a certain way that will, create capillary action to occur or other such things. Photoelectric effect.
Okay, you're getting all these descriptions. It's a simple question. It's a simple yes or no question. You don't have to go into all that.
Is this simple?
Did the math cause the tree to grow a certain way?
Maths don't exist outside of their ability to be utilized. So
math is a descriptor.
Math is a descriptor of something, right?
But it doesn't. A descriptor does not cause anything.
See, just because I can abstract. Yeah, I mean, you could think that math is so abstract like that. I don't.
So, well, show me where math can do something. You know, you everything you just described is math describing what a tree can and will do.
No, I'm
But
saying
you're
that a
not
tree
saying that
is a
math
prime
caused the tree to
example.
grow.
I'm saying that math is part of what the tree is. The divisions and branching structures of that is a math.
But did the math, again, you're still
You
answering
get
my
that,
question.
or
Hard
am I?
answer. Did the
I'm not
math
evading
cause
you.
that tree to grow? You're not agreeing with me or disagreeing with me? What is it? Which is it?
How many trees have grown? Like every math of every tree has caused it to occur how it is.
So the math caused the tree to grow.
Fucking yes.
That's what you're, okay.
Math
So
becomes
if
apparent because math becomes apparent in nature, and if something's not manifest, then you're just making up fucking numbers if they don't apply to
okay,
anything.
so, well, I mean, what if you're seeing the tree grow and then you're
Does that make
implying math
sense? Or are you just
principles
going
onto
to
it?
go with another
No, I
what if?
don't agree with you. I don't agree with
Don't
you.
agree? Okay, well
Math
then just
can't
say that.
math
I'm
can't do
good. You
things.
talk to somebody else then.
Well, no, you were just going on and on and on, and all you had to do is say yes,
I'm not
math can
going
cause
on and
things to
on.
grow, and I disagree with you.
No,
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you were.
you're trying to run study class on something like that. I'm just trying to educate you. You disagree with me. That's fine. Go on it. Go ahead and find somebody else that agrees with you. You might have a more fruitful
Okay.
conversation.
Well, I
But I am
just don't
saying
see
that,
how
like,
math can cause anything.
right. Because like I can design a tree in a simulator that's going to work just like a real tree would, you know, and I can design its formula. I can create like twist. I can simulate wind effects over a certain amount of years. I can propagate like how many buds are made on it and stuff like that. I can determine its latitude and longitude, be able to give it fucking real weather to actually grow, and then simulate that, move that in a timeline slider. Yes, it's fucking math.
Okay, everything you just described, though, to me, even just the way you said it, it was describing the predetermined parameters that you put in it, but it wasn't the thing that caused the tree. It's probably would say it was the computer programmer or the
I'm saying
computer
that the capacity of
program
mathematics to
and the
function is what makes biological life occur and capable of occurring. Without the maths behind it actually creating advantage, nothing would fucking flourish at all. Right?
So you're saying without math, so the math, so you're saying math is the
Math is
sustainer
behind
and
every
builder of
real
all.
thing. Right?
Well,
Math is
I'm
behind
just trying to
every real
read.
thing.
So math is the builder and sustainer of existence.
You are probably overstating my fucking point to get advantage to make yourself right. But what
I'm
I would
asking
say
you
is
to
that
tell me I'm wrong. I'm trying to
telling
steel
you
man
that
your argument.
no, I'm saying like, well, behind the movement of a jaguar or something like that, right? Running, there's all kinds of geometry, all kinds of kinematic relationships, math, real math that you can take from and say, I can study the proportions of this and then recreate them. That's math, as far as I'm fucking concerned. I mean, would you have something different?
Well, I just saying is that, see, to me, and I've already said it a couple of times, I said math is a descriptor. You can describe using mathematics and geometry how a cheetah runs. You can use math and that to describe how much sunlight is used for a tree to grow, or maybe why, you can use math to do all that. But math is not what caused it.
Okay. So something else.
I don't agree with
caused
you.
it. Right. Yeah. Something else is happening materially, right? It's not math.
Right.
Something
I mean,
else.
I can.
You think something fucking spiritual is making a tree grow differently? Is that what's going on? Is it magnetic fluxes? What do you perceive it to be? I'm curious.
Well, what was it? Go back to my original question. Do you remember? What was my original question?
Does math do anything in and of itself?
No,
I'm saying
further
yes,
back
the
than
2-to-1
that.
mechanical
Step
advantage is a
back.
fucking 2-to-1 mechanical advantage. Yeah.
Okay, step back further than that.
All right.
You come in
the
late.
first movement.
You want to explain the origins of the cosmos? You want to do that? That's what you were doing fucking a little earlier. Maybe you want to step back there. Yeah, maybe that's more
what I'm talking
comfortable
about.
place for you to operate because we're talking about real things, unfortunately. And you're fucking wrong.
What am I wrong about? I've asked a question.
Math is itself a conceptual ability of animals, not just people, to be able to understand geometries, speeds, movement, motion, recognition of those things are essentially all maths.
How if I disagree with what you said? I said you can use math to describe the tree, the cheetah. I did. That's what you're describing to me. That's
no,
exactly
there's a certain specific. Well, okay, look, let's take for instance, like the movement of the trout,
Okay, it's a prey species. When other fucking birds go on and they look down in the water, they look for a jutting motion in a J. They know that things are in a J when they swirl around in a J and they turn their head to move around to avoid fucking predators. That's the motion of a prey species, and then they say, "I'm gonna fuck." Like that's all geometry, optics, like all that's math. Okay, so could it be other creatures of other types, of other origins, of other proportions? Yeah, but everything that is the structure that can be defined by any kind of given length, any constant like measurement system, that is effectively a math that can be applied to a given amount of things, man. And some of them apply broadly. Not everything is the movement of a fucking trout in a fucking stream. It's not, right? Some things are just simpler, like 2-to-1 mechanical gear ratios, right? That's a cool thing to know.
I want to agree with you at one level, but it's not. I think you're still missing what I've asked. And if you go back to the original question, I said math. There could be some underlying principle that seems to be math derived, or a governing principle that seems to have their math seems to be a governing level. Okay, but that's not the nature of the question. And I asked, what caused the first movement? Okay, now that was the first question I asked you. Okay,
Yeah,
and I said,
but
I used hold on a second. Can you let me finish? Or do you want to continue talking? Okay. And I said, and I used an analogy from me, right? And I said, I can't move until something acts upon me. Like let's say if somebody pushes me, right? And I keep saying the next person cannot move until the person pushes them, right? Can't. So
You're
where
going
did
to
the first movement come
fallacy,
from?
regressive fallacy? I got you. Yeah. You want me to answer that?
Well,
You want me to answer an impossible question for you? Is that what you like?
Well, yeah, go ahead. If you think you got an answer, go ahead. Go ahead. You got an answer? Can you have an infinite regress? So you don't want to answer? Now you're done? You're done talking?
Gosh. I mean, no, I'm just struggling because, like, you have such a good point, and like, you framed it so well that I'm just really struggling to deal with like your assertions.
Well, okay. Well, it's an
That's
assertion.
all.
You're correct.
That's all it
Tell me-
is. It ain't nothing like I'm beaten by your point, dude. It's just I'm kind of
No. I'm asking you a question. So, if you think you can have an infinite if you can have an infinite regress, explain how that's possible.
No, nobody's gonna master your mind, dude. You're the master of your own fate, your own reality, bro.
What's wrong with talking about it? Why are you getting triggered? I'm actually asking honest questions. If you don't like the question, that's fine. You can stop talking anytime.
Well, when I give you some kind of thing to talk about, you just want to keep saying like but, and then push it fucking further. What are you going to talk about before this? What if I answer you? What if I give you a fucking satisfactory answer? You're just going to push to another fucking question. It's annoying.
Well, here's the thing though. Any worldview, mine, yours, anybody on this panel, if it's true, it can withstand scrutiny.
What? That doesn't mean I have to subject myself to annoyance.
You
per se,
don't.
right?
You can stop talking to me at any point and let somebody else speak. It's
Working on this for you, for you, for me, for everybody. We don't mix good. It's fine.
So you think we can? I'm gonna go back to answer my question and say yes or no. You think you can have an infinite regress?
You know what? I didn't fucking chime in on that shit. I chimed in on the math part of this. You want me to like fucking I didn't. I gotta buy another ticket for your other fucking rides here. Come on.
Well, that was the original nature of the question.
I don't
and then
know.
I brought
I
up
don't know.
math.
That's why I didn't That's why I didn't respond to your original question because I think it's a shit question.
That's fine. Well, when you brought up math and my understanding of math, and I think a lot of people here would agree with me, it's just a descriptor. It can describe how things operate, how things are. You can use it at some level to predict how certain things
all
can
my
occur.
words. I love that it doesn't matter what I said.
It does matter. It does matter, but
I'm just feel like I'm really going to be continuing this conversation again another time.
That's fine. That's fine. Whatever you
25 minutes down the drain, trying to talk to you about what I think math is, and you're just gonna say it's a descriptor. Oh my gosh, it is what it is, man. Otherwise, it's just fucking cartoon math, right? Unless it's actually describing something real, it is the real thing, that you are studying. It is the portion of that that you can measure, that you might be able to apply to maths. Yeah. And that thing might be a phenomena. That might be like just something that's for study. You want to learn more about it, right? So that everything has maths to it means that everything has a way that it works. So it's just that simple to me. And if you want to just break it down to being just a general descriptor, then cool. I don't mean to overspeak either. Go ahead. I mean, if you have a different definitional frame of reference, then go ahead. You know.
Well, I mean, I've never just. I've honestly.
Okay.
At one level, I haven't disagreed with you. I just don't know if I don't think you've convinced me in your argument, and you haven't given me a strong enough argument to say that math can actually do something.
All right. Next time you invite people to discuss something with you, why don't you just say like, "Hey, I want to have an argument where that's the fucking that's now the movement of the goalpost." That I was having an argument with you.
I thought this was a discussion, and honestly, I heard you, and I'm like, I don't agree, and I said, why I don't agree, because I think math is a descriptor; it's not a cause of anything, and that's all I said. And if you disagree with that, that's perfectly fine.
So that would be like if the math is describing the thing, then what the thing does that does the thing is essentially not a cause for itself. That the fact that the kinematics of a jaguar, if you remove that, it's still a jaguar. It still runs fast to you. No, it's like the maths that are dependent upon its geometries.
Okay, what caused the cheetah to start running?
Again, more of this.
Why is that? That's part of the nature of my original question. You said cheetah's running, and you can describe it mathematically, but I asked the question, how did the cheetah start? What made the cheetah start moving?
No, the question is like, what makes the cheetah run fast?
No.
And that's where you're like, hey, let me measure some of that shit.
It can walk across the Sahara, or it can sprint 70 miles an hour.
If you're going to try to understand and digest something on a mathematical level, I don't think you're asking the right questions. But that's just me.
So what's wrong? I mean, honestly, that's a physics question. It's a cause and effect. So what caused the cheetah to move? What caused it to start running? What caused it to start walking? What caused it to get up in the morning?
This is where you want to take the conversation now. I mean, it's just not. It's not worth the. You're not making this worth the calorie burning for me.
Well, then you can stop anytime.
I don't understand the reasoning behind the question at all, Paul.
Well, I mean, it's back to the conversation me and you've had probably for a couple of weeks now, or a couple of months now. Can you have an infinite regress? And if it's an infinite regress of movement, what started the first movement, or do you have an infinite regress of movement into the past? And I use the analogy, and I'll use it again. I don't know if you heard it, but I can't move until somebody pushes me. But that person can't move until someone pushes them, and then that person can't move until someone pushes them. Can that go on? Because if no one pushes until the one before them pushes, will I ever move?
Well,
so where the first.
I mean, if you look at the movement within a magnetic field, it's this gyromagnetic precession is what it's called, and yeah, it's a constant thing. It's constantly reciprocating. So if you look at
it's always been moving. So it's always been moving.
Well, anytime you have a magnetic field, yeah, it's by definition, yeah.
So if a magnet's sitting on the table, it's moving. The magnetic field's moving.
No. The magnetic field is ab extra to the magnet itself.
No, wait a minute. So I mean, I still don't understand. So you're saying that I guess I don't get what you're saying. So the magnetic fields have always been moving, always, forever into the past. They've been moving.
Yeah. Anytime you have a magnetic field, it's reciprocating.
Okay, can you prove? What's your evidence for that? That it's been moving forever into the past. What's your evidence for that?
Well, obviously, I can't go into the past, but I mean, if you can show me a magnetic field that doesn't have centrifugal and centripetal convergence and divergence, then I guess your point would be proven. But I don't think you can do that.
Well, I mean, how can looking at something, how something's behaving now, make an argument that said it's always been acting that way?
Well, again, you would have to show that it's not acting that way in order to make the conclusion that it had a beginning or an end.
Well, no. Well,
Like
I mean, go ahead.
Anytime we look at the magnetic field, these are the qualities of a magnetic field. I mean, it's unchanged.
Okay, but that's just because that still doesn't. I mean, I actually said it. Just because you see how something is operating now, and then you can say it's been operating this way for 100 years, that doesn't necessarily prove that it's always been operating that way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could make that claim, but again, you would have to show something to the contrary to invoke the thought that it could be any different.
Well, I already kind of have, because I don't know. I mean, I've already said this on here. You can't have an infinite regress, and I think my idea of movement is the same idea, because even if a magnetic field is fluctuating, there's energy involved in that, because it's moving. The field is moving over a distance, which would imply work. So you're saying a magnetic field can work?
Well, it seemingly comes from nowhere and goes to nowhere.
Okay, just because you don't know where it's coming from or where it went to, doesn't mean that there's not something that's, that where it came from or where it's going to. So you're just assuming. So you're actually making an argument.
I know where it's coming from, but
where's it coming from?
Where you deem anything to be would take a Cartesian coordinates of presence, and this is counterspatial, which doesn't have a Cartesian presence. So anytime you look at that center of the magnetic field, where the magnetic field is seemingly coming from and going to, doesn't have a Cartesian coordinate system. So to it is.
So it's coming from nowhere and going nowhere. Think about the logic in that, if that's true. Think about the logic within that.
Okay.
So it's coming from nowhere and going nowhere.
So again, what do you deem to be, what do you qualify when we use the word where? When we use the word where, we're automatically invoking a Cartesian coordinate system. So for anything to be something, it has to be present, measurable, quantifiably so.
Right.
If we can't measure where this is coming from, if we can't measure where it's coming from or going to, then the only other point we could make from that would be that it's going into this counterspatial realm. Like I've always said, there's only two dimensions. You have dimensional and non-dimensional. So things only have.
When you imply non-dimensional, that means it's non-material. Because you can't even have energy without matter, without space.
Well, this is how you have space. This is the birthing of and the creating of space is the magnetic field. You can't have space without a magnetic field.
Can you have a magnetic field without space and time?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. These are the qualifications of space and time, is that of a magnetic field.
Okay, but okay, so you're describing what you see in the physical world. So you're saying something that's coming into existence from nowhere into the physical world, that's somewhere, and then disappearing back into nowhere again.
That's kind of a straw man, because I've already told you many times that nothing or nowhere doesn't exist. So those are only concepts. So there has to be somewhere, but what do we qualify where to be or to be as? And that's why I told you
if
that.
It's not, well, if you can't be measured, if it's not measured in this physical world, but not be in this physical world, then it's nowhere.
Right, but nowhere doesn't exist. You can't say you can't invoke emptiness as a thing, right? It's a qualifier of something being empty of something else, just like nothingness. Nothingness doesn't exist. So when I say that it's coming from nowhere and going to nowhere, that's just the colloquial usage of what I'm trying to explain to you. But that nowhere would be this non-dimensional realm, which we call counter space.
So what's the cause of it to come into existence from this so-called counter space?
Oh, I mean, that's a good question.
Something has to move it. Because, see, this is back to the same thing again.
No,
Something has to move it. Hold on a second. Oh, it's the unmoved. Oh, so you're saying this counter space is God?
No, I can't say that it's not.
Well, that's usually when they talk about the unmoved mover. That's usually what people talk about. And see, here's the thing, and I've made this argument also. An action or something cannot change state. It has to be something intrinsic in itself or extrinsic to itself, which means it can only change within itself, which means something within it caused the change, or something outside of it caused the change. So, and if it's something inside of itself, how can innate, non-intelligent matter make a change state without something extrinsic to itself to cause it?
Man, that's all good questions. I don't know if I can answer that. I mean, I'd have to do a lot of thinking about that.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to tackle this problem? Don't be afraid of me. I'm not that bad.
His argument is that it's always been that way because we observe it that way. That means it's always had to be that way, and you can't prove it wasn't ever that way. You can't prove it wasn't ever not that way.
Well, I mean, technically that's a leap of faith to say it's always been that way. It's because you have no way to prove that, and you can't say that. I mean, just because I see a rock there, I go by it every day, and I see that rock sitting there. That doesn't mean the rock's always been there. Just because over the next 500 years I've seen that rock sitting there, that doesn't mean the rock's always been there. Somebody could have brought it brought it to that location 1 year before it was, the year before the 500 years, it wasn't there and it came into being that year. So just to make that's not a good argument to say it's always been there because we see it to always be there, because that's not what our experience is. It falls apart. It's not a good argument. See, the only option you have, only two options you have, and I actually gave it already. You have to make a philosophical argument, or you have to make a scientific argument to prove your point. And as soon as you say it's always been there in a material sense, then you fall into a scientific argument. How would you prove that scientifically?
Well, scientifically speaking, I would say that anytime you have matter and mass, you have magnetism. You can't, they're inseparable. You can't have matter or mass without a magnetic component involved.
I mean, in that sense, you're just describing it.
If I said that the creation of space is a magnetic divergent wake front, which it is, then how can you say it hasn't always been? If in order to have space, you have to have a magnetic field to begin with.
So, but are you saying the magnetic field's always been there forever? Into the past?
I can't say that, but I can say a magnetic field is required to have space and matter and mass. And without that, you don't have those things.
Well, I can't have a roof on a house.
That, I don't
Hold on a second. Okay, well, I can't have a roof on a house unless I have the the foundation first. So that's fine, and that's you can't have space and time and all this stuff without magnetism or vice versa. I mean, that's just describing how the world is and how it seems to be, but that doesn't necessarily answer the question. Where has it always been that way? Has the universe always existed? Or the realm we live in, has it always existed? That doesn't answer the question.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the realm that we know it to be as we know it to be, meaning space and materials and all these things, you couldn't have that without magnetism. So it's like, this
That's
obviously came before reality. If this is the basis for all reality's existence, then it's logical to assume that the magnetism's always been there in the sense that as long as the universe or reality's been.
Well, see, I don't have a problem with that argument.
I don't know.
Well, see, I don't have a problem with that argument necessarily. But that doesn't, just because you can see how things are operating now and how things are now doesn't mean that it's always been this way. So, I mean, has the universe always been? So that's the question. Has the universe always been? Or the realm that has always been here?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. I'm a God-fearing man, so I believe in creation.
Then you should agree with me then. So you should be, instead of fighting me, you should be on my side. Yeah.
I do, but the problem is we're trying to make a logical connection between ether and God. And it's hard to do. And I definitely think there is a divine connection between that. How to prove that? I don't know.
I don't think it's, well, I honestly, I don't think you can prove it scientifically. There's no way. So I think you can infer it. I think it's a philosophical argument that you can try to make, which I think we've talked about this, a long time ago. But it doesn't necessarily, I mean, I don't know. I have no opinion. I'm listening to the arguments on both sides, so I don't know, where I land on the ether or not. So,
science doesn't have the capacity to explain it because you need something to start off with.
I agree. Honestly, I agree with that because I don't think it can be proven scientifically by even my premise, but I think it can be proven philosophically and logically. It can be proven, and that's what I was trying to get to.
What about this? What if we even did know how it came to be by science? What if it's beyond our reckoning? What if it's beyond our mental capacity to understand it? Is that a possibility?
Oh, that's definitely a possibility. I mean, I've actually said this. I mean, think about this. Like when was that Dicelo that was talking a minute ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Like when you're talking about the ether and magnetism and the way the world works, it's like me looking at a car describing the combustion engine. I'm driving down the road and I'm describing the combustion engine, the metal alloys, the metal. That doesn't say anything about how the car was manufactured. It doesn't say anything about that. Because the way it operates, it may be very different than the way it probably is very different than the way it was manufactured. And even how human beings.
We see this connection with everything, having this certain expression of incommensurability, and to me that's like God's thumbprint, so to speak.
Well, I think the footprint. That's why I used the first movement. I mean, then somebody brought it up already. That's the prime mover. I think it was Aristotle or somebody came up with that terminology, the prime mover. I think that's a fingerprint of God because you can't have an infinite regress. I don't think that's possible. Logic and any philosophy teacher, anybody you've ever talked to, will say you cannot have an infinite regress. It just can't happen. That's why I use that analogy I use because. It just makes logical sense.
I had a call come in, so I kind of missed what you said.
Define what you mean by infinite regress. What does that mean?
Well, okay. An infinite series of events into the past. Okay. That's what you can't have. Like one series after another, infinitum. Like, and I've used the one illustration, but there's all kinds of illustrations. Another one is Hilbert's, well, not Hilbert's Hotel, but there's another one called the Devil something. It's about, and how to describe it. Darn it, I don't know how to. I know the idea, but it's hard to describe. It's like, okay, I'm going to be assassinated at 12:01. Okay, so you got this or 12 o'clock. I'm going to be assassinated at 12 o'clock. The devil's this guy, this enemy or bad guy's going to kill me at 12 o'clock. Well, if you got this devil that if I'm not dead at 12:01, it's hard. I'm going to butcher this really bad, but basically it's an infinite series of devils, because until one devil does the act or something, somebody might know this. I heard this a long time ago, but in a sense, I'll never be killed because it's always dependent on the previous devil, right? So if a current event is based upon a previous event, and then you take that previous event all the way into the past, there's no starting point. I mean, where does infinity start? It doesn't. So if it's always dependent upon something previous for its current event, it'll never happen because you have no starting point. You have to have something that starts, something that turns the ignition, something that pushes the first domino. And that's why you can't have time can't be infinite into the past, because you can't have an infinite series of past events. You can't have it. So time is finite. Philosophy and people agree with that. Even in the Big Bang Theory, they say time and space came into beginning at the Big Bang. So even time has a beginning. So I'm not saying that's right, but I mean, they're even acknowledging that. So there has to be an absolute beginning of existence, of any event. It's basically an event, if you know what I mean by that. So I don't know if that helps. I probably made it worse, but you can ask the question if you don't understand something. You just can't have an infinite regress. You can look it up. There's all kinds of things online about infinite regresses. And honestly, Einstein didn't like it. He didn't like the beginning of the universe. He wanted to be an eternal universe because he knew the implications. So even Einstein didn't like it. Scientists don't like it because it implies Oh, and here's another thing. You can't have, this is actually another piece of it. Somebody brought up about God as an explosion of matter or something like that. You can't have an amount of something, because if you did, it would consume it would be all one thing, basically, if that makes any sense. So that implies that even the realm or universe we live in is finite, because you can't have an infinite number of things. Because actually, even with, if you use mathematics and try to use math infinities, you get absurdities. So, like, if I take away all the even number of infinite series of numbers, if I take all the way the even numbers from that series, I still have an infinite number of series, that's incoherent. How's that possible? You can't do that. Even with the mathematics, it starts to not make sense.
What if I was to tell you that I can make for you infinity in order of numbers, an infinite set, but that's in order? Does that seem possible?
Okay, well, I mean, I'm when I'm talking about an actual thing, it's not mathematics is a concept. So I mean, you can technically go infinite into the create an infinite series of numbers, but honestly, you would run out of ways to describe that infinite series, and you would probably die before you even got there.
Yeah, I can't even print it. I thought about trying to print it, and I was like, well, even if I laid it out at 8-point font in a football field, I still can't. I'm still just at a puny amount of where I could go with it. Right?
Well, right.
From this
If you
algorithm.
start, right. I mean, yeah. I mean, technically, if you just started making an infinite series of periods, you would eventually fill up the whole universe with infinite periods.
Well, when I started doing the math, it was like, yeah, like it's just insane. Like I can create a matrix size that's like larger than the solar system.
Yeah, you would never. Well, the thing is,
an 8-point font, I could do that. I could make an ordered set the size of the entire theorized solar system in 8-point font.
But here's the thing, though.
How many sheets of paper is that? That's a lot. Go ahead.
But here's the thing, though. If you filled up if you filled up just the solar system, let's say, of these papers, wouldn't that still be a finite number of pages?
I can go bigger. I'm not trying to flex. I can do infinite.
Well, when you pull off this infinite thing,
yeah.
When you pull this off, if you could pull off an infinite series in your lifetime of an actual thing, not just a concept thing, an actual
but
infinite
a thing that like is evident in nature, right?
Well, okay. Well, show me an infinite thing, something that's in nature that's an.
Will take me a while to do this. Oh, I don't know. Well, the infinite spiral regress fallacy, right? The golden spiral, the Fibonacci spiral. It's a law of proportion. Law of proportion over a certain, given a distance, we get a proportion. We can see this all throughout nature, totally copping off of each other's style. Or it's just the math working itself through. Or a sunflower is like looking at a fucking snail and being like, let me decode your shit and fucking apply it to my geometry for phylotaxis. You know what I mean? Let me take your shell or it's math that just works out and through life, So
okay, well, remember, okay, well that's a mathematical formula that causes that. But actually, what I'm talking about, like, show me the Fibonacci sequence or whatever you just said. If I screwed it up, that's an infinite in nature, something of a thing, like a sunflower. You said that's in a sunflower. Well, show me
its proportion.
It's infinite, but it's got to be infinite, which means you can see it infinitely in the flower.
It's like trying to describe to you why Mandelbrot is cool. You know what I mean?
Do what now?
It's like trying to explain to you why fractal math is cool. You know what I mean? But but you wouldn't even know what I'm talking about with the kind of math that's possible with this. So that's fine.
Is math a concept or is it a descriptor?
Is a Cartesian plane important? Let's say I could infinitely order with individual numbered grids for 8-point font the entire solar system, for say, right? I was able to Cartesian map it with a real Cartesian grid because I can just flip my number sheets 90 degrees, and then I can develop 3D coordinate systems all based on that follow with like precision. It's like some really good fucking shit, man. Yeah, like that could be done, Well, then in nature, right? So like everything within the plane of our solar system could be mapped to it. Why is that not evidence in your nature or whatever?
Remember I said it. Everything you're talking about is a mathematics, which is a lot of times it's a concept, which concepts aren't made of things. I'm talking about infinite things, like like a period. If I put a period on a piece of paper, that's a thing, right? Something that's you can see it in the physical world. That's what I'm talking about. You can't have an infinite series of things, not a mathematics.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm not even at infinite going to the entire. Like, I can probably, like, at magnitude like 8 get to where it's bigger than the entire known world, right?
But that's still not infinite.
At 8-point font, dude, it goes infinite, right? But that's at magnitude 8 of infinite. So let's talk about 100 would be a lot. Okay, that's like more than any computers you're going to chew on.
It would take years for that to occur, actually.
Well, actually, that's the thing. Even using that as an example, you can't even use it. You can't. A computer system cannot write an infinite because it'll eventually run out of a memory because it would fill up the memory in the memory card.
Well, you have
That's
to
why
build better computers, but considering the fact that you'd have like all of these different matrices that you could like develop all different types of circuitry and stuff off of, I mean, you'd be in a different place. But yeah, anyway, yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Fibonacci is cool. Like, don't you think that that's in nature? Isn't that evidence of nature and math having like a union because they are like simpatico? They're not like false. Like certain things are real geometrical descriptors. They have form and function, right?
Hey,
I don't know if
you
you
guys mind if I jump in for just a second, and I might be able to appease and offend both of you at the same time.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. So you're talking about the unmoved mover, right? The first mover.
Yep.
Gotcha. Trying to avoid an infinite regress, there has to be a starting point, right? Logically or deductively, we would come to that conclusion. And even when Snacks is talking about the Fibonacci sequence, the Fibonacci sequence starts with 1, right? And then 1 has the expression of itself. That's its first action, is its expression of itself.
It's actually, I believe it's really 0 plus 1 is the true start of it.
Well, and I would argue that we are reaching. What? All right, go ahead.
No, so I was just going to say that you have to have the 1 as a beginning position. The 1 is the first step, because the 0 is non-existence, and you can't have non-existence. You can't have nothing.
So you're.
Dysela talks about this. So in order to have the 1, you need to have something that is outside of that set or sequence that is above it, that has the capability or the intelligence to comprehend the first position.
So we're using 0 as a setter for the next course of digits to be made, right? That's our 10 or decimilia, right? So we could divide that scale up into however many ways that we want. It's like inches or meters, right? You could divide all that stuff up if you want, however you want.
Well, I mean, I was going to say, I think we are moving towards a potential infinite, which means it's not an actual. But there has to be like even in the Fibonacci sequence, you're right. It has the starting point, and it potentially can go an infinite, potentially, but that doesn't mean we'll ever reach it because it'll always be finite.
Right. The only way that the infinite becomes infinite is when it wraps back upon itself, right? And then you have the serpent eating its tail, and thus you have a 0, which is impossible. That is nothing and everything. When actually you need somebody outside of that conceptually to even start it.
Yeah,
at least in my opinion, right?
Only 4 numbers out of the first 60 digits in Fibonacci end in 0. And that's recurrent throughout the system. So like every 60 numbers. What?
But 1 and 0 is not a representation of 1 and nothing, right? It's a representation of what we call 10, which would be 10 individual things.
Yep.
0 in the concept of 0 itself is
0 is in a way is really the consequence of 5 plus 5.
No, 5 plus 5 is a quantity. 0 is no quantity.
This is Fibonacci, bro. This is like trying to. You know what I'm saying? This is Fibonacci. This is phi, right? It has to do with 5. It's the motion of 5 plus 5 that creates the 10.
Well, I know, but see, I think he was talking about 0 without a 1, which means it's not 10, it's 0, which 0 means no quantity, nothing.
Yeah, I'm telling you just like how many numbers. I'm telling you how many times 0 would be like the last number within. I can give you that.
And think of it this way, Snacks.
Whatever.
Think of it this way: without the concept of 1 or the manifestation of 1, what use is the concept of 0?
Yeah, they're like the counter space and space. 0 and 1. I think feels like that to me, and in the way that Fibonacci works out. I'm not new to this part. I've been studying this shit for like over 25 years.
If you want to think of zero conceptually, like zero in and of itself, not zero when it's attached to any other number, right? So excluding 10, 100, 20, 30, all of these things. If you want to think of zero, the zero, the place prior to 1, as the counter space or the first mover, that which contains or is outside of the material, that is outside time and space altogether, that caused the first movement, right? Breathe the first breath. Breath is movement, and without movement, you don't have life. If you want to think of that conceptually as a zero, sure.
Okay.
Zero, not zero as in nothing, but something of intelligence that moves forth.
Yeah. So for me, like the prime movers within the Fibonacci series can be broken down into like a couple different things. Probably the most primary to it is the 550. Without 5 plus 5 equaling 10, or without the ability to say that as a logic, then the fabric of the Fibonacci series will break apart. Without a perfect symmetry of even numbers, it would lose this ability to keep maintaining its form over time. And so there's there's another stabilizer that's a 12-digit number, and so these 3 factors create this infinite order that looks like soup until you put it in a square, and then you're like, holy shit, it's all ordered. And it happens at every degree of it, and that's why I find it to be like amazing. Like we're just looking at snail shells, like at this is the most basic type of stuff that you can do with this, but this is encoded into the life, right? So like that's why it's important to me, and that's why it like verges upon spirituality to me. So like if you tell me that my maths are fucking shit, like, and that they're not godly enough to like express like what the creator fucking made, like don't play that with me, man. Like, yeah. Like this is stuff like I sought out. Like I was called to fucking look at these numbers. Like who would fucking do this, man? It's like anyway. So like I'm not like I don't have like a math specialty either. So it's just.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and I don't have. I don't have. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I think earlier on, it's not that Paul wasn't recognizing the significance of being able to see and quantify the fingerprints of the intelligence that can be expressed within mathematics, right? I don't think he was diluting that at all whatsoever.
No,
when you were talking about.
I wasn't at all, actually. Yeah, I was not. I mean, I think math. I was actually thinking about this not too long ago that it does seem that math, and I'm not saying, I mean, there is, okay, and I think math is actually pointing to something. I don't think math is the thing, but I think it's pointing to something, that there is some governing principles, and math describes it. If that's a better way to say it. I don't know if, I mean,
like
but they
the
just
constant
point to that
E,
governing.
that's an important one, right? Like E is an important principle in nature.
E,
right?
what do you mean E? What do you mean E?
It's the constant of interest. Sprechen Sie E? Napalm?
No, I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about.
The value of compound interest.
Compound
the
interest.
Rate, the rate of compounding interest, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think there is definitely a I mean, I've gotten a discussion with people like talk about how you should not waste. I'm going like, well, if I look at this the way nature is, there's a lot of, it would seem to be a lot of waste, but I don't look at it as waste. It's an abundance. Like you have an abundance of things. Like there's abundance when you go plant. You take one seed and you can get an apple tree out of it that can produce apples for decades. There's an abundance that seems to be worked into creation. And I agree with that at one level. And there seems to be a governing principle at some level, and tapping into that, which I agree, compound interest, like within money, is a good thing. I think there's something to that. So I don't. That's why. But I don't know. And I don't want to keep like I'm beating a dead horse. Please don't think that. But math maybe describe describing and govern. There might be this underlying principle that's governing and controlling things, but that's not the same thing as it's not the same thing as the cause of the thing. Like the Fibonacci sequence didn't cause the seashell to be that way. It governed how the seashell was formed, but it was not the cause of the seashell.
It's like it might just be that what it is diagramming and showing is just like the kind of flow that like life uses as its blueprint, as its like schema, as its like underlying substructure, as its lattice, right? So that's how I look at it, right? All different types of things exhibit like just unique things that you wouldn't notice like on the surface level. You wouldn't know like the cross grains in wood happen, but for a reason, not just for woodworking, not just for woodworkers to make fancy boxes, but like because it helps to wick the water up in certain layers to help. Yeah. Anyway, right? All this like stuff going on with the and that's going up at a spiral. I feel that the Fibonacci series also can like talk about light. It can describe a lot of different things because it's like there is, I believe, I guess the pot of the gold at the end of the rainbow here. So there's a universal kind of language that nature talks in that is mathematic that can be interpreted, and that's cool. But that itself, the interpretation of it itself, is not the cause. No, we're studying the cause and developing it out to interpret it. Right. That's why. So whatever we discover, and at the end of the day, like codify and put in a lexicon of knowledge that we're like, we understand this because of this. Well, that's just like copying from nature and understanding it and developing technology off of that. That's all we do, right? Just nature's capable of doing anything. It's the greatest invention maker possible, and we get to like kind of interface with that in the bridge of applying knowledge to problem solving and stuff like that using tools. That's really cool. Wow. I mean, imagine like what we'd be dealing with here in like 300 years time or 500,000 years time, you know what I mean, worth of like the accruing like beneficial development of all human people, you know what I mean, for the betterment of everything. Like imagine that. Like that would be like some kind of Star Trek race you'd run into, right? Like some kind of shit, right? Imagine that. Is that the one world kind of order that is being pushed for, in the Star Trek League of Nations?
Yeah. So
Too much?
math.
Too much.
Yeah, maybe a little too
Sorry.
much. Math is a language, right? And math is one of the only languages which we say can prove, right, or has proofs. And I think, ironically, the scientific world or the mathematicians are missing the largest or the most obvious proof to me is that the functionality of math and how beautiful it is with describing the natural world around us, to me, is in essence containing a much larger proof that nobody wants to touch, for the most part, with a 10-foot pole, or treats it as the third rail of ultimate mathematic proofs, which is the proof of the existence of some sort of intelligence that orders itself in a way that can speak to us in a language that provides us proof.
Well, I was I don't want to take away from your thought. I think I think it is evidence of God. I think mathematics, but I was just thinking about this. So I stopped and went to the bathroom real quick. There's something that's under mathematics that governs mathematics. You know what that is? Logic. And it's like the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, all those things undergird mathematics sits on top of that, because without logic, mathematics falls apart. Does this equation equal this outcome, right? So if I say 2 + 2 = 5, that's a null. That's not right. That's false. So there's a logic involved in math. If you didn't have logic, it's so that's the undercurrent of math. So now that begs the question, where does logic come from? Anybody want to tackle that question? We've already kind of talked about it, by the way.
Yeah, Paul, I didn't hear your question, but I did hear your premise and your statement prior to kind of walking away for a second there. And
Yeah.
I don't think your thought was undermining at all what I was saying. I think it was actually complementing it very well. But what was your question?
I said, where did logic come from? So if logic undergirds mathematics, and mathematics is the description of the world, where did logic come from?
I would say it would have to come from the same source. But that's
I agree.
I mean, do you think like people are just predisposed to like find patterns or pattern seeking? You know, we find what works for us.
So logic comes from pattern recognition. Is that what you're saying?
Our own like development.
So logic came from pattern recognition. Is that what you said?
Well, it's a combination of different things that come together to form logic. Principally, I think at least two things. So,
well, mathematics is very dependent upon, like I said, the law of identity. You got to define your terms. It's dependent upon the law of non-contradiction. It's dependent upon the law of excluded middle. It's actually dependent upon that. Mathematics is. So that's the basis for mathematics, is logic. And you're saying but if you're saying that pattern recognition is the basis for mathematics, but see, I've already agreed. See, I think there's something that's undergirding, guiding, controlling, in a sense, that puts that. So the fact that we can start using mathematics to describe the world, there's something underneath that's governing it all. So you can't even have truth without logic. You can't have mathematical proofs without logic. You can't even have scientific proof, through hypothesis without logic. You need logic for all of that.
yeah, you can have like faulty logic. You could have correct logic. You could have like half correct logic, right?
But just think about what you just said. You can have faulty logic, which means your logic is flawed. Bad logic or whatever. But that implies that there's some logic that you can evaluate your bad logic against. So there's something you can evaluate it against.
And let's say, a lot of people apply logic to like profiling people, right? I don't know. Somebody approaches you on the street dressed in a business suit. You know what I mean? You might approach them. Somebody's got a bloody shirt on. You know what I mean? Yeah. Maybe they have a perfectly good reason for it, but you might avoid them.
Well, I think you misunderstand. I think we're talking about two different things. You're talking about reasoning. I'm talking about the laws of logic, which means, like the law of identity. Like, okay, that the profiling would kind of almost fall in the law of identity. Okay, but if a police officer knows that the crime rate is higher in this certain ethnic group, and I'm not going to say what that is, then he would be more cautious. Hold on a second. Because he might know that in that certain ethnic group that they might be more apt to be that way. I'm not saying that's right.
That's racial profiling.
But right. But I'm not saying it's
you might
right.
profile somebody based on the car that they drive up in, right?
Well, right. If most drug dealers come up in a Lamborghini most of the time, and he sees a Lamborghini on the road, and most of the drug dealers he's busted have been driving a Lamborghini, he's probably going to be thinking twice about that Lamborghini. And there's logic to that.
Right. Is some presumptions in logic to be made? Like, so if your presumptions are incorrect, then your logic will eventually be like proven to be like a little bit faulty, depending on. But if you don't make presumptions and you have like really true, if you could build a logic, it's like building a stool, sort of, right? Like a three-legged stool.
Like you need three kind of pillars to support it. If it doesn't, it kind of falls over, right? If you just have one thing that you think and it doesn't measure up against another, then you'd say, oh, well, these don't join up correctly.
Well, I mean, there's the premises, like that's what they call it when you get into a premises of all men are mortal, right? This is a premise. All men are mortal. Aristotle was a man, therefore Aristotle was more mortal. Okay,
right. That's a classic logical syllogism. Yes,
right. So the premises have to be true for the last to follow. But you also see, but in that you have to define what a man is. You have to define what Aristotle is. You have to define what mortal is. So that's the law of identity. But then that's what that's just the logical syllogism, right? So. But the premises have to be true.
I've heard Right the Hand use this type of logic system to some interesting results, I'll say. But you know what I mean? Not saying that everybody uses it to its utmost, necessarily arriving at truth. You know what I mean? But that's the endeavor, right?
Well, let's actually
pick the most right. These are just basic things that like logic itself evolves from, I think. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, okay, that's why I want to use Deisla's argument from earlier, just try to put it in a syllogism. Okay, let's see if I can put this in a syllogism. The magnetic field acts a certain way. Okay, we have always seen within my lifetime the magnetic field operating that way. Therefore, the magnetic field has always operated that way. Now, is there any fault in his premise? Is there any fault?
Yeah. I think Francis Bacon would have something to say about it.
Well, I'm just saying is like the one premise. I mean, the fact is you can't say that premise has always been that way is true. You can't say that. The only way to say that is true.
Francis Bacon says basically that man will usually take the extension of what he knows as to be the extension that is forever, rather than challenge it with something that he doesn't know and must then learn. So you would presume, for the most part, most people's logical inference is to just kind of presume. Yeah, it's bad.
Well, and also it's typically within logic and any kind of premise. If you say it when you imply it's always like me and my wife have gotten into an argument before. I say you've always done that, and I'll say that to her, and she says, "What? No, you know better than that." Then she'll point out 5 other times where I didn't do that or she didn't do that, and I'm going like, "Well, you're right." So that's actually sometimes to say that your premise. If you always put the word "always" in place of anything in your syllogism, more than likely, right off the bat, you can assume it's false.
Yeah.
So you never do that. You never do that.
Broad generalities are usually not correct.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah.
What if I always leave always out of my syllogisms?
Oh,
ooh. Will you always do that?
I'm just playing.
I know you are. I'm playing back. I know. But some people get too pedantic sometimes when it comes to when you're into an argument too. So, there's another thing that is something good to talk about too. There's some self-evident truths that can't be proven. Have you heard that term before?
What is it?
There's self-evident truths that can't be proven.
Yeah. I don't know. I've heard people express the concept of beyond logic there is logos, or this kind of higher sense of things that kind of I don't know, just maybe parts of your own mind that don't normally get to have their own say kind of get to sometimes. I'm not really sure what it is, but something of, I guess, spiritual divine order on that level.
as like, you know, like, I don't know, maybe it's sometimes like moral decisions, like you choose to do something, you don't. It's hard to say like what makes you go a certain direction or another. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's almost like this consulting that one does sometimes in deep contemplation, let's say. You know, so I think that maybe that was more common in the past. But yeah, what do you think about that? Logos as a philosophical like Godhead or something like that. These kinds of concepts that are so sort of, I guess, ideas.
From a Christian perspective, that's where I'm coming from. That's why I think it's funny that the writer John, he used the word logos when in describing of Jesus. You know, and I've always heard it's the ground of all being, the ground of existence, the governor of all, of existence. That's usually when they use the word logos, an undergirding principle. I think that's usually what I've heard described as the logos, and Jesus is described as the logos. Usually the English translates it word, which is interesting. I think this gets back to some other stuff that I talked about. It's funny that the Bible the word became flesh and dwelt among us, the logos, but the writers translate it word. Then you go back to Genesis, and what brought the world into existence? It was God speaking. You know, God spoke, and the world came into existence. So, and there's another passage in First Peter, I think, somewhere in First Peter, Second Peter says that all things are held together through the power of God's word, so through the logos. So it's all all interconnected. And and honestly, I've always thought more. If I was going to try to describe how the world is, it's almost like it is a kind of in a way, but not completely a way of a simulation. Because that's kind of what we're alluding to about mathematics and something that's undergirding it. And I think it's that God's sustaining power of His Word that's holding the universe into existence. That's my thought process as a Christian. He's the sustainer and keeper of everything. He's the governor and ruler of how things operate. And he's the prime mover. He put the rules in place and then made the first move. He moved the first piece of he moved the first chess piece. Actually, that's another good illustration. In a sense, mathematics govern the chess pieces, if you think about it. But until the first piece is moved, the math doesn't matter. Until the game is underfoot, as they say, where the game is afoot by Sherlock Holmes. Somebody has to move the first piece on the board before the game starts.
Yeah, that's a lot of people can get down with the simulation idea as long as the creator of the simulation has nothing to do with something that we would call God or a creator or a Abrahamic or a monotheistic type creator. And sometimes a lot of people point to like even monotheist, like polytheistic religions, and they say, oh, well, these other religions have these demigods. But I think the question, or why is yours correct, this, that, or the other, I don't try to begin to define or fully comprehend the creator. I think that would be a ridiculous journey to undertake, to think you can have that full comprehension while you're within this realm.
Well, the way I kind of talk about it,
I think the question that you're asking, I was just going to say, I think the question that you initially asked,
is he breaking up or is it me?
Paul, is I think one that can still be asked even to the polytheistic religions, right? Like, what came about as far as the creation of these demigods?
Oh, you broke up on some of what you were saying. I don't know if it was me or you, but do you know the problem with the poly? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Good, how are you?
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you, Paul.
the problem I have with the
Oh,
polytheistic
nice.
religion,
Fun.
if there's like these demigods or these multiple gods out
Yeah.
there, you still have to have the prime mover, even within them. You still have to who started their existence. You still have the same problem because then you
Yeah,
have to
that
say
that
they've
was my
always
point. I don't know
existed.
if you heard me.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I didn't hear you. You broke up a little bit. It might have been me or you. I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, it was definitely me. I'm walking my dog. That's probably why you didn't hear me. But yeah, that was exactly my point. Ironically,
But you know,
still
I don't.
remains. You know, your initial
Well,
question
I
still.
don't know if you've ever noticed the way I argue. I kind of have a method to my madness. Um, I usually argue for God's existence first. I spend most of my time on that. If you noticed, I don't really spend. I mean, I spend time on other stuff too, but most of the time that's where I try to prove that there is at least a God. That God, a God, the monotheistic one God idea. But then, see, I moved to make why Christianity. Though? That's a different question, and there's different evidence for that, and I've gotten into that a little bit too. So, um, why not Abraham or Muhammad? What about the Jewish religion or any other religion or any? There actually is other monotheistic religions out there besides Christianity and Islam and Judaism. You just don't hear about them very much, and I can't even name one off the top of my head right now. But they do exist out there. But why Jesus? That's the question, and I always go back. Why Christianity? Well, did Jesus rise from the dead? If that's true, that puts him above all other religious leaders that's ever existed. So
And like I said, or you said, that's further down in the discussion. But the establishment of the unmoved mover is the starting point. I agree.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, because if God doesn't exist, then miracles can't happen because there's nothing outside of space, matter, and time. So it becomes a moot point. But if God exists, He's outside of space, matter, and time, then miracles are possible. So,
Right.
anyway.
And then that goes into if nothing's outside of that, then everything has a definitive explanation that we can explain within this realm, and then everything is allegedly within the ability for man to comprehend, and I don't think that's actually the case.
For some reason, I can't hear Paul.
Turn him up.
Is he coming in for you guys?
I've been hearing
Yeah.
Paul.
Oh, he's hot mic. Yeah. Hot.
I just came in and I can hear him.
Is he breaking up again, or is it me?
I might be breaking up. Can you hear me?
No, you
No,
sound good.
y'all are good. Y'all are good.
Okay.
So is Paul. I mean,
I'm the best though.
I'm
Yeah,
good. Paul's better, and Dicela's best. Good, better, best.
I had to do a job, so I left in mid-flight a conversation, so hopefully there wasn't anything directed at me.
No, but I think you would have appreciated my acknowledgement when Snacks was talking about the Fibonacci sequence, and I brought it into the idea or the concept of the first movement being the one, right? The first place being the one, and then the second is the manifestation of that one to begin with, an expression of itself.
Right. Well, yep. This is principle and attribute.
Yeah. And when I look at that, see, I don't look at the necessarily the one position being the prime mover, even though that might have been the way people might have interpreted that. I actually look at the one being the man, right? The first material nature.
That would be,
right? And then the woman,
that would be
the manifestation out of its. Yeah, and then the woman, out of the one, it's kind of a manifestation of the attribute of man is woman, and that gives you the two, which can only
wait,
the only thing that can give you the three.
Are you like drawing Like
It's an
a
analogy.
parallel? Yeah, like
Yeah.
a parallel? Yeah, like
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. We had a
Yeah,
long
because I think the
discussion about
ancients.
math and sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, I think the ancients looked at those first few numbers in the Fibonacci sequence, and they attributed it towards like um, monad, ontos, and I forget what the other two were, but yeah, man was one of them, or being. I would have to go over the video again, but he breaks it all down from how the ancient that Fibonacci sequence, and he also said that the number 4, which was not in the first 5 numbers of the Fibonacci sequence, the ancients called that death or time.
Time.
Yeah, time.
Chronos, time, sometimes represented by the cube too, ironically.
Well, I'm glad you brought up time. I like that one too. That's actually, but when I think of time, it's a measurement of change. It's a man-made man-made measurement of change. And if you think about it, this is when I usually make this argument. If God is the only being that existed and there's no change, just Him, because in the Christian thinking that God is unchanging, right? There's an aspect of it's unchanging. The moment He chose to create, change occurred and started. Like even when He created the first
Not
angel.
within God, right? The change is
No,
not
not
within God.
Well,
It's outside of
actually,
God.
though. Well, right. Well, but even it could be argued that even within God, state changed. Like,
Well, I can argue. I know what you're saying. You're saying He wasn't a creator before He created. Is that what you're going to?
in a way,
Sorry to
yeah.
cut you off, but
no.
oh, it is.
No, you're
Is that
right. I
your
think
argument?
no. In a way, yes. I mean, in a sense, He had the potential to be creator, and then He created, and He actually became the creator. In a sense, yeah. So, but His nature still didn't
No, but
change, but His state changed. Instead of being by Himself, it became two. It became Him and His creation. Became two.
wait,
So,
how's that a state change? Because you said
well, his
state.
state of and he had a state of being alone. Then he had a state of not being alone.
Wait, who said he was alone though? In what
Well, I
narrative?
mean,
Even in the Christian narrative, how is he
Well, yeah,
alone?
because you had the angels that were with him upon the creation.
well, but I already kind of addressed that. I said even when he first created the first angel, that was him creating. So we don't have and so in a sense, time started at that point. So when his state changed, which means went from being alone, just him, with no other created entity, just him, and then he created, then that became two. So he went from the state of
Yeah,
being alone to the state of being not alone.
yeah, but you just introduced time, which you earlier said is a man-made construct. Did you not say that? In a
I
sense.
did, because ultimately within our realm, but in a sense, if you say it is a measurement of change, I would say be more specific.
Well, that's why I was
So
saying that time is represented by the number 4, which is the only number not found within the first digits of the Fibonacci sequence, and that was intentional. Just because the way you put it, it doesn't ultimately exist. It's a convention. Things burn and die in time, ultimately.
well, when you see, when I hear that term, time does not exist, I think it does, but not in the sense of in a physical sense, but obviously because it's
Right.
things are
Well,
changing, and we stick something, we put a meter on that to say, well, it took me 20 minutes to get home. I changed from one location to this location.
yeah, we're
Well,
beings of mass and matter, and ultimately we live in a sea of time. But that's not to say time is a thing that exists. It's the expression of magnitude.
did you just
That's it.
say math and matter? Is that what you said?
No, mass. We're beings of mass and matter,
Mass
which
and matter. Okay.
live in a sea of time. Is what I said.
Well, to me, that's like something that's very vague. Or mass and matter. I
Oh
don't even
yeah,
know what
for
mass
sure,
is.
for sure.
Well, I think he's probably just using it colloquially, not necessarily. I mean, because we
Yeah,
are made of
I was using it in the sense of like magnetism. How I told you that magnetism is the creation and basis for space and mass and matter. So
Yeah.
without magnetism, you wouldn't have space, you wouldn't have mass, you wouldn't have matter, and yeah.
Yeah. I think Paul was speaking more of the like spiritual realm rather than the physical when he was talking about time, right? And change.
Well, there.
Oh,
Well,
go ahead.
I would say I don't honestly. I think time is different in the spiritual realm, and I don't. That's just all I can say about that. Because I mean,
Well,
I
the Bible
obviously
talks
would.
about it, right, Paul? He says, from God's perception, there is no like time. There's only the present, and that's how he's able to know every hair on our head and what we're gonna do before we do it. He's able to perceive all of that because from his perception, everything's already happened.
Well, yeah, he sees it. Well, right, and and that gets into something else that you got to be careful theologically. But yeah, I mean, he's outside of time, and he's not bound by time, but he can work within time, and he can interact in time because he created it. Does that make sense? But he's not the. But here's the catch, and this is where people get a little, get into the flustered part. But he's not the cause. Just because he can see all things and know all things, that doesn't mean he's the cause of all things. Do you know that? Do you know that?
These are two different attributes of the Creator.
Right.
But I'm
Right.
lost upon where time comes in, and your explanation of where he's outside of time. I'm just curious, because you're a Christian. Do you get this understanding from some biblical, scriptural
there's a couple
thing?
I mean, it's more of just understanding Scripture as a whole. First of all, he has all knowledge, right? So, which means if he's all knowing, that means he knows everything that has happened, will happen, and could happen. That's in my thinking. And also, he knows everything within himself, right? So he knows all things about himself, and he knows all things in creation, all the things that will, like I said, that did happen, could happen, and will happen. He knows that.
All true statements.
Right. All right. So yeah, right. All propositional. Well, no. Well, some things can be not necessarily true. Like he knows how you would act in a specific circumstance. Like if you were put in a different circumstance, he know how you would respond in that. But that doesn't make, because he knows that, doesn't necessarily make it true, because doesn't correspond to reality. It hasn't happened. Does that make sense? So he knows that what you would do in a circumstance. If you did this thing, then it would be true, and it's a true statement. You did X in this scenario. But if you don't do and actually there's an example of this in Scripture, which people don't really, they sometimes miss. David goes to the prophet and asks the prophet, if I go to the city, what will happen? And the prophet said, well, if you go to the city, this will happen. Well, guess what? David didn't go to that city. And so that didn't happen. The thing that he was kind of told, but didn't happen because he didn't go to the city. So there's almost that what they call knowledge of the excluded middle, or not the excluded middle. I think it's the right word. But
but like you said, like all propositions that God can think of must be true. God is truth,
right?
And there's no false proposition that God knows, as he's all-knowing, right?
Right, exactly. And here's another component that people miss when it comes to God's all-knowingness. And this also relates back to something. Was it Napalm that was talking about? You just can't know certain things about God. Was that Napalm? I mean, I always get the voices mixed up, so I apologize if I did. But anyway,
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was me. It was me, Paul. It was Napalm.
Okay. What I would say, there's certain things God. There's a little bit of a caveat when it comes to God's all-knowing nature. There's certain things God cannot know. And this is the catch.
Yeah,
He cannot know
false statements
And also he
propositions.
can't know sin because there's no sin in him. So he can never experience sin. Right? So that means I can experience sin, but he cannot. So there is something
Well,
an
wait,
experiential component. Hang on a
you're
second.
getting into yeah.
I'm going to
Let
unpack
me.
it. Go ahead.
Do you know about indexicals?
No.
Like denoting an expression as in I, like when I speak for I, like I am flat Earth Egypt, right?
Right.
God doesn't know that statement to be true because God is God. He's not I. When he says I, he's not flat Earth Egypt. So in that sense, indexically, he can't know that statement.
Right.
But
I agree with you. That's a good philosophical. Or I've heard this before, and I agree. There's certain things he can't know me in my experience as I am because I am me. But I just like I can't know him in his experience because it is him. Right. I agree with you. I forgot the term, but that's good. That's actually what I was going to talk about because I think I can know a lot of propositional truths about God that are true, and I can know them. Right. And I know them to be true myself personally, but I cannot experience God as God is because I am not him and I never will be him.
Yep.
Because as soon as if I can experience life as God is, then I would be him. And that can't be true in the same way. So God knows all propositional truths. That's a better way to say it. He knows all of
yeah,
them, like you
exactly.
said. Yeah. Well, and people conflate the two. Now, I want to get to something else that I hear all the time about God being all powerful. Do you know power can only do certain things, but power cannot make do something that's illogical because power doesn't have the
Oh
power to
yeah.
do that.
Yep.
Power doesn't have the power to do that. And so when I get on to here with these atheists that say, well, God can do anything. He can even do something. He's all powerful. He can do something illogical. Really? So God
Yeah.
can
The
do something.
question: Can God create a stone that's big enough he can't lift it? Shit like that.
Right. Exactly. Or he can, or God can say God can. I've actually heard even I've heard a Muslim say this. God can exist and not exist at the same time because he's all powerful. I'm going like, really? Think
What
about
a
what you just said.
stupid Muslim.
Yeah. I'm not saying they're stupid. I was like, I actually heard it, and I think you know what I'm talking about. But I'm going like, and I've heard other atheists say that. I'm like, well, God can make anything and do anything. I was like, no, he cannot. He can't do that, which is illogical.
Yeah.
You
I
know?
mean, even from a Christian perspective, can God lie? Can God
Right.
sin? Right. And by
Exactly.
saying he can't, some people use that as, oh, you're limiting your God now, right? Oh, are you
No.
limiting God and what he can and can't do? No, God has a nature. God is truth, right? In that sense, God will not lie. As so much as can't. I mean, he's
Right.
not
If
going to
he's
lie. It's not his nature to lie.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just listening, I want to ask you, do you like not like the statement, or do you disagree with the opinion that God is everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
I disagree with
Okay.
that. Yeah.
I disagree with it.
I can tell you. Yeah, I can tell you wouldn't like that opinion, or that you disagree. You know, what? Yeah. I don't want to bring feelings into it, but yeah, you disagree with God as all things, everything.
That's pantheism.
Yeah, for me, there's a line drawn between the creator and creation. That's a way of limiting everything in the sense you're speaking of, right? God is not his creation.
Well, and honestly, just some of the things we've just talked about would actually indicate that God has to be separate than his creation. For example, if God is creation, that means he can sin. When I sin, and if I'm God, then when I sin and I go against a moral standard, then I'm sinning, and that means God's sinning, and that becomes incoherent. So how can you tell what truth is? How can you tell if I'm off my rocker, that means God's off his rocker. If I'm God.
Oh yeah. Okay, I got another question for you then. Do you think that because you said they're separate, the creator and the creation, but do you think they're completely separate, or that there's a tether that links one to the other? Do you think that it's fully disconnected, or it's that something connects the two?
Well, I mean, I kind of already alluded to it briefly, and as a Christian, within the Muslim, I'm going to try to compare it. In the Muslim thinking, God is transcendent, which means he virtually is so far removed you really can't even know him. You know what I mean? And you just a lot of it I've actually heard Muslim. You really don't even know what God is thinking.
No. You know what God is and everything about him only through what God tells you.
Right.
That's all you can know about God.
And I agree with that. And see, that's as a Christian, God has spoken and he's revealed himself in nature and through people. And he's also even manifested himself to creation. So there's things that God has revealed about who he is that you can know. So that means he's not transcendent, he's immanent, which means he's close. And honestly, the Bible says he's everywhere. That doesn't mean he's everything. That just means he's everywhere. He's ever present. That means when I go to the depths of the sea, you're there. When I go to the bowels of Sheol, you're there. That's what the psalmist says. Go ahead.
Do you think my question is just malformed? Because I didn't get a straight up answer, but maybe that's because you disagree with the nature of my question. I can't tell.
Well, when you say tethered, I think of it like an umbilical cord to a child and a mother. You know, I mean, in a way, that's kind of true. In one sense, there's an exchange of, the mother provides nourishment to the child. I mean, I guess you could say that at one level. I mean, obviously, God has to be, in a sense, connected to the world to sustain it. So there is a connection.
Or for you to go to heaven and be with God, there must be, in a sense, a road or a something that allows you to enter heaven. They must at that point, it could be like an on and off. Like sometimes they're connected. That when there's a ship passing through a river and there's like one side of the river and the other, and like the bridges can lift up and separate, and then they can lower and form a proper bridge again. Is that more your style?
Yeah, I mean, if you would clarify, am I coming in? If you would just clarify, Fundy, what you meant by the tether, right? But this connectedness, do you mean? I mean, for me, I would clarify that God is not connected in a sense that he is not dependent on his creation. That's one thing I'll tell you he's not tethered by. But in a sense, if you're talking about communication, right? Like we pray
which is
to God.
which is some sort of tether,
Yeah, that's what I'm like. If you could clearly define what you mean by tether, or are you just throwing a general sense of
Can I give a crude example real quick, or analogy real quick?
For what I'm thinking?
Yeah, you were asking about the tether between God and creation, right? You asked if there was a tether.
Well, I was asking, you go ahead. I just want to remind Egypt that it was only because he said he thinks that the creator is separate from the creation, and then I'm asking, to what degree, completely separate, or is it never actually completely separate, and there's at least a single thread of some sort? And you're going to elaborate on that, like what you would call that thread or tether or connection, right? Or bond. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to give an example of that, and I don't want to step in front of you there, Egypt, because I know it's kind of directed towards you, but I have a pretty simple analogy to kind of lay that out. And when we think of, even mortals here that create things, let's take, for instance, an artist like Van Gogh. Every single piece of artwork that you see from Van Gogh, typically there's a fingerprint on it that alludes to who created that painting, right? He's got a pretty distinct style. Every artist seems to have that. So you could say within all of those paintings, all of the creations that Van Gogh created, there is Van Gogh within that. We even say that is a Van Gogh. So within all of those creations, there is the a small piece of the creative essence of the person Van Gogh, but he is not those paintings. His essence is not those paintings, but within all of those paintings is his essence, right? And in order for that to remain a Van Gogh, he is the one who can go in and change or add or add a little bit of paint, put a little bit of water, dilute a little section of it, make a slight change, and it will always remain a Van Gogh, right?
Can I add a caveat?
Fun, man. Yeah, go ahead.
I like that because there's this, in a sense, the stamp of the creator everywhere, on us. And honestly, from a Christian perspective, we are the biggest stamp of all because the Bible says we're made in His image. But I would say more to take that a step further, though. I think there is a deeper connection in the sense that God is the sustainer. Like most people that talk about pantheism, the creation is God. That means God is experiencing and all this stuff that and He has to learn something. But I don't, the God in a sense holds. They always say God holds the whole world in His hands. He is the sustainer of all of existence. Which means if He let go of His hands, all of existence would cease to be. It would just vaporize in a moment. I mean, you'd be here 1 minute and gone the next. So He sustains it. So there's that connection because He has to be, in a sense, connected to it to sustain it. Yeah. But He is not it. He is not it though. He is not it though.
I mean, I appreciate all of your answers. You, Paul, and Napalm, and Fundy seem to agree with Napalm's answer. That's one way I would agree the tether exists. So yeah, like when you clarify it in that sense, then I agree. But yeah.
I would take advantage of Napalm's answers if that was like, I would take advantage of the wording, and I know we're talking about a painter and his painting, and so the analogy can't be like directly exact, like parallel, right?
Yeah, that's why I prefaced it's a crude analogy, but yeah.
Right, exactly, and like a painter is gonna have to find his supplies somewhere else and craft them into some sort of art piece or arrangement. And but it does make me think of an interesting question that's like, if there's the creator and the creation and it doesn't work the same way as like if I want to make a house, I can't make the house out of myself. I need to go to Lowe's and buy some lumber and stuff and create something out of this material outside of me. But I don't expect anyone here thinks that God needed to go to Lowe's for the ingredients to build His creation out of. So then the other option, which is the other option is like God made His creation out of a piece of Himself.
No, out of nothing.
Well, I would say this.
Sure.
I would say this is. I've heard this. I've heard this illustrated. The nothing thing is, they call it ex nihilo theologically. So just to give you an idea, but in a sense, I've heard it described this way: when God spoke, He, at the moment of His speaking, He created the very molecules that was needed to even carry the sound.
The speech of God is what created. God spoke it into existence.
Well, and there's actually a Jewish, and I'm not saying this is right, but it's interesting that in Jewish theology, if you go to Life and Times of Jesus the Messiah, and you go into their angelology section in the back, where it talks about how I'm not saying they're right, but it's just interesting something to think about. It says that they believe that when God spoke, an angel was created to carry the message. So it's like God created an angel to be just to carry His word, or God creates the.
Well, yeah, I mean, which is very interesting that in the biblical and the parallel, let's say, in the Quran, right? the Word of God, right? What is the Word of God? Because the Christian understanding, the Word of God is Jesus, right? But it's different when it comes to a Jewish understanding or
It
an
is?
Islamic understanding. It is.
Jesus is the word of God? I've never heard that before.
The
Yeah, in
Christian understanding.
First John 1, if you go or not First John, if you go John
The
1
Word
1.
became flesh.
Yeah.
The Word was with God, and the Word
was God.
Was God, exactly. Oh,
There's
but
a
yeah, I
lack
mean,
of Jesus in that quote. Just saying.
no. I mean, in the whole like theology, the Christian theology, the whole perspective, and how they read into Old Testament versus New Testament, all that, and the doctrines. I'm not like I'm just pointing out the difference between the understandings and just what the Word of God is between, let's say, the three Abrahamic religions, right?
Yeah, that's a fascinating question to ask ourselves. What is the Word of God, and is reality at the root of it essentially just like made out of the Word of God, or is reality made of God's words, or is reality made out of God?
I personally would say God's words are what create reality. They are not reality. They are not creation. They are the cause behind the existence of reality.
Yeah, and this even
That's
follows
my understanding.
logically, right? So this even follows logically if you take the word within the Bible as far as the creation in Genesis, right? And we talk about the word or God speaking creation into existence. And it seems the more investigating we do as we go lower and lower into the building blocks of what this realm is created from, it seems to be what we can only best describe as energy, right? And energy is really just kind of like you could say movement or vibration, right? So it stands to reason that that seems to be a pretty logical.
I
Actually, I'll
hear you
take it a
coming
step
from,
further.
but I would call energy God's will.
Well, I would go take that a step further, though. I mean, I think there's even some physicists that are saying that the underlying thing of creation is information, which is still connected to the word, because information, it's basically something is being communicated. And it seems like information is the undercurrent of everything. And I think that goes back to our conversation about mathematics and logic and all
Well,
that.
information to me is just intelligence. It points to intelligence. You can't have
I see what
information
you're saying.
without intelligence, which does point to a creator in an overall sense of looking at the world, the creation we look at. Information like DNA, points to a knower. You need a
Right.
knower for information.
So even when
and I
you
agree
talk,
with that.
sorry, I was just gonna say, even if we talk about like, sure, you're right, Paul, the information, but if the building blocks of everything was spoken into existence, the vibratory nature of the world in which we live in, it seems like the first order of information, or the first order, is the ordering of the vibratory um, scales, or the vibratory states that seem to interact with one another within an ordered pattern.
Well, and I agree with a lot of, I agree with a lot of in one level, and also I have to agree that there's a level, I'm not level, but an aspect of energy. Because what was the first thing God spoke and said? Light.
Let
Let there
there
be
be
light.
light.
Let there be light.
So that was energy. And if you don't have the energy, you can't do anything. And that's why I said that he's the first movement. He's the one that created the first movement. He created light. The first energy was from God. To be able to do everything else we do every day came from him.
Yeah, and funny enough, like everything seems to break down to light. A lot of people think that.
Yeah, I've even heard, who's it, Dicelo or what's it? Is that hard
Yeah,
light or something?
probably both of
There-
them. Yeah, because Ken Wither says that
Yeah.
that really the manifestation of matter is really just hard light. So yeah,
Well, I mean, technically, even I mean, I don't agree with everything, but even Einstein, I think, had an idea E equals mc squared, which basically matter and energy are almost equivalent. So I mean, I don't. I think everybody has an element to saying that's true. I mean, that there's. I mean, in a sense, everything's some form of energy, and I don't have a necessarily disagree with that. Just takes different
That
forms and shapes.
that equation would kind of put energy as above matter and light. You know, in a sense, it's
it's the conjugate
something.
relationship of matter and light, right? It's the matter at that speed is the manifestation of light, and light is the manifestation of the matter. It's kind of all encompassing.
Well, they're definitely inseparable, right? Because absolute zero can't exist here because that would be stillness and there's no pause button for anything in reality. So as long as you're matter and you're not paused, that means you have a temperature, which means you're giving off infrared light. And so yeah, matter and light are completely inseparable. The only way you could separate matter and light is if you cooled matter all the way down to absolute zero, so that it has no release of photons, as they would say, right? So yeah, they're conjoined at the hip, absolutely. And then, but energy is somehow, you know, like you can't give me a handful of energy. You can give me some matter, and you can say that matter is infused with energy, or what am I talking about now? I don't know. Energy is just this really hard word to define, and that's why I think about the universe in a similar way to consciousness, and it being like directed by God's consciousness. And I said this earlier, but if I were to give my best guess while using the crutch of like this term God, I would say energy is God's will, because why does something happen? Because it was willed to happen. It had enough willpower behind it. And why does anything happen? Because there's enough energy there to make it happen. I mean, why does a car move? Because the energy was there to make it move. But why does a car move in your dream? Because in your dream, the dreamer willed the car to move. Because everything that happens in a dream is something you decided to happen. Nothing happens in a dream unless you choose for it to happen.
Now actually you get on. You're touching on something I've actually said earlier today. I said usually for something to change state, right? It has to be something intrinsic to itself or extrinsic to itself. And if you think about it, all energy is a transfer of motion. Like the photons leaving the light, hitting my retina, causing the motion of the whatever that is, either a propagation of a wave or a particle hitting my eye, vibrates the proton or the protein in my eye to cause a nerval impulse up to my brain and all this fun stuff, right? But I would agree with you, but that's why I use the word choice. I think will is one thing, I guess, but choice is really where it's at. You choose to do something. God chose to create, and there's and only it's something within himself. Nothing outside of himself caused it. He chose to do it. So
yeah,
I think
would you say God had the choice of God did not need to create? Would you say
right?
Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, he didn't need to create. He chose to create.
Yeah.
I think underlying all choices and decisions is will. I still put will as more essential and fundamental above or behind choice or decision. Because if you have no will, you'll never choose or decide anything.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, a choice comes from will. I mean, that's the whole point.
I think I look at it slightly different, I guess. Will to me, do I have the will to survive? I always think when I think of will, like I can choose to survive, but can I sustain that? I would say more, I can choose to survive, but what makes me survive is the will to continue in that choice.
Sometimes
So I
it
think
takes all the strength you have not to fall apart.
right. So, but I can choose to change my state and be very little will involved in that. Like I'm about to get out of my truck. There's very little will involved in that. I just choose to get out. I'm actually having more will to stay here because my wife called me and she probably wants me to come in. You know what I mean? So probably more will keeping me in my seat.
Well,
But
I'm confused that you're separating will from choice. I mean, the only way
I
you
think
have
you're.
choice is through will. I would agree with you, but yeah, in that sense, will is the originating force of choice. But
I would say what you're
choice on
talking
itself,
about is desire, not will.
no, it's will. I'm speaking of
Well,
will.
what he was saying about like wanting to stay in his car, I think that's more desire than it is will.
Yeah. And maybe in that context, the way you frame it, but I mean, he's speaking in context of choice, so.
well, it's all. I think they're all interconnected. When the Bible says it pleased God to create. It pleased Him. He says, it is good that He made man. It is good that He created light and it was good. It pleased Him. So there is an element of desire in all that. So will,
Yeah, and there's
choice,
this.
and desire is all
There's
connected.
this.
They're all connected.
Actually,
Go ahead.
from what you said, some people find this disconnect, right? God found something good in creating something so evil, right? Man who just destroys and kills and sins and all that, right? Do you ever question that for yourself? It might be a personal question, but what do you think of that question? And how do you?
Well, God made things good, which means man was not originally created. And this is why I always use this argument. When we said this over the few days, you'd have to know its original intent to say that what you're looking at now.
God is all knowing, according to you. So
Right.
God knew, creating man, that He was going to sin. Right? It wasn't a
Right.
surprise.
No, I agree with that. And see, but here's the thing. Here's the cat. Here's the rub.
Like a honey hole.
Here's the rub. You're right. God created man perfect, and He was good, but He also knew he would sin. But He also knew that. See, and this is where I've been kind of wrestling with this, and I think God kind of gave me an answer. If He has a plan, over the course of 1,000 years, or 2,000 years, or 6,000 years, and He has an ultimate goal in mind at the end, well, you're looking at. You're only seeing a small sliver of the whole plan. And if He's trying to work His way to a certain end game that He's after, we don't see the whole picture.
Exactly. That's why I asked you as a God believer, right? You get I myself submit to the all-knowing God. He knows best, right? I can't question why God created. He chose to create man who sins, and God is good. So therefore, what He created is good, even though, from our perspective as human beings, we're all sinners, right? Humans sin. Oh, why would God? No, God is all knowing. He has
Why
His
does
wisdom.
God have to be good?
There's
Okay,
wisdom.
can I give you an analogy?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'll give you an analogy. Have you seen the Loki series? Have you seen it?
No, I don't watch that shit. But
well, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But I like Marvel and I love it, and I hate what they're doing now with the Marvel universe. It pisses me off. But that being said, if you're willing to invest or try to watch it, there's a good analogy in that series of God, like the one above all, or the guy at the end that's the villain, so-called villain. He's pruning, he prunes things. Like if the timeline begins to go in a certain direction, he goes in and he calls it pruning. He prunes it, right? And I thought to myself, I was like, this is a good analogy of God in a way, because some things that the guy was not, but he was benevolent in one sense, that he was trying to keep all the bad versions of him from coming into existence. So he had to cut things off in certain ways and have things happen at certain events to keep that from happening, right? So now that said, if this is a so-called not perfect person that has an end goal in mind, which means he might cut off certain timeline of Loki being a certain person because he wants to get to a certain end game, he'll do that. Now, I would say God is the same way. He can say, well, if I intervene in a miracle here, he knows the outcome. He knows the full outcome of that. And if he allows an evil thing to occur, he allows an evil thing to occur. He knows the outcome of that as well. So he knows the impact of all of that. Remember what I said earlier about him knowing all things that are, could be, and will be?
Yeah,
He knows
I think I can
It seemed
address
like you
that point,
contradict
but
yourself, though.
no, hold on, Fundy, because
Okay,
Damon,
okay, Egypt. Yeah, go ahead.
he's been scratching like he wants to get in. Damon,
I'll wait. I'll wait.
yeah, go ahead.
Look, I'm just look, I understand what you're saying, but is God all a god or not? Like, is he all powerful? Like, can he do whatever he wants or not?
Of course, he's all powerful.
Jesus Christ!
Well, you missed. I guess have you come into this conversation earlier, or you just come in now?
I did. I'm sorry. I heard that thing that you.
We already
talked
addressed
about
that point.
where it sounded like God was not able to do whatever the fuck he wanted.
No.
Hey, there's a few different opinions
Hold
being
on,
hosted here, but and I
let
just
me
want to
just ask
say,
him a question real quick. Can God lie,
Okay.
Damon?
Yeah, God can lie if he wants
course.
to.
Would he lie?
Well,
does God lie? Has he ever lied?
It is the sort of like going sort of thing that by Christians that God in his nature cannot lie.
Well, I'm asking you.
That's limiting God in a way.
No,
that
I'm
I
asking
don't
you.
think-
Yeah, do you think it's limiting God to say that God cannot lie?
Yes, I think that God can do whatever the heck he wants to his own ends. So, like, if there was a God and he is this sort of like omni God, that he could do whatever he wanted for his own purposes, and if that be lie, then he could lie as well.
Well,
Can I get on that? I want to get. I want to respond.
You can address it, Paul. I mean, we already talked
Well,
about
here's
it.
the thing. No, that's fine. Well, for one, I mean, for one, if God is true, well, I don't want to go down the road. Let's just think about what you just said. Actually, within your own statement, you've answered your own question. Okay, if God has a specific end goal in mind, he has a plan, he has a purpose, he has an end goal. It's his end goal and his end game, right? So he knows the best way to get to the end game, right? So he may allow things and do things according to his plan because he has an end game in mind to accomplish
just
that.
because somebody is all powerful and all knowing that they would necessarily choose the most efficient way to get to point A to point B.
Well,
I
you just
think he
mentioned
can do it
two
whatever way he
attributes of
chooses
God.
to.
Another attribute is God is truth, right? God does not lie. God
Statements are true or false.
What's that?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, well let's address that. Just if God could lie, okay, if God could lie, you couldn't know anything to be true yourself.
Exactly.
You couldn't know it because if he created you, that means he could deceive you. He could write something into you that you would never know anything to be true or false.
No, that's
you
not.
wouldn't have no way to know. How would you know?
Because only statements can be true or false. So, like, if I
Exactly.
make a statement, the grass is green, and then God changes in the middle of that, that the grass is actually blue all the time, then yes, that would be a false statement. The grass is always green. However, if I make the statement, it is either true or false that the grass is always green. So, if for some reason God in the middle of that statement changed it to blue, the grass is always blue instead of green, then it would be true that the grass is always blue. And so that's.
But he wouldn't be lying in that. But then it wouldn't be lying. He's just changing the nature of reality.
Right, exactly. That's my point. Is that God can lie anytime he wants. Only he
there's no lying.
Only he changes.
There's no lying involved there.
No, I agree.
There's no lying in that.
I'm saying I agree. I'm saying in the temporal mind of humans, it's technically a lie that the grass is green because God changed it to blue.
Well,
you're changing. Okay, hold on a second. When I first pour my cup of coffee in the morning, it's black. and that statement is true. A few minutes later, I pour creamer in it and it becomes brown or light brown. I change the color of my coffee.
Yep.
Both statements are still true.
Yes.
So God is not. If He changes the color of grass, it's true that in that moment it was green, but in the next moment it was blue. Both those statements are still true. There's no lie in that.
I'm saying to a human's perspective. I'm saying to me as you and the other guy, right? Like our perspective, we saw the grass being green and we stated that the grass is green. However, when we looked the second time in that statement, God had already changed it to blue.
So where's the lie?
So the statement,
where's the lie?
So the statement that the grass is green is now not true, right? The grass.
But God said it was blue. So
wait, where does God say it was blue? Like in that analogy, I mean,
in his analogy,
I'm just saying that it's kind of weird because when you have an all-powerful, all-knowing creature, right, such as God, He can make
God is
any
not a
statement-
creature.
He can make any statement true or false in any given moment. And so
No, wait, well,
you
no.
are not able to know what is true or false unless God gives it to you in a revelation.
According to what? I mean, which God are you talking about?
Napalm, I gotta let you take
the
over. I gotta go
Christian
in.
God.
Like which God?
The Christian God.
Yeah, good
Christian
talk.
God.
Have a good
Well, wait
night.
a minute. I want to address. I do want to say one more thing, and I have said this already, and I think Napalm, we talked about this already. There is all power. Having all power cannot allow you to do all things. For example, He can't do something that's illogical. God cannot do something. All power will not give you
Why
the
not?
ability to do something illogical. Explain to me how power can overcome logic.
Because I can do something illogical.
Yeah, that's
so therefore
putting
I'm more
one of the
powerful than God.
attributes of God in a vacuum.
If I can do something illogical, that means I'm more powerful than God.
Well,
Because
when
he can't
God
do
is
something
just
illogical.
and merciful, right, at the same time, you can give me one scenario,
Did
right?
you not hear what I said?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm saying that if God is illogical, that's okay, right? He can do illogical things.
Well, God
Because
is not
if
illogical.
because if
You were
not,
speaking of
that
the
means
Christian
that
God. The
that
Christian
means that
God is not
humans
illogical, is he?
that means that humans are more powerful than God because humans can do illogical things. I can do something illogical if I choose to.
Yeah, but again, God is not illogical.
Yeah, so and humans can
And
be illogical.
I
Can they not?
I
They
do
can do
disagree.
something that God cannot
I
do.
disagree. I disagree
Therefore,
that you can
humans
do
are more
something
powerful than
illogical,
God
though.
in that sense.
I disagree. You can do
wait,
something
yeah,
illogical.
I would agree with Fundy there. Can you give us an example of a human doing something illogical? An illogical action?
Okay, so they can say like,
Say?
they can say like, I wish to preserve my life. However, I wish to go into battle, and if I go into battle, that will not preserve my life. But I'm going to go into battle anyway. So therefore,
For what reason?
I'm going illogically against my preservation of life.
No, there's a reason. There's a way.
You might have a moral reason to go into battle better than
No,
logic.
well, no, don't even
No,
worry
I
about
just
morals.
feel like it. I just feel like it.
Yeah. Well, then that's the reason.
Yeah, but how is that illogical?
Whenever someone, whenever someone,
choice there.
yeah, sure. Just here I go. Whenever someone makes a decision, there's the whole tally chart of like, should I do this or should I do not? And there's going to be things weighing on one side of the scale versus the other. Now, if you say, I want to preserve my life, and then you're going to do an activity that will not preserve your life, well, then that means, as insignificant as it sounds to you, like, because I feel like it, that was a logical decision based upon weighing the scales, and you decided logically to yourself that the feeling you had of wanting to do this for whatever reason outweighs the other feeling you have, because people can have mixed feelings and then choose the one that is the stronger of the two feelings, and
Is that
it is
something that
logic.
God can do?
It is. Well, hold on. We'll get into that in a sec. But it is logical to go with the side that you feel most strongly to choose. You say, "Oh, I don't want to do this," and I
don't think so.
want.
I don't necessarily think that the choices that we make are necessarily logical. I think that sometimes they're emotionally driven.
So if you're
sometimes we would sacrifice our own lives for our children. For
sure, and there's a lot, and there's a logic to that. Yeah, that's perfectly logical.
Yeah, what seems like logical reasons, right? But what if we were to say that like our child would become Hitler and we would become like Jesus?
That's not what logic isn't based on psychic fortune telling abilities.
It would be illogical for us to sacrifice
that's not
for
Hitler. Logic isn't based on the ability to be a future teller.
Well, no, it is because
no, it isn't.
Are based off of the ultimate conclusion, right? Like, so if I say something,
and then your child grows to be Hitler and he kills a bunch of people,
later,
but then one of the survivors ends up curing cancer and saving more people who die. I mean, come on, man. You're talking about extending into the future, but you want to draw a line, and then but it'll continue past that point where maybe it leads to something even greater.
Well, okay, you didn't let me finish my statement. If for some reason, right, like I think something is correct in the moment, but later it becomes not correct, was it true in the moment and false later, right? Like, so what
it was true that
it was never true in the moment. It was always false, even though I believed it to be true.
Let me ask you a question. Would it be logical for you to do what you think in the moment is the correct thing to do? Would that be logical?
It may be logical, but is it true?
You know, I'm glad you said that. Thank you. That really wrapped everything up. I was going to go on a rant, but you did a much better job than me. Yes. Yeah. Ask that again.
Is it logical or is it true?
So if what you think is the right thing to do in a situation, and that's what you do, is that a logical action to take?
If I take it in just in the words that you just spoke, it would seem logical in the moment. Whether it was true or not, I wouldn't know until later.
So the decision that you made, right? You made that for a reason, and at that point in time that you made the decision, you thought that the reason that you were making the decision was the proper one, right?
Sure.
So how could it be illogical to do what you think is right?
If in the end what I chose to do was illogical and came to the wrong
No. But see, here's the thing. If in the end what you did may be deemed as incorrect, in the moment when you were making the decision, you were not illogical.
I think what you're missing is that a human, right, is not omniscient. A god is.
You don't need to be.
Oh yes, it's true. You need
so logic can only follow if you know the future?
No. I'm saying that one can only know if they're if it's true or not. If they have ultimately the ultimate truth, right? Like
how can you know you're acting on the proper decision if you don't have premonition of what is the right decision, right? So how do you know that your decision is going to be correct if you don't actually make the decision? And if you make the decision, you would be making what you think is the proper decision to make in the moment. Hopefully that makes sense and follows.
I have no idea. I say that we make the best decision that we can with the information that's given to us at any given time. And that in that sense, that we could make true, factual sort of like decisions. However, whether
So
ultimately they're
I think
actually
there's a
factual
conflation here between.
would depend on what actually happens, right? Like what is actually true.
Yeah, I think the this pothole people fall into is
it's
like
best first
determinism.
logical.
I gotta go.
It's also to do with determinism, not just the logical aspect. They think, oh well, God knows what's going to happen, right? And then something evil happens, and God knows of it, so God is evil. In that sense, like the overall understanding, like of free will and God, and
I think the conflation
these
he was making.
hypotheticals. I mean, at best, we were given hypotheticals in terms of logic, where logic did not apply. So, like, it's just weird.
Sure, but I think I understand what he's doing, and I think he's conflating the universally wisdom understood best decision with a logical decision. Like there is a difference between the best decision that can be made versus the logical decision to be made. Because I don't know where he thinks logic lies or how he's using the word, but it's almost coming across that there's no such thing as the ability to make a logical decision. I feel like that's ultimately where he would end if we, cornered him on the points he's making, that humans are incapable of being logical to any degree. Because you don't.
That's who we are. We're logical beings. Hence,
Yeah, and
math, hence language.
Right, and there's a certain personal logic because many decisions aren't based upon like mechanical operations of the universe. They can feelings exist, relationships exist, these
You can make a
intangible
decision
things.
from love and not logic.
Yeah, well, you can make a decision about love logically. Like if like I love all of mankind, and I also love my girlfriend. And if I was in that train track scenario where the train's going to hit one of them, and she's on one side, and 10,000 strangers I don't know are on the other side, well, I'm going to save her. And
How is that logical? That's completely like
Wait a
there's no
second. Did you
logic
say your
behind it.
girlfriend was a kind man, or is that my dyslexia?
Did I say that? Oh my God! Oh, I'm exposed. All right.
No, in all seriousness, where's the logic involved in that?
The logic, well, like I think Napalm said it pretty well, where he said, make the choice that you think is the best choice after, considerations and to your highest faculties, what seems like the right thing to do for you to choose, right?
That to me sounds moral, rather than logical. I mean, logic is. Would you say logic is objective?
Well, I'd say that there's like the capital I and then there's the lowercase I, and I think there's also the capital L logic and the lowercase L logic. And so like everyone has their own like system of reasoning things out logically based on their own place where they stand in life and where their mind is. And so there is that universal
That answer to
future
me,
telling God knowledge
there's
logic he was
no.
talking about.
Yeah. Do you believe in objective morality, objective anything in essence? Do you
Yeah,
believe? Do you
unfortunately,
believe in
we can't operate
objectivity?
on that manner. Like we can't operate on that level
Why not?
because no one knows everything, and to put that in different words, everyone is always operating in their decision makings from a position of partial knowing and partial ignorance, and
Yeah, that's
because
true. I mean,
and because there's always going to be at least a small, being generous, there's always going to be some small amount of ignorance always included in a person's decision makings. That means that there's also going to be the unavoidable consequence of unintended consequences. When you make a decision, it'll affect certain things in the world, but you don't know the full extent of its impact on the world, because every action a human makes from a position of ignorance will have unknown and unintended consequences.
Yeah,
And you never know how it's going to weigh out in the end, because you're not
even
God.
if you don't know, as a human being, as a creation, as a person, not knowing the consequences of your actions, does that make them less wrong or less right? Or
Well,
do
it
you believe
depends.
that my question was, is there absolutes, right? Is there an absolute right
Not
and
here.
wrong?
Yeah,
Not here. Here where?
not here. Those things are absolutes, and absolutes don't exist. But they are like the governing like they're outside of the parameter, like the parentheses. But they are the encapsulating, background nature to reality. Unfortunately, they don't actually fully reveal themselves ever within it. We're a mixture of the two absolutes on opposite ends.
Nice story, but can you walk me through how you logically, at least, came to that conclusion, or any way you
Sure.
came to that
Yeah.
conclusion?
Yeah. So you can rate every aspect of reality to a degree of some sort, and it's going to be to a higher or lesser degree, and everything will fall on an infinite spectrum of where you can rate it to be placed. And
I'm lost right there. I don't know what you just said.
I mean, think about anything you want. You can put it as a placement along a spectrum, or I mean, things are multifaceted, so everything belongs to many spectrums that they have a ranking where they're placed within it somewhere along the line. But
Yeah, but
every
what's that
every
got to do with my question?
everything has a characteristic, and that characteristic fits between two poles, and the two poles are transcendental poles, which are the absolute example. If you headed all the way to the right or all the way to the left and broke through, just like numbers, you can count negative numbers and you'll never get to the end of it, and you can count positive numbers one at a time and you'll never get to the end of it. But we can understand mentally, but never have an example in reality of things like negative and positive infinity. You can't count to it and reach it, but it's the transcendental absolute outside of the parameters of the infinite spectrum.
Hey, Bundy, have you ever
Yeah,
experienced?
where do you get that from? Why is it the absolute? Like, how do you reach that conclusion?
It's something you'll never witness with your own senses, but it is something you can grasp mentally.
Yeah,
Mentally. Yeah, mentally.
How did you grasp that?
Mentally. Said it 3 times.
But in reality, have you ever experienced infinity?
No, I only experience it as a concept in my mind, because there is no witnessing absolutes or infinities here. There are no absolutes here. We have a mixture of two opposite absolutes fluctuating to the degree that they even out on.
Yeah, but you said there are these absolutes.
But you said something that there's a spectrum.
I'm going to take a break. I think Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Do you want to talk about that again? Like, explain it one more time, the infinity thing? Because I have a problem with that word infinity, because I've never experienced it.
Yeah, man, that was my point. You're not going to be given an example to witness in any particular way of an absolute or anything that's infinite here as a component of reality. People witness aspects and components of reality, manifestations within reality, and none of those are infinite or absolute. I mean, I don't know how long you were listening. I don't know how far back to go to explain my point.
Isn't it like energy has a flow of infinity, and it can't be absolute because it changes by our influence? Something like that, Fundy?
Sure, infinity can't be lesser or greater than infinity because it's not a number on the spectrum. It's a perfect absolute infinity. So
how's infinity an absolute? What's the absolute aspect of infinity?
Yeah. The
figure
definition
then?
of it.
If it's
The
absolute,
definition.
how much is
The
infinity?
the definition of infinity would be the perfect absolute most.
No, that's not. Give me a citation for that.
Okay,
Just one.
I mean, is
citation
there?
for that definition, because that doesn't exist. That's not infinity.
You don't think infinity? You don't think infinity
In
is
any language.
the absolute most?
No, that's not the definition of infinity in any language, whether it be logical or not. I'm asking
that's a better
for a
definition I
reference
think
for
you'll
that
get anywhere
definition.
else. Although
Yeah,
I think
give me a reference
pretty much.
for that.
Yeah, I'm not interested. But I'm interested
it
in
doesn't
how
exist.
you.
Nobody
How
believes
can
what
you?
you just said.
How can you disagree with saying that there's nothing more than infinity?
Infinity is not an absolute.
Infinity is the most. It's the transcendental highest most.
No, it's not.
It is.
What definition is absolutely defined as the utmost? It's not.
You think there's more than infinity?
Infinity doesn't exist. What do you mean more? What the
It's
fuck?
a concept. We can talk in concepts, can't we? It doesn't refer to anything that I can take your hand and walk you to it.
It's referring to absolute. That's the whole.
Right.
These are
you called it the
concepts
most.
humans can grasp mentally.
The most absolute,
Most
but it's
is
actually
absolute.
not absolute at all, right? It's
No, not the most absolute. The absolute most is what
Most
infinity
is absolute.
So
If
there's a
when I
spectrum.
use the word most, I'm being absolute in my definition. Therefore, to you, infinity is absolute.
No,
it's
no.
the absolute most quantity.
It's not even a quantity. That's all. If you even know the definition of infinite, you wouldn't give it a quantity. It's funny.
If there's the absolute most, then there's the absolute nothing. Then, right?
See, you get these. Is that good white? That sounds like good white. Oh shit!
What up, dog?
What up, my?
Well,
How's it hanging?
It doesn't bother me because 0 and infinity have a lot in common.
Yeah, they both don't exist.
Exactly, that's my point.
Well, we do have a 0, but
no, you don't. What do you mean we have a 0?
Yeah, we
have
literally
a 0
have
to
a
communicate.
number that represents nothing.
Yeah, but nothing.
What do we use more? We use the 0 a lot more than we do the infinity sign, like with math.
Infinity.
When you use.
Yeah, good white. What's nothing? Can you tell me define?
Nothing is the absolute 0, and nothing is the absolute least, and infinity is the absolute most. 0 is the least, and infinity is the most in absolute terms, which don't exist.
Hey, the Tao Te Ching actually talks about nothingness and that it's a thing.
Fundy. Infinite being the absolute most just defeats the whole definition of infinity in all contexts and in all languages and in all definitions. Infinity, by definition, does not have a quantity and is not an absolute.
I didn't say a number.
No, you said it's the absolute most.
Yeah,
Therefore,
those are
by
both
definition, you
concepts.
just gave it a number.
Most implies finite, right? So most implies some sort of finite
Yeah, and then
attribute.
absolute breaks it from that
No,
restriction.
absolute concretes the position.
Exactly.
Absolute means it's a definite number.
The
Absolute.
irony of the debate between like 0, nothing, and infinity, right? Whether they exist, what they are, blah blah blah, becomes a circular argument, which is the irony of it, because it's the representation of them. So yeah. The embodiment of a circular argument. It is the snake eating its tail. It is the 0.
Yeah. Infinity.
The circular argument.
Infinity is absolute movement, and 0 is absolute rest. But throughout reaction on it, it never comes to that. We are the disturbers of that.
Well, with absolute rest,
I agree with you, man.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it.
Uh-huh.
What's the beauty again?
That we disturb it.
Deserve it?
Disturb it.
Disturb it. Disturb what?
The infinite movement or the infinite rest.
Which one is a 0?
Infinite rest.
And the infinite movement is
action.
Action.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Heat and cold.
Heat and cold. Yeah. What about?
Yeah, absolute 0 versus the infinite
absolute 0
capacity for temperature.
Come on, Fundy, you're better than that. What's absolute 0? What do you
absolute
mean?
0. Absolute 0 is imaginary state of matter that
Therefore, you just contradicted yourself. What, like being 0 being absolute?
Wait! I didn't even hear you because I was talking as you started talking.
Yeah,
still,
sorry. Go ahead.
You wanted to ask me what absolute 0 is, right? And you maybe like look down upon me for even using the term. Is that where we're at?
No, the way you actually tried to define the term, not use it.
Absolute 0 is the imaginary idea that could never actually take place in reality, where matter is without vibration, which goes against the second Hermetic principle that I subscribe to, that everything is in a state of motion and vibration here in reality. It's absolute 0 is that, imaginary absolute of where this, vibrating, constantly changing reality could somehow be perfectly paused and frozen in place with no movement.
It's implosion.
Yeah, that's the problem, Fundy. See, you say one word, absolute, and saying it's not by definition. Like, what you're saying is things are absolute and not at the same time. It's just weird. It's so illogical, and I don't know what your point is. It just drives me insane.
Well, the highest spiritual truths can only be understood in a paradoxical sense, and realize reality is the
paradoxical
reality
is the opposite of the way you would understand things. Logical.
No. Reality is the reconciliation of the absolute paradox.
No. See, this is the whole, like, the epitome of the opposite of truth. You're saying for things to be true, they must be paradoxical. It's insane.
The highest the highest spiritual understandings can only be approached through a paradoxical approach of understanding.
Can you walk me through that, like, conclusion? how you reach that conclusion? Can you walk me through it?
Sure. So it's all about, logic, and logic would say this is this and that is that, and they are not the same thing because this is not that and that is not this. But when you understand the paradoxical, axiom of all is one and one is all, then you realize that the illusion of separateness, where it's practical in a human's life inside of the universe to view things as separate, that there's another parallel truth that nothing is ultimately separate, even though it can appear that way from a practical manner. And so all is one, one is all. Everything is separate, but it's also combined at the same time. And this is the nature of the totality of the universe. And this will apply to anything else you want to bring up. And the thing about the components of reality is that the reality itself is the only one true absolute paradox. But everything happening within reality is the reconciliation of that paradox to a fluctuating degree.
Oh my God, man! Like, I appreciate the way you're being.
I have an example if you want to bring up.
That's the irony. The irony, you're being paradoxical in your own definitions, and in some way that's transcendent to you. And
okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, man. Let me give you an example, okay? There is a letter in the mail from the starting point is me, and the ending point is you, okay? And there's a letter in the mail. Tell me, is it coming or going?
What's coming and going?
The actual the letter. Is it being sent or is it being received? How would you describe the process with one single word? Or would you have to encapsulate the true essence of the totality of the operation, be required to use both terms, respecting all players, involved? Because if you want to, if you want to say it's being received, then that is a one-sided position. You're putting yourself on a pedestal over me, and if I were to put myself on a pedestal, I'd say it's being
Fundy.
All right.
Okay, in what indexical form are you placing this question?
That's a new word. I heard you talk about it earlier.
Well, you should read up on
catch me
it.
up. Yeah, sure. But I got you here, so if you got the spark notes on it, I learned fast, man.
Yeah, it's the way you use, let's say, I, you, they, whatever. The indexical form of the way you're formulating your statement. So
yeah, okay. I can explain now. So again, the paradox is the capital I versus the uppercase I, and I am both of those.
It depends if the uppercase. That's the same thing.
The lowercase I and the capital I, that I feel comfortable using both of them to express myself with in different sentences.
So indexically,
that's
you're
fine.
using I indexically yourself.
Well, paradoxically, because when I say I can use that in two different ways depending on the sentence. I can say I as the totality of everything, and then I can say I as entertaining the illusion of separateness, talking about my physical body.
Can you give me one reference that uses I as the totality of everything? I mean, I indexically, as I put it earlier, indexicals, that's a thing.
Sure. Not an issue.
Indexicals, I means I, the person speaking, the person being referenced in the context.
I can give you the sentence.
The use of the word I can
give you a sentence, man.
I don't care about your sentence.
You
I
asked me to.
want you to
You
give
asked
me
me to
some
say a
reference.
sentence using it. You said, "Give me an example of using it in a
No, a
sentence." I've
reference
been trying to give it to
that
you.
gives the, like you said, I can include
Yeah, from the
many.
capitalized sense.
I can include many.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, can I read
Exactly.
you guys something? Hey, can I read something that
Let
probably
Wendy finish,
no?
please. No, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
You can go ahead after
All
he's
good.
done.
So I could speak a sentence using I in the capitalized sense and saying that I, in a small proportion of my total consciousness, are experiencing the experience of being fundamental
IR
right
is
now.
grammatically incorrect.
I think
Yeah,
I said
that's what you just
I think I
said.
said I
You
am.
said I.
No,
No, you said
I would never
IR.
say I are.
No, you just did. You can listen
Okay,
back. This is recording.
sure. Maybe you can listen back as well. But if you want me to correct my grammar mistake that you think I said, then I'll say I, in my divided consciousness, am having a personal experience as fundamental.
And what's your point?
That would be the example you were asking for.
No. How so?
You asked me to speak from the perspective of capital I and use it as an example in a sentence, which I did. There you
No,
go.
as an example in the sentence that you said is means everything or all things.
Yeah.
Or a collective.
I am. I mean, were you listening?
Yep.
Well, your answer, your
Maybe you went over my
question
head.
was answered.
Just repeat it again.
I, in my divided consciousness, am having the particular personal experience of being fundamental.
Yeah. I'm lost here. So where is your point proven in that sentence?
You never
Where your
heard the
point
old.
made?
You never heard the old axiom of like, I am a human who is having an experience of the universe, and then it carries on to say, or am I the universe having an experience of a human?
I mean, that could be your philosophical understanding of what a universe is, but
that's
I'm
that's
just
where I'm coming
lost
from, man.
on the proof of where you're using I as a collective. Like you're not proving anything. You're just telling me one way of maybe I can use the word I to collectively, which to me is not even using it collectively. You're just plugging it in a sense. But we can move on. I don't want to get hung up.
I mean, your homework would just be understanding all is one and one is all, and both are equally true.
No, one is one, all is all. One is not all. I'm lost on where the one becomes all. But yeah.
I mean, I guess you just don't vibe with that. Maybe you don't understand, or maybe you do and just disagree. But I'm a pretty big proponent of the all is one and one is all philosophy.
Yeah,
maybe you're not.
Monism. So that's called
that's your
monism.
prerogative.
And
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
just
go on
called
you.
monism, and that's cool if that's your belief system. But as far as your letter paradox, I was going to answer that earlier, and really all of the paradoxes I feel could be ironically answered with this idea of reference frame or perspective, right? So when you say, is the letter coming or going? Well, it's coming from you and going to me. So there's your answer.
Oh yeah, of course, and that's the reason why one single perspective can never encapsulate the truth. You have to give respect to the fact that there is no central core of experience in describing that you're going to have to speak
Not
for someone
necessarily.
else.
So here's the thing. Not necessarily, right? It's not that I have to speak for you. If you are the one who sent the letter, then that's a true statement, right? I don't have to perceive it from your perspective. I can
What's
only
the opposite of sent?
I can only receive the letter from you. I can never send it to you in that action. I am only the receiver of that information.
I understand by being practical, man. I sent a letter to someone. Someone received a letter from me. But if we're talking about the actual event, there is a letter moving positions. And
Which
if
portion
you
of
were
the
going
event?
to describe it, well, you could take the position of describing it from your perspective, or you could describe it from their perspective, or you could involve both parties and say, I sent a letter that someone else will receive. And then, well, what's going on if you're using these two opposite words? Well, you're entertaining these like two equally valid positions that if one person say this letter is being received and this person saying this letter is being sent, well, both are true, but of course, send and receive are opposites. And I'm not saying that's like some big deal. I'm not saying that any component or event in reality is a paradox. Like I said before, reality as the totality of it is the one true absolute paradox, and everything within it is the reconciliation of a paradox.
Well, the paradox
All the things that happen.
statement is that you're using an example within reality that is a paradox that you say is unfolding.
No, paradoxes don't exist. Anything within reality can't be a paradox because things within reality exist. Paradoxes don't exist. Everything within reality does exist. Things within reality aren't paradoxes. The only paradox is reality in its entirety. Everything within reality is only the reconciliation of that paradox.
I don't see it as a paradox though. Just because you can describe an event in two different ways,
reality?
from two different perspectives.
No. The letter being sent isn't a paradox. It's the it's the reconciliation of a paradox.
But you don't want to hear anybody's answers.
Well, you keep on calling the letter thing a paradox. I never called the letter thing a paradox. It's the reconciliation of a paradox.
What's the paradox?
The paradox is the totality of the universe. There's only one true paradox.
The totality of the universe.
Well, think about it, man. Like, how are you gonna wrap up in any description it's indescribable. You can't put the universe into a box. It is the box. The universe is what everything else takes place within. So what is the universe within? You're going to see this in every single model possible.
No, you're just getting into an infinite
I'm going to
regress.
read this now.
Exactly.
Hold on, look.
Yeah, that's where it leads.
Chapter 11 of the Tao says this. Look, a wheel has spokes, but it rotates around a hollow center. A pot is out of glass, but you keep up in the space inside. A house is made of wood, but you live in the walls inside. We work with something, but we use nothing.
He was roboting for me. I don't know if he's roboting for anybody else.
He's roboting.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't look at that as a paradox, right? The universe, right? This is from your idea that there is a such thing as an infinity, so then you can have this infinite regress that you call a paradox. But for me, that's not the case. So I believe that there is a creator outside of this realm and this reality that is outside of space and time, that is the unmoved mover, right? The first action within this realm that we experience, the creator of this realm. And without that establishment, right, without this establishment, then you do fall
Yeah,
into infinite regress
that's
and
a big.
infinity and a paradoxical
I
You
think
already entered
nature.
yourself voluntarily into that, and you don't realize it, I guess.
I think we are part of the creator. The creator has unfolded itself.
I'm about that, Lightwater. I agree. Because I mean, if you want to view a creator outside of reality, where time, space, change, action, all these qualities of reality that are, aspects of reality, if he's outside of that, then he's above.
Maybe
He's above change. He's above all these characteristics that happen here. So you can't ascribe the petty characteristics of reality to a God who's outside of it. So therefore, God couldn't. Couldn't.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah.
What did I ascribe to God?
You said you said he took action.
So, is there movement within this realm? Is there information? Is there movement? Is there energy?
Yeah, and you put him outside of that.
What causes movement?
You think that there's time and space outside of this reality? You think that there's movement and people doing things outside of here?
Dude, you can't ask questions and then continue to talk.
Okay.
So if you ask a question and want an answer, then you have to kind of yield the floor. But so I never said that there's time and space outside of this reality. Time and space is a construct within this reality. It is the makeup within this reality, right? I said that God was outside time and space. So if you are in agreement that this reality is made up of movement, what causes movement?
Movement isn't. I mean, if you're talking about movement as a universal property, that's different than saying why did this thing move, right?
Well, can you have a movement without a cause?
I feel like all you're going to do is, again, ascribe the pettiest of details of reality to something that you think is outside of it, which should be immune to being described in such worldly descriptions.
Well, it's only logical. Otherwise, you do run into an infinite regress, and you run into this paradoxical mindset, right? So
that's the point, man.
If movement is caused by something, what was the cause of the movement? What caused the movement?
You're talking about
movement just always has been and always will be.
You're talking about movement as if it's an object that's moving. Movement isn't something that got pushed. Movement isn't a stone. It's not an object to be set in motion. Motion is movement.
Can you have movement without something that's being moved?
No, the movement is what's going on when something moves.
Correct. So what was the first thing set into motion? Or was everything always been in motion? And if everything's been in motion and motion needs a cause, what was the first cause of the motion?
It really does come down to where someone personally wants to place their infinity. And
or understand that infinity and nothing are not things that are reality or experience. So you have to draw a line, right?
Well, they're governing principles, not actors within the play.
What does the principle of infinity govern?
It's one half of it. So
how can infinity be a half? A half of what?
No. Reality. I'm sorry. Infinity. Infinity is the governing transcendent absolute on one side of the spectrum, and then absolute zero or stillness or complete rest or whatever is on the other side of the spectrum. And reality as you know it and anything here is somewhere on that spectrum. For every individual aspect and characteristic and piece of reality, it lives on the spectrum, and then it has transcendental like absolutes that are like outside of the infinite spectrum.
So you're telling me you draw the borders of each side with nothing and
things
everything.
outside of themselves.
How
So
there is
so
no
think about
such thing as nothing, right? Just as there's no such thing as infinity. Infinity is not a thing, nor is it something that could even exist, right? But so you draw the parallels of your reality on two things that are
non-existent. Yes.
Right. So two things that are non-existent that can never be reached.
Yeah, exactly.
So two concepts are what holds your reality together.
Well, I mean, there's many there's many different words because there's many different spectrums. Ultimately, it is one spectrum, but we can only name one governing transcendent absolute principle at a time. So you got you got all the opposites. Neither of them, whenever you get an opposite, neither of them exist in totality within reality, but they are the things outside of the spectrum that everything here is placed upon between them.
Here's the thing with your two opposites.
They don't exist.
Exactly. So how can they be opposite of one another?
Well, because there's a spectrum that we witness firsthand. We got a front row seat to reality, and this is the spectrum between them. And if you think about it and use your mind to reach beyond what your physical body can ever perceive and understand the transcendent, which you do have the capability of, because you are not only your body, and you can gain understanding and gnosis other than direct like sensory experience. You just extend your mind far past your body's physical limitations, and you grasp the transcendent absolute opposite poles on either side of the spectrum that you live within.
So all you're doing is you're defining what everybody else would consider a creator as two
No, I'm talking about two separate things.
Abstractions.
Yeah, right? Yeah, but the creator is you see that I already feel dirty even using that word. But the thing that would encapsulate the two absolutes would be beyond the paradox. So you live in the reconciliation of a paradox, and that paradox is the dyad of the monad that separated into two, but not
I don't
in any
live in
sort
a
of words.
reconciliation of nothing trying to
You live in a reconciliation of a
everything.
paradox.
No.
You live in a reconciliation of a paradox, but that paradox exists.
What is the paradox?
The paradox is the totality of the universe, and you live within that paradox.
What do you mean the totality of the universe
between the
is
two
the paradox?
opposites?
You have no boundary or no definition. All you're saying is the totality of the universe is the paradox.
The universe as a totality is neither this or that. It is all the thises and that's in one unified manner, which can only be something that defies logic, because logically something is either this or that, but it is both at the same time.
No, it's not.
Well, as you experience it, you experience the fluctuating reconciliation of it. But if you could ever grasp the totality of the universe, which you can't, because that's not something you have the capability to do, you would realize the universe is a paradox.
Oh, so once you grasp the totality of the universe, then you understand that it's a paradox. So you yourself have figured out the totality of the universe and understand that it's a paradox. But wouldn't that be a paradox within the paradox that you're giving me?
Well, like I said, everything within the universe is the reconciliation of the paradox, and I'm not just my finite body. I'm also my infinite soul, and the mind would be the link between them. And so I can tap to a small degree into that like self proximity of like know thyself in the capital I sense, and realize that there is a part of. I'm sorry about the background sound. It's a little next to a busy road. What I can acknowledge is that there is something that I will never know. But what I can know, which is the highest level of spiritual understanding, is that all that we do know exists within like the circle that outlines the yin yang symbol. And to say reality isn't black or white, it's black white, and they both have that dot within themselves, and uh, and that's a mix. That's the reconciliation of the paradox, that they both have that dot with of each other inside themselves. This world is a mixture of two absolutes. Black is one absolute, white is the other absolute, and this world is the totality of that, or our experience is the reconciliation and the mixture of these two opposites. But as a whole, it's the yin yang symbol. It's neither the yin or the yang. It's both black and white at the same time, which nothing within reality can be, because everything within reality is either a black thing or a white thing. But really, it's really a gray thing. Everything, the world is a big gray zone. It's a mixture.
Can you see all the grays? Crazy.
Yeah. So within your paradox, there is no gray. But how do we have a concept of gray?
No. Within the paradox is the spectrum, which is the reconciliation to a fluctuating degree for any example, and that
So
would be the gray zone.
So outside of the paradox, you have nothing, and you have
black.
everything all at once.
No.
That is your construction of your.
Outside of the
I'm just not going
spectrum
to
is
respond
where
anymore.
outside of the spectrum is where black and white exist. The spectrum that is the reality that you could ever be aware of and perceive is the gray between the transcendental absolute black and white. But encircling the black and the white outside of the spectrum is something that is indescribable, and really you're not going to even have words to even approach that. You can just acknowledge that there's something beyond the function of words to even approach.
Yeah, that acknowledgement is what we call God. That's fine.
Sure, yeah, but he's not good, because good and bad would be the two absolutes, and you exist in the world of its mixtures.
No,
And
he is
God would be
truth.
and God would be neither side of God would be neither side of the absolute, because there's truth and there's false, and those are the two sides of the spectrum. But the ultimate God is something you shouldn't even ascribe such petty human words to, like attempt to mention, about describe and give
I don't know if
characteristics.
you were here in the previous aspects of this conversation, but I mentioned that earlier, that the concept of God is something that we can't even begin to conceptually.
Well, you said he's truth, and all of it. That's already blaspheming, in my opinion. It's like don't even try. For you to say.
I like your worldview. I like that your worldview is don't even try.
Yeah, to me,
try your hardest, but don't even try all at once.
No. Don't try to put it into words. You may have a gnosis within yourself that is indescribable, and I will never deny or tell someone I deny their like intuitive, like spiritual connection to that ultimate source. But as far as words go, even speaking paradoxically, which would be the like full flexibility extent of what you could hope to describe as much as possible at once while entertaining all parties at play, that is still insufficient. So we can use a word God, but don't think that you can use any other word after that accurately to try to approach, describing the indescribable.
Would you say that this world is logical or illogical or both at the same time. I guess you have a worldview where
illogical and
everything
logical are on
it's
opposite sides of the
illogical and
spectrum that you live
logical. Black is
between them.
white, white is black.
No,
You're a boy, you're a girl, right? So are there
Black is
absolute?
not white. Okay, don't straw man me. Black. I never said. I mean, if I don't know how you could say that after listening to me. Black is not white. White is not black. Illogical is not logical. Logical is not illogical. Logical and illogical, black and white, truth and false exist in a transcendental position outside of the spectrum between them. Everything here is a partial fluctuating degree of them reconciling their differences, and this is the bond
So
they
here
have.
there
That
is
they
no. So what you're saying is
not
truth is outside of
absolutely.
this realm, right? So there is no absolute truth.
Only in its complete sense. Come on, man. Do you understand me or not?
Well, I'm trying to get words out, but never.
I mean, every time
I'm done
though, it's
again
like you
because, like
haven't.
I said, I can't even get words out without you just talking over me before I can
I mean,
fully.
every time it's like you haven't been listening.
And again.
I mean, if you're saying that you're done, I don't need to let you say I'm done and then continue. If you're done, be done. But I mean, yeah, geez, I just don't know where you've been, or I mean, you must not be taking me seriously at all, or caring to understand me, because you give this example now that's just like, I mean, I hope you would know at this point. I would never say such a thing.
Don't continue to talk about me. If I said that
I'm happy to. No, you can be. I never said I'm done. You said you're done. I can say whatever I want, especially if you're done. I can continue to say whatever I choose to say. If
I
you're
just want
done,
to say something real quick, Bundy, because both of
Go
you
ahead,
guys are
man.
my friends, and I cherish and enjoy both of you guys' views and opinions on a lot of things. I get what you're saying, Bundy, what you've been explaining, and I think that you've done the best job possible at trying to convey what it is you're saying, but it's a very difficult thing to try and comprehend.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it's very difficult. But I get what you're saying. So I just wanted to state that. So if you guys could just try to get along, because like I said, you guys are both really cool, and I just don't want to see you guys having a disagreement, like in the sense that you are.
Well, it's gone way past my comfort zone too. I never thought I'd want to speak to Napalm in the way I have been, because the dude's a total badass. But this is a very heated disagreement we're having, which is unfortunate. It's reached this level, and I take responsibility for that, because I definitely kind of brought it to this level. So I apologize, Napalm. And it is just the fact that we're kind of talking about the things that we hold most dear, and we happen to not agree. And so I guess it's just the nature of speaking upon these sensitive topics that can bring a person like me to go against my better judgment.
I accept your apology. My contention is not with your viewpoint, and I do fully understand it. I just had places I wanted to go within my conversation. And
yeah, I've been rude, man. I've been rude. I admit it. I'm sorry.
I appreciate you saying that, and that is my only contention, is being overspoken when I'm trying to get to a point, because it leads me to believe that the person that I'm speaking to does not want to hear what I say, which there's no point in having a conversation with somebody who doesn't want to hear what you say. So that's.
I know. I've been really impatient. I could promise to be better from here on out tonight if you want to continue.
I think let's continue. You guys are both great dudes. Let's continue.
So if I could just lay out a few like overarching principles, I'd say that I can speak about things that I've never experienced. because I think that all humans have the ability to speak upon transcendental concepts that they've never witnessed, like in front of their face through their senses example of. And I delve into like I speak to that degree. I speak upon things that I have no direct example of. But I think that everyone has that ability to do that to a degree. I think the mind is capable of understanding things that never have a chance of being like perceptually witnessed, right? Like we all talk about black and white. In my opinion, black and white don't exist. There's only lighter and darker shades of gray in our vision. And I'd also say like good and bad. I understand them, but I don't think anyone's witnessed a purely good deed or purely evil deed, because again, everyone is in a position of ignorance, and every action will have unintended consequences. And no matter if you do the worst crime you could imagine, there's, as sick as it sounds, and this would really piss off Witsit to hear this, you could do the most horrible thing he's described as saying about like moral objectivity versus moral relativism. And I'd say that every action you take, even if you took 20 years to plan out the most horrible thing you could imagine, and then you like fulfill that plan and do it, you're still an ignorant person who's unaware of the unintended consequences of your actions. And in some way, even if it's just a sliver, it's going to have a positive influence in either a delayed or immediate way on someone in the world. Maybe the person you killed was going to be rude to their neighbor later that day. And sure, there's a larger degree of evil that occurred in your actions, but it did provide salvation of that person who is going to be mistreated later by the person you killed. Because no one behaves perfectly, so if you kill someone, well, you prevented a wrongdoing action of that person later in life. And that's fucked up, and I don't support murder, but I don't believe in absolutes occurring within reality. I think absolutes are, there's always a pair of absolutes that are the governing principles that exist with outside of reality in a transcendental position. And the things that occur here are always a mixture of those two to a degree, whether it be 99% and 1% one way or 99% and 1% the other way. You'll never completely be free from partaking of both.
There is no such thing as absolute evil. It's always yin and yang. There's always good within the evil and evil within the good.
But yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from. But I wouldn't fully agree with that in saying that good and evil aren't like true things. I just don't think that they're here. I think that they're the things on opposite sides of the spectrum. To me, here, this place, reality is the spectrum, but it has a polar nature to it, and that good and bad exist on the outside of that spectrum, which is weird because I think the spectrum is an infinite spectrum, but somehow, these that's the whole point. That's the whole meaning of transcendental. They are outside of an infinite place or an infinite spectrum. They're the thing. They're the thing over the horizon, or they're the land of milk and honey on the other side of the rainbow. You'll never get there, but there is such a thing, but not really. Just kind of. I mean, it's the definition of transcendental. It's that which isn't, bound to the mundane principles of operation of, this place.
They exist in a pure form where it's pure good and pure evil, the absolute.
Exactly. Yeah, and there's no purity here. This whole place is a mixture.
I think the land of milk and honey exists. but we have made maybe an ideal picture of it.
Do you think it physically exists?
Well, it's called the realm of forms.
Yeah,
It's the mathematical realm.
It's the
but
garden. It's the garden.
Can I go there on a plane?
No.
Or a train?
No, sir.
It
It's
can
outside
come,
of this reality.
It can come to you. It can pull you in. It can transcend to it.
Transcend. Yeah, I believe that too, because like I said,
I believe we have lived in the fall. We have bigger seasons, fall and winter, and spring and summer, over thousands of years.
Yes, sir.
I think it all boils down to, where do you exist? Do you exist just in the world? And I'd say no. I'd say your body exists in the world, but your soul or your consciousness isn't something that you can like slice a human open and like find it inside. Like, oh, where's my soul? Can I do surgery or cut someone open and find it inside of themselves? No, it's you're never gonna find it.
Take for instance the eye, Fundy. When you slice it open, you can't see what I think happens when your iris opens or closes. That the lens on the backside becomes more convex, more convex.
Right.
Because you can't, that function then doesn't work anymore. Maybe someone who knows how to see how these muscles work and then maybe pulls them. Maybe maybe someone could discover it, but. And of course, the metaphysical, what you guys were talking about, what I heard Napalm asking for definitions, then you have an understanding of the mechanical part. But do you have an understanding of manifestation and experiencing? No. Can you open yourself and see how manifestation and experiencing works? No, you can't. That's not mechanical. That's sending out a signal and wait for the return and see what comes, right? You give and receive.
Yeah, man. Wait and see. Patience is a virtue, even if that patience needs to extend beyond death.
I have a lot of patience, and I need it.
Yeah, I have this hope that people only have questions while they're alive, and they only.
Well, when you die, you're united with Source. You become part of the whole.
I would hope so. Yeah, that's how I like. That's how I like to imagine it as well. I can't say like I'm sure, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Well, here's the thing: matter cannot be created or destroyed; only transformed. Death is merely a rebirth. It's just you're reborn into something new, whatever's on the other side.
Yeah, and in a metaphysical sense, death is absolutely a rebirth. Yeah. I'm waiting for my birth certificate, receiving my feathers.
I mean, if you can be born once, there's infinite time. So if the probability of you being born is not zero, it kind of just makes sense that you would be born infinite times.
Yeah. My question is, if energy transcends, does the total of the energy stay together, or do I get in the next life different energies supply to my system. Whoever I am, then.
Yeah, in my game, and my idea.
There are thousands of girls who say they have been Cleopatra in a past life.
Well, it's like a game of evolution. You have to keep evolving yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it all comes down to the 7 Hermetic principles. All is vibration. All is mind.
Resonation. Also, yeah.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between frequency and vibration?
Well, frequency is related to time, but vibration is... vibration, I think, is related more to amplitude, maybe?
How is frequency related to time?
Well, for example, you have the period of a frequency, which is like how often it goes from high to low, back to high. The cycle, the time it takes to complete a cycle.
Yeah, but the quantification of the cycle doesn't necessarily explain the thing in contention. It's only a descriptor of it.
Well, yeah, it's a description, yeah.
Right. So in order to differentiate vibration from frequency, we would have to explain what they are, not just describe the parameters thereof.
Well, it's all a dream. You have to realize this is a collective dream that we're all having. Like, the material world's not really real.
Who am I talking to, for starters?
Hello, I'm known as Truth Seeker.
Oh, okay. What's up, Truth? Okay. For some reason, you kind of sound like that another guy that comes on a different channel.
What is his name, sir?
I think it's Matthew. It's
Wait, are you talking about
I
Matthew
don't
Learns?
I think so. He's
Oh,
got
wait.
like a YouTube channel. I guess he's pretty popular.
Yeah, that's not me, bro.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't mean to offend you in any way. I was just, I don't know. There's like a similarity between your voice and his, I think. I could be wrong.
Well, I guess it's because we're both globe earthers.
Maybe. I don't know if I was picking up on that so much, but either way,
I mean, what is it? I don't know what it is.
what are we talking about?
I don't know. Never mind.
Are you asking about the frequency versus vibration thing, or are we still talking about Matthew?
Yeah, let's talk about the frequency.
I would boil frequency down to temporal polarity.
Temporal polarity. So time polarity, what does that mean?
Come on, man. Everybody knows what polarity means.
I'm just trying to think of a way to explain this. Maybe I could give you a video. Maybe I could send you a video your way that would elaborate further than I could.
Sure.
I don't know if you'd be interested in that or
Yeah,
not.
well, I know the guy in your bio, Theoria Aporosis or whatever his name is. I studied.
Apophysis, yeah.
I studied his videos.
Oh, cool. You currently continue watching his videos, or is this just something you did in the past?
Well, nowadays he doesn't really talk about science as much, so I don't watch him as much as I used to, but I think he's right when he says, like, the universe is electric and where he talks about hyperboloids and stuff like that, and light being a field perturbation and not a particle, stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. So it was maybe a couple weeks ago he talked about this temporal polarity thing in regards to a formula he put out. You probably click on his channel and you scroll down, you'll see a thumbnail of a formula, and I think it's the video after that where he and the connection between what it is that I was trying to explain, but
Hey,
not able to do at the moment after working 12 and a half hours.
Isn't light a field perturbance in quantum field theory as well? So I thought there was a difference. Like I was
they're
just
very
curious what the difference is.
relatable. Yeah, they're very relatable. But I don't think it's my time to really be on the mic. I've already put in 12 and a half hours. I'm fairly exhausted.
Is fundamental still around?
Fundy.
Yes, yeah, I'm here, guys. What's up? What's up? Who's that?
I just wanted to ask you. You were saying, I think that
What's your name?
Barrel Rider.
Okay, cool. What's up, Daryl?
I want to ask you about your statement. You said you thought the universe was a paradox, and
Yes.
and you like describe that paradox or why it's a paradox and what that means.
Could I do that?
Yeah, would you? No, just elaborate on that thought.
Sure.
Well, existence itself is a paradox.
Also,
Why is there something rather than nothing, sir?
I'll let this gentleman go first, and then we'll talk afterwards.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I could use a couple minutes listening to you. Maybe I'll pick up on something. I want to give the best answer possible. So, go ahead, go first. Then I'll say what I think afterwards.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I just think existence is sort of a paradox. I mean, why is there something rather than nothing? That just seems absurd to me. I mean, I think the universe exists because it has to exist. It would be a contradiction for it not to exist. Nothingness existing is a contradiction, so there has to be something.
So how is that a paradox? I don't really understand, I guess.
Well, it's kind of a paradox because there's no cause. We live in a causal universe, but it seems like there's no cause for the creation of it.
Do you think having a creator would give it cause?
Well, yes, sir, but that kind of begs the question of what created the creator. Which I do believe in a creator, I'm just saying, like, why does any of this exist in the first place?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not putting up any kind of an argument. I'm completely clueless about the whole thing myself. I'm just like to hear people talk about what they think it's about, but yeah, I don't really
Yeah, I mean,
I guess I never really question it that deeply or that much. I just sort of
I
think
mean,
that
yeah,
conclusion that there's a creator and just leave it all up to him or her, whatever it is.
yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
What do you think fundamental?
Yeah, I'm happy to come in now or whatever. So I got your first question in mind, but if you got a second question, lay it on me.
No, I was just wanted you to elaborate on that idea of the universe being a paradox. Why you
Mhm.
feel it is.
Right, right. So um, paradoxes can only really be approached as a way of like over Discord, right? What are we doing? All we have is our words to communicate with each other with right now, right? And so I can only extend to you any sort of information delivery through through speech here, right? And so working within those limitations, not that really in person it'd be any better, because even in person, the most a lot of people can do in certain situations is just try to explain themselves through their words, and so understanding that like that's where we're at, and that's what we're working with. I can talk about it like a paradoxical um I can talk about a paradoxical statement or a paradoxical description, right? And that should give you some clue as to what I mean of a true paradox, which I think that there's only one true absolute paradox, and that's the universe in its entirety. And so, but to give a like smaller fractal level example, like a paradoxical statement or description would be when something is described with contradictory terms. So if something isn't wet, or I'm sorry, if something is wet, it isn't dry, right?
Okay.
So if something's wet, it isn't dry. If something is dry, it isn't wet. If something is male, it's not female. If something is true, it's not untrue. If something is full, it's not empty. If something is black, it's not white. And so uh, things in reality have characteristics, right? Like if I like leave my oven in the pizza, if I leave my pizza in the oven and I take it out after 5 minutes, it's gonna be to whatever degree I use this word, it's gonna be soft or it's gonna be firm. And I leave it in for 10 minutes, it's gonna be more firm, right? And so there are characteristics to things within reality where I can say this thing becomes increasingly more firm and brittle as I leave it in the oven, right?
Yeah.
And so um so the pizza um treated as like something that like the whole thing is being cooked at once, right? It's gonna be placed along a spectrum of softness and firmness, and you say, okay, this thing is soft or firm. Now here's the thing. There's going to be an easy retort for you to give me in my next point, and that's that. Well, what if you what if your oven was broken and only one side of the heating mechanism worked? Well, the pizza would be both hot and soft at this, or I'm sorry, firm and soft at the same time, right? And so if we're just saying, is the pizza soft or hard? Well, you could say, well, the pizza's both. But of course, that's not a paradox, right? It's that the left side is soft and the right side is firm, right?
Okay.
Right, right. And so the pizza itself would have both characteristics. I could say this is a soft, hard pizza. But of course, I would be lying or I would be misleading in my choice of words, because I don't really mean the pizza is both hot, or I'm sorry, keep on saying hot, firm and soft. I would really say like the left side is soft and the right side is firm. And I view the reality as something that really doesn't have any clear distinctions between anything. Not in one sense of the perspective of viewing the universe, because I think there's two ways to look at the universe. That there's the view of the universe as saying, is the universe comprised of many things, or is the universe just one thing? You know, is the universe singular, or is the universe multiple? And the answer is it's both, right? One is all and all is one. The universe is many things, but the universe, from the other perspective, is that, well, it's just one thing, right? The one verse, right? It's the one thing. It is all things. It's the one. It's the only thing that even is, in a sense. And so, but there's this whole other part where the universe doesn't have to follow the same rules that the things within the universe follows, such as like everything within reality as like a smaller component. It's like they all have friction, so there's no such thing as a perpetual motion device in reality. Within reality, you know about like the scientific reasons you can't build a perpetual motion device.
Yeah.
Right, but and so for something to continue being and ongoing in motion, there has to be a fuel source to be expended and used up in order to propagate the continuation of this thing being what it is and doing what it does. But as I imagine it, and this is just total speculation, but as I imagine it, the universe doesn't have a gas tank that it's going to run out of. There is no such thing as a perpetual motion device inside of reality, but reality itself is a perpetual motion device. You see where I'm coming from?
I'm not sure really. I think no, I don't know where you're going with all this. Not that I oppose it. I'm not saying I oppose it or anything. I'm just I don't really get what you're talking about. I guess I'm just not capable of understanding it or something.
I mean, I'll take it from a different approach. Like I was saying about components of reality, like the pizza or whatever, or anything having a characteristic you could describe it by. Like, this person is a male and this person is a female, and it'd be a paradox to say this person is a male female, or this thing is wet dry. Like that's a paradoxical statement because it has contradictory terms, or contradictory like aspects of itself that can't, like, you can't be dry and wet at the same time. But that only applies to components of reality, where reality as a whole, I mean, reality as a whole is all qualities at the same time. Like would you describe reality as masculine or feminine? Well, it must have both for any of its components, which are made from it, to be able to be of one or the other.
Hey,
so
you ever heard of the parable of the four blind men and the elephant?
Yes.
I think it reminds me of that.
Oh yeah. Hey, I see the similarity.
I don't know that story. What is it?
There's four blind men, and they're standing next to a elephant, and someone says to them, "Hey, what's in front of you?" And so they all reach out to touch the thing that's in front of them, and they say, "Oh, I'm holding on to a snake," because one of them grabs the tail, and one of them touches the torso and says, "Oh, there's some sort of giant wall in front of me," and the other one touches I forget the specific details, but they all touch a different part of the elephant and describe what they touch and describe it.
Like the ear. Oh, it's flat and it's this, and then one is the trunk. Yeah, just to give some context.
and they all only have like a partial perception of the truth, and the truth is something that none of them, because of their state of ignorance, like a human is in, similar to being blind, you'll never, you won't have the personal ability to understand the totality of what's in front of you. You'll never, you only have your slice of the pie to taste.
Right, and so that's why you would say that it's that the universe is a paradox, because you really don't know what the hell's going on.
No, I'd say the universe is a paradox, because it it everything in the universe draws from the essence of the thing in total. Like if there's a box of toys, you can take out one toy at a time and play with that. But I mean the thing is, a parent can give a bedtime to a child, but it doesn't, a dad tells his son, bedtime is 11 o'clock, right? But the parent is not shackled by the same commands as he gives to his child. He doesn't. The universe doesn't follow the same rules as a whole as its children inside of it. Like, the universe says you can't be a perpetual motion device, even though I am a perpetual motion device. Like, you can only be one thing, but I will be all things. Like, anything within reality has to be a thing, but the universe gets to be one thing and all things at the same time.
And that makes it a paradox.
Well, yeah, it's multiple and it's singular at the same time. It's all and it's one at the same time.
Yeah, I think I can see what you're saying.
It's it has it's finite and infinite at the same time. It has a finite, it's a finite expression of infinity. It's it's really hard to talk about the universe as a whole, because the only things that anyone ever talks about are pieces of it or components within it. And so it's a whole impossible conversation to try to describe the characteristics of the universe as a whole, as the one ultimate, universe reality. Because all we ever talk about is this table, or my leg, or whatever. And there's even signs of this, there's a sort of lower level fractal version of it, where it's like, am I one thing or am I many things? Well, you are, what you said your name was Beryl. Yeah, Beryl is Beryl, but you're also many cells, which are all sort of alive in their own way. So are you one living organism, or are you many living organisms? And that is reconciled, and it's not it's understandable. But there's a more transcendental parallel to it when you're describing the universe, because at least you get to be inside of something, right? At least you get to be a human that's inside of the universe. But then you say the universe, what's it inside of, right? It's inside of itself. There you go. There's another paradox for it. It surrounds itself and it's inside of itself. It has all qualities. Things within reality have to pick one or the other, but it gets to be simultaneously both at the same time. And it has to be, in order for anything within it to draw upon it or draw from it and be polarized to a degree within it.
Yeah, I think I can see what you're talking about, and it's yeah, there are, we do have a definite, world that we live in, a reality that we live in, but there are so many things that we don't have a clue about. And it seems like the more you learn, you kind of figure that less and less as time goes on, because there's just this immense amount of stuff that you'll never really know. you got to live within the confines of this reality that we do know. Like we all know what a tree is, and even a dog or a deer out in the woods. We all are conscious of a certain reality, but there's so much that we don't know about. Like the discussion of the shape of the earth or whatever. It's like there's so many things in our universe that we're not capable of understanding. um, and I think the problem is that people get an idea of what's going on, and they cling to that, and they'll fight to the death to preserve that idea or whatever. And yet we're all pretty clueless. It takes a lot of faith to believe anything that's not part of our concrete reality.
Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. Like one of these old questions that I don't know how long this debate's been going on, right? But like, especially in the modern context of like the mechanical atomistic view of reality, where um, even your decisions or whatever, they say, oh, it's just a series of dominoes, right? Like you had to think the thought you thought because every mechanical, operation that physically happening in the universe led you to that thought. Like it couldn't have happened any other way because it's all just materialistic cause and effect, right? And so there's this long debate that's been going on about like free will versus determinism or fate or whatever, right? And even though the ultimate answer and the ultimate understanding, I think, is beyond even words, there is the highest truth that can be put into words, and the highest truths. There is a truth higher than the highest speakable truths, in my opinion. There's the practical truth, then there's the highest truth that can be spoken, which is going to be a paradoxical statement. And then there's a higher truth that words can't even attempt to approach. And so to say as much as can be said about free will versus hard determinism or fatalism or whatever, I would just say, well, being forced to do something means you have no choice in the matter, and having a choice of the matter means you're not being forced. But the paradoxical ultimate truth that can be spoken, which isn't the highest truth, but it's as much as can be said, is that things with free will are forced to make decisions.
Yeah.
And you can say,
yeah,
we're forced to make decisions. And that's the ultimate expression through like language that can be spoken. That's as true as you can get verbally. But then of course there's something beyond what words can describe, which is the background in which this paradox takes place in. And it's also and it's also equally true. It's just as true to say I make choices. Yes, you do. And is reality like cause and effect based? Yes, that is also true. So how is it true that I make choices and reality is based on logical cause and effect relationships? Well, we are forced to make choices, which is a paradox. And that's as far as it goes, as far as words go. But I do think that everyone has something within themselves, some tether to something, behind and above or beyond the paradox. But at this point, you're not gonna put it into words. That's just something you got to feel, some sort of gnosis to entertain on a personal level within yourself. And I hope for people to reach that and like feel that within themselves intuitively. But here, at the end of the day, there's nothing to say. It's not that you shouldn't try to make that connection. It's just that you shouldn't try verbalizing it. You can, but I do think you can point people towards the direction, like an arrow that points over the horizon, and is like, yeah, that way. It's over that way. I'll never be able to like get you there and like take you there in a plane or a train or whatever, because the horizon is going to physically extend as you approach it. And so it's not a physical journey you're ever going to, or a logical journey that's ever going to get you to that ultimate destination of paradise, milk and honey, of connection, into heaven or whatever. That's something that you have to leave behind, being logical, and utilize the non-physical aspects of who you are, because you're not just your body. And you gotta like, as cheesy as it sounds, you kind of have to astral project. you know you have to let your mind and soul travel further in its understanding than your body will ever be able to reach, because physical things have physical limitations, but luckily enough, there's a part of you that isn't physical, and it can reach beyond the limitations of your physical constraints, because that's not the only thing you are. You're much more powerful than just your body. You can derive wisdom from places that you don't receive stimulus through your like sensory organs. There are truths to be understood that you're only going to find within or beyond, or however you want to put it.
All right, I got it.
Of course, science, right? Science is all about the materialistic, demonstratable, repeatable, practical, demonstratable, materialistic pursuit of truth, and that's great. I love it. Um, I just think that there's other sources, other wells to drink from. Your body. There's like your insight, and then there's your outsight. And science is all based upon your outsight. You know, and I guess like spiritualism or whatever would be focused on insight, and then but that's the antithesis and the thesis that then you, as the bridge, the rainbow bridge between Asgard and Midgard, that's the mind that you have at your disposal to create a synthesis between the two. And you just got to take advantage of everything at your disposal, and be that syncretist who travels the world, listens to all the wise men, even if they disagree, and take the nuggets of truth that they provide, and I don't know, synthesize the disagreements they have. Like, you're kind of on your own, but that's one of those other paradoxes. Like, we're all alone together. We're all on this journey together. You and I hope, we're trying to help each other out. But then in another sense, it's all on you. I can't understand anything for you. I can't do your work for you. So again, the highest spiritual truths can only be spoken paradoxically. We're all alone together on our journeys.
Yeah, you
Am I
seem to
alone? Yes. Go ahead.
you pointing out a lot of paradoxes. I think it's true. The universe is a paradox in many ways.
It was nice talking to you. I know I rambled on a bit, but I'm gonna go have some pizza. But I'll be listening.
Yeah, I'm gonna get something to eat too later.
Later, bro.
Yo, Jeremy, did you hear about Bacon's game? He's making a celestial navigation game. It's my idea.
Are you gonna make it round and curvy?
Actually, it sounds like he used a sort of Walter Bislin personal sky dome sort of idea.
A celestial sphere.
Yeah, for the celestial sphere. Yeah, I mean, most games. I've coded some games, and probably 99% of games are made on a flat plane with with only an illusion that you're on a sphere.
Yeah, you can think of it as a sphere, even though it's not.
Well, no, I mean, when me and Lichwink, rest in peace, were getting data from people on how to make a correct FE model, and then kind of show what the problems were with doing that. The only solution we came up with, for a flat Earth model, was one where it was basically in a simulation, and it was two semicircles basically, where you kind of magically, entered into the other hemisphere, which was actually not like, it wasn't like two halves of a sphere. It was like I guess two halves of a sphere laying on side by side. But of course, that's like involves magic and shit like that. So
Yeah, but you would agree. Okay, let's say that we have a limit to our vision, because I know in the heliocentric they try to say you can see forever, and you're seeing light from billions of years ago, and all that shenanigans. But from the perspective that we're actually an animal, a human, a mammal that has an eyeball that's limited. I mean, like, animals can't just see forever. A bear can't just see forever. Like, it's a biological creature that would have a limitation to it. So in that perspective, if we have a limitation, that limitation would be like the radius of a sphere. So let's just say you can see 200 miles or whatever the number might be in the absolute max. I'm just making up a number. In the absolute maximum. Maybe it's more than that. Whatever it is, I'm just trying to make up a number. So if you were able to see that far, the radius, you would then have, just in that example, you'd have a 200-mile radius of your limit of sight. Now, of course, it's going to depend on atmospheric conditions. Sometimes you can only see 3 miles. Sometimes you might see 100, et cetera. But let's just say your limit is 200 or something in that example. Then like 200 miles would be the radius of the sphere that you're able to see within. And so that means that it's almost like a hemispherical dome, which is why they've called it a celestial sphere. And, like that terminology, they're not meaning it's necessarily actually a sphere. It's just the kind of hemispherical dome of stars that within your field of view. And those would function like a hemisphere. And then you'd be able to, that would give your 60 nautical miles per degree. And that's what I think that would then be what they've inverted to make the Earth, just to claim that the Earth is spherical and the stars are, parallel light rays infinitely far away.
wait, so how would that give me 60 nautical miles per degree though? Because I see what you're saying, like you have a vision, you have a horizon based on, I would say it's based on the curvature of the Earth, and so, but regardless, it's a consistent distance. Assuming the ground is level around you, it's a consistent distance, so it'll give you basically a circle on the ground around you. But you're basically describing a sphere around you, where this is the case, right? And it's not caused by the surface; it's caused by the limit to how far you can see.
Yeah. Like you'd have a half a sphere, like a hemisphere above
Right.
you.
Well, everything above the ground, but unless you were if you were like in the sky or something, you'd have a whole sphere, right, or something like that. Kind of. It depends on how high you were.
Yeah, you
Because
mean
you have
like
a half a sphere. Sorry, go ahead.
you mean like on the larger scale? Well, I mean, I know that.
I just mean.
Well, it's like I'm going to post it again. I know you've seen it a million times, but just that Walter Bislin one, where you would have potentially the whole Earth system, which whatever that is, but then you would have that, just like he shows right here. It's like a sphere that's only halfway cut off because obviously the other part's under the ground. So it's like that hemispherical region is where the stars are constellating for you, and that would give that 60 degrees per nautical mile because the degree is falling in the sphere above you. It's not the Earth's curvature causing that to fall a degree. It's actually the sphere surrounding you or the hemisphere surrounding you that's causing that to occur.
Okay, and so again, what's the sphere is representing the limit to how far you can see, or is it something else based on your vision? Like, what's the reason for you seeing in like this in this spherical way or whatever? Is because that represents the limit in all directions you can see, or I didn't get that.
I mean, in the way that I'm discussing it now, yeah, of course, it gets more complicated because you're talking about the stars and how far away are the stars, and that gets into that question. Meaning, like,
It's an interesting concept.
Like, let's just say the stars are just make up a number 2,000 miles away. Then that means that we can see 2,000 miles. So is that the limit, or can we actually see 3,000? But you know what I mean? But the furthest thing we can see is the stars. So that gets into like sort of those questions. And then there's even a distance. Are the stars any distance away? Are they even physical? Are they even any distance? Or is that medium above us something else entirely? That gets into a whole another thing of like the celestial objects and versus the physical material world and everything. But just to kind of answer what you were saying, yeah, let's just say for a moment in what I'm describing, like let's say you were on an Earth with no atmosphere, nothing. You could just see forever, an infinite plane, infinite everything, infinite sky. The whole thing is just you can see forever, kind of, or I mean, it goes forever. In what I'm describing at this, but if you're a human, like you're not in God mode where you can just see everything, but you're a human, meaning you have a mammalian eye, an eyeball, there's going to be an absolute limit to how far you will be able to see. So like I was throwing a number out there, let's just throw a number of 1,000 miles, whatever it is. Let's just say that limit is 1,000 miles, just throwing out another random number. Then that would mean that you would have, even in this space that's just infinitely huge, in that scenario, you would only be able to see 1,000-mile radius sphere around you. And that's going to function like a dome, even though the thing above you might be a planar set of stars or whatever it is, because you can see in that sphere, it's still going to constellate to you in that way.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking about this yesterday too, because the conversation was kind of interesting about the site, and I think there's a lot of concepts actually that, at least with the conversation yesterday, we're getting sort of confused for one another. Maybe not confused, but like for instance, I'd like people were talking about how you see all around you in a circle, the horizon, but I think that's only based on the surface being the way it is. Like, if we weren't on a sphere, I don't think that would be as like a normal thing. Give me a second, because I want to kind of phrase this correctly. So let me think about it for a second. Because I tried explaining it yesterday, and I don't think it came across correctly. But you You know, when you say a limit to how far you can see, in my
It's a
idea,
radius. Sorry to interrupt, but ironically,
right?
it's a radius. Yeah, it's not a
Right.
radius of a globe. But can you see how they, at least in potential in your mind, they've reversed the radius of our vision into the radius of a reified globe that we're standing on?
No, but right. That's what I'm saying. Like that's one idea, but that idea would infer that there's a radius that's uniform in every direction, which would create a sphere, or on the surface, which would create a circle. But I don't know if that's the case. I think that the limits are based on the size. So you have a singular angular resolution, but the size and the distance are going to vary for many different things. For that reason, if you weren't on a sphere, in most cases, you'd look around and you would have varying radiuses. So you wouldn't really end up with a sphere or a circle, in my idea of what's happening. But yeah, so I'm trying to picture that the radius that represents a limit of how far you can see, how that would present itself. Because I don't think in my head that doesn't work like that, but I could see how it would work. There would be a sphere around you, basically.
Yeah, and everything would. But doesn't that just make sense, even from the perspective of, like, if you have a video game and you create a huge, planar surface for the dude to run around on, or like even some of these games where they have huge cities or whatever that you can go, play, and they have like the entire city of San Francisco or whatever, and you can. Anyway, so if you're in some huge world like that, but if you have like a really big world, let's say it's like the size of the United States, there's a player who's in Tennessee, there's a player that's in New York, player that's in Florida, and each of those players are only going to see like their local sky and their local region. They're not going to be able to see the whole thing. So it's like individual little rendered subsections of the larger whole.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. When me and Lichwink had done that, it was basically, principles that only exist in a simulation or video game. But what would cause reality to be to behave in the same way? You know what I mean? Like to be rendered like that.
Well, I mean, if you're like, let's say you're the creator and you create like the rocks and the water and all the land, and then you have a human on it, and the human is like a limited being that has limited eyesight and everything, then wouldn't it just make sense that you're just absorbing and viewing the section that you're in?
Well, yeah, right. I mean, that's like I said, that's how games work, whatever. But I don't think there's a mechanism for reality to behave like that. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like right now, like you're in Texas, right? So I'm in California. Like, when I go out and look outside, I'm seeing the trees and the things here. When you go outside, you're seeing the things there. Now, we may be able to see the same thing in the sky, though. Like we could both see the moon. So obviously the sky is more expansive. So we'd be able to see. I mean, obviously we can see pretty far because like there's definitely sunsets that are 3,000-4,000 miles or even more, just, in terms of the distance. So obviously we can see pretty far to be able to see that in the sky. But can we see 10,000 miles? Can we see 50,000 miles? Like, is that even possible? Because if not, then that means we do have that limitation.
Yeah, but okay. So, yesterday this also got brought up at a different time, which had brought up a star or light, a radio wave that was received from 9 billion light years, and they were kind of ridiculing that. But I mean, do you agree with the paradigm I'm in, where light travels to your eye and your eye receives it, right?
Yeah, I understand the idea of that. Yeah.
But no, I'm saying, do you agree? Like, are you in that paradigm, or do you not agree with that?
I mean, if I just had to say yes or no, I would say in general, no, I don't agree with that. But I would. But I would.
That's what I'm trying to get at a root
more
of.
nuance to it than that, though. But
I'm willing to listen, but I just I was just trying to see because, like I said, fundamentally, like we have different paradigms when it comes to that, and for that reason, like our limitations are different things. You know what I mean? Like I told you, what my limitations are. They're basically size and distance, also magnitude, brightness. Uh, but yeah, regardless, yeah, and yours would be something different. I'm willing to listen if you wanted to share, but if you have, that's cool.
Well, it is different though, because yeah, the reason you would say that is because the light in your speed of light and can travel the way that you're thinking it does
Right.
through space and everything. Then in your viewpoint, you don't have to be able to see a billion light years. That light just has to travel to you in
Right.
order for you to see it. So then, so that light, the light is the thing that's going forever, not your vision.
Yeah, right. I mean, in my paradigm, that's exactly, you explained it exactly.
So like if the star was throwing a baseball at you, at your eyeball or whatever, it's throwing it through space. It's traveling, going. Finally, it makes its way all the way to your eye, and then you perceive it.
Sure, yeah, or even, I mean, that's a perfectly fine way. But also, like if you drop a pebble in like a perfectly still lake, and you have sensors at the ends of the lake, like the receiving that dropping of the pebble or whatever comes in the form of that sensor detecting that wave, basically. I mean, that's a much more nuanced way of saying the same thing you said.
Yeah, so it's like a fundamental question at this point of what, yeah, kind of the nature of reality and consciousness and the way the eye works and all of these factors, because the way you've been convinced it works seems to then open the doorway to the cosmological model that you believe in as well, right? And if it didn't work
Well,
that
yeah.
way, the model would go with it.
Yeah, and I think that's why yesterday, like it was, I think SE, I don't know, I forget who it was. It was Witz and a few other people, and it was confusing at first why they were ridiculing that idea. But now I'm talking to you about it. It just seems like we have fundamentally two different paradigms of what's happening. And in my paradigm, that's basic. That's like it's not a problem. It's what you would assume would be happening, right? Like based on my paradigm, that's as simple as that light was emitted some time ago, and we're receiving it now. You know, it's going to be traveling the whole time. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to jump on you about however you, because you said that you don't really see it as the light coming to the eye. I'm curious to know what you're like, how you think of it. But like I said, if you don't want to share, it's cool.
You're saying as an alternative to that, which would then,
Yeah, because not because I'm going to jump on it, but just because I kind of want to. I can't think of another way for it to work, so I'm kind of curious.
yeah. All right. Well, what about, let's say like you have a jump rope, like a long, those big long jump ropes that are like 20 feet long and they do those big like group jumps or what? Okay. So yeah, you have like a long rope like that. It doesn't have to be a jump rope. It could just be a rope. And let's say you hold the one part of the rope right up to your eye or next to your eye or whatever. And then the other part of the rope is like 20 feet away. And that's a whole, like it's like a channel of ether of whatever one might describe that as, the environment. And let's say when the rope is not wiggling, it's just That would be like when the light is not visible. The pathway is there, but the light's not activated in that particular channel. So maybe you're just seeing darkness or non-illumination. You're in a dark room or whatever. And then the analogy would be if somebody then shakes the rope from the other side of it, from 20 feet down the rope, they start wiggling it. Now the rope is going to start wiggling all the way through its path, and it's going to then activate. And then in this analogy, that would be like the light would be like
like the crest of the wave.
Yeah, I mean, what'd you say?
Like I was going to say, like the crest of the wave, or some component of that wave or something.
Well, I was just using the analogy as okay, yeah, there would be the crest and all of those factors, but I'm more just talking about just the wiggling of it would then create that pathway of the light to be. I mean, I actually think it's a process of induction. It's actually it's an induction from the medium directly, like from the essentially the non-material into material, but then that gets into a whole deeper question of how that's functioning and the different components of the ether and how things are either material or non-material and activated or non-activated, etc. But leaving all that aside for the moment, just going on the more simplistic form of the idea. So anyway, so that rope is wiggling and then the light is inducing out of the medium. So it's, like the way like a microwave, it's not the exact same thing, but just one analogy. It's like a microwave. You know how they say like it heats from the inside?
Sure, yeah.
Like jiggles, like the microwave, it doesn't necessarily shoot heat into the thing you're cooking, your hot pocket or whatever. It actually like vibrates the water molecules and then creates heat through that friction. And that's a simplistic way of describing it. But so in a somewhat of a similar way, I'm just using that analogy that once the rope is being wiggled, I'm not even using like the wave part of the rope as part of this analogy. I'm more just using it as like the rope is activated. It's charged.
Yeah.
Or it's being activated to the point to where now the whole rope going 20 feet away to your eye is now activated. Like the medium is perturbed, the induction has occurred, and now the light is activated.
Hold
Go ahead,
on,
Jeremy.
that was neat. But Kosho's got this magical hot pocket thing going.
Oh my god, dude!
I had to say hot pocket because I heard something about hot pockets recently. You guys,
dude, I swear it doesn't matter what I say, dude. Jeremy's gonna talk about it for the next 10 years, dude. 10 years from now, he's gonna bring that shit up, dude. Just like the babies stacked on each other. Anyway, it's not important. It's funny though, Gio, that like I know. Obviously, we have a different way of viewing it, but the way you described it, barring the fact that you didn't want to use the components of a wave, the description you used, which almost kind of like the one I use with the water, with the stone or whatever. And in my opinion, I mean, I agree with what you said, but that's only because I'm putting in words that you didn't use about the wave. Because I think that's exactly what's happening. Like something's happening over there, and that information is communicated to you through this background that we, know is there, or we have some idea of that's there, but we don't, interact with it directly. But it exists everywhere, and so it's like that's there at all times. But that information way over there is communicated through you in the same kind of way as a jump rope. But that's, like I said, that's where I would include the wave that it's doing.
Yeah.
And you're just receiving that wave, basically.
Well, I was thinking too, like, let's say you're like in water, you're in like a medium of water, and depending on what is activated in the environment, you're going to be able to view like whatever's perturbed. Like right now I'm looking at my computer screen. I'm looking, whatever. This is in my environment. This is the frequencies and the way that the ether is being activated, or that goes even deeper into like physical matter and how physical matter, because I think physical matter constellates in a similar way. I don't really separate the physical world and ether. I think ultimately it's all ether. The ether is the entire medium in which physical and non-physical
and electrostatic and electromagnetic fields are charged and activated within. So in that way, it's like the idea of the water, I was just trying to say, like, let's say you're underwater and it's like the medium is all there, the water's all there, but different parts of it are being activated in a way that you can then perceive it into like a 3D type world.
Dude,
so in that sense, it's not necessarily light rays that are bouncing to your eye in like a mechanistic way. It's more of like a dynamic interplay between the medium, like you are part of the medium as well. And then there's the different layers of the medium, like the part you call your body, the part that is the space,
Yeah.
the area out there. And it's not really like ions and electrons traveling around and bouncing around. It's more of like an interactive
Yeah.
activation of experience.
I'm telling you this, man. I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm telling you, if we all took like a conference, went to a conference on quantum field theory, and like learned the ins and outs of it, I bet you dudes like you, Lemon, a bunch of other ether people would be all about it. Because I mean, that's basically what you just said. Like I said, I'm taking liberties and imagining, putting in words that you didn't say, but quantum field theory is described like what you said, like with matter. That's why the matter and light has that particle wave duality, because all the particles even are essentially perturbations in the field, same way as the light is, at least in quantum field theory. So it's just interesting.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I think if you guys align more with it than I think you think.
Well, I think they've pulled a lot of that from the understandings of the ether.
Yeah,
and then a lot of the
it's partially true. Yeah,
the more ancient. I mean, they kind of subverted a lot of the ether information and everything to kind of cover it with the whole space time and the whole thing that they've done. But yeah, there's parts of it that still exist that are integrated into some of these other fields, and I think they're trying to find a way to basically do version 1.0 was the initial like World War I, Einstein, World War II, like that was like version 1 of doing their abolishing of the ether thing and pushing this whole model. And then there's like version 2, version 3. I mean, I guess it could all be seen in different ways, but yeah, it's like they're kind of trying to revise into a way that they can control it, but also be, weave the truth with also other agendas.
Well, I'm of the mind, because there's people who say this, and it's not crazy for saying this, but outside of this community, because it's different in this community, but I'm of the mind that ether is not being subverted or killed or is dead. I think that, I think of the ether in modern day times to be these quantum fields, right? It's not called ether because, it's confusing to call it something when it has a name that is, obviously more, because it's more robust than the ether was on its own. But it's basically the same thing. It's basically the continuation of that story, you know what I mean, of the story of the ether.
Well, yeah,
slightly different properties, but
just going back. What's going on?
Yo, what's up, Diesel?
Yo, what up, Sardi?
Yeah, but like,
no, that's why I was like, whoa. Kosho's talking about the ether. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I was just saying quantum has to do with quanta. And that's the thing, like, is ether quantizable? So are they trying to like quantize the ether through quantum field theory?
Yeah, but that's the thing. The only thing that is quantized are the perturbations. And by investigation, experimentation, and observation, it is quantized. Like electrons have the same energy level, photons have the same energy given the frequency and wavelength or whatever, and magnitude or whatever. But regardless, this being the case, if they are perturbations of the field, then the field is ever existing everywhere, and these perturbations are quantized, right? Like these waves that we receive, they come in only discrete forms, which is actually kind of what gives each particle its identity. So, there are perturbations in these fields, and those perturbations they come in the same, like an electron is always going to appear as the same way with the same properties. Like I said, which is all, what make them unique from one another. I think one of the only biggest difference, and I don't really know the exact reasoning, other than the fact that they communicate with each other, but the fact is that each field, each particle has its own corresponding field, rather than it being in the ether and it being just one field with the corresponding particles. But to be honest with you, I'm wondering, like as a layman's, I'm wondering if that model is just incorrect. Like it's an assumption, basically, and maybe they're not at separate fields. But like I said, I'm not. I'm not really an expert, so.
So then you would agree that, would you agree though that if light is not functioning the way that your current model claims it is, then that would then put the cosmology you believe in potentially in question as well?
To some extent, yeah. But there's no, I mean, what's the evidence that it is behaving differently? Like, I mean, you're right that we would put that into question. I mean, for a lot of reasons, because there's a lot of assumptions, especially that on distances and size of the universe and the Big Bang and expansion are all based on redshifting of light. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it all rests upon that.
Yeah, for the most part. So I mean, yeah. So if there was a problem, then there would be a problem with that. But people don't they forget that in science, things like that aren't believed just because of a hunch or something. It's usually from a collection of corresponding evidences. That match together and give you a pretty high confidence. Like the Hubble constant or whatever, like the redshift and the distance, it's basically a consistent pattern, with distance and redshift. Most of the time it's a consistent pattern.
Well, how much of it is based upon the interpretation versus the actual observation?
Like I said, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert, but when you look at the data, one thing that they do is they show the distance. They'll show a graph with different distances of different observations of stars, and they show the redshift, and you can see there's a linear pattern. Like that's where they get the Hubble constant from, because it follows a linear pattern. So that's the data, and you can ask yourself, like, how do I interpret this? But it kind of speaks for itself, in my opinion.
Well, I think someone brought up this analogy earlier. Oh, sorry, just real quick. Someone brought up this analogy. It's kind of like a little bit ridiculous to correlate this with that. But like if you wake up every day and your wife says, "Oh, I'm going to work, honey," and you say, "Okay, bye-bye." And then she goes, you think she's going off to work. She comes back at 5 p.m. She says she just got off work. The phenomenon is that she left and went to work and came back. All of that would line up to that. But what if she didn't really go to work? What if she actually went to her friend's house, or she went to the casino, or whatever else? Like I said, I know it's kind of a ridiculous example, but it's like the phenomenon, the data that you would be recording in that analogy is, okay, yep, she left, she came back, she seemed tired, she came back at this right time. Maybe even the distance she went to the casino is the same mileage. You could even say, oh yeah, the mileage on her car is the same as it is when she goes to work. So it's like the phenomenon, the observation of the data would all line up to that. But is there some missing part of verification that one would be missing to pull that conclusion, because maybe she's not actually going to work. She's doing something else.
Right. You know what? I would change your analogy slightly just because it does bother me, because she would be lying in that case, and we'd have to assume there's some sort of liar in our case. But you could change it to like his neighbor, and he's got a neighbor who leaves every morning with a suit and a briefcase, comes back at nighttime. And so you assume, and he does this for 20 years, you assume he's just going to work, but he's actually going, to the casino to gamble all his money away or something. You know what I mean? Who knows? And the data would fit that he was going to work. I guess in some case he kind of is going to work though. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point is that the data matches your observation, and there's nobody tricking us. So, it's true that we can come up with another explanation. There could be other possible explanations, but we don't have one just yet. So, and I think Hubble kind of did state that though, like in the quote, "What's it keeps posting." He's not talking about the Earth being at the center of the universe. He's talking about our galaxy being at the center of some universe where everything's actually moving away from us. So the universe isn't expanding, but everything is moving away from us.
I do gotta agree with you that they're not lying. They're outright telling you the truth, right? For example, when they call it a model and people reify it into reality, or when they tell you, that it's a thought experiment and people think that it's science, or, all these other theories, right? They're calling them theories. And you guys are even saying that science doesn't prove anything. So, by your own admission, if it doesn't prove anything, it's just a belief that you have. And then all the papers I read about the cosmological concepts, they all seem to agree that it requires a great deal of faith, is one quote. Another quote is that there's a problem in cosmology. There's a crisis in cosmology, right? So they are not lying, right? In my opinion. Now, there might be some dishonest people that argue for the globe that use dishonest tactics and, don't take their bias into consideration, et cetera, et cetera. But in my opinion, they're telling you the truth.
Yeah. I would think so. They're assessing the data as data is available to all of us. So.
Hey, Kosho.
What's going on?
Did you know that the Earth is actually an enclosed system? That there's no way to get out of here?
I'm not sure if that's what closed system means.
Yeah, it's like has a limitation.
Well, if you're in a concrete box and there's no doors, it's a closed system and you can't get out of it, right? That's what a closed system is, right?
Like, Kosho, when you look up into this night sky and you see all these stars, did you know that that's the handiwork of the Most High?
To some degree, I'd say that, but I think of it in a different way. In my opinion, much more beautiful handiwork.
You think it's an empty void of space?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not empty.
So
but I think that
where's the light coming from?
From the stars. What do you mean?
Where are these stars in your paradigm?
Some of them are close, some of them are far.
Well, that's kind of where we actually started our dialogue, and I'll be in and out back from my mic, so I'm not trying to kind of jump back in too much. But I was going to say briefly, it is kind of where we started, because we're talking about the way light works and is it traveling billions of light years to your eyeball, through the vastness of outer space and all that, versus something more like we're actually in a medium. Those stars are within a somewhat localized medium, whether they're 500 miles or 5,000 miles is not really relevant because it's obviously local in that sense. Like, let's just say for a minute, the stars are 5,000 miles away. And let's say your eyes can see 6,000 miles. I'm throwing random crazy numbers out there. I'm just saying, if that was the case, then it's like the light is actually being emitted at a much closer range that's within the range of your eyes. And it doesn't have to travel the way that the heliocentric model is claiming that. It can more just be a perturbation of the medium between you and that local source of the stars. And that just changes the entire, like if we're actually only seeing in a certain limited range and there's a certain perturbation that we're observing, kind of like in a video game where it's like the world's being rendered in a local region, that's a very different model than the idea of light traveling, in these like quantized packets of photons and then shooting across the galaxy and then making their way to your eye.
What you said about the perturbation and all that kind of stuff, I mean, that is the most correct model, at least. It does say something just like that. That it's just a perturbation in the field, and more or less, it's that perturbation that your eye is sensing. Like I said, I don't see a distinction between that and the quantum field theory.
Well, because you're using like physical photons that are bouncing around. That's part of the difference. That's like something that's traveling that wouldn't otherwise be traveling in that way, rather than like an interconnected medium that has more of a holistic. Like I was going to say this the other night. I don't know if I'm in the mode to say it as well as I might have the other day because I was thinking about this, but there's a way in which they've taken, I don't even know if I'll be able to word it right, but like the difference between like a holistic organism, like a medium that is imbued with interconnectivity between the outer and the inner, like the human, the outer, all of these different factors, that it's like it's a field or like a medium in that sense that's being activated in these different ways, like activated to make my body. The light is, something that I'm obviously able to perceive, and so on. But it seems like what they've done with like the speed of light component is like compartmentalized it and extracted the medium that, like in terms of it, instead of it being like a holistic system that has, even like meaning and symbology and creation, all of that is bound within it. And then by making light a quantized measurable photon and then the electrons, and it goes on, all of the other components of physics that they've brought in, it kind of separates that into this. It's like a compartmentalization. It's sort of like extracting a certain part of it and saying, okay, now light functions like this, your eye functions like this, kind of changing a lot of those factors to where now it's more of it's the whole Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm. It's turning the whole system and the medium and the way that it's interconnected and trying to extract it into these, what they claim, these different measurable sort of, photons that are bouncing around and being shot around. And then by doing that, it kind of gives them the outer space thing, which is this kind of medium that they're claiming is very different than what our world here is, that it has this kind of, quote unquote emptiness. I know you guys don't say it's completely empty, but it has this like different quality to it, in which now the thing that they extracted from the actual original whole, the light idea, now is something that's traveling through this fabricated medium of space, which is, like a very kind of stripped down version of what we have here, meaning there's much less particles and it functions differently in the vacuum and all that. And now they have this whole thing where now the globe is a compartmentalized thing that's now just a little ball within this huge, vast universe in which, light is all, photons are shooting around space. So it's like they kind of compartmentalized it, extracted it, and then have built this like inverted model out of it.
Yeah, but would you be surprised if you found out that a lot of people who are actually work in the field, quantum field theory, actually believe or think of the world more like the way you just described it, and less like I think you're making a distinction for some reason between these fields and this connection to this, to this sort of, like I guess you call it ether, whatever you want to call it, this other realm that exists everywhere. You're making a distinction between that and light being like a particle bouncing around. But when they say light bouncing around, that's basically all they mean is that the perturbation in that field is moving and traveling and interacting with things. But other than that, that's all it is a perturbation in the field. You know what I mean? It just happens to have, like I said, a specific. It's like a specific amount of that field, or it takes the identity of like a very specific properties, which is what makes it unique and identifies it as that particle. But other than that, that particle is just basically a perturbation through that field. You know what I mean? So maybe I'm not.
Yeah, but
okay,
then why is that? If it's similar that way, then how is it traveling light years upon light years in a way that's not physically possible?
Well, because it doesn't have a limit. So it's like with light. So let's say you light a candle, and a candle's a bad example, but let's say you light a candle, and it radiates in all directions. That information, the field that's right next to it, will immediately get that information, and then it will communicate that to the field right next to it, just like a wave, and it communicates that through the field, and it just continues out and on in all directions forever. The only limit in that case is by the way it's spreading, and the fact that as it's spreading, it'll get wider, and two photons or two parts of that of that wave or whatever, or two different components of that light that was emitted are going to be spreading out more and more as that kind of sphere gets bigger and bigger and further away, to the point where it's going to be only a probability of you receiving a piece of that light that's at a certain distance. But that's the only limitation. Like, that's the reason why you can't see certain things, because the light, it starts to become a probability of you seeing it the further and further away it gets, once the light is that spread out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like if you imagine like a million, a million, whatever you want to call it, waves of light, particles of light are emitted from a candle or a lighter the second you light it, and then it goes out, and then that light is making a sphere that's increasing as it's traveling away from that point in all directions. Eventually, it's going to get to a point to where those a million particles are going to be spread out enough to where you're going to be at a position to where you're either going to see one of those portions of that light, or you're not.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Imagine
what
you
I'm
measure the ground and you find
saying, dude.
out
If
that the
light
Earth
worked
is not
the way you
curving.
guys, that's what I mean. If
You're breaking up, Jeremy.
light worked the way you guys said, the farther there's a.
I can't understand, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're
So,
full robot.
I just wanted to say,
That's emitting.
Jeremy, you're breaking up. All right,
I can understand you though, but yeah, go ahead, Mr. Larry.
I just want to say, in a world where everything's probabilistic and relativistic, except if it goes against the lambda CDM model. Thanks.
Well, no, the lambda CDM is already understood it not to be a correct model, and also the probability. Yeah, the probability I was talking about is only based on a certain distance. Obviously, you can be much closer to that distance, and you'll definitely see that light. The photons will travel to you. And by the way, even if you're at a distance where the photons are spread out enough, they're still going to travel past you. It's just that you may be at a position that isn't guaranteed to see it, which is why I know they say flickering of the stars is caused by the atmosphere, but actually some of that twinkling of the stars in some cases is actually caused by that phenomenon I'm talking about. Like you'd be at a certain distance to where it only becomes a likeliness of you receiving photons in your sensors. I mean, the same is true for the moon bounce. When they do the moon bounce, they shoot the laser to the moon and back. They shoot so many photons that they receive back like a handful, and sometimes none. And it's for the same reason.
Dude, if light worked away, am I good now?
Yes.
Yeah, you were hard roboted
I
before.
just,
Yeah, you're good now, I think.
I just bought a new pair of earpod thingies. Anyways, if light worked the way you guys said it did, there's this sphere emanating unlimited light rays off it. But the farther you get away from that sphere, there should be gaps in it. If it works the way
that's
you
what I'm
say
talking
it
about. That's what I'm
is
talking
there
about.
gaps? Is there gaps?
At a certain distance, yes. This is why things. This
How
is
do
why
you
you can't
measure
see
that
certain
there's
things
gaps?
anymore.
Though? No.
So what?
How do you measure the gap?
I don't know how you would measure it. I guess
Maybe we get some
based on that.
babies with a magical hot pocket.
Fucking hell, dude. No, but
Seriously, how'd you measure it? How'd you measure the
you
gap?
said it. I wouldn't know how to tell you. I wouldn't know the answer. But you could probably use the twinkling of it. I don't know. I don't know how you would measure that.
That would be something that would happen in your idea of it, but this other idea of it, like throwing a pebble in a pond with the wave going away from it, there would be no gap, right? Is that crazy, or did I just kill the chat? What happened?
No, I was pressing the wrong.
Is that too much? Too much for you guys to handle?
I was pushing the wrong button. The yeah, in that case though, the wave, when you drop it right outside, the wave is big because the circle is small, and the circle gets bigger, and the wave is spread out more, and it's still traveling, but is now traveling, at a indiscernible. It's got an indiscernible wavelength, right? Or indiscernible, like height, I guess we'd say, that gap between the trough and the crest or whatever. But the wave is still spreading. It's still moving. It's just now too small. And it's the same idea of the light. It's like it's spread out so much that instead of receiving a bunch of photons in your sensor, you now only have a probability of receiving one. And if you're far away enough, you have a very low probability of receiving any. You probably aren't going to receive any at all, which is why you can't see, certain lights after a certain distance. I'm talking about outside of the atmosphere, not even just because of the atmosphere.
No, I can't even use these fucking earbuds. They won't even stay in my ear. Fucking trash. So pissed.
We know you can go to Walmart, buy some Q-tips, and clean your fucking ears out, dude, because it's probably that.
I know.
What happened, Jeremy? Your earbuds are trash or something? You got
Yeah.
a new pair and they suck?
They won't even fit. They won't even stay in my ears. They're like weird shape. They're not like regular AirPod shape. I don't know how people are even using these shit.
I've had good experience with earphone. That's what I'm on right now, and I know you guys complain about my signal a lot and everything, but as far as these headphones, like bang for your buck, earphone, and they make like what is the Apple version? They make like ones that are shaped like that with the stems. So the earphone with the stems, in my opinion, are perfect.
Yeah, the stem. You got to have that stem. Yeah, but I mean, these other shits I bought, the piece to put in your ear, just doesn't even fit in my ear. Fuck. Anyways, go ahead. Carry on.
You should just get I got this Bluetooth headset.
They got like a rubber cover that goes over the earbud that you got, and it'll make it a little bit. Yeah, it'll change the size of it.
No,
So if you
it
need
ain't
it
helping,
bigger,
bro. It don't help.
Yeah, that's why I've dropped 2 in the toilet because they fell out of my ear. But
fucking trash.
Yeah, I have a headset. I'm using a mic right now, but I have a headset, a Bluetooth headset, and that works much. I mean, AirPods suck, dude. They just really do.
What are you
And I'm
doing with
using
your head in the
AirPods to
toilet,
listen.
Kosha?
So what?
So what are you
I
doing
was
with your head in the
shaving.
toilet to begin with?
I was shaving and it bounced off the sink and in the toilet 2 times.
Uh-huh.
Kosho does not take a break from Discord when he's in his bathroom activities. That's well known. He'll be in the shower. Hey guys, I'm in the shower right now. We're like, Kosho, you're in the shower right now.
Full-time job.
You can't miss anything. He sleeps
Well,
with it on. One ear's listening.
I want to bring it back to something Clay said, because he's talking about like the majesty of space, or majesty of, heavens and God making it stuff. That's what I'm saying. I think maybe because I'm biased, because I'm a developer, like a programmer, but to me, it's much more elegant if God had written like a simple set of rules that we're discovering. I wouldn't say simple, but a few rules that are kind of complex as far as we know, somewhat simple, but just a few rules. And he was able to write those rules and then let out some initial energy, and everything that we see now and throughout space and here on the planet is all emergent from those simple rules. To me, that's more elegant, and I don't know. I would consider that creator somewhat more talented to some extent.
Too bad that he didn't put that in his scriptures and that he didn't put that in reality. I mean, it would be an interesting type of creation, but it's just not what he has created, what we observe. So unfortunately, I don't know what to say about this.
Well, regardless.
Hmm?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, other than that's just a vain imagination.
Yeah, but in both of our paradigms, I guess in both our paradigms, because we both believe in God, it wasn't God who wrote either, the Principia Mathematica and general theory of relativity or whatever, or the Bible. Like, he didn't write any of this stuff. It was all written by men interpreting what they are experiencing as from God or whatever. So I don't think that it not being written in the Bible that it was created like that isn't necessarily a refutation in that idea, because like I said, it's really up to the men to interpret what God's done and record it. Otherwise it's not going to be recorded.
I don't believe that. It says that the wisdom of man is foolishness with God, and that he takes the wise and their own craftiness. And for you to gain wisdom, you need to become a fool. What scripture says. The beginning of wisdom is fear the Creator.
Why do you say that?
Which it's what scripture says, which in many eyes of the sophisticated people that live nowadays that think praying is unnecessary and believing the Creator is unnecessary. I'm not talking about you, I'm just talking about the sophisticated society we live in, will think it's foolish to fear the Creator. They will tell you you're stupid and a fool. But again, I'm rather be a fool for this very short time period that I'm living upon this plane than being a fool in the eyes of the Creator because I had pleasure in unrighteousness and was not seeking the truth. I don't seek the pleasures of this world. If I would so, I would have been still a glober and thinking that what science tells me is correct and that everything is good regarding the system that we live in.
Yeah, I mean, but most globers, I'm sorry, most people who believe in God, and even to the extreme in some cases, most of them are globers. So I don't think that I don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. Like, it's obviously.
There's a lot of Bible believing Christians who refuse to believe or understand or have the willingness to seek biblical cosmology for what it is. What they do is they wander off into believing man and the wisdom of man and the wisdom of this world and the day and age they live in, instead of listening to the word and just purely believing solo scripture. And that's foolish. That's what I call foolishness. That's what the Creator calls foolishness. If we put our trust in the vain imaginations of man, which we see a lot in the relative assumptions of theories within the heliocentric model, then you can be sure to be very foolish. With all due to respect, I still love you as a human being, still respect you, but still the conclusion that I need to make regarding the very intentions of certain men putting their trust and faith in the vain imaginations and relative assumptions of theories regarding the heliocentric model is foolishness within my eyes, and foolishness according to sola scripture, to the scriptures that have been given unto men.
If I come to Germany, can I stay at your house?
Sure. Man, I have plenty of
All right.
rooms. My brother and my sister do not live anymore. Don't live anymore in this house. They still live.
Germany. You fuck
Huh?
around in Germany, you'll end up the middle segment of a human centipede or something.
But no, man. I mean, if you want to visit me, it's no problem. I have enough rooms.
All right. Then I love you too, dude.
I love it too,
Gosho's
man.
down for the human centipedes. It's all good.
I just see that the only reason why I'm constantly trying to like reach out for a guy like you or other people, it's just I just wish that you gain the same access to knowledge that I have been granted to. I mean, I could have been on the same side as you, you know, constantly defending this helo sorcery religion, you know, but
Spinning space testicle shit.
yeah. But because I love you, I literally, I'm not just phrasing this to feel better or anything. I literally, you know, truthfully, I'm telling you, I just wish the best for you, and to get out of this doctrine, you know, of this death bringing doctrine.
You're in the cult, Gosho.
How'd you know that? I never told you about that.
The heliocentric cult.
Oh, right, yeah, that one too. Yes. Well, I got a question, 2 questions. First of all, I'm not sure if everyone agrees on the part that you said that it said something about harmful or something like death bringing or something. I want to ask about that comment, and then also this comment does get brought up a lot, but I don't know if it's just the way it's phrased or if you guys actually mean the word defending, because you guys use that a lot. Anytime that we're arguing for something we believe in or something we believe to be true or something, I don't know, that it's like I don't consider it defending, but I don't know if if I'm wrong, maybe that's the correct way of saying it, but
I mean, you're defending
like
your position.
Yeah, I'm defending my position, sure. But like if I
evil, satanic, demonic lineage, heliocentric cult that you're in.
Okay. But if I see the Artemis footage, and you know, I like the Witches video he played the other day, and I think that it was misleading and whatever. I guess to some extent I am defending it, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel like defending.
You're the biggest globe defender out there. Who do you think? There's no one's bigger than you, bro. You're putting in that OT. You're talking to us while you're washing you're defending balls and washing your balls all at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not the only one,
I
dude.
think Zenik is so far the most I don't have any specific word for this, but Zenik is very passionate with defending whatever he wants to defend.
Passionate's one way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say that's probably a nice way to put it.
That's the nicest. That's not how I would have phrased it, but that was nice.
You guys, Gio, and Jeremy, you guys know as well as I do that Zanuck is a very competitive person, and it's gotten him far in life. It's just his nature. It's just to be. He's relentless in a good way, in a bad way for you guys, but in a good way.
He was literally on American Gladiators. I mean, there he was testosterone boosted, going up against these huge dudes and huge ladies that are just wrecking them on American Gladiators.
No,
so.
they weren't. Dude, he was wrecking them, dude. Except until the end, like when that dude fucking grabbed him and threw him down that mountain. I was like, oh shit, dude. But
I still haven't watched the whole clip.
Yeah, the end is when he gets wrecked by that dude. But because the dude was pissed at him because he bested that dude earlier in the game.
Zanuck is a Bill Hicks meme.
Bill Hicks?
Yeah, you don't know his bit. Honey, just turn out more goals and gladiators. You never seen that bit?
I've seen all his bits. I forget that one though.
Oh yeah, where he's like, he's talking about JFK or whatever, and he's like,
Oh yeah, right.
Don't worry, honey. You know, we'll just turn on American Gladiators. You know,
Right. Just go back to
just go back to sleep.
Zombie.
Let's go back to sleep. Yeah. What's up, Kosho? What's up, Gio?
Oh yeah.
Yo. My chopped liver.
Oh, what up? Oh, Jeremy, shit.
No,
no, you're always breaking in and out. We never know if you're around, actually.
No, you fucking deserve that, though, Jeremy, dude. You deserve that, dude. That was like earlier when I called next, and then Snack called next after me, and then you're like, Snack's next. He said it right after me. I'm like, dude, everybody else heard me say I was next, dude. Pissed me off.
Listen, I am the list maker and the line coordinator, okay? I said I got next, and then Snacks immediately was like, okay, I'm after him. And then like 3 minutes later, you're like, ooh, I'm next. Put me in. You said put me in a list or something.
My God, dude. Everybody else agreed.
Here's a little pro tip. If you ever want to subvert the list, just say to Jeremy, Jeremy's hot micing. He's hot micing. I don't know. I was next. Then the list goes
that
out.
always works.
If Jeremy's hot micing, the list is out the window.
Yeah. He always, because the
list is dope, right,
starts feeling bad. No, you suck at it, dude. You suck at it. You made a list. Let me tell you 2 mistakes you made today. You made the list. The list was made. I was on it first, by the way, and then Snacks after me, and then someone else. And then you kept talking about the list. You said, anybody else want to join the list? Anybody? It's like, dude, the list is already made. Let people start talking now. That's first of all. Second of all, when it was your turn, the turn that I was following, you literally used your turn to tell Zanuck he was wrong. Why would you waste your turn doing that when you know that all that's going to come after that is Zanuck is going to fucking start talking about whatever you just refuted it?
That was a mistake. That was one mistake. Okay, the first mistake was not a mistake. I'm trying to get everyone on the list so that I don't have to stop again in 2 seconds to reorganize the list. I get everyone's name on the list, and then we just roll with it. Second of all, Zanuck was fucking wrong. Go up. Tangential speed gets slower.
And then now we're talking about that for 5 minutes, and the turns are out the window.
The list was still intact, bro. That shit's dope. Dude, that shit went so smooth the other day. Okay, maybe not today, didn't go so well. But the other day, the list went smooth as fuck, except for Issa. I got him on a does not play well with others list. Other than him and a couple other people, the list went smooth.
I'm too old for lists.
Have you seen Nathan Oakley's debate against two Globers? Okay, he completely.
Yeah, I've seen that shit. They fucking absolutely, dude. That was way out of line. They kept muting him because he was getting interrupted. It was obnoxious. It was like the reverse. I mean, they gave him a taste of his own medicine, so to speak.
But I'll be honest, man. He's really when it comes to the information he's giving out, very, very almost autistic in the way of behaving. I think he has a slight like really in a positive way. You know, I also have some autistic features in life. Maybe not while speaking, but in other areas. But he definitely has this autistic move of facial expression and the way of how he is articulating himself. It kind of like it reminds me of.
He got like Asperger's or something.
Yeah.
I'm saying he don't let the argument go far enough. You can't.
He's very smart. That's what
He
I'm
should
trying to
let the
say.
arguments go farther. He's smart in what he's doing, yeah, but he should let the arguments go farther.
If you ask a lot of Glovers, we don't even think he's a flat earther.
Yeah, a
What?
lot of people. Yeah.
I mean, he said came out flat straight up. I'm a YouTuber at heart, and that is my main objective and goal is to be a YouTuber. So
Yeah, he's disingenuous, and yeah, obviously it's not about the flat Earth. It's about his channel.
yeah, there's a lot of people that aren't in it for the right reasons. I feel.
Yeah, like you.
No,
Yes, Jeremy. Are you in it for the right reasons?
Absolutely.
No, Jeremy is in it for the wrong reasons. Reason being, it's like Xanax. Xanax likes the competitive nature of it. You just like it. You like it being in a battle. It's got to be a battle for you. It's a game.
I am very competitive. That's the old me, though.
Okay.
It's no longer about the battle anymore. I used to love the battle, and yes, I am very competitive. But I mean, we're past that point now, and we've moved on. We've grown, and now I'm looking for the truth. I mean, I've always been looking for the truth.
Oh yeah, you said it best, man.
No, I mean, I've always been obviously looking for. I came here trying to find the truth. I figured, I'll go to get in the mix with all the Globers, these smart people. They must know it all, and you guys just failed miserably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember thinking that too. I was like, you know what? I got to give them a chance. We'll talk about it. These guys are intelligent people, and then they turned into like the most childish bunch of losers I've ever seen in my life.
There's childs,
and it doesn't speak to like the whole proportion of like quote unquote like
sure,
but like generally speaking, like as a flat earther, as someone who came in trying to discuss it, and then you go and you have all these conversations, and then all you do is get told how stupid you are and talked down to. And it makes you think it's more just like that's what those people are here to do. Like they're
some
not
of them, yeah.
they're not actually here to like discuss any of this shit. Like they're just here to like try to degrade people. And that's the thing. I think this is the difference. Is like you've got like people that like that cliche fucking statement about it. You got people trying to like raise themselves up, and then people who try to like knock everybody down to feel important. And that's kind of like I see a lot of flat earthers trying to raise each other up. And then here comes these fucking losers just trying to knock everybody down so they can feel remotely important. And then left to their own devices, their own
Sure.
I don't know if you remember a channel called Earth Discussions from back in the day. I think
Yeah,
you
yeah,
did.
of course.
Yeah, that was the most retarded shit because that was like ballers being the most boring possible people you could imagine 24/7. Like,
Well,
dude, ballers. I'm next.
Yeah, go ahead, asshole.
I was just gonna say,
I'll
just
cut
for
him
one
off
more
first.
dig.
I'll cut him off first.
Just for
You're off the list, Kosho.
You're off the list. Just for one more dig, Globers are the most boringest people. You guys suck. You ever listen to Gem Sunday Roast or just Gems
you
when
used to
there's
be on
no
it
no
every
flat
week.
earthers?
I
Yeah,
was the main guy
it's like
on it every week, asshole.
It's the most vanilla shit you could ever. The only thing is, I love Gem. Gem gets a fucking pass from me every day of the week just because
He's cool.
he's actually intelligent and funny and witty and like I love that guy.
Well, hold on a second. Because I wanted to respond to one of the things you said a minute ago. But I agree with you. That's how I got into this community. Actually, was trying to find like the evidence. I was very curious about the flat Earth idea. I was even offering money, but I was curious about the actual evidence because I'd seen videos, and I wanted to know like where is the belief deriving from. And I wasn't attacking anybody or anything like that, but I was on Twitter asking flat earthers about this, and I came across the exact kind of people you're talking about, and just defending those people, basically defending the flat earthers from those people. It's kind of how I got invited to Discord or whatever. But that is not unique about the Glober side. It's true that there's Globers that behave like that, mainly because they have the obvious upper hand of having the thing that's obviously true, and so there's going to be people who
Kosho,
don't
just
even. There's
going
people
back
who
to
don't.
just
Well,
that.
there's people who don't
Weaves
know.
the rhetoric in with this heartfelt.
Right. Uses
No, but it's
the
important.
like lame Glover rhetoric. Like,
It's important though. It's
no,
important to
it's not,
understand.
Kosho.
No, it's
No,
important
because you become
for
an
what I'm
AI
trying to
robot
say.
at some
For what
point.
I'm trying to say next is there's certainly people, especially in gems, who actually understand and know the evidences and things like that. People have been involved in
But the
identifying
thing
some of that
is,
stuff. But hold on, because that's my point. Is that the problem is with something that's so obviously true, there's even people who have no idea the evidences or don't understand the evidences, but still find themselves
well,
believing
the
it or
problem.
whatever. And it's those people that are ridiculing people and don't even know the model themselves.
Fair enough. I just think that, and I just to bring it almost back home, even is like the idea that the most poignant thing and what I find laughable about our whole argument is like our side says like, wait a minute, like I don't feel like I'm spinning, and that's important, right? Like this idea that like I don't sense motion, therefore I'm not moving. Whereas the retort to that is general relativity and a bunch of math. So I think like when you say that it's plainly obvious to some sense, like I think that is logically wrong because from what I experience is I experience no spinning and therefore I assume I'm not spinning. You guys don't feel any spinning. Assume you're spinning based on some mathematics because of because of some other far away topic. And I just think like for that, like you don't have the right to just say that it's obvious. Do you know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
suppose.
Your side doesn't have the right to say that that's obvious at all. Like fucking 0 degrees of like you should have zero certitude about that.
Before I respond to that, I was just also gonna, because you said a bunch of stuff before, and I had a couple of responses. And another thing I was gonna respond to is
Well, if you want to get on the list, let us know.
well, the only other thing was I got to make an internal list myself. But
topic list,
right, yeah, no, yeah, what you said before about the Globers behaving like that. It's also not unique. Like I said, for the reason why there's plenty more people who believe in the globe, so you're gonna get a bigger collection of those sort of nastiness or whatever. But that nastiness isn't unique to Globers, and neither is the building up of people unique to flat earthers. It's actually probably pretty fairly even on both sides in that regard. It's not. I think there's bias, like maybe you're biased the way you're looking at it, and perhaps maybe I am too. But the way I see it is that that there's that behavior exists on both sides in both ways. So
I'll give you that the flat earthers can be cruel in the same way that maybe the Globers can, but it's not the same from an arguments perspective, in my opinion, because we both agree on one thing, and that is that you don't feel like you're spinning. You explain that away with math and a whole bunch of others, like a multitude of series of things that you put together to try to attempt to deduce that you're spinning. Whereas we're taking the obvious and treating it as the obvious. That's the biggest difference. Like you have the most mystical, hardest sell in the world, but the problem is the only reason you have a leg up on it is because you teach children this concept at a very young age, and they're not given the alternative.
that doesn't necessarily give you a leg up.
Well, I mean, you have the idea that, for instance, on the point of spinning, you have no fucking proof whatsoever that you're spinning. However, the majority of population will agree with you simply because that's what they were taught in school. Do you know what I mean? But even still, the argument itself has zero credibility other than the point of consensus.
That's arguable, though, because like you're saying you don't feel it for whatever reason. You're saying that, and you're saying that I would agree with you with that. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't agree with that.
I wouldn't agree with that. And I'll tell you why. Well, first of all, I'm going to say two things, and one is like you wouldn't say that like you can hear the sex of a baby inside someone's belly, but you would trust an ultrasound, and that's because it's kind of already, it's fundamentally known that
It's a completely
your
different fucking
senses.
thing, actually.
Well, yeah, no, they're both the hearing techniques. One's using ultrasound, one's using your regular sound, and the ultrasound is going to be superior in that regard. But regardless, regardless,
Right, but you
whoever's
don't have
talking.
an ultrasound in this example for that position. You don't
Well,
have
no,
an
we
ultrasound of like, oh,
yeah,
this definitely proves that we're spinning.
yeah. If you
Hey,
use a
Coach,
sensitive detector, you can sense it.
No, again,
Also,
but
you can
see, there's
see it.
still all the bullshit you have to come up with right now about, well, if you use a
hey,
sensitive.
hey,
No. I can fucking
Coach,
determine the sex of a baby using whatever the shift, the Doppler effect or whatever. Like the point is that like you don't have that. You have, and even like I mean, I think it's admitted, and that's my point is that geocentrism non-rotating has more
hey,
credibility. You know what I mean? I mean, granted,
hey,
you can make your point, but whatever.
Coach, can you hear me?
Did you see
Oh
that
shit, yeah, I
example,
can hear you now.
Kosho? Did you see that example I put in the text chat?
Mic check, mic
I'm
check.
looking at it. I'm looking at it now. I'm looking
Coach,
at it now. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, a dog whistle. That's exactly right. There's a bunch of shit. There's tons of shit that we're not. The reason we have tools.
No. Hold on. A dog whistle,
Coach,
like I'm saying. Well, I don't know if that's relatable, to be honest, because we can still have instruments that detect, uh, you know, a sound. You don't actually have instruments like geocentrism has not been debunked, and you can't debunk it. It's what we directly experience. The only thing is that you guys tell everyone about it when they're kids.
hey,
So
mic
No,
check. Anybody hear me?
we hear you, man.
yeah.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you a question. So, if I was riding in a single engine Cessna versus a 747, which one do you think I'd feel more movement in?
The Cessna.
Obviously, right? What
Right.
if I was in a shrimp boat versus a aircraft carrier? Which one would I feel more movement in?
The shrimp boat, Bubba Gump.
Obviously, right?
Yeah.
So why would I expect to feel the Earth rotating?
I mean, that's a good point.
Are you
It
trying?
is
The
very.
whole point is the size. Is that what you're getting at?
It's massive.
No, the point is
Uh,
you wouldn't expect to feel the Earth rotating if it's at a constant motion and it's as big as the Earth.
well, yeah. I mean, exactly. And like I said, like there's already a million billion, almost every tool that exists, except for the ones that exist for the purpose of automation. The tools that exist to achieve things we can't achieve, like fly, or hear things we can't hear, or see things we can't see, or heat things up we can't heat up, right? It's because we don't have the tools or the sensors to sense these things. We're human beings and not, robots.
Well, then, Coach,
So,
you know what? You should send me all the money in your bank account because I can hear the spirits tell me that it'd be more beneficial for you to send me all of your money so that I could use it and so that I would better the world for your money. Can you hear the spirits speaking to you? And if you can't, I think you should just concede that you should just send me all your money because you can't hear the spirits, but I can. It's like
yeah, but then
fucking
couldn't you?
retarded.
Yeah, but couldn't you hook your device up to something that everybody could interpret? Because that's
Yeah.
what the tools
Uh-huh.
we use do.
Yeah, I'll use an audio recorder to receive it, and then I'll send you an audio fucking thing, and then you can believe me and send me all your money. Do you know what I mean, dude? This is some
I'll help
bullshit.
you out. I'll help you
No,
out if there's
all
a
of your
ghost
money, dude.
haunting you.
No. The spirit said all of your money. I'll send you the tape recording.
Is your family at stake?
No, just make everything better for me. I'm just saying this is how like retarded I feel your argument is. That's all.
I was writing a check.
I just think like in regards to spinning, like and a lot of these arguments, like you guys have illogical positions. And unfortunately, like if you took a fucking moment to recognize the logic of claims made against the globe, your argument would have been so much stronger 5 years ago. But instead, what happened over, because that's really what we're talking about, is like the course of this discussion over time, and that is that you guys have, by not conceding certain points, made yourselves laughable to intellectual society despite your consensus. That's what's happening. You know, it's like it's not. You guys have, unfortunately, almost intellectually removed yourself. Not you. I mean, you're respectable. You know what I mean? But a lot of people aren't.
Yeah, by not
No,
conceding
I-
certain, I know what you mean. By not conceding certain points, it reveals that there's something
Right.
subversive going on.
Yeah,
Like,
it reveals
like,
that
do we
you
see in
fuck.
Euclidean? Do we see in Euclidean geometry? Concede. You won't concede that we don't, and it's obvious. Parallel lines converge in Euclidean geometry. Like, you can't even admit that simple point.
Like, yo, it would have been so much better had you guys 5 years ago. And I even tried to join the Globe team, but you guys didn't want me at the time. Because I was like, your arguments need to change. You guys suck. If you want to enter the debate and have any kind of fun in this anymore, then you need to start doing this. One of them I've always said is you need to abandon that boats went over the curvature of the earth. If you abandon that, you would fucking win. And if you just accepted
No,
this
they
straight
wouldn't.
line, if you guys accepted like straight lines don't curve, but and you know if you just outrightly accepted that and then moved on to your next point of, but we have all this telemetry data and all this stuff from satellites and all. If you guys just would have rolled with the punch, you would have won. But you guys have fought tooth and nail at all the wrong points, and it's to your disservice for your argument over history. Like really, like if those points of concession were made, you guys would have been like, I think like flat Earth would have been a hiccup instead of the tidal wave that I think it inevitably will become. But
Yeah, because without some of those concessions, it ends up looking more like an ideology and more like a limited subset of ideas that has some kind of isolated agenda behind it, rather than like a holistic perspective that has like the root of truth and stability behind it. Because it requires that you have to kind of be all in with certain contradictions and clinging to certain points that are kind of based on the rhetoric. And
if they just come out, it just said it was a model from the beginning and just been like, hey, look, this is what all our trained scientists have come to the conclusion of without neglecting the counter arguments, then it would be more palatable. You know what I mean? Because they'd be like, you're right, we can't prove that geocentrism is not the case. However, it appears that because of this, this, and this, that this is why we've chosen this path. Like that would have been an honest approach. Instead, it was, nope, we know the weight of Polaris. And it's just like, wow, you're fucking retarded, dude. Like you can't even just admit that you just estimated that maybe is the weight of Polaris. Instead, you're going to know that that's the weight of Polaris. Therefore,
They just found an Earth-like planet called Kepler 22. It's like 600 trillion light years away.
Dude, the Earth's core is slowing down. Don't you know? There's a new article out the other day. I put it in the chat just for laughs, but nobody seemed to fly right by. But yeah, the core of the Earth is like slowing down. They say now. I mean, nigga, they will just have you. I don't know. Just have you believe in anything.
you mentioned the boats over the curve one. That's already crumbled in a lot of ways because
You dropped out.
Oh, you hear me?
I hear you now, but you dropped out for a sec. I think could have been me.
Okay. Well, I was just saying with the boats over the horizon thing, like that was, sort of the rhetoric that was sold to us, throughout these years and so on. But the fact that it isn't a consistent like if that was really the curve of the Earth, then it would be a physical thing that would always happen consistently. The fact that it doesn't happen consistently, it varies on different days and different atmospheric conditions and all those factors. They've had to walk that back and be like, well, that isn't actually the real horizon of the Earth. It's not really going over the curve of the Earth. It's a refracted horizon. So like
Yeah, but 6 years ago, it was the hard curve.
Right.
And like that's where they and like I mean even like if they'd have just conceded and been like, you know what, with the technology we've got today, we realized we were mistaken. If they'd have just come out and said it, if they'd have jumped all of the arguments, you know what I mean, they would have had more credibility. But instead they didn't, and they fought everybody. And for that you lose. Yeah, like the idea that it's like so contentious. Do you know what I mean? To be like, hey man, have you ever thought like maybe NASA didn't go to the moon? And be like, you're a fucking conspiracy. What you know what I mean? Like, dude, it's just an idea. It's just a question. You know what I mean? Like that. It's just wild that somebody who thinks that they're into science, you know, is then going to turn around and not question a third party, which violates the fucking original notion of the scientific method from Alhazen, right? Where he said, question enemy, you know, question everybody, you know, treat everything that you read like an enemy. You know what I mean? Like, you know, man is fallible. Like, that's science. And then you're going to come in here and be like, trust the science and our scientists know best. And, you know, you might as well be a fucking Nazi.
Trust the authority. I mean the science.
Yeah. Trust the authority science. You know, and then like on top of it, like these bastards, like, try to then tell you like stories about like Galileo and how he was persecuted for his ideas and he triumphs because, you know what I mean? Like, you know, they try to take on like the very essence of everything they condemn as though it were like the pride of their people. And yet they turn around and then condemn, you know, someone who questions the modern theories. Like, you fucking hypocrites. You know, like, how are you going to respect Galileo and then just totally abandon the idea of questioning authority? You fucking sap. And then accuse others of being conspiracy theorists because they ask a question. It's pretty fucking bold. Someone else take over, though. I'm fucking tired.
All right, Coach, I'll put you back on the list.
I was hoping you were going to address the collimations in the EME bounce.
The what?
The EME bounce?
The EME bounce. School
Yeah.
me. Tell me. Tell me about it.
Earth, Moon, Earth?
The Earth, Moon, Earth bounce?
Yeah. Have you never heard of this test done?
Oh, are you talking
all
about the radio waves? Like, to the fucking moon and back?
It's usually not done with radio, but yeah.
Yeah, and like, you talking about, like, there's like a skip or something like that, or something to that effect?
Well, what does the EME bounce show us? What did we learn from it?
Well, you can use the collimation on it to verify that there's human-made reflectors on the moon.
What does that mean? Collimation.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Could be the dome, though, right?
Maybe. Does the dome return a collimated signal?
I don't know, maybe.
Except if you point it away from the moon, I don't think you'll get a signal back.
That's true.
Well, maybe
So
that's because your angle, like when you're shooting
maybe
at
one
when you're
part
shooting
of the
at the
dome
moon.
gives the
When you're,
collimated signal.
So
I
the
don't know. I've never done the test myself. You know what I mean?
So
But
the
it could.
only way to get a signal is to aim directly at the moon, and then it just happens to bounce off this dome. It makes sense.
Is that when you're off? Is that when you're like at a sublunar point, or like how's that? Like, what's the angle that you're shooting at the moon? Is it like when it's fucking right above your head? Is it when it's coming over the? Like, when do you shoot it?
There's a pretty wide angle in order to hit the retroreflectors. I don't know it offhand.
The retroreflectors. I don't know, man. I'm a little curious about the retroreflectors. Just, I mean, not that I can't shoot a thing off the moon. I mean, shoot, maybe the moon's right fucking there, and you could just shoot right off of it. I don't know. There could be another explanation for that.
Could you give me an explanation why only some of the signal is collimated?
Maybe the moon eats the particles when they get there. I don't know, man.
Well, sometimes they don't even. Kosho was just telling us that sometimes you don't even get a fucking signal back.
Yes, if you miss the moon, you don't get a signal back. That is correct.
So these guys are shooting this giant laser, and they actually stopped doing that, didn't they?
No, it's done.
It's still going
Oh yeah, it's done all the time.
all the time. I was last time they did it. Let's see how it works.
Every freshman class at UNM gets it.
Okay, I mean, were they bouncing light off the moon before the retroreflectors were put up?
Yes, but it wasn't collimated.
Okay, what's this collimation thing?
The collimation is the return from a man-made object. It is the stacking and ordering of the photons.
So you can shoot it at the moon and get a non-collimated one, and shoot it at another part of the moon and get a collimated one.
Maybe our equipment's just more sensitive now, so we know we're getting a collimated return, right?
No, Jeremy's completely right. If you aim it at a few particular spots on the moon, you can get a collimated return. If you aim it at other spots, you don't get a collimated return because there's no human-made reflector to provide that return.
Wouldn't you have to shoot it at something that's exactly facing you?
No, it's
Hence
angled.
the retroreflector.
Right.
It wouldn't have to be exactly facing you to get is it convex or concave or something? Like, what's it? Is it flat?
It's got a lot of.
It's like a big
fucking-
safety vest in the sky.
Yeah, it's it's far from
They're
flat.
slanted. Yeah, they're slanted, and it's crafted by smart people, okay, who know how to make the right angles such that when you shine a light at it, it's going to come directly back to the direction that it was shot at. It was shot from.
It uses all the exact opposite angles of the B-52 stealth bomber.
It's like reverse stealth. Okay. So how do you know it got collimated?
Because you can detect the collimation.
Well, this is when you get Kosho, the thing you were talking about when sometimes they get photons back, sometimes they don't, sometimes they get 10 photons after they shoot trillions. Who's doing that thing?
That's done in Texas in McDonald's Observatory. And that's caused by the spreading out of the light, like I told you.
Yeah.
And colleges can do this too, though, right?
UNM uses Los Alamos' labs, their telescopes in order to do it.
Okay, so they're shooting all these photons back. Sometimes they get some photons, sometimes they don't. When they do get them back, we can see that they're collimated.
Yes.
When they didn't miss.
Right.
How big is the target they're shooting at?
9 meters?
9 meters.
Kosher, do you remember offhand?
They're hitting a 9 meter target on the moon. They're hitting a 9 meter target on the moon.
Right.
That's weird.
Well,
Can
it's
you
kind of
s-
like a shotgun. They hit a lot of area, and that happens to be in it.
and then just hope that they hit it?
No, they do math.
Well, then if they're doing math, how do they miss?
They
They're
do
missing
math
with
so
their
they
math.
can.
Are
Yeah,
they missing?
so
They're doing
they
math
can.
and then missing,
They're doing math and math.
or do they do the math when they miss? They don't. They didn't do the math that time, so they missed.
Or they got it wrong.
They did the math wrong.
Yeah. Have you ever done a math problem wrong? And then it doesn't work out.
I have a
You look
math
at,
guy, so I don't
and
know.
it doesn't work out, and you look at it and you go, "Oh, yeah, okay, I divided when I should have multiplied or whatever stupid problem it
I mean,
was."
there's always an issue when I have Kosho do my math, but so yeah, I mean, I kind of know what you're saying.
According to Bob. Yeah, it's
So
only about a half a meter squared.
Half a meter
meter? Oh,
from
okay, I stand
200,000
corrected.
miles. Checks out.
So, would anybody like to address the collimation of the return?
Yeah, what does collimation mean? What happens with the light? We shoot a light, we get it back, it's collimated. What does that even mean?
It means it bounced off a man-made object designed to collimate light.
How do you know? How do you know it's collimated? Is what I'm asking.
Because you can read the return on the input
You're getting photons back, right?
in collimation.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you know it's collimated?
Because you can read the return on the calibration device.
Read the return on the collimation device. What does that mean? I seriously don't know.
So you have a device that is watching for the return signal, right? The second E in the EME.
Okay.
And quite often that return is imperceptible to human vision because it is too dispersed. But the detection meter can actually read it, and it can detect exactly what wavelength all those photons are sitting at.
So it gets a wavelength. That's how we know it's collimated.
Have you
It's a
really never
certain
heard of
wavelength.
this topic?
I've heard of collimation when it comes to laser beams, so it keeps it in a tighter beam with less spread.
Right.
I've never heard of this collimation thing. No, this is the first time. Kosho's clearly not as good as you are because me and Kosho have talked about this before several times. It never came up. So.
That's
I mean, I
how
had you up.
It's because the beams all line up on top of each other being the same frequencies.
Yeah, so you get
That's
the
all
photons back. So you get the photons back, and they're all the same wavelength. And they're like, boom, it was collimated.
Right.
And that can't happen if you shoot it at just the rock or the moon, the regular
Correct.
moon. Why?
Correct. It comes back around collimated because
Why can't it happen?
It doesn't have a consistent return.
It doesn't have a consistent return. So the wavelengths are different.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Okay, we've now gone in a complete circle. You've asked the difference between collimation. I've explained it to you. You've then
Yeah.
given
What
the
does it mean
example.
when they're?
Yes.
What does
Would
it
you
mean
like?
when the wavelengths? What's that?
Okay. Go ahead and ask the same question again.
When they're if bless you, if the wavelengths aren't all the same, that means it's not collimated and didn't come off a man-made device. Is that
Right.
how it works?
And there's collimation from a man-made receptor on the moon.
Well, it may be man-made.
Okay. It
Or it
wasn't
could
there.
be something
It
else.
wasn't there prior to the landings. It is there now
How do you know it wasn't there prior?
because they've been shooting lasers off the moon since the 40s.
Maybe they just missed. Were they doing the math in the 40s?
Yep.
For what? To hit the reflector that wasn't there? What kind of math were they doing?
They were actually getting non-collimated returns and providing the exact distance to the moon.
Maybe they were missing the thing that was up there, though. Were they doing the math for the reflector, though?
There was no reflector.
Yeah. So why would you assume they didn't just miss it?
Because they got a return.
Okay, they got a return with no reflector. Okay, we already know you can do that.
Right.
Right.
And
So how do you know? How do you know that was there?
How do you know they were getting a return other than all of the tests that they did?
No, that's not the question. The question is, how do you know they weren't missing the thing?
Jeremy, it's almost like you shining a flashlight, right? And then someone standing, I don't know, a few 100 feet away with a tiny mirror, and then reflecting the mirror back to you, and you can see the light off the mirror. It's the same thing.
So how do you know they weren't just missing the retro reflector before? And
Because
it's always been
because
there?
the beam is
Can you
the
please
beam
not,
is spreading out.
Bebo?
The beam is spreading out. Jeremy, simple.
We miss it. We miss it nowadays when we don't do. If we don't do the math,
No,
or we
you
do the
don't miss
math
it.
wrong, we miss it. So I'm wondering if they obviously weren't doing the math before the retro reflector was there, because there was no retro reflector to do the math for. How did we know we weren't just missing it?
I don't think they were missing.
Kool-Aid.
Wait, real quick. The light that leaves the Earth is like 10 feet or something when it leaves, and it's basically 2 miles wide.
Okay, so are you saying we don't need to do math and we'll always hit the retro reflector? Because Kool-Aid a minute ago was telling me we had to do math because we'll miss the retro reflector if we get the math wrong. You got to pick one. Which one is it? You guys are all over the place. Come on, man. Get it together, guys.
Yes, you have to do math in order to know where to aim your laser. It's not like you're a drunk dude in Texas shooting in his barn.
Okay, cool. So could have always been up there, but we were just missing it before because we didn't know the math to do to hit it.
We hit the exact same location on the moon.
I'm sorry, what would you say?
We hit the same location on the moon.
What hit the same location?
The lasers that were shot in the 1940s.
They hit the same exact location as the spot that the retro reflectors are now?
Correct.
All right, how do you know that?
I'm trying to tell you.
How do you
2
know
miles.
that? No, you can't tell me. How do you know that, Kool-Aid?
The light is 2 miles wide by the time it hits
Kool-Aid.
the moon.
It's
Yeah,
not because
we
it's
have
2 miles
we have
wide.
the
If they don't do
report.
the math,
We have
it's
the
not.
report that they wrote up. That's how we
I
know
bet.
what they
Post it. Okay, post it up. It's not 2 miles wide, Kosho, because if it was, we wouldn't need to do the math. We would always fucking hit it.
Yeah,
We
do
need to
math.
do some precise math. Otherwise, they might miss. That's why we miss and don't get photons back.
You got to do math. Otherwise, you're not even going to be at this lab in the first place. They first check if you even know math, and then you do math
Okay.
and you get in the lab.
Post the
And
stuff up where they hit it. Post the stuff up where they hit it
Jeremy,
in the past and where the
it's 2
reflector
how
is now.
miles.
often do you think they missed, Jeremy? How often do you think they
Yeah,
missed?
I love that you guys think that this proves fucking anything. Also, by the way, that's adorable.
It proves that they're shooting a laser at the moon and it's bouncing back. That's kind of what it proves.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten there yet, Issa. I don't know what this even proves or whatever. So far, he thinks it proves that it just popped up when the retro reflector got there, when the moon landings happened.
Oh, Jeremy is off the list.
What's up?
Jeremy, let me try to state this one more time. The collimation occurs post the moon landings. The collimation is absent using the exact same test prior to the moon landings.
No doubt. Let's see where they hit the same spot.
Also,
Yeah.
is it the same equipment to receive the signal? Or is it better technology so that we could notice
No,
something wrong?
it's a very specific device that only NASA uses. It's a very specific type of laser. They claim to only get like one photon back. So yeah, the one that they bounce off the retroreflectors is like basically NASA.
Definitely not just used by NASA. I don't think so.
It is. Those are the only people that have claimed to have done it that way with the retroreflectors way.
No, I think they do it at other at observatories.
Post
Yeah,
up
they do
where
it
we hit this. Post the thing where we hit this exact spot where the retros reflectors were before they were there, and then after, and let's compare the data. So,
Okay, let's make a comparison right now. First of all,
yeah,
when
as
they
soon
did
as
it
we get the data,
before,
we're
and
gonna compare
listen,
it.
when they did
Where's
it
the data?
before,
Because you didn't do it,
when
Kosho.
they did it before, they were never able to receive it back to the same location. That's actually impossible. So when they do it now, you can be at the exact same location that you send the laser from, right? So this tells you that they're using retroreflectors. If you receive it back, if you receive it back from the same location, that's evidence that they're using retroreflectors.
What do you got, kids and shit?
Yeah, I'm at your house.
Got them kids up.
Kosho's not like a drag queen story hour, just hanging out.
Yeah,
I'm totally not gay.
Like they spend all day in
Give me
flat
credit.
Earth rooms. I'm not a flat earther, guy. I'm not a flat earther. I promise. Spend all day in flat Earth rooms. Yo, it's cool. Let's just look at the data and we'll see what's what. Post
I like
pre.
you said, when you say that, you're like, as if it's like, like World War II style. They're going door to door, like, and putting you on a list, taking you to the gulags, and they're like, all right, so let's see what we have. The history for you. Okay, you spend all your times on discussing flat Earth, and the person is like, no, don't send me to the gulags. I swear to God, I was defending the globe the whole time.
I'm not a flat earther. But you're in like 8 flat Earth discords. Yeah, well, I'm not a flat earther.
Your whole Discord
Yo.
list is just all flat Earth fucking chat rooms.
Yeah, just
Isn't it
saved
Coach shows in like
images about
20?
flat Earth fucking memes and shit.
You got to watch out. Jeremy be putting people on lists all day, every day in here.
Oh yeah, I got fucking lists all over the place.
Oh, that's so funny. That reminds me, you guys were talking about the fucking rice experiment. You know, the fucking whatever the you're yelling at rice. And I used to always think like I'm not a rice Nazi. Like I could never do that experiment where you just like separate the rice and you yell at one and then you're happy to the other one. You know what I mean? Like what a cruel fucking thing to do to yourself and the rice. Like what a
It's for science, bro.
like
It's
what
for
a
science.
schizo. Like could you imagine somebody sitting there yelling at rice in their fucking kitchen like
Like if somebody's watching you, yeah, you like my wife
it's so
walks
fucking
in.
funny to me, dude.
My wife walks in. I just got a jar of rice on the kitchen table. I'm just screaming at it. She's gonna be like, "Oh, what the
No,
fuck?"
this is the control. I make love to this one. You know what I mean? Like fucking hey, dude. Like I don't know. I just think it's so fucked.
So the claim of the rice
I used to call them
experiment.
rice Nazis. Rice Nazis, bro.
So that experiment is that it's intention, right? I don't even know if it's necessarily that you have to verbalize. Maybe it is. I don't know for sure.
You don't have to verbalize it because there's been this thing with McTaggart with the intention experiments, and I don't think you even have to verbalize it. You could write the word on the thing. You could just write "thank you" or "love" or something on the jar itself.
It's still evil.
So I was just thinking about this because you were talking about rice Nazi, and I was just thinking like I just had this picture of like a Nazi in uniform yelling at the rice, and then I was just thinking maybe it would have more anger if you put a sticker on it with like the Star of David. And then I just thought, man, could you imagine doing the rice experiment with all these various like symbols or phrases or like white people, black people, and all you're doing is looking at these rice, and then at the end of
My God, bro.
2 months, like it'll read your intentions and it could tell you whether or not you have like a disposition to love, hate, or whatever within
Like
these
we
groups.
could just put a jar of rice in a room with you and just know what you're all about.
Yo, not even. You got to
That's
put a
fucking
jar. No,
dope.
you got to distinct though. You got to need like a Jewish star. You got to have like a James Brown sticker.
Right.
It's hilarious.
Yo, if I had the money, I would.
Go
If I had the money, I would spend just all day doing rice experiment type shit. That shit is dope.
No, I used to just imagine like like where they like like the picture of like where they separate the people at the fucking at like the whatever the camp is. You know what I mean? This side goes over here and this side goes over here. That's just how I felt like with the rice. You know what I mean? Like you get to decide what rice goes in what fucking box. Like it's so cruel.
Yeah, that's like like a thought crime
This is
type
fucked up.
thing, right? Where it's like, oh, we seized your computers, we have all this information. Kosho's like, no, I swear I'm not a flat earther. I swear I'm not a flat earther. And they're like, all right, just go ahead and hang
They're
out
like,
in this
yo,
room
they're
for
like,
3 months. And
they're
then they
like,
put a bunch of rice in there, and one of them says
no,
flat
not
earther.
even.
One
They're
of them
like,
says
what's with all the
globe.
rice in your fridge? What's with all the rice in your fridge, Kosho?
One of the
the
jars
thing
says
is,
Einstein. Another one
Yeah,
says
it's got like, you know,
celestial
stars with
navigation, curved
yellow wrist,
adjacent.
yellow
no,
armbands
dude,
and
the
shit.
thing is, you just can put a person in the jar of rice in a room and then see what the rice looks like, or like put it under a microscope or do some Bunsen burner
I
shit,
can
whatever
see
they
that.
do.
That's
with
gonna be like
nothing
the
on
new
it.
Salem witch trials.
Yeah, and then you could just see what
Just
they're
a
all
single
about just by
jar,
how the
straight
rice,
vibes.
just by how the rice reacted to the person. Yeah, you'd be able to find out, like, it'd be like DNA or something.
You're like,
Hey,
no,
Chief,
I
come
swear
over
rice
here and
is
look at
wet.
this one. Look at this
I
one. Look at
have
the
I
mold
have
we got
heard
over
with
here.
I have heard with the water memory thing that two different people can drop water from the same jar. Like, you can put two people have water droplets. They scoop some water out of the bucket and put the drops on slides or paper. I forgot how they were doing it, but you can literally tell who dropped what drop of water, because every drop will have a different, like, the water will have like a different formation or something from the person's like vibes or whatever.
See, though, I call Werner von Braun on that.
What the fuck's that mean?
You know what I mean? I call Werner von Braun on that, dude. Like, you know, I think it's in the same boat as fucking, you know, detecting light off of the moon and then thinking I'm spinning because of it. I just don't think I don't buy that water shit. I don't buy it. I'm like, that's CGI, Werner von Braun, not today, nigga. I feel about all that rice Nazi shit, man. Like, I feel it's in the same camp. Like, all the woo woo shit is in the same camp as fucking dark matter to me. You know, I don't know why, but I have a hard time with all that. Like, well, you know, if you look at the crystal,
So you don't think like your thoughts and intentions have
that's completely different. That's
Okay.
completely different.
Well,
I
that's the
think
rice experiment.
I just don't buy it. I just think I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't think I'd do the experiment. I have morals, but I do hold that, like, you know, your outlook and all the rest of it. But I don't think there's like molecular breakdowns. We're gonna know who dropped the droplet of water. That's me. I don't know. I'm skeptical.
Jeremy, we found our first candidate on who we need to run all the rice experiments and water drop experiments on. It's Issa.
Well, as you're deciding each individual rice grain, you have a little toy train, and you put some of the rice on the train to go to the jar.
That's fucked up. Yeah, some of it, just to go get cooked and eat that night.
To the ones that get a ride in the caboose, do they have the least amount of mold on them? They had the best time.
Baked rice and shit. You evil bastard.
It is kind of an interesting idea, like to use something like that to like almost like to just like almost like as a lie detector test or something, like if it could be done that way, you know, like
right.
It's like you tell the person to tell the truth to the one jar, and then depending on the reaction of the rice, you know, could like decipher whether they actually believe it or not.
Dude, it's the hippie Salem witch trial. Fucking, like, you know, if she floats.
No,
they
imagine that
they
you
just
could
put you on a mountain on Humboldt, with a jar of rice. When you come down
imagine you could
when you come down from the mountain, you got to bring the rice with you, and that's where they decide your fate.
that'd be dope though, Gio, right? You put a jar, somebody's on trial for murder, let's say, and you say
The whole trial.
tell the jar, and you say tell this jar of rice, you know, that you didn't kill this person, and then depending on how the rice reacts, like, you could figure out if they're telling the truth or not. That'd be dope.
Hey, yo, You know what though? You could be like literally though. You'd need like like you're the special witness for the rice. You know what I mean? Like you're the you're the
How's
scientist.
that?
You're the
How's
lead
that gonna fly in the
scientist. You know what I
courtroom?
mean? Yo, dude, that's the new rice experiment. And like honestly, I feel like we could actually troll the government to give us money to do this. Like just like Robert Anton Wilson did with NASA. Like fucking, I really think we could totally create a profession, just like astrophysics. It'd be great.
Well, I better get a piece of that
What
pie.
did,
Give me
what
some of
did
that NASA money.
what did Robert Anton Wilson do with NASA?
He gave an astronaut a hand job.
Besides that,
You know, he was your
He
predecessor,
said,
Kosho.
he said that shit
yeah,
was hilarious.
no, but yeah, I'm really curious about that though, because I like Robert Anton Wilson. But what were you saying about him and NASA?
He jerked off an astronaut, bro. What do you want?
Tips. He wants pointers.
He said Don Pettit could get it.
Yeah, he can, but I'll look it up.
He can. Yo, how do we know we hit the collimation thing before? If we got to do precise math to get this collimated light back, and if we don't do the math, we don't get the light back collimated. But then you're saying we hit the spot before they put the thing up, but they would have had to do the math to hit the thing. It's shit just ain't not adding up.
Because you don't know math.
I know that if you're telling me you gotta, you don't know how we see, bro. You think we see in Euclidean geometry when we see parallel lines converging. You're lost,
We don't
bro. You're
see. We
totally
don't
lost.
see. We don't see in a geometry.
In Euclidean geometry, parallel lines converge. Parallel lines don't converge in Euclidean geometry. We see parallel lines converging. That does not coincide with Euclidean geometry, however you want to phrase that.
So I was busy when you were talking to Geo earlier, Kosho, regarding light and seeing and all that kind of stuff. And he gave the example of light being a jump rope, I think it was, or a long rope or something. Would you agree that if we represented light like that jump rope, there would be a limit as to how long that jump rope would be?
Infinity, bro.
Jump ropes have limits.
Or let's just say within our known reality, right? There's a limit to where we can see. Do you think there is a limit to where we can see?
Yes, but it's not based.
Buzz Lightyear.
Buzz Lightyear to infinity and beyond.
Hell yeah.
So what do you think that limitation is? Do you think it's a product of the way in which we see and interpret the world that limits us? Like shit gets smaller with distance, right? The human eye can only resolve so much, right? Like we have a limit to what we can resolve. We have the Rayleigh criterion. We have all these things that we seem to see the world in which everything at a certain distance just becomes unresolvable line that we call the horizon. Would you kind of agree with that?
No, but I do
No.
think.
So
No,
how
hold on.
would we be?
But I do. I was pressing the wrong button to push that before. But yeah, the limit in my paradigm, as I told you, is based on the magnitude of light, the size, and the distance of whatever it is.
Yeah, so it would be like let's take light sources out of it for now. Right? So we throw away all the celestial objects. We remove those. And we remove any light that we're seeing in our field of view, and all like any direct light. So no like flashlights, no lighthouses, none of that stuff. All that's gone. All we're dealing with is a time in which the sun is out, it's at our back, we're looking forward, and we're viewing the world around us. So all we're getting is the reflection of the sun off of the various things that we view naturally in the world, the water, the trees, all of that stuff. Do you think that that stuff becomes, you know, the further we go out, the less color we see, and then the less definition we have, and the smaller it gets? Do you think that these things kind of hold true?
Yeah, that'll be based on the amount of the atmosphere you're looking through.
Right, because the light's needing to bounce off those objects and come back to your eye, right? So it's not like a light source that could possibly travel for a very long time, because it's not a light source itself, it's just a reflection. And typically it's muted surfaces that we're seeing. So do you think there's a limit to what you could see based on that kind of relationship?
Well, no, that just adds to what would limit it, and that's the atmosphere. But in that example, the sun and the moon, one being the reflected object, and one being the light emitting light, I mean, object emitting light, they're both seen on the horizon. So they both
So
exceed whatever limit there would be.
So I intentionally threw aside the celestial objects. I know you guys love to grab at the stars and the moon and the sun, but I intentionally threw all of the things in the sky out the window, and I was just speaking about the things that we see in our environment that are here on the surface of Earth.
Okay, like a mirror. A mirror can be seen from a great distance, or that light on top of the Luxor in Las Vegas can be seen
Yep. Yep.
as long as
And
it's
right,
not behind the horizon.
it's true. So let's turn that light off, and let's just have kind of normal muted surfaces, maybe some that reflect a little bit more so, right? So we're not getting much direct light. Do you think there's a limit to the distance in which we would be able to see some of these normal objects?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, it's based on the size, the magnitude, and the distance. The
Yeah.
magnitude, if it's a
Yeah.
muted surface, it would be much less than that of a
So
mirror.
let's say that limit is reached 360 degrees around from us, and we take the jump rope that Gio was talking about earlier. If we were looking straight forward, that jump rope would go, let's just give it an arbitrary number and say it's 200 miles. We've got a 200-mile jump rope. That is the furthest extent that we could possibly see anything that we can resolve that appears to be an object. Do you think that jump rope is going to be consistent as you spin around in 360 degrees, thus drawing a circle around you? Or do you think when you're looking straight that if you ran a jump rope off to something that's on the periphery and not dead ahead from you, that the jump rope in the periphery would be longer than the one in front of you?
No, I think it would be varying distances. That's what I was telling Gio, is that it'd be varying distances. So you wouldn't end up with like the circle that you get for the horizon on Earth. I think is caused by the Earth. I don't think that you would get a consistent distance. So if you use the same line radius and go around you in a circle, then you'll make a circle. If you don't have a consistent line, then you won't get a circle. Same thing with the going all directions, you won't get a sphere. And I
So
don't think there's a consistent distance that apply to every object.
how do you think that would look in reality if that was the case? How would that present itself to you in your field of view?
The way we see. How would what you're
I'm
saying
talking the
present?
inconsistent one, right? The inconsistent one.
Yeah, it would present itself like the way that's the way we see.
Okay, so basically what you're telling me is there would be no difference between that scenario or like a circle of vision that's only there because of the surface of the earth. They'd look identical.
No, I'm saying. What are you comparing? Because I was comparing both things that I was comparing were in my model. It's not like both things you said were the two things in my model. So I'm trying to see what you're comparing, because yeah, if I
Well,
think
the
the
jump.
reason there's a circle around us because of the horizon, the shape of the Earth. I don't think that there's a consistent distance in all directions that is the limit to what you can see.
Okay, so we have this circle that presents itself to us because of the surface of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, the sphericity of the Earth. But we can see further distances. Like out of
I
our
mean, above the
periphery, we could be
surface.
seeing further. Like, what is there a scenario within your paradigm to where, I guess that wouldn't work. Never mind.
Yo, real quick, what is it in your paradigm? Like photons, the way you got photons working, where there's nothing stopping the photon. Why does it get dimmer as we get away?
Because of what I said before about what you said about eventually being in between them. That's why I said when I was talking to Gio, he gave an example. I gave an example. The example I used was a rock in a pond. If you're right next to that, where it hits the pond, the wave's big. As the circle gets bigger, that wave gets more and more dispersed, right?
Yeah, but you guys
Yeah.
don't describe it like a pebble hitting a pond. You guys describe it like there's little balls flying out everywhere.
Now it's described like pebbles in the water. It's more like the wave that's existing in the water, though, not just on the surface.
So it has to have a medium then.
Or a field.
Field.
A field, yeah.
So they're saying light isn't particles. It's a wave.
No, yeah, those things that they're calling particles. First of all, it has properties of both a particle and a wave. The properties of a particle it has is uh, it's quantized like energy values and different properties, right? But it still is the perturbation of that field moving through it as a wave.
So it's not light's not particles, it's a wave.
Yeah, the wave particle duality is just a statement that it has properties that waves have and properties that particles have, but
it's a wavicle.
obviously something different.
Wavicle. Because I don't see how it gets dim.
Well, if I'm right next to you and I put off an explosion, you're going to get a lot of that shock wave and sound wave and light. And if you're a great distance away, that wave is going to spread out, both the sound and the light, everything. So the amount that hits you is much less.
It's kind of like you're describing light as Nikola Tesla called it, which is light is nothing more than a sound wave in the ether. Yep, we get it. Got it.
Yeah, real quick though,
That's how quantum
was
field
this
theory
brought up?
is.
Lest we forget, this whole situation and this conversation was brought up in your attempt to refute our argument of I'm not spinning. I don't feel like I'm spinning, therefore I am not spinning. Your argument is I am spinning because we can send light beams up to the moon, and we're still arguing about that.
I don't think that was part of that argument at all. Nor
I
is this
think it
part of that
was.
argument.
Well, maybe not. Could have just been evidence for the moon landing or some other bullshit. I don't know.
I don't know how it got brought up, to be honest. I don't think I was aware.
I thought it was okay. Forget my mistake.
But however, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because we were talking about it earlier too. Oh, right, but what you said about Tesla and the ether, that's what I was telling Gio earlier. You'd be surprised that most quantum field theory people They would probably agree with how Tesla said it and you said it. Just use different words.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. When people actually allow others to like fully formulate what they're trying to say, many times you get to the conclusion where both sides are saying very similar things just in slightly different ways and just have a minor disagreement on certain explanations of things, not necessarily the mechanics of it. I mean, I've had Nate and I have come to that conclusion many times when we're talking about this stuff, and he's like basically talking about the same thing just with slightly different interpretations of the explanation.
Yeah, Nate's
When
a
it
bad
comes to like
example.
ether and quantum fields and stuff like that. Sorry.
I said Nate's a bad example, but I agree with what you're saying. Absolutely.
What?
He would agree with a Nazi killer. He'll agree with anybody.
Man, he's not in this room. Why you gotta talk to him like that? Why you gotta talk about him like that?
He's right here with me right now.
You're with Nate? Is that
Yeah, we're at
Nate's baby
Jeremy's.
that's crying in the background?
That's Jeremy's kids. We're at Jeremy's house.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest like common misconceptions about people that just want to immediately like dismiss anything related to the ether or any of the ideas around it, is that there's an immediate dismissal of the information and not realizing that it's not throwing out the whole of physics as we know it and get your Nobel Prize kind of situation. Like, I don't.
Yeah, but that's the criticism I have though too, is that you guys are very much in you disagree with people like quantum field theory and stuff. When a lot of people, you guys who are big ether fans, a lot of the stuff you're saying is already encompassed in quantum field theory.
Yeah, I don't know. I think honestly, most people would be surprised at the disagreements that probably take place within the most elite circles in specified fields of whatever when it comes to the fundamental understanding of the nature of our reality, right? I think there's a lot of disagreements there, certainly different philosophical ones and stuff like that. And when we're talking about a lot of these things, we're getting so close to the border between science and philosophy that it's relative and relevant to the conversation on where your stance is kind of philosophically, I guess you could say.
No, yeah, and also the nature of what we do in here is combat each other and so,
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, sometimes that happens, yeah. Most of the time.
I mean, Jeremy's case, I get it because I mean, I've been sleeping with his wife for a long time, so I would understand how he would be upset because of that. But most other people in here, there's no reason for it.
Coach, I think you're hot micing. What, if Jeremy's wife knew all of what you guys talk about her, she'd probably be appalled.
Yeah, but I mean, some way you could say he's banging my girlfriend, because he's married to her. So it goes
Yeah, I
both
mean,
ways.
if you said that about my wife, I was like, well, if you're the one sleeping with her, that's fine. I'll just remain being the one having sex with her. You can sleep with her all you want. That's the boring part.
She snores and kicks me.
Sorry.
Kosher, what do you think of the idea that it's like a little spiritual as well, and it may or may not fit into your worldview or ideas, but just in one perspective, let's say from like the core creator, there's light and dark, and it, that's part of creation. It uses sort of light and dark, and I mean actual, physical, well, what we might refer to as physical light. And then there's the whole spiritual components of that, like the angelic light versus, the dark or evil. And then there's even like sort of the upper world of the heavens and the lower world of the underworld. There's all those polarities. But what I was trying to say about it is this, like, if light is connected to even like, truth and those kinds of things as well, do you think it's possible that these sort of entities that are in control pushing the current physics light model in terms of the outer space and the way that it travels, that they are in a way like trying to subvert the nature of light itself to try to sort of keep it dark, or to try to kind of capture the light and put darkness on it through deception?
They're doing a good job.
That's some deep metaphorical layers there, Gio. I like that.
I mean, it's believable. So, I mean, it's believable, our paradigm. So, if they're doing that, then it means it's successful for sure.
I've often thought of the idea as well, like outer space just being this big black void. It's like the idea of like a demonic type entity that's just this black void, and then it's just like putting the globe Earth in that void, in that blackness, and then getting everyone to believe in that blackness, that it exists, and their minds are there, and they're seeing articles about NASA and outer space, and it's just this huge like dark blanket that they're just kind of putting over everyone and getting everyone to think that that's the case, and then kind of objectifying the Earth by making it a sphere within that huge black darkness that's encompassing it physically, and even like spirit on the spiritual level as well, like that, just that big black void that they've placed around the entire Earth in people's minds. Versus, what about the opposite of that, that we're in this realm surrounded by light, that beyond us is light, which is interesting because the lights from the celestial bodies are all sort of seeping through, if you want to see it that way, or kind of coming through. And then the sun, of course, being that like incredible light, it could indicate that beyond this realm is actually light rather than surrounded by a big black expanding void. Enveloped in light instead of being lost in darkness.
There's people who think that the light is already there because they say it's everywhere, even in the ocean. Those people are wrong. I'm just saying.
Well, my perspective is that all of physical matter is made up of light, sound, electrostatic, and electromagnetic fields that are all at a particular vibration or frequency. Then there's also the elements of earth, air, fire, and water that play a role in that as well. But at its foundational level, that matter is comprised of light and sound and electrostatic and electromagnetic. But the light is like the prime source of it all.
Quantum field theory, photons are called bosons, and these bosons are basically how the fields communicate with each other. In a strange way. So if the electron field is communicating with another field, It's the photon. It's the photon that does the communicating. So like a photon will, electron will emit a photon, and then that photon will be absorbed by an electron somewhere else. Same thing with gluons and W and Z bosons.
Is it just a coincidence that gluon sounds like glue, like they're using it to kind of glue their model together, and then boson sounds like Bozo the clown? Is that just my mind wandering, or is there any correlations there? Is that just some Pete Shea style right there?
It was named after Bozo the clown.
You know, Gio, that's a good point. You really got to look at the clues, Gio. When you look at it, it's a deeper meaning in there. Sorry, I can't do a good impression.
Bose was a scientist. That's where the Bose-Einstein condensate comes from, like a superconductor and stuff like that. But oh yeah, and a gluon is true. It comes from kind of glue, but that's because it's the boson that brings together the strong force. It's like the strongest, attractive force in the universe. It's very strong.
So I think it was Charlie the other day when we were discussing light. It might have been Charlie. Could be somebody else. But somebody alluded to their idea or concept of light was that light was elemental. And I found that an interesting take, right? Light is elemental. And this may or may not be correct, but I think it was Charlie that even kind of poo-pooed the wave-particle duality thing. And definitely said that light was just an electromagnetic perturbation of the EM field.
Yeah, but that is what quantum field theory says. And like I said, I think Charlie poo-poos everything, but he was probably poo-pooing the same thing I was kind of getting at when you guys were bringing up wave particle duality, which is people's thinking of that as a paradoxical thing or whatever. But really, the only statement that you made is that what these quantum particles really have is they have properties that are wave-like, and they have properties that particles have. And so they, that's what the evidence shows. It doesn't mean that they're these two things at the same time or something like that. There are these foreign things, like no one had come across this part of physics before, so we don't really have a unique word for it. I guess we kind of do now.
But don't let me derail the conversation because it's just kind of an anecdotal side note. But just listening to you guys, I was just thinking, I was going to tell you, Coach, a friend of mine, he's brilliant in many ways. He's and he is very knowledgeable on many topics, but he is a globe earther, and he is not too open to the Earth being a stationary plane and all that. He's one of those guys that will instantly defend the globe, instantly shut down the idea that the Earth, any thought that the Earth isn't a globe is he instantly, etc. But he's also done a huge amount of research in quantum physics and quantum field theory to the point where he's actually, within the graduate school that I'm connected through and the one that I went through to as well. He's like adjunct faculty there. And so he, does his writings and publications and so on. But he's done a huge historical documentation of all of like the whole history of quantum physics and then quantum field and all of the whole lineage of that. Now he's also connecting it to worldviews and the scientific paradigms and how that's all interconnected as well. And there's a lot more to it, but I'm just trying to give the main thing of it is that, so he's done this whole historical analysis of the whole field and the whole development of it and where it's at now and so on. And he's gone through all of that. And then a whole nother sidetrack to it, which is that he also is connecting the alignments of the actual luminaries, what you guys call the planets, the astrological component and the archetypal astrological component as to how these archetypes are being played through science as well as they're actually in their position in the sky. So anyways, that's a whole nother subset of it. But the actual main point I was bringing it up for, and sorry this is so long-winded, but the main point I was bringing it up is that he's done that whole historical analysis. And I've had times where I'm hanging out with him and he is just dropping stuff to me, the things that he's saying. And even though him and I disagree on the shape of the earth, or we're not on the same page at all, like he's, very strong to the globe, as he's telling me a lot of these things within quantum physics, quantum field theory, et cetera, all of these different components and histories and discoveries, he's like just blowing my mind in terms of what he's saying, of how much it resonates with me as truth of certain components of it. And how that connects into consciousness and like even mathematics and all these other geometries, all these other factors as well. Anyways, I just thought I'd share that because there's definitely there's certain high vibrational truths within some of those fields, but I do think it's a mixed bag. And that's the part that's interesting to see which is true and which isn't.
I think you've told me about that guy before, though, about that thing that you said about the history thing with the astrology. I think you've told me about that dude before.
Well, this is actually one of the professors at the school, the grad school I went to. He's the one that's like, he's like a world renowned, author and speaker and so on. I mean, he literally has been traveling the world for the last 30 years or so, just giving speeches all over the world and stuff. So he's in the older generation as well. Like he's in his 70s now. But the guy I was talking about now is actually a friend of mine, but this friend also works with that professor as well. So but I may have even mentioned that, this friend of mine to you as well, in terms of the quantum physics. I feel like I may have somewhat shared that about that, but.
No, but yeah, regardless, that's what I'm saying though, is that a lot of the stuff that is like that's in quantum field theory and stuff like that, you guys, I think a lot of you guys, you would agree with.
Well, dude, there's components of it. Like I don't know if you've ever had experience with DMT, dimethyltryptamine, or any also just the plant medicines as well, like ayahuasca that contains it naturally. Even LSD, like the fractals and the mathematics of the visual structures that you can see with LSD as well, and DMT can be profoundly so. And so having an experience like that where your entire reality, you're able to see like to the core of the nature of reality on such a deep level that it just this infinite fractal, mathematically divine and perfect structure and system and the energy behind it. And so some of the like in quantum physics and quantum field theory, some of what they're coming to of the physical aspects actually seem to have a correlation with the direct consciousness experiences of those these very deep and high levels of the nature of reality on that deep level. So it's pretty fascinating to see the overlaps there, showing how the physical world on certain levels seems to it's like getting to the core of what the physical world is, and it seems to correlate with like the most expansive, mystical, spiritual experiences that humans can have, or just complete expansion.
I mean, that's like I said, that's what people. I guess it depends, because I know like Jace, I don't know if he would say that exactly, but quantum field theory people who on the edges of it or whatever. That's basically what they're saying, is that all the matter is just perturbations in this field. I guess the reason is the people who are working with it technically aren't really thinking about what the implications of it are, right? And the implications, which are currently they're still trying to discover and shit. Yeah, it's mysterious, and it's like, it leads to this like ever expanding realm field that is everywhere. And like, what's that one paradox? The what's it called? It's the one that John Bell was doing that test for, but basically like confirms that that the wave particle duality, when a particle is in both states at the same time, it really is in both states at the same time, right? Which is just crazy. Crazy to think about that. Like a particle isn't it isn't actually realized until it's interacting with the rest of the world. You know what I mean? So it's like if a particle has both spin, both directions, or what would another property be? Let's just use spin both directions. Yeah, it actually hasn't even though it definitely is going to have one of those spins at one point. You know, if it's not interacting with anything, if its wave particle hasn't collapsed yet, it's in both states at the same time.
Oh yeah, well that's seen in telepathy, where two beings can actually share the same consciousness.
Yeah, that's a little different. I think for wave
Well, what
particles,
I'm saying is that that's partly connected through like the idea of string theory as well, but they've extrapolated some of that. But it's like that thing where if you like in and there's also in certain relativity concepts as well, but where one unit, whatever you guys use different terms and things. I'm just going to say unit right now. One unit of matter, when it changes, there's another one in time and space that mirrors it.
yeah, right. That's what I was saying about the spin, because there's certain ways like our electrons in a helium atom, for example, they can only have a spin in one direction. There'll be two of them, and so for them to be, they're basically paired up. And so if you have this pair like this, uh, and you have them separated, you don't know what you haven't identified one of them yet. Both of them, would technically have both the spin in both directions. I mean. And then once you discover one, the other one immediately is identified as well. I'm trying to think of another property.
Yeah.
Spin's one property. There's other properties like position's another property, but not for entanglement, but for superposition.
The thing is, man, like I will tell you, like that whole model of things, like when people, like I was talking before about those very, very highly activated mystical and spiritual experience states, when people experience what the nature of reality is and what's actually behind it all, they don't see what you're talking about. Like they don't see that physical model of photons, electrons, etc. Does not seem to be what is actually at the core of it. But there are certain things that seem to overlap with that model, so it's not completely all not true. But
Yeah, I'm not saying I believe this, but like the Akashic records. What if the Akashic records are somehow related to the quantum fields?
yeah, well, they're basically. Oh, there's some overlap there, yeah.
So I do believe in the Akashic records to some extent, but I think it's another thing that's just like mysterious. The people who have had access to it, like, how did they get access to it? But I do believe in people like Edgar Cayce.
Yep. Yeah, it's just discovering the ability within oneself to access parts of oneself ultimately.
You gotta fast, like Jesus and the Buddha. Long periods of fasting. As the body dies, the soul man becomes more alive.
Yep. Yeah, that's one way you can activate these states like that. Yeah, spiritual states and direct experience.
Yeah, but Edgar Cayce had a different kind of access to it than I would say people like Buddha or Jesus had, because he was able to communicate with uh, some other information. Some information came from somewhere else, in a different way than Jesus and Buddha.
Yeah, he would go into a trance. Edgar Cayce would kind of put himself into a meditation of sorts where he would close his eyes and go within. And when he was in that state, he was in that kind of channel state.
Obviously, he had some sort of connection that he said that everybody was capable of having, but people can't put away their desire. I think Tesla said something very similar too. Talked about the desire of women and like people can't, focus.
Yeah, the urges of the body. That's what I've always said about sin. What people call sin or whatever, I think they're just really just physical urges, and that it's a competition between those physical urges and some other eternal spirit. Those are fighting for your influence.
Yeah, I think it is within everyone that everyone has these potentials and abilities to access these. Basically, all components within consciousness are all accessible ultimately, but being able to tune into the Akashic records is a pretty unique one. And I think there's various practices throughout time in various ancient cultures and traditions of actually doing like various different spiritual practices in order to hone in that capacity. And also by like facing one's own darkness and transmuting that, and then becoming more aware and having more abilities like that to have more ability to navigate one's consciousness where various information to be focused on, rather than only being kind of in a receiving end of one's kind of overall mindset. Like navigating into something to access something like that beyond one's own immediate being versus kind of just going with the experience as it's coming just directly, and kind of almost not really like a victim, but just kind of being like in the viewer mode.
Do you believe in Edgar Casey, what he says, and all that stuff? I watched it.
He was very interesting. Yeah.
It was interesting. What's interesting is he didn't really do it for money, As the money was only to support like the him doing it, but it wasn't like to become rich or anything.
Rudolf Steiner as well.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you don't know who Rudolf Steiner is?
No, kind of sounds familiar, but I don't know.
I just put the wiki for it, just for him in the chat there. It's probably a decent little bit of a summary, but yeah, he connected into the spirit worlds and brought information that he wrote about in many ways of within humanity and the spiritual lineages. And I mean, he actually brought in information about farming and how it links to the celestial positions in the skies. And did you know the Waldorf schools? Yeah. So he basically, his entire life's work and philosophy is like one of the main foundations to the Waldorf school, everything involved with Waldorf. And then he did, biodynamic farming as well, is all Rudolf Steiner. He was very prolific. He wrote extensively about many, many different topics, and in many ways, pretty interesting. But it just reminded me a little bit of Edgar Casey, because he in a way he did connect with the Akashic records as well. Steiner did, but he was also pulling information, I think, from very high level spiritual angelic entities and beings to bring a lot of information into the world.
Yeah, I'm reading this stuff now. It's funny because all I did was type in Rudolph, like I typed in RUD, and it was the first thing Google put up.
So what do you think about what I said before, is that when people have like very transcendent mystical experiences of the physical world and matter and the nature of consciousness, the fact that they don't seem to tune into this atomic model that is pushed as the mainstream, do you think there's any inconsistency there? Like, do you think that people having those experiences are valid, I suppose would be the first question, because if you don't think those experiences have validity, then I guess you could write them all off. But if you do think they have validity in terms of being able to access information like that, then what do you think about the fact that when people have experiences like this that are very expansive and also just getting into that, the core of like the physical nature of reality, that they don't seem to come back and report that it's this atomic model with the photons and the whole orbiting structures of electrons and all that stuff?
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that everybody has, like everybody doesn't, or some people don't have experience like that? And also, why would
Well, obviously, I don't know about every experience everyone's had. So yeah, but I can't say I'm aware of every experience everyone has had. But I'm very familiar with, many different fields and terms of research of documenting and cataloging, who knows how many individual experiences, and compilation as well, and connected to ancient traditions and ancient cultures as well, because a lot of the ancients, like, they actually put these geometries in their artwork and in their cosmologies as well. So it's like sacred geometry, and a lot of these patterns, these fractal patterns, are built into their artwork and their clothing and their entire, also, and into their language as well. And they don't, it's not that atomic model.
I'm looking at people who had, to see if there's people who had those experiences. I don't think necessarily that, there's an expectation that they're telling you something that's more true than things you can experience in reality. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you this: do you think that your consciousness, whether in this state or in another state, do you think that it would be possible for you to experience the actual foundational structures that build the physical world? Do you think that's within the range of possible experiences you could have? That would be the truth of it as well?
I mean, to some extent, but that's what I mean. Is like, is there really evidence? Is there evidence of that? Is there evidence of people other than dream? Because there's people having dreams of things and then using those for scientific discoveries. There's actually a lot of examples of that. But in the other case, I'm not sure if there's any examples of like people taking DMT and then like discovering something and then it turning out to be like, you know, something that was true. That it wasn't discovered in by sober.
Well, you do know that Francis Crick first visioned and discovered the double helix structure of DNA while he was on LSD. You know about that?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I've heard. And also,
he wasn't on like a high dose. It was apparently, as far as we know, he shared and so on before he died. It was like I don't know how familiar you are with LSD, but I mean, basically, like 250 micrograms. That's when it goes into a high dose territory, around there, 250 to 300. Where when you're in that high dose, like, you really just want to be like lying down and have music on and not have to deal with the outside world. But under like 200 micrograms, like under 250, but like 200 and under is more where there's a, yeah, it's like into that like medium or even low dose range to where, anyways, that's what he was saying that he was on when he first envisioned it. But the thing about that double helix structure, when you look back into ancient cultures and even like tribal cultures, like I was saying before with like their artwork, like that double helix structure is a universal pattern that goes deep, you know, that it's not even necessarily new. Like his Crick's kind of quote unquote discovery of it that wasn't even really a discovery. He was just kind of rediscovering or reconnecting with it. And because of the isolation of the world after World War II and this whole materialistic, insane, like 1984 NWO paradigm thing that they're trying to push, it's especially with those wars, that was squashed out quite a bit. You know, a lot of the traditional peoples and their knowledge, but anyways, yeah. But so for him, it just took him being on some LSD, and he was able to tap into it.
Hold on a second.
And then he won a Nobel Prize for it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, that is an example. I totally forgot about that. All right, hold on a second. There's a movie playing in the background, so hold on.
Gio, with what you just said right there, you under the impression or open to the possibility that a portion or a side part of some of those wars was to kind of take out some history, right? Some historical things, cover some things within history through the wars.
I would say, yeah, absolutely. I would say actually that was one of the main moving agendas or driving agendas for them. Yeah, definitely. Rewriting of history, restructuring of how information is exchanged and what is known about.
How could they rewrite history if there are people alive today that were alive before the wars? You know, they could tell us that's wrong. That's not true.
They call them
You guys have grandparents that lived in the wars. You know, they would tell you that's not right or that's right.
I don't think it's quite as. Yeah, I don't think it's quite as surface level as that, Nate. I think it's a little bit deeper, and maybe some things throughout the world that might have been in the form of either documentation or architecture, writing, art, things like that, that may have contained some truths that might have been eliminated. Not just people that were around that could tell a tale. Maybe some more hidden stuff. But Gio could probably speak to that a little more than me.
Do you guys have an example of this happening?
Like a specific example?
Yeah, if you have one. If you don't, it's cool.
I mean, I don't necessarily have one off the top of my head.
Okay.
But it seems as though there's some indication that especially the German side seemed to be kind of all over the place geographically with different mission types. And I understand it was a quote unquote world war, but yeah, they seem to be kind of all over the place dealing with some stuff.
Books and stuff.
I don't know. I mean, just think about how they could hide the truth in plain sight in movies.
Yeah, but I heard that's what the German camps were doing. They would have these large bonfires, or they would like burn a bunch of books.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty mainstream right there, right? Just the idea of burning books, right? There might be a deeper meaning to that truth that was right there in plain sight. Yeah.
truth that was right there in plain sight, and no one's seen this truth. But you guys have seen it. You guys can see it. Or are we just speculating?
I
Well,
don't
there's
know. You tell
ways.
me.
Yeah, there's different ways to view that, of course. I mean, obviously, most of us were just born in the last 30, 40, 50 years, however old one is. So, I mean, none of us would have any physical ability to verify what really anything in the past was before we were alive, ultimately. And then we're left with memories of people and physical items like, documents or scrolls or manuscripts or sacred texts, and then even to the part of like artifacts, like actual artifacts or like antiques and all kinds of things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, beyond that, and then there's the narratives that are believed as part of all that as well. And when you kind of think about everyone alive today, is there anyone that really has anyone who knows anyone that has any actual memories of like, oh yeah, I was alive in 1812. Oh yeah, it was great. That was going on, and this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, 1812. Yeah, that is for.
Yeah, like have you ever? Yeah, like what's the earliest that a human be like, oh yeah, I was alive then, and that was going. So when you get back to 1812 or 1752, or it's just like no one, and then it really kind of seems like no one even has memories of those things. Now there are people that will talk about their family line and we go back to this this ancestor and so on, and there's that whole category of things, and that's a whole topic as well. And that's a whole one that we could sort of unpack or discuss in terms of how far that is. But yeah, so when you think about any like actual like direct experiential memory, all we really have is like our grandparents and great grandparents, which only goes back a certain time. So, and then I just think with the potential for if there's a huge restructuring happening on the earth, politically or just in a lot of different potentials of what that could look like. If there's restructurings like world wars, etc., now you're having bombing, a lot of old architecture is being destroyed, cities are being destroyed and rebuilt, etc. Now you're in a situation, especially when there wasn't like necessarily that we're aware of like the internet in that way, so that information could be like broken up. And if one area of people had certain information, they could, steal that information and then break up those people in various ways to where now those people don't have it anymore, in those ways. So yeah, I just think with the narratives that were sold, and then you especially look at like World War II and what they've rolled out with the schooling system and everything after World War II, there's a whole narrative that people are believing, and the potential for like the winners of wars to rewrite history, I don't think that can be underestimated.
Yeah. I mean, World War II was only 80 years ago. My grandfather's father was alive during World War II, even before, and he told him all about what the world was like at that time. I'm sure your grandfather's grandfather was alive as well. The world wars aren't too far back. The 1800s, definitely. There's no one alive that has direct experience to that, but I mean, things are passed down through families. Like I have a lot of, my grandfather especially, his sisters especially. I don't know what you call them. Your grandfather's sisters. Are they your grandaunts or whatever?
Great aunt.
Yeah, great aunt. They have a lot of our family history preserved. Pictures, writings, all of these things preserved. Passed down from generation to generation.
Or
So
at least said to be so. Now I'm going to go a little wild. What if there was some kind of a larger type reset where they literally repopulated areas and gave people those documents and said these are your previous ancestors without the actual memory connection to them directly?
Okay. Anything's possible, Gio, but why would you entertain such a possibility? Do you have evidence? Do you have a reason to believe that's true?
Yeah, but before we go that far, I mean, so just me personally, right? It all depends on also what we're told too, right? So all of my grandparents have passed away. Both of my grandfathers were pilots in World War II. But then there's weird things about my paternal grandparents that I don't have a lot of information on, but is interesting. Like I have zero information and they never disclosed much. My grandfather and grandmother were in Arizona and Nevada during the Manhattan Project timeframe. And my grandmother was actually she worked at the White House, let's put it that way. But I have no real information from them. I just know they were in these places at these times. And that's it. Like no stories, no nothing. And they never, even when bringing it up, they never really divulged much. And that could just be the nature of my grandparents, right? The family business was ambulance service and funeral home, right? You usually don't talk a lot about things, work and all that kind of stuff related. So, but they never had stories about any of these situations that I find extremely interesting. And I didn't have the opportunity when I was a little bit older in life and had even more questions about it to really ask them because they were gone, right? None of it's written down.
And you can't ask your parent? Like, ask your dad?
I mean, I can, but, and I will, but I don't even know how much information my father would have or could even recall. I mean, my parents are fairly old, so yeah, but I can try.
It's like making me think about this. So, like, if one of us right now were told something about our ancestry, oh, your great grandfather, this and that, did this and that, we would probably just believe, most people or whatever would believe it. Like, oh, yeah, that was it. Of whatever that might be. So it's almost like we're blindly believing it, even to that extent. Because if it's really just like kind of a generalized thing, which it seems like a lot of these memories are very generalized, without like actual more information, especially going back like 1700, 16, et cetera. It's pretty far back versus the type of memories that's like, oh yeah, Grandma Edna was, she loved, knitting and she loved actual information about who they were. Because I'm just thinking like the way things are right now, if I died soon or something like that, my family's going to have very detailed memories about me and who I was my whole life and the things I said and my whole life path. Like it would be known by everybody there. And it just seems like you would naturally have those memories. Like, oh yeah, remember, like let's say your brother's name is John or something. Oh, remember John's laugh? He was you know what I mean? Like these are just memories that would be, it just seems like they would more naturally be carried on. But in terms of going before like 1850, for example, it just seems like we don't have any actual memories of the actual concrete people of who they were, what they did. Oh yeah, he was we just sort of have like a surface story and no actual deeper information about, that person and who they were. So it just seems like there's a big disconnect there.
That's interesting. Maybe it's a cultural thing, because in my family, our history is very well documented, very well preserved and kept. But what I would also ask is, I mean, if your grandmother came to you and she had a book of her grandmother, right, or her great great grandmother, she never met this person, but it's just a book that was given down to her. She was just told stories by her grandparents that this is what these people were like, but this is just what she was told. She was told this about them, and she has these books, but she's never met these ancestors of hers. And then she tells you about it. She tells you the same story she was told. Why would she, like, what would your grandmother's reason be for lying or making something up?
Maybe she
If
wants
she's
to
just
good, dirty, rotten up.
I wouldn't say that she's probably even necessarily lying, right? This is the whole thing of, people always say, well, if the earth was flat, then every teacher would have to be a liar, blah, blah, blah. No, she's just telling you what she was told, right? She's not really lying about it. She's just regurgitating the information that was provided to her. So there's a story, right, where it's like lady's getting ready to cook ham for Christmas, and she puts it in the pan, cuts off the end of it, starts to bake it, blah, 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 brings it out. She's talking with her mom over Christmas dinner, and the whole family's talking. And somebody at the table who was like outside of the family is like, "Hey, why do you always why do you have the end of the ham cut off when you're cooking the ham? That's where some of the juices flow, and that's where you get the good stuff," or whatever. And the lady looks to her mom and says, "Well, why? I don't know. I do it because you did it. Why do we cut the end off the ham?" And she's like, "Oh, well, I don't know. I did it because my mother did it." So her mother's not there, so she calls up her mother on the phone, and she says, "Mom, why do we always cut the end off the ham when we cook the ham for Christmas dinner?" And her mother says, "I don't know why you're doing it, but my pan was too small, so I had to cut it off."
That's a good story, man.
Right? So see how
Yeah,
like
but I
something
mean,
like that gets passed on unintentionally, kind of thing.
definitely. I can definitely see that happen, but that would just kind of tell me that these people weren't inquisitive with things. They just went along with what they saw their parents doing. They never asked why. But you guys seem like very inquisitive people, and I'm sure you guys would have asked your parents why this, why that.
You got to think about it. People.
Basically, the main point I'm trying to make is the same way your grandmother's telling you a story is the same way her grandmother was telling her a story, but it's a story passed down within the family. It might change, it might take a turn like broken telephone or something. The information isn't passed down properly. But what would be your reason for doubting it, for questioning it? I understand why you question the government and NASA. Why would you question your own grandparents?
Can I be heard? Mic check.
Yep, you're good.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah. Why would you question your own grandparents? Because you weren't there. It's primary knowledge, right, that she's given you, but it's not primary knowledge to you.
Yeah, but now she's given it to you. She's told you this is what happened. You don't believe. I mean, I understand you weren't there to see what she's telling you, but you could say, okay, grandma, you told me that. I believe you. I trust you because you're my grandmother. You wouldn't lie to me. Like, why would you not trust what she's telling you? You can't verify it yourself, unfortunately. You're put in a position where you have to trust her. Why would you not? I understand why you wouldn't trust the government, but why wouldn't you trust your grandmother?
The Bible says, "Trust not in men." I think that's pretty good
What?
advice.
It's not even your grandma, Dukes. Damn. Okay. So trust nobody.
I think it means like blind faith,
I mean,
Because what is
but
trust? Go ahead, bro.
yeah, Nate, like, what do you mean? Why would who are you directing that question at? Like, why wouldn't
All
you
of you.
trust your grandmother?
Oh.
Like, who of us led on that we didn't trust our grandparents? I was just saying, like, I don't have a lot of information from them,
Okay.
right? And I feel like information is kind of like I don't know, probably has like a time
Probably.
span or something like that, especially for like families that don't have excessive communication and documentation. It's like, what do you really know more than 100 years within your family? And then
But I mean,
like,
but Napalm, there's things older than 100 years old that you guys trust
yeah,
vehemently. You guys like the Bible. It's over 2,000 years old, and you guys trust it. These ancient Vedic scriptures that Geo trusts. These things are ancient, and you guys trust them. But these things have been passed down by people.
I just since you mentioned me, I wouldn't use the word that like trust per se myself. Just making that clear.
Okay. But I mean, you seem to refer to it a lot, Geo. So it gives off the impression it's something you do vibe with. Okay, maybe trust is a strong word, but
Well,
Yeah,
I resonate with certain truths within various systems of knowledge and lineages and sacred lineages of. So yeah, in terms of like talking about the Vedics, yeah, there's a lot of truth in there.
Okay.
Well,
And for example, Larry trusts the Bible. He wasn't there when it was written. It's been
I like
passed
the
down
Vedic
to him.
text too, bro.
Come in.
I like the Vedic text too. What are you talking about?
Okay. But I've never heard you refer to the Vedic text. You seem to be more of a Bible person. Like just
tend not
now,
to
you
discriminate with.
you made a reference to the Bible. Don't trust man or something.
Yeah, because why would you put blind faith in men? I mean, let's say you were to set up a trust, right? You're 80 years old, you worked your whole life, you got all this property, but you want to pass it on to your children. Well, who do you put that trust in? Who do you make the trustee? Just any old body?
No, someone you trust.
Right. So who would that be? You have to pick one,
I
right?
have people I trust. Like it would be someone in your personal life that you trust.
Right.
I mean, isn't there someone you trust, Larry, in your personal life?
Yeah.
I've a lot of people.
Yeah, you had mentioned a grandmother. I was just thinking when you were saying that about trusting your grandmother and everything, and I was just thinking about my grandmother. She's passed on many years ago. She did, but or well, at least some years ago. But just thinking of her, knowing her my whole life and everything, just in terms of someone who lies versus telling the truth. Because sometimes like people just have different ways of like white lies or just, some people are more deceptive than others, perhaps. I was just thinking with my grandmother, like she was just honest to the core. It's like deception wasn't even a part of her operation. It wasn't even a thing of like deception just wasn't even there, or like lying. She was just it was really beautiful too. Cause when she went into speaking, she would kind of really focus on it, and it was just making me think how she would always focus. It's like she was trying to make sure everything she was saying was correct, even to that point, rather than some people that might be like, oh, how can I kind of deceive, or how am I going to put myself across? She would even kind of pause and look up, look up and kind of be thinking about it to make sure that it was, accurate. And she just, that honesty factor was like purely there and just made me think about that. So yeah, there's no way that I would have, like, in terms of the trust factor, especially with that experience of her as a person. Yeah, I mean, that level, if she was telling me about an experience she had or something like that, yeah, that would be very, very high in terms of,
Okay.
I wouldn't say that I ever have any reason to like sort of quote unquote blindly trust someone, but just in terms of like, I always feel like I run it through my own filter ultimately, but the source it's coming from is going to probably adjust my level of inquiry further, depending on what's required.
Okay. So, for example, if someone you knew in your personal life told you the Vedic scripture says this, and then someone else in your personal life told you NASA says this, are you going to question what the person who's using NASA as a source said more than you would the person who uses the Vedic scriptures as a source?
Well, for my experience with those two categories of things, I would say that within the Vedas and the Vedic texts, I've already seen profound levels of resonance of truth and in various different fashions. And then NASA has been the opposite, tremendous amounts of lies and deception and shady activities, all kinds of political, financial. I mean, the corruption there is so thoroughly there, in terms of, my experience of it. So yeah, something that if someone said to me, hey dude, NASA just, landed a probe on Jupiter, versus if somebody was stating some deep, Sanskrit that is connected to deep, various deep truths within reality. Yeah, those are on a far end of a spectrum.
Okay. So it all, I guess, depends on the source and the subject matter. It's maybe not dependent on
No, it's
the
not the
provider of
subject,
the
it's the
source, the
validity.
person.
No, it's the validity of the subject matter, not the source.
Hi, man. This was nice. I gotta go, guys, but I'll be back later.
All right. Yeah. Later, Nate. Have a good one.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Yeah. Cheers. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, it's exactly what you said, Larry. But it's like, yeah, if the source is any correlatable relation to the validity of the information from previous history, kind of sets up a different starting point. But ultimately, yeah,
building precepts on precepts, that's in the Bible too.
but it would still be wise to consider that maybe something NASA does is going to be is legit or valid, because I think there are some things they do that are valid. It's there's some portion of that. So to only judge it off of some of the previous corruption or unvalidatable sides could also be a short sight as well, if one wants to be fully discerning.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would be a fallacy just to assume that because it's NASA, it's wrong. So I wouldn't put it past them. But as far as landing on the moon, 238,000 miles away, I don't know, man. How did they slow down? For you guys who missed what's its live stream just now, that's what he was talking about. Like how does it that, you have, the Coriolis effect on Earth, right? Allegedly, right? But the moon, they just landed no problem. Like both of those can't be true. So his argument about the moon was pretty solid. I can't wait to hear people argue against him. Unless that happened today and I missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what? Oh no, go ahead, Napalm. No, I was gonna say, yeah, Witsit like like last night, and then I think into this morning and part of this afternoon as well. Yeah, we were going in on that for hours. Yeah, he was kind of, yeah, exactly. He was going through all that and asking all the globe earthers and stuff. Seems like we went on that for probably 5 hours straight at one point. Maybe not 5, maybe 3 or something. But yeah,
Yeah, it was a bulk of mid morning, mid morning, and afternoon. I think. Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised to see some of you guys still on that were on this morning when I was up.
Well, my wife is out of town, and I work from home, and yeah, been on for a while.
but yeah, with the moon, like I know, like the speed that they claim to have been going there. Just imagine these 3 guys in that just trash-looking equipment they were in, just the tinfoil. So they're all crammed in there. The thrusters on the lunar module, I've zoomed in on them, and I'm sure you guys have seen some of those as well. Like when you zoom in on them, they literally look like a glued-on metal fake megaphone, or like, almost like those like Lego thrusters or something. It almost looks like that. Like it's like just modular. Like it doesn't look like it actually has the ability to twist or turn. It doesn't look like it's actually burning fuel. There's no like fuel burn marks on the side of the aluminum or anything. It's just this like kind of model. It looks like a model, and there's these little thrusters. So to claim that those guys were in the craft going 1,000 miles an hour to the moon with those like very fake looking thruster things and this thing made of tinfoil, and that they were somehow had to keep their trajectory to align, coming from the Earth and all the speeds and everything it's going, to then be catching up with a moon that's going almost 2,300 miles an hour in rotation around the Earth, to try to get to it in the right angle. And then what are they looking out the windows, to like analyze it? I mean, they wouldn't have had advanced, GPS and all that. Imagine how hard it is just to get around the neighborhood in your city, all the turns you got to make, let alone trying to get to an object like that when they really didn't have very good equipment other than basically just thrusters and very simple stuff like that. To then claim that they would thruster it perfectly, looking out the window like you're parallel parking a car, to be able to look out of the window and aim yourself to the moon, and then have to deal with all the complicated thrusters that it would take to somehow perfectly land on an object where you were already going tens of thousands of miles an hour. Now you've slowed down and that thing is going 2,000 miles an hour and it's rotating at 10 miles an hour, to then try to claim to be able to land a craft on that. And that those guys did that with that technology, basically looking out a window, fiddling with thrusters.
Analog.
Yeah, like like you wind your like the manual window when you have to wind it down. It's like they're like maneuvering the thrusters with little handles. I don't know exactly how they claim, but yeah, it wouldn't have been like advanced digital servos and stuff. Like it would have been something like something somewhat built at that time. Yeah.
Quite a claim, right? But that's the thing. The scientism religion is keep it unfalsifiable, bro.
Weren't those secondary thrusters on like the limb? I think they're just fixed and project in like 5 different directions: up, down, left, right, and outward. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, so at that time, probably would have been like a little motor that would have moved it, perhaps in the best case scenario. I mean,
You've got different keys for like each one on each side. You're like up, down, left, like you're playing Wolfenstein 3D back in the day on a computer. Never mind. That dates me, I guess.
I'm
Sorry.
WASD right now, bro.
oh, dude, Wolfenstein was awesome. I remember when that came out. I definitely played it. It was kind of weird. You're like running around like
shooting Nazis.
It was a bit dark, but
yeah.
Oh, then Doom came out after that because Doom was pretty groundbreaking.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that would kind of be the setup in there, right? Something similar to that where it's really fixed. You don't have these complex mechanical movements where you're, like you said, you're using servos and stuff like that. I don't know if that tech was back in that time.
I just posted one image. I mean, look at that thruster thing. Yeah, you're right. It has kind of 4 directions. Oh my God, you know how hard that would be? So it's not even, it isn't, well, I don't know if that whole thing rotates or not, whether that whole thing is on a motor. But yeah, you're right. If it's just like up, down, left, right, that would be so hard to get the physics of that, just even like underwater or anything like that kind of thrusters. But you're right. Those would have been secondary. Yeah. Those would have been, I know.
So just imagine trying to do that. So simulate that in like an Atari, which is way more advanced than the tech they even had back then, right? So imagine simulating trying to land a craft on a surface just in Atari with only movements like that in this perfectly ideal environment. That's difficult enough, let alone trying to do it in real life with all the other factors that would come into play. No way. That's ridiculous.
It truly is. It looks like air conditioning venting. You know, like those tiles? Like the white part?
Yeah,
up on the left looks exactly like air conditioning, exterior venting.
Is this an alleged picture from the actual moon, or is this the like a replica or something in Smithsonian or something like that?
That's a good question. I think the first one is from, looks like one of the later Apollos. Pretty sure. I mean, it has the little lunar landscape down on the right, the gray. Yeah, I guess it's a good question. I guess I don't know if I just know for sure. I'd have to find those images and double check them to see if they're technically official. But I mean, did they even have model ones that would have looked like this? I thought this was pretty much the only one.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of that. Just trying to navigate with those things. And even the way that they're positioned, it's not like it would be easy. It's not like finite correction or like precision correction to be able to feather yourself right onto the lunar surface.
So I guess they do have different ones. So they claim that there's 10 total lunar modules that have been launched into space. Then they claim 6 of them landed on the moon, humans on the moon. But the pictures we see, I haven't seen like a breakdown of, because they do look different. There do seem to be different ones, but they're all pretty similar at the same time.
So look at the picture that you originally posted, and the thruster set that's like front and center of that.
See, that one's way different. That one I just posted. That's 16, Apollo 16. That's much later. That one looks funky. Okay, sorry. What part?
The first one, right? So the front and center 4 little thruster packet there. Where's that bottom one going?
It's just blowing into the to the
lake.
You know, like an awning. That looks like an awning, or like a bimini top on a boat, or like an awning. It's like a flimsy like window shade. It's like shooting down into the window shade.
So that would totally mess
so it doesn't toast the tinfoil there.
But that would totally mess with, like, could you imagine shooting thrust out of that and it would be deflecting off of that? I'm sure somebody would be like, well, you know, NASA engineers accounted for the reflection off of the whatever the hell that is. That would send you all over the place.
Oh, dude, have you ever seen, like, with these lunar modules? Because I've seen documentation and people going through all this. They have like technical write-ups about these lunar landers. They are hilarious. If you ever get a chance to look those up or see those, they're so funny because they're describing like all of this fake technology and trying to make like this tinfoil thing sound like it's all advanced. You know, like the curtain rods, they'll be like, these are high engineer structured, you know, they'll use all of these different wordings to just try to explain curtain rods and try to make it sound all technical and advanced. It's pretty wild.
The more I look at that thing, the more I think it's actually there to deflect the thrust. So that probably would be their claim. Like, what else is it doing? Because you see it in all 3 images. That's weird. Sorry, but yeah, that's funny. I'm sure the technical manuals are hilarious.
Yeah, just the stuff that they released claiming where the millions and billions of tax dollars went to. Do they claim that they like bounced radio waves off the moon when Buzz and Neil, they're in that thing going? Well, they're in the orbiter, but they're cruising there 1,000 miles an hour through the blackness of space. Like, do they claim that they were shooting radio waves at the moon to try to help them navigate towards it? Kosha, are you in here? Do you know that answer? Because I said before they'd be looking out the window. I hope I was joking. Like, I hope that's not only the way they claim to do it. They must have claimed that they had the telemetry data from mission control and were following that telemetry. And mission control had it all mathematically perfect. And all those guys behind the computers were calculating it and making sure it was all perfectly on track. And then they told them, okay, little thruster to the left. And they were like, all right. And Buzz turned the thruster up to the left.
No, I'm sure it's probably like drawn out in technical manual, right? Going back to like Atari, right? So you could write out the script to make it land perfectly if the environment is 100% perfect, right? Like no deviation from any of the script. So it could be something like, all right, it's 9:15 a.m., 9:15 and 37 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, hit left thruster B. Perfect. All right. In 10 seconds, prepare for, starboard thruster C. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like, what is the claim on the navigation once the limb is detached or whatever?
Well, that's where we cut to CGI.
Nowadays, yeah.
It's all nominal, bro. Existing in name only.
Cut to black. Yeah, it's a good question, but I imagine because the whole telemetry data was part of the whole claim. And then I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking they probably claim also that they were shooting radio waves off of it to also try to...
Like radar? Like some form of radar?
Or like a sonar?
Sonar, radar.
Yeah, potentially.
Potato, whatever.
Just basically what sonar can be used for is measuring distances and navigation through sound propagation.
I mean, I don't think that's the claim, right? I don't think they even claimed that they had capabilities to get any type of like radar, sonar, navigation. I think it was all by the telemetry data, right?
Yeah, I just see here. Yeah, this says this is an answer on Quora. This says radar. While in transit from Earth to the Moon and in lunar orbit, they had a variety of methods to determine their positioning, including celestial navigation, inertial navigation, and radio ranging from Earth. But during the landing, they used a landing radar affixed to the underside of the LEM. And it shows a picture of this thing, which...
Where did they stick that? Nothing like putting the radar right next to the...
Where the sun don't shine, apparently.
2,000 degree thruster on the bottom, right? I guess, yeah, they would have had to use that for descent. The thruster on the bottom, right? Because it detaches from... Well, no, maybe that thruster stays attached to the portion that goes back up to the craft.
Well, now I just found this. This is probably more... This is very detailed. I'll read a part of it here. Okay, the LM, lunar module, I assume he means. This is another response on this core thing. The lunar module had two means of determining its altitude. The primary guidance, navigation, and control systems, PGNCS, pronounced pings, was initialized with data from radar tracking on the Earth. And so knew or thought it knew the lunar module's altitude near the start of the landing maneuver. Using that initial condition data and the lunar module's inertial system, the lunar module's guidance computer integrated its equations of motion as it descended toward the surface. Now he goes on and on. There's a lot more of this. The inertial system at certain altitude ranges were nominal. He even uses the word nominal. Remember that guy from NASA that kept saying nominal?
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
Time they do it much, bro. It's all nominal.
He goes on and on about this landing lunar radar. So that's kind of what I thought they claimed. Yeah, but it's a little more info.
So they had onboard radar, and there's no claim of like Earth-based radar being able to detect like their elevation or anything like that, right? There's
250,000 miles away.
Right.
It's like, how many trips around the Earth is that? that they're claiming they're just communicating with the moon. I just posted the rest of that guy's thing. I didn't really want to read it all, but yeah, they're claiming that this radar was locking it into the moon's surface. We'll have to show this to Witsit. Because that's what I'm saying. They claim a bunch of like jargon and impossible physics of what they were claimed to be doing, even in the first place. Because it's all like a mathematical model. All the spinnings and rotation and movement that they're claiming to get to the moon. Yeah, all of that I think is just fabricated. So it's
Math works, man.
here's this guy's answer. He says the reason they could do it, he's saying basically traveling to the moon, the reason they could do it was math, navigation, and timing. They knew their speed, they knew their trajectory, and they knew when to fire their engines and for how long. Their guidance computer was capable of determining where they were and where they were going. This guy says he's an aircraft spacecraft systems designer. Here's another answer. Mechanical engineer, this guy claims to be. Another answer. In addition to what others have said, the lander was also equipped with a 67-inch sensing probe. The commander was signaled to shut off the descent engine when contact was made with the lunar surface. So now they've got, yeah, okay, so they're saying the landing gear had a sensing probe on it.
So it had feelers. Remember the old curb feelers back in the day from cars?
I just posted the image. Yeah, check it out, dude. I just posted the image.
Oh, it just gets better.
There it is, the landing gear with the lunar sensing probe. All right, so now they're probing, they're radaring, they're getting like math from Earth. They're getting math through space.
All real time in 1969, where it probably took a warehouse sized computer with freaking hand cut punch cards to be able to to do word processing.
And they couldn't see any stars.
But they celestially navigated.
With all of that, still no stars. Sorry, guys. It's like there's no crying in baseball. It's like there's no space.
What I don't understand.
Stars on moon missions.
I love how they. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh, you're good.
So what I don't understand is, people like Jace, they say, that I don't understand the cosmological constant, right? And I'm not capable of understanding it. And it's not really 120 orders of magnitude, but every time I look it up, it says 120 orders of magnitude. So I gotta ask him to cite a source on that next time I see it. Sorry for interrupting. Please continue with the NASA goofballery.
I don't know. Maybe he'll. I don't know. Jace isn't good with sources though. Sometimes, so might have to hound him for that. So yeah, maybe their claim would be, Geo, that's just a bunch of built-in fail safes or redundancy or whatever, so that they're 100% sure. They got to get the curb feelers out there to make sure.
Yeah, and that one I just posted shows what they claim the radar was doing when it hitting the ground. So they have radar feelers and actual feelers. But yeah, we said about J Ace. Yeah, I mean, he may be more on that side that he is the citation.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, it's just the way it is. Which I like that. The whole thing about citations, isn't that kind of assuming that the person you're citing is valid? And is it really even, to say citation, like even if someone offers that, it's just it's just more kind of support for the claim, I suppose.
Right, it doesn't prove it. It's just backing it up, right? Because if I say it and I'm not a specialist in that field, like today, I asked a question to my grandmother's doctor, and she went and got another doctor who was a specialist in that field because she wasn't trying to answer any questions. So that's what they'll do. They'll cite someone else who's a specialist in that field. Like if I were to start talking about it, I'm just a pizza guy, right? So that's why they always like, do you got like a PhD? Are you a doctor? That's why cops always like say stupid shit like, "Oh, let me guess, you went to YouTube University for your law degree."
All the time. It's like a standard response. I think they're trained to say things like that. I think a good response to a cop, if you're in a conversation, I guess you could say, with a law enforcement officer, and they mention something like that. Oh, where'd you get your law degree? YouTube University. I think a great comeback to that is like, no, I didn't. Actually, mine came from somewhere else. Where did you get yours? Where'd you get your law degree? Because that's the funny thing. Like, there's very little training on law when it comes to law enforcement.
Yeah, when they don't know their own law. It's like, obstruction. Like, okay, we're driving to work, right? You and I. And there's a tree obstructing the road, right? So we have to get out and move this big ass heavy tree, and it takes two of us, right? When people get arrested for obstruction, I never actually see them stand in front of a cop and go, "Stop, officer. You can't go any further."
You shall not pass. Obstructing the justice. That's the thing. So what is it like day one in academy? Instructor stands up and writes law enforcement on the chalkboard. We're going to learn about law enforcement. And then the whole entire time, they learn about the enforcement part, just not the law portion.
Because
Yeah.
also, like,
Wow,
go ahead.
that was all three of us at the same time.
Yeah, go for it. Well, I was gonna, well, go ahead.
But yeah, so the whole law enforcement thing, it's really weird, right? Because how can you enforce something that you don't know? And I've never actually seen a cop recite the five elements of the First Amendment. I've never actually seen them do it. I've heard lots of people ask, and people have been auditing for years, right? So you would figure they would get like the memo, but yeah, it's really weird that they don't get it. It's like really freaking bizarre. It's like, this is the supreme law of the land, and you swore an oath to it. Was that just like part of something you had to do to get a job, or did that oath actually like mean something? Because I've never seen them answer it. They never like bang, 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 bang. They just like, I'm done talking. It's like, what? You don't know?
Yeah, totally. Well, that comes down to whether people will just enforce something that they were just told to enforce just because they were told to, versus actually knowing what like the full extent of it is. Imagine there's a lot of kind of culture too within all the police force. There's like a Borg or something, you know, it's like this huge like mind or something, like this collective mind that they all seem to kind of go into like a persona almost. It's like, is life actually staged, and like all these different players are like actors in a certain sense? Pretty interesting.
I mean, why wouldn't they know the 5 elements of the First Amendment? Because it's really important, right? Because if you violate someone's rights, you could actually lose your qualified immunity, right? Qualified immunity isn't guaranteed. So you would think they would cover their ass, right? They would know, like, oh, okay, I'm going to cost the city a lawsuit, right? Especially on Supreme Court's court cases and district courts that have ruled in favor already in your district about a certain thing. Like, it's not in all districts that have said you can record the police, but it's kind of an accepted thing nationwide, right? So not everybody brings it to court. Sometimes they settle out of court, and that's the problem. They'll pay you such a large amount, you know, and if you don't settle outside of court and you try to like still fight it, the judge is going to be like, why aren't you being reasonable? They just gave you like a couple $1,000,000 to go the fuck away. So if you do want to set precedent, sometimes you can't. They'll just like pay you to shut up. But still, you would want to cover your ass, right? As a fucking cop.
Yeah, well, it reminds me of like, I think in a lot of professions, you know, there's so much training that goes into a lot of those professions, and they go through it, and you know, they just do what they got to do to get through and get by, and they probably do soak up some of it. But it seems like in a lot of these actual professions, and medicine's the same way. Like there's the protocol, the strict protocol, and then there's what they're actually doing. Which usually what they're doing is something that is at some percentage close to what they probably should be doing, you know, and that kind of is a spectrum. Like some are probably doing it further away on the spectrum of the way it is, you know, the actual protocols of things. And then there's some that are probably following it more. But I think like the kind of culture, and then you get the corruption too that could be involved as well, seems to kind of create like a certain standard that they all have to go by, which may not even be aligned with the original tenets of the actual position.
So when you do a job, you're supposed to like stay in your lane and not fuck up, right? Like any job you do. It's not just driving. Like, okay, forklift driver, stay in your lane, don't fuck up, right? Like a roofer, stay in your lane, right? A plumber, like don't go outside your scope of achievement and knowledge, right? Don't fuck up. But for cops, it's like they're all my lanes. I can fuck up as much as I want. Like, who's gonna arrest me? And then every once in a while, a cop does something so egregious that he lands himself in prison, and then he's like not gonna be in general population. So what is the incentive for them not to fuck up? I heard the cops lost their qualified immunity in Colorado. I kind of wonder, like, did they lose it in name only, or are they actually losing their jet skis? Or I guess they don't have jet skis in Colorado, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, cop on a jet ski. There are cop jet skis. Yeah, that is a thing. It's wild.
Well, I meant like their personal, like they're gonna lose their house.
Yeah.
Because if I hurt someone, they sue me, I have to pay up, right? So you get the court order, and then if you don't, then they can just throw you in jail. I guess that's weird too. Even if you get a settlement, like how do you force somebody to pay $1 million if they don't have it?
Larry, in your ideal world, would there be police in a sense? Would there be peacekeepers? Like what are your thoughts on that? Is there such thing as like just a good someone who's in that type of position? Of course, there's different ideas of what that could be as well. But do you think there needs to be any form of that, or what is your thought on like the ideal setup for that scenario?
Well, if you don't govern yourself, you have to be governed from outside, right? So ideally, everybody would govern. They would stay in their own lane, mind their own business, and leave everybody alone and handle their business, right? That's ideal. That's our first right. You know that? Our actual first God-given right is for the right to be left alone by our government. Just leave us the fuck alone. Like, they say like the first acknowledged right is like freedom of speech, but I think before that, we should have the right to be left alone. But the thing is that people don't govern themselves. So that produces government. The lack of self-governance creates a vacuum and opens the door from, I guess, policing for profit. It automatically goes that way. Like it's one or the other. Either you govern yourself or there's going to be like a huge police department. And the more crime, the more crime stoppers, the more armored vehicles, and all that stuff. But yeah, ideally, everybody should govern themselves.
Yeah, I think about how different it would be if everybody had the wealth that they needed, or the resources, I should say. Not necessarily wealth in terms of this money system, but food, water, shelter, things, at least, of course, the basics. And then I think it's even possible the resources we have that everybody could be living. Like I'll make this, it's just, could be viewed as a speculation because obviously I don't have the actual numbers or any way to prove this, but with just the resources that's being just robbed basically from us through the government systems, all the taxes and all the rest of it, NASA, all of it, that just that alone, even the stuff that's on the books, if that was redirected, that everyone on earth could have a home and food and shelter and electricity and whatever they need, basically, at least on some fundamental level, like maybe equivalent to like maybe in America making $60,000 a year or something like that, or like that should just like everybody should be living at least that level, and that even with those resources, the government's already swiping from people. That even just with that, if that was reallocated, that everybody could have that level of living without all the poverty and starvation and homelessness. Do we already have the resources? It's just being kind of strangleheld from us through this kind of unfortunate, this kind of group right now that are doing what they're doing.
Can you imagine if government just like dried up all around the world? Like The government is raptured. There's nothing left but the people who don't wish to control other people. Like even like the leftist authoritarian and the Republican alt-right authoritarians, like they're gone too. So the only people left are like people that just want to be left alone and do business. Like, would it be chaos? I don't know. Like if we all had like something to agree on, like we all became like culturally um Abrahamic, like everybody follows the Ten Commandments, like no matter what. Like everybody follows natural law or something like that, right? Like we would all be so prosperous because we could just go out into the world anywhere and there wouldn't be like concrete shortages and all kinds of pollution and shit. We could just like live off the birds and bees and the grass and the trees and shit.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Gia, I don't think it's a solution that is, we're lacking in some sort of flow of monies here or monies there in order for people to have the things that they need and anything like that. What's lacking is a proper mindset on how to, like Larry said previously, govern yourself and leave people alone, but also finding that building meaningful relationships on trust is more beneficial than trying to screw people over. And I think if you eliminated a lot of the things like Larry was talking about, you'd find that most people would operate pretty easily on trust, figure things out, and yeah, it's not because of some scarcity of a resource or a scarcity of money that we have the problems or the symptoms of the society that we currently have. It's a mindset.
Definitely, yeah, I agree. Like maybe kind of think of like a party, and let's say it's a peaceful party to the point where there's no fights breaking out. Um, I mean, I'm sure throughout your life you've been to different parties and different things. I mean, I remember when I was in college, for example, like definitely went to. I'm talking like some of those big house parties, just packed with people and. Anyways, but like in a party like that, it'll be like a 3 or 4 bedroom home, and it'll just be like I don't know how many people in it, like 100 or more, just everywhere. It's like almost a sea of people. Like I mean, sometimes it's more packed than others, but I mean, sometimes it was so packed, like you had to like, it's like almost like a bar style where, or even at a concert type vibe where you're so close to people, you're just like squeezing through to even get through. You try to get to the bathroom, there's like 5 people in line. Anyways, my point about that is that when you're at a party like that, generally everyone's just having a good time and drinking. And so, like I said, assuming no fights break out or nothing like anything like that, everyone's just getting along. Now, everyone has differences, and everyone kind of knows that, but the whole vibe is you're just having a good time and everyone's hanging out. You kind of leave your problems behind, at least for that kind of party. But the point in that is that like it's almost an interesting social thing because in college like that, for example, like the kids are kind of forgetting about their week or their homework or whatever. And they are just drinking and they're trying to be funny and sexy and just laugh and listen to music and whatever it may be. And it kind of takes out, all of the evils in the sense that there's no one's robbing, no one's physically punching each other. No one's outwardly like emotionally hurting each other. Of course, some people might get in their own fights or whatever, but I'm just saying, assuming that everyone's like in a good vibe at a party like that kind of thing. And so it just kind of makes me think about like what you were talking about, just that base level of just kind of trust and general positivity, just that everyone has a mutual respect for each other. And anyone who can reach out to help one another just does so kind of organically. So that idea of if everybody helps their neighbor, then everyone's getting help and everyone's helping someone else.
So just because I like the rule of law doesn't automatically mean that we need like law enforcers, right? If everybody observed the rule of law, then we wouldn't need any enforcers until somebody, let's say, has an emotional breakdown right? And they snap and they get a little time in the padded room or whatever. And then if they chill back out, they can come back out, right? But if they really hurt someone, then you have to be expelled. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, you can't hang out with us no more. Have fun in the woods. Here's a dagger. Good luck with the bears.
Yeah. Dude, speaking of that, I just saw today this little YouTube short where it was like at someone's wedding. They were having a wedding like out like in the wilderness, like somewhere. It was like a nice environment. And in real time, a bear had taken down a moose and was killing the moose and just absolutely like mauling this moose. And there was like at their wedding.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just out of nowhere, nature erupts under your wedding.
You're trying to get married and all this, just nature does not stop for your wedding. If this bear is going to take this moose down and have a dinner for the next week, it's happening apparently. Nature's so brutal like that. It's so intense. Can you imagine? Oh, and when those alligators, when they get those antelopes, oh my gosh, it's so hardcore. Little antelopes like drinking water, the little antelope, and then the alligator comes up, sneaking up on them while they're drinking the water, and then just lurches and grabs it, pulls it into the water, and twists it around to drown it, and then just eats it. It's so intense.
So I've been thinking about recently, we had a conversation not even a week ago where it's like the lion is bad because it kills its meat, right? It kills for food. It's like, is the lion really bad? Like, there is no good or bad, right? That's an illusion. There's only right or wrong, right?
Yeah, I don't think it is necessarily bad or wrong. Yeah, it does seem to be just like integral into nature.
So with humans, or sorry, with mankind, it's right or wrong. Like, you either have the right to do something or you don't. And you know when you don't have the right is when you're infringing on someone else's rights. I think everybody knows that innately. Like, nobody has to teach that here. I mean, I'm assuming. So I tell people that I have the right to shoot paper targets. Somebody walks up on my land and asks me for water, but I don't see them or hear them, and they walk in front of my paper target. I no longer have the right to shoot paper targets because my rights only end where his right not to be shot at begins, and that, that's where his skin is, right? So basically, I have the responsibility to give him water, maybe some food, and send him on his way, right? That's my responsibility. So that's the way I see it. And I think a lot of people, want to say that you don't have the right to talk about this and you can't talk about that, because you're a man or XYZ or whatever. And it's like, how can someone limit your rights unless you're first limiting theirs?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, like the natural laws within nature and these different patterns. And yeah, like we were talking about, like the carnivorous animals and so many different animals in nature. Yeah, like it doesn't seem like it's wrong for even like, yeah, a lion to take down, its prey and so on. It seems pretty hardcore and like intense that nature works that way. But what's so wild is that even for that lion to even exist, it has to eat that particular food. Like, it can't go eat a bunch of berries or, grass or whatever. It's not gonna work biologically at all. So whatever created the lion seems to have also created that the entire function of the lion is to take down prey like that. But then, like with humans, I do think it's wrong for a human to kill another human. So it is interesting. Like, it's okay for an alligator to kill an antelope or etc. in nature, but there's something in my, aware thoughts on everything that definitely taking another human's life while being a human, there's some deep kind of karmic repercussions for that. However, humans killing animals seems to, that's a whole topic in and of itself as well, but that does not seem to hold the same thing as humans killing other humans as well. So it's interesting, all those different components.
So I recently read this apocryphal text, and in this text, Jesus is depicted as being very Buddhist, right? Like he's, given the Sermon on the Mount and all the other stuff that Jesus does. But in this one, he's like, bro, why are you beating your donkey? And the guy's like, he's my donkey. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. And then he's like, do you not hear the donkey crying out to heaven in pain because you're beating him? He's like, okay, I get it. You're right. I shouldn't beat the donkey. And then later on, he's like seeing somebody killing like for food. And, he's very vegan in this one. And it's like, I'm thinking about it now, and I've thought about this before. So God's perfect will would be that we don't eat any meat, like except for, something from the garden, right? But his permissible will is that we can eat meat. Like he's not going to burn us forever for eternity for eating meat. Like that's not going to happen. But it's like, can't we survive off of just vegetables? I've heard people make arguments against this, and I've heard people make arguments for it. But couldn't we just, I don't know, is there a way that we can get collagen and other meat without killing an animal? Do we have to eat animals?
So what I've come to on this, after many, many, many years of my own detailed research study, in addition to my own experimentation, all of the different processes that I've gone through and everything with it is this. This is what I think. I think that the first part is going to be more of like an actual biological kind of assertion or claim of like the actual biology of it. But then the second part is going to be, could be viewed from the listener as maybe more of a speculative component to it. But this is how I've put it together and understood it. So as we are right now as humans, there are certain nutrients that are only in animal foods that we do require that are foundational. Like you were mentioning, the collagen. There's a bunch of other ones like the animal-based vitamin D, retinol, vitamin A, and a whole bunch of other nutrients, certain fatty acids. I could go through the whole list of them, but so and those are only found in the animals, eggs and meat and dairy, etc., in varying amounts and so on. Whereas plants, like all the plants we have access to now, they definitely have certain nutrients, but they also have a lot of anti-nutrients and a lot of things like mineral inhibitors. And there's kind of a mixed bag with all the different plants, especially in today's world now. It's like totally different. But like a lot of the foods have been stripped down and all the rest of it. But yeah, so the main thing is just that there are the nutrients that we can only get from the animal foods. However, that would then imply, okay, does that mean that humans, that we are designed to hunt and kill, to go hunt a deer or, kill a chicken or whatever it may be? Now, my answer to that is that no, I don't think that we are actually designed to do that, to kill chickens and kill animals. I think, and this is the more speculative part, I think there used to be these plants, or they were like a blend of plants and animals. They were a different species of plant, where they were kind of like more almost like ice cream. They were kind of fatty, almost like an avocado. They had like a fatty avocado thing to them. Then they also had like ones that had like a natural sweetness, like a fruit. It's like this fruit. And then you get into like the Garden of Eden and all of that stuff. But I actually think this existed. And like I said, this is the more, one could see it as speculative, although I have direct connection to this existing through my own understanding of it. And so it was like a different species of kind of a meaty plant, basically. And this meaty plant species is like humans' ideal food. It's like our ultimate food. It like lines up all of our genetics, heals and regenerates our body, gives us every nutrient we need, heals any disease, rebuilds the immune system, rebuilds the brain, and is like the best food for humans, just completely genetically strengthening on every level, and also like psychically strengthening. And I think there's even deeper connection. So it is like the whole, the connection, the idea of almost kind of that we've been like disconnected from from that meaty plant that I'm referring to. Like we used to have access to it. Now, perhaps the people in control right now, whatever it may be, something has occurred to where we've been disconnected from it and we don't have that food anymore. So now that we don't have access to that food, now whether they went around the earth and they chopped down all the trees and took the seeds to Antarctica, who knows what they did with them, and whether those still exist, that's a whole question as well. I think they do, for sure. Anyways, but they've taken them away from us because that's like our ideal food. And then they've basically forced us to kill animals, which is kind of a demonic thing in and of itself, like forcing a whole species that, okay, now in order for you to survive, you literally have to kill animals, like more, you know, in that more kind of savage way or whatever, or that more kind of killing and that kind of energy. Anyway, so sorry, it's a long rant. I'm sorry, but just the end of it is just that. So now it's like my understanding, putting all that together. Now we're in a situation where our actual deep inner nature is not to actually have to kill chickens or animals, you know, just a beautiful deer in the woods, like just killing it, right? You know, like that we're not necessarily designed to do that. But because that original food has been removed from our availability right now, we basically have to. And the thing is, there are the nutrients that are only found in those animal foods that our body does need. So sorry for the long-winded, Larry, but that was that's kind of my breakdown on it.
I appreciate the long-winded answers. I do. So, yeah, so basically we should probably be eating eggs and not necessarily chickens, because what's the harm in eating an unfertilized egg? So, I guess I probably never would be like 100% vegan, because I think the animals are here for us, and some of them are like legitimate food. Like I don't think there's anything unhealthy about eating fish in certain circumstances, certain fish and bison or cows or deer. Obviously pigs are unclean. They're just not food. Pigs are like scavengers like vultures, and so are the cockroaches of the sea.
Yeah. Well, the wild boar, some of the ancient boar species were pretty majestic and different than the modern day. I think there's been a lot of genetic modifications to pigs. I think they've also spliced human DNA with pigs as well, in particular. You know how like a pink pig almost has kind of those human aspects to it, more so than like a wild boar? Like they're more domesticated. Like they have like emotions and they look guilty and stuff. You know, like they're like a whole different kind of.
You're talking about domestication, right? So of course,
Yeah.
when you look at a human, you're going to see domestication, right? Can you imagine, what we would look like if me and you like grew up in the dirt and like never left the dirt?
That sounds good though. That's what I want to do. Just roll around in the dirt all the time. Maybe roll around the dirt, jump in the lake, and get some clay therapy from the ground. All those soils are good for the skin, exfoliate the skin.
I wonder what we were like. Can you imagine like a female that's like undomesticated? So to me, like if a woman has hair on her armpits, like I used to think it was nasty, and then I realized that there's a difference between natural and nasty. Like nasty is she hasn't washed her armpits in 3 weeks or 3 days, anywhere in between. But just having like hair on her legs, that's not really nasty. Like I don't think there's a man in this room that would be like, nah, she got hair on her legs. Get out.
Yeah. Well, I think Platypus brought up the other night. We were talking about, I think, like Bigfoot and Sasquatch and all that, and he threw an idea out there. What if we used to be more like a Bigfoot, like where we had more like hair on our body and we were like more robust, just like a beast, like not necessarily as much of a beast like another species, perhaps. I don't know. I don't really want to speak for him, but he was kind of like suggesting that idea that like, did we used to be more like that? Like, is that like an early form of humanity? It could be like in the way that, because like they have, they have like all that fur, you know, so like they could definitely live in the woods. And we like build houses and stuff, which is cool as well. But we're like these domesticated, like we hardly have any hair on our arms. Like we wouldn't even survive outside without having to like make clothing. And you know, it seems like, yeah, it's just interesting to think that like being on the earth and being more like just like a beast that can just live upon the earth, almost like out of Lord of the Rings or something.
Neanderthals were Homo sapiens sapiens, right? And they say that we have Neanderthal DNA. What if the Neanderthals were just like the first man before Babylon, right? And hadn't really split off into like groups and had different like genetic expression? What if like, you know, a Neanderthal has the big brows because the brows like never stop growing? Like, you know, as you get older, your ears get big, right? And your brows get big. And you got like these weird face features because certain parts of your face like never stop growing, right?
Neanderthals weren't Homo sapiens sapiens. At least they weren't thought to be. Now they're starting to doubt it, but they were Homo neanderthalensis.
There is no subspecies of human.
What's that?
We interbred with them. There is no subspecies of human.
Yeah, that's what they're currently like thinking now, because there was overlap and we did breed with them, and if they were a different species, we shouldn't have been able to breed with them. And have viable offspring, I should say. How's everyone doing?
Brand, how you doing?
Good, bro. What's up, Percentage?
Yeah,
man. Good to hear your voice. How you doing?
I'm good.
Nice. We're almost getting through the winter.
Yeah, for me it's rainy season right now.
Percentage trolling the Globers and the Flatties since 2015.
All in the search for truth, man.
Yeah, no, I say it in jest.
Oh,
You cut out, Jay.
I think. No, I was just gonna say I've always had the sense that Percentage that you're very genuine and authentic in your positions on things and your ability to break down to get to the core of it.
I appreciate that. Some people can recognize that, and some people like recognize that and say maybe I'm a little autistic with it. Like I go too hard.
Well, you do break it down, yeah, dude, to the details. Yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, like, well, you can be relentless. Like I think Jeremy one time, like he said before, he's like, dude, you don't want to be on the other side of debating Percentage. He's like, he just wrecks, like, because yeah, you'll like stay with it, almost like you know, like a turtle. What?
So like a dog with a bone.
Yeah. I was thinking like a turbo booster, you know, like in a car, like you hit the nitrous, but like when you hit it, like the nitrous just keeps flowing and you'll keep going faster and faster and like, oh man. But you're also sticking to the points though, and the logic is there. So it's sort of like the other person is completely engaged. And then you don't do any like the ad homs, you don't do tactics, you don't do all the derails, and you don't do all that stuff either. So you actually stick to the information. And usually the other person is doing that stuff. They're already ad homing you, and then you don't even fucking flinch. Like you don't even respond to the ad hom. It doesn't matter. They're just sitting there looking like that they're like in the weaker position because they just ad homed you. You just wait, and then you just come with the point again, like sticking right to it. It's just relentless, dude. It's like unstoppable. Yeah. And it's just like turbo boosting.
You're too kind.
I think he's blushing.
I'm smiling, that's for sure.
Eventually, the other person just puts up the flag of surrender. Like, that's it.
So any scintillating conversation this evening?
I would say so. I think it's been more chill for the last little bit here, but scintillating. Last night, I would say it was extra scintillating.
Yeah.
Tonight's a little more chill. Percentage. If you had to put a percentage on possibilities in your mind that the Earth could be a globe the way that they claim it is, what percentage would you put? Anywhere from 0 to 100.
Oh, so you add in that last part, the way that they claim it is 0. No, well, let's be real. 0.1%. That the heliocentric model is a thing. But if it was a geocentric globe, that percentage would go way higher, be a lot bigger.
A geocentric globe that doesn't spin, or that it does spin?
No, that doesn't spin, not at all.
Like the sky would be rotating around a geocentric globe?
Yeah, like the celestial spheres rotating around a stationary globe.
Right. No, that does make exactly. That would be the next logical step. That's what Witsit was trying to say the other day, trying to kind of get these guys to see that like going all the way to the Earth being like actually planar and stationary, and then the heavens, like all of that larger system. He was sort of saying like that may be too big of a leap for some people to consider, but even just coming to the geocentric globe would at least be, in his mind, a step for them to be able to consider what the actual potentials would be if that was the case, because then you kind of solve a lot of the problems in a sense by, that they have to do, and the putting the stars, all those distances and all those things, you kind of resolve those things, and it's like backward compatible. And then at that point, the only thing that starts to decipher it is the either curve or lack of curve.
Yeah. No, I think that kind of archetype or that model is probably the most sensible one in terms of all of the evidence. Like explains, neatly explains the South Celestial Pole, for instance, and you would still have like the ISS and those kind of like phenomenons that we have in the sky. They're explained by gravity, and you don't require the rotation aspect. You don't require the heliocentric aspect for those things to be true. So, gun pressed to my head, I might go with that. But I mean, then you have to ask yourself, where is the definitive evidence that it's a globe? I mean, we have so-called 19,000 satellites, and they don't have a single smoking gun where you have the transition of a flat horizon to the full globe. And they, if they went to the moon, how come they haven't gone? It's like there's a lot of holes. Where's the why can't we go down to Antarctica? It just there's things that make you question it.
Right, that is true. Like a geocentric globe with gravity, you're saying, yeah, that would. Have you ever seen those metal balls that are surrounded by ferrofluid, the magnetic balls that are surrounded by ferrofluid?
Probably, but I don't know. It's not familiar. The way you described it, it's not bringing up any mental image.
Well, basically, they just take a little metal magnetic ball, and then they pour ferrofluid on it, and then they spin it around and play with it and stuff. Basically, it's like a sphere that is surrounded by a fluid, and because the fluid is,
never seen that.
Yeah, and because the fluid is magnetic, it's all clinging to the ball.
That's cool.
That's kind of the closest I've ever seen to the idea of a globe that would have some liquid stuck to it like that. Of course, water is not ferrofluid, and so on.
I guess the ferrofluid could represent the celestial sphere.
That too, yeah. Good point. Very good point.
Or the orbit of the satellites that they allege are up there.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting idea, just being stuck to the side of a globe. Like if you lived in like the United States or whatever, you're just kind of like up, just chilling on the side of a ball.
But that's why I want them to do like Cavendish properly, like a vertical Cavendish where they account for temperature and pressure. They introduce mass, that'd be good, because then if mass attracting mass is actually a thing, I think that would sway me enough to say that it's probably a globe, because if you have mass attracting mass on Earth, and let's say it's flat, eventually, the mass is going to attract in on itself. It's going to, in my opinion, it's possible that there's going to be something stabilizing it, and it will never attract in on itself, or it just attracts downwards or what have you.
Well, you'd have if you had two surfaces, like positive and negative, like Gaussian surfaces, wouldn't they be polarized, or possibly be polarized?
So how do you mean? If you have like the surface of the Earth, and then what's the second surface?
Well, yeah, even going off the idea of like mass attracting mass, let's just say you had a massive like planar Earth, and then you had a planar sky above it. With those two, with the sky and the ground, creating a vector that instead of going into the center of a sphere is just going up and down between two planes.
Okay.
Now, I'm not really saying the stars are a plane. I'm just using that, just saying in general, like a surface above and then the ground. And then the gravity vector is an up-down rather than an into a sphere. And even if mass does attract mass, which I'm not saying it does or doesn't, but even with that idea, it could still be the mass attracting down to the Earth. Couldn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If there's like an overpowering or like stabilizing force underneath that kept it going straight down and not kept it like, going to the center of this thing. Or if the Earth is infinite, then that defeats the purpose as well, because you can't have it attracting to the center of something infinite. There is no center, right?
I guess it depends on what this stuff is actually attracted to. But yeah, I know what you mean. What if there's like a layer? This is just an idea, like deep, deep down in the Earth, like maybe the layer we can't go beyond. What if that layer acts as like the base attractive layer, like mass layer, to where whether you're over water or over the ground or whatever it may be, the quote unquote gravity does seem to be the same. So if it was only connected to what was right under it, like whether it was water or ground, I would more think that things would fall at different rates over certain mediums. Now, they may very well. That's actually something that would be interesting to see that studied, like over water versus ground. And I'm sure there are variations as it is. But anyways, I'm just thinking how like if there is an attractive component, if that was very deep down in at like a more universal layer, that would be one possibility why everything would have kind of its universal pattern. Or it's just not connected to mass attractive mass at all, and it's more of an electrostatic effect connected to, which is more what I think it is, like connected to the medium.
Mm-hmm.
Electrostatic type, I think it's more of like an Earth static system.
I mean, there's definitely things that overpower. If there's, I don't even like saying mass attracting mass, honestly, because mass is just like a convention. It doesn't actually exist. It's just like the quantity of matter.
Matter attracting matter.
Yeah, matter attracting matter. If there was, if there was matter attracting matter, still, it's overpowered. We know it's overpowered because, over these millions or thousands of years or what have you, we would have had the flattening of all of the land if that was the case. The land that's more dense than the air, it would have been attracted into the center of mass, and basically we would have, just like what you said, that metal ball with the ferrofluid around it, but that ferrofluid would be water. The land would all be, because it's more dense than the water, has more matter than the water, would be attracted more, and so all of the water would be on the outside, right? But we don't have that. We have mountains and stuff, and these mountains are more dense than the land and the water and stuff, but still they're maintaining their topography. So that means that they're already overpowering this supposed matter attracting matter force, right? So, I mean, there's positive evidence for what you're saying. And then also you have like, in the oceans, and you have the tectonic, like the plates, the magnetic striping of all the magmatization and stuff like that happens. So obviously there are like other forces that are counteracting that. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, the confluence of factors, and then the buoyancy and density, and then the mediums, the medium itself. Because yeah, like it's like interesting. Like the beach ball will float up in water, but it'll fall down in the air. Like it'll fall down to water, but if you take it underwater, it'll go up. So it's just wild to think, like if we refer to as weight as just that which presses down, then it's interesting to think about the idea of that when the beach ball is actually rising, it's actually essentially negative weight.
Mm-hmm. If you were to weigh it, you'd have to have some sort of scale that's, on top of it, weighing the force upwards.
Yeah, which you could technically do at whatever depth you wanted, right? You could like have a scale that is where the I guess you'd have to hold the beach ball underwater and then measure it. And of course, the more depth you have, the more it's going to change it. That would be kind of interesting to see done. Like beach ball at surface level, like when it's only dunked down, right to where the water's covering it, versus as you go further down in depth. But yeah, you could essentially weigh the negative weight, if you call it negative weight, upward versus downward.
Yeah, but isn't it like I want to say Avogadro's like principle or what have you, where the force of it will be equal to the volume of water that it displaces, right? So I guess you could like weigh that, and then you could even check your work, check your math or what have you by weighing the water of equal volume.
And then there's the question is like, is the weight of the balloon actually connected to the amount of water that's being displaced? In terms of like, are you actually weighing displaced water, or are you weighing the balloon? Because the water is like the beach ball. Because in this case, the beach ball is filled with air. The surface, like the plastic part of the beach ball, is keeping the air in, and of course that ends up being like a whole object that is going to displace the water. But it's interesting to also think how, I guess it doesn't really matter if it's air on the inside or if it was solid. Either way, it is displacing, and of course.
No, I mean it matters a bit because that's what determines the vector of movement, right? If it's more dense or less dense. So
yeah, because the huge lead ball is just going to sink. It's not even going to have that anti-weight thing. Yeah. But at the same time, it seems like the amount of water that the beach ball is displacing would be correlative with the weight of it if you were to weigh it. Like if you just put the beach ball, just to where water just covered over it and then weighed that.
Yeah, so like let's say you had this ball that was like, just full of steel, right? And you put it down. It's going to fall, but it's going to fall slower than it does in air. And the reason why it's going to fall slower is because, as far as I know, it's counterweighted by the weight of the volume of water that it displaces. That you have that force going up, but it's still heavier than that, and that's why it's going down slower.
Yeah, I've definitely done that, like taken an anchor and just thrown it into the water and then watched how slow it goes down versus that same anchor throwing it on land somewhere. Like, yeah, it's quite different. Like if you throw an anchor over a cliff or something, it's barreling towards the water. Whereas if you throw it in water, it kind of almost slowly kind of falls. Yeah. And all the resistance in that medium. But yeah, you're saying that's partly because of the water, that the pressure change of the fact that the water is being displaced by the actual item itself.
Yeah. This is all actual science. Unlike you could actually test this stuff and experiment on it and stuff, unlike astronomy and all the bullshit they claim.
Wait, you mean they've never measured the weight of the Earth with a scale, a big scale out in space?
No, they first wanted to tackle using like a one of those tape measures to verify the 93 million mile distance.
Yeah.
The issue is, as soon as they got close, it just burned up.
I think it should have been a red flag. The first time in humanity that someone started saying that they weighed the Earth, I think that should have been a big red flag that we should have put our thinking caps on at that time instead of. But perhaps they forced this viewpoint with their world wars and, they're basically genocide that they tried to employ to then push these ideas to get people to even accept them, because claiming that the earth is a ball and that they measured it with balls in a shed.
Yeah.
That is pseudoscience.
Do you guys think we're in the end times?
I think it's the beginning times.
Yeah.
It's the end of an old. We're moving in from the end of an old era to the beginning of an entire new cycle. I think it all, like the Mayan calendars and the ancient Aztec calendars, and a lot of the ancient calendars. The 2012, December 21st, 2012. Well, it's that solstice in 2012 was a major cycle shifting point. And it was really only about 2 years after that that the whole shape of the earth discussion and so many other things started coming forth. I think it's connected to that 2012 shift point, because that would have been like right at the end of 2012 and then into 2013. And then I know, like, when I've heard Eric Dubé talking about his story, like that's when he was kind of, getting ready to kind of launch his channel. I think, so probably around that time is when people started, like Matthew Powerlin in like 2014 and whatnot. So, yeah, so I think that December 21st, 2012, that is a big shift, is a huge shifting point. So I think now we're kind of in like the last stages of the last kind of paradigm in the last system, and then just starting to go
What is
through.
it that they say?
Yeah.
The industrial, what is it? The fourth industrial revolution or second? I don't know what number they're the Klaus Schwab and the WF folks are trying to spout.
Oh yeah, totally. Because they have a whole eugenics, transhumanism agenda that they're trying to roll out. The question is it gonna go there? Just in relation to this, I was just thinking of this. I was going to post this. This just shows like a little diagram here. I just put it in the chat of the primal worldview, the modern worldview, and then the late modern worldview. It's like the primal worldview, the world and the self are interconnected, holistic, and the self has little dotted lines around it. So it's like the self is like semi-permeable with the world. So there's meaning and purpose to the world. And the self and world are interconnected to the point to where, if there's a bird flying, during a sunset in a particular way, that had a symbolic representation of, the weather to come, things like that. Just being connected with like the timings of nature and being connected to the world. Then the modern worldview, the world and self separate, and then the self now has a solid boundary. So now it's like separate from the world. It feels separate, and you get, Friedrich Nietzsche and all of these. God is dead, and you get all of these different components of the self being separate and all everything that comes along with that. And then in the late modern worldview one, the self has now become smaller, like made more insignificant. And I would say the globe model is part of actually what's driven that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that now the self is like even more isolated and more separate. And so the question would be like, if that's where we're at in a sense, just then what is the next phase? It's interesting to think about.
The self in the next phase, if you were going to add another one to this sequence, it would be a dot. The self would be a dot.
a speck on a blue marble.
Just a speck, yeah. That's you and your little pod.
Evolving from sea slime and dinosaurs.
Yeah, and you could replace like world with spirituality too, or like religion. Same thing applies as they try to secularize everything and everyone.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, it's like, I'll make this statement. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. Like, do you think that there's two potential outcomes, that the people in control now will get their kind of NWO, whatever that is, their Agenda 2030, whatever their kind of next thing that they're trying to roll out, or they are not able to roll that out from whatever number of factors, like whether they kind of break down from the inside, from their own network, or whether people, question them on more things, or however that would occur, to where there could actually be a shift to something more positive and like nourishing, and like pretty much like humanity getting our sovereignty back from this particular kind of parasite. Do you see it as those two possibilities, like, or others as well, or do you agree or disagree with those, or do you see it possible any other possibilities, or in any other?
I don't know. I agree with your two possibilities. Either it happens or it doesn't, right? Whether it happens like completely planned by them, or just like, through ignorance and greed and stuff like that, whether it's like malicious or just ignorant, I don't know. I want to say a large part of it is malicious, and then also a large part of it is definitely like these like, rich people just want to get more money, and the, consequences be damned, which you could say is, when you're out looking only for yourself and you don't give a damn about other people and stuff like that, or about doing good and being righteous, then you are being evil at that point. You're succumbing to your sinful desires. So you could at some point you could say that it's the same as being malicious, because when you're doing evil work, you're satanic, whether you consciously decided to or not, right? But yeah, those are the only two options. Either it works for them, or they maybe fuck up and they get caught, or we smarten up and we band together or something like that. Those are the only two options.
Yeah,
I mean, another option, which I don't know, like it would be if an external factor came in and just like wiped the board. It's either white wins or black wins, unless someone comes up and just flips the fucking like chessboard. So who knows? That might be a. I think the chances of that though are very, 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 very slow. I mean, small.
Yeah.
I guess kind of ties in with my
gonna...
question, which is like, do you think we're kind of approaching the end times that like some faiths have? I can speak like in terms of Islamically, there's a lot of like signs of the day of judgment that have like are happening or have come to pass, minor signs. But like, let's say within the midst of them trying to do it and us trying or hoping that they don't, we're kind of powerless unless we band together. Maybe like maybe the Antichrist comes and more important things start happening. Who knows?
Yeah, I got you on that. I would agree. Yeah, I think I think there's many different ways of seeing it and different lenses and interpretations. But I think like I was saying earlier, I was kind of partly joking, but partly serious, that it's like that these are beginning times. But I think because it kind of connects to the way I see it, where it's like it's a cycle, where it's like the end of an old one. So that could be the end times in that sense. And then that end times could have its various expressions or representations within the people at that time. But then simultaneously, it could also be seen as like a new beginning and potential as well, to where kind of like in like death and rebirth and transformation.
Yeah, cyclical.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, that's what's gonna be. I mean, everything's cyclical, right? There's the duality that's always constantly at play. If I had to guess.
Well, although I do like having a positive outlook as much as I can, I also do think that this is actually going to resolve positively. I don't think these entities are going to get what they're trying to roll out. They kind of did the World War II, move basically, and then after that, creating NASA and all the space stuff and going to the moon landing. They've kind of run their ruckus, pretty crazy for these years. And I think these last 10 years, a lot more people are starting to see at least what things that may be going on. And then the last 2 years, even more so with all the shit that went down these last 2 years. So it's I think at this point, there's enough people that are aware at least of enough of what's going on. And then if I had to make a prediction, I do think that even these entities that are kind of in, these controllers, whatever we might want to call them, I think there is going to be a component where they do kind of combust from the inside. How a company like Enron or something, some company where there is corruption going on, but they're still running it, for a while. They're getting away with it and it's happening. And then because of whatever corruption or dramas or whatever goes on, they end up just kind of almost naturally dissolving, various factors happen that they kind of, so maybe a mixture of they get caught with some things. We hold their feet to the fire for some of the stuff that actually is going on, legally. And then maybe the military, the politics, I don't know what all could go on that, or what would for this to happen fully. But if there's enough distrust already, and then if that even becomes more, then there may be more of wanting to hold the law to it. And then if these people that are doing whatever plan they're doing, if they also kind of start to either misstep or do whatever it may, I already think they are misstepping. It seems to me they're getting kind of desperate. They seem kind of listless as to what to do, and what they're doing is not really as effective as they might have thought after the whole scamdemic thing. So, anyways, it's interesting, but yeah, just all those factors.
I'd be interested to see. I think what would kind of change things is if Trump ran in 2024. A lot of people don't trust the news now with everything going on, and I agree with you. More people have kind of awoken as a result of the past couple of years. But if he kind of ran on that, and the whole fake news thing, I think people would kind of identify with that, and who knows what would happen after.
Yeah, well, there's a question though whether he's legit or not. I mean, the Trump card kind of
course,
thing.
Yeah.
It is kind of it's pretty wild, but yeah, I mean, which ways could it? I know exactly. It is pretty wild to think about how it could go down. It just seems like more of a. What do you think about this idea that's it's more of a mind thing in today's world, whereas it seems like in the 90s and even the early 2000s, it was more intense on the streets almost. I guess 9/11 happened and more people were kind of out and living, whereas now, especially after the last 2 years, people are almost more just in the mind. They're either just on their computer or.
Yeah, maybe on average, but make no mistake, people are still out living and partying and stuff like that. They're a lot of them are more quiet about it, and they're using specific apps to link up and stuff like that, and it's not just as blatant, but it still happens. People are still Netflix and chilling and doing their thing, and
yeah, for sure. Kids are still partying with a mask on.
Yeah, a lot of it is just that we don't notice it as much, maybe because we kind of grew out of that phase, but I notice it.
Yeah, I wonder what parties are like the college I went to, for example. I wonder what they're like now versus when I went there.
There's one way to find out.
Dude, those house parties were crazy. You would just walk.
Can you imagine you crashing this party now?
I know.
Going to your old what's called fraternity.
Well, I was never in a fraternity myself, but
just crash one.
Well, we did do that a couple times, dude. Yeah, one time, we went to I went to Michigan State University, MSU, but there's also U of M, which is the other, in Ann Arbor. So like one time we went to U of M and there was a huge football game and we were just partying, doing all kinds of stuff. And we did know one guy that kind of knew a guy that was in this one fraternity. Because I was never in any of the fraternities or anything, but I had been to a couple, like, because they have crazy parties. So yeah, I mean, at times in college when we were going to parties and stuff, I definitely went to some of those. But this time we were actually more like hanging out with them, like we were because we knew the one guy who kind of knew them. So we were like, I don't know, we were on their porch drinking beer and all that kind of stuff. And I don't even know what my it was just like, that movie Animal House. It was like, I'm kidding. It wasn't completely like that, but it was. Yeah. Yeah, those guys party. They are just absolutely wild. But maybe I
imagine that scene took a hit, like the college party scene, because a lot of people are just doing school online now. They're just doing it from home, kind of like work from home type thing. So I imagine it's a lot more kind of like personal life partying, kind of. The friends that you make, from other means, not necessarily from school and stuff.
Yeah. Well, like I wonder, for example, like at Michigan State, like it's like a Big Ten school, so it's considered like, it's one of the Big Ten schools, and so it's got all the the kind of like like the United States, in this country, kind of like that. The football and all of the rest of it. But I'm just saying, like when I went there, I mean, you could walk down like in the neighborhoods. Like you would go off the actual campus and go into the neighborhoods, and it would just be like every third or fourth house through just acres and acres of neighborhoods, literally like multiple on every single block. There would just be a raging house party, pretty much open to anyone. Anyone could just walk up to the keg and just pour yourself a beer. They just had keg after keg, just infinite beer, basically. So like people just had those, the little hose and just, putting beer into, and everyone was just crowded around those kegs, just getting as much beer as they want, hanging out, talking, music. And then like you could just go into these houses, obviously a lot of them were like, maybe, 4 college students lived there or whatever, their roommates. And anyways, and it was just like every single house was just open to anyone who wanted to party there. And it was just like,
let's go find a party, just start walking down the street.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we had to, get on our phones and talk to the bros, like network and stuff like that, see where the party was. It's all like digital. But yeah, you guys got that's cool, man.
Well, we also, I always knew people who lived in houses in those neighborhoods. So we would usually go like, and sometimes some of my friends were actually the ones, or people that lived in the houses were the ones actually throwing the parties. And we used to play music at those parties and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I also knew people. So sometimes we would go to like, okay, we know their house, but friends of mine, we would go there, start off the night, have a couple beers or whatever. And then once it's like 11 p.m. or midnight or whatever, then you just hit the street walking or, hit the neighborhoods. And sometimes we knew some other friend, we were going to see other people or whatever. But yeah, it was basically just house after house and just all the backyards. They would just have kegs outside and up on the porches. It's always just wild to me because it was like, it's just free access for everyone to do that. And it was actually pretty peaceful overall, it seems. I mean, of course, there probably were some crazy stuff that happened. You did kind of have to keep your wits about you in a sense, just because it's a bit wild. Yeah. There might be
we couldn't do the same, except we just like would pre-drink at, a friend's house that we knew. Usually it was like, the same friend or just like maybe like 3 different places. We just like pre-drink there and then we go out and party.
Yeah, exactly. I've done that as well. I didn't even party an extreme amount in college. Probably like maybe I don't know whether average or whatever it would be, but I wasn't like super into those big parties like that. But I definitely did have some times going to some of those, especially like my freshman or sophomore year of college. It was kind of the thing because we all lived in the dorms, so it was like that's just what we all did. We all went out, bunch of friends on the town and see where the night led us. Some people would get split up and end up doing different stuff, and yeah, it was just like pretty
Yeah, and then you debrief the next day for the ones that went missing.
Yeah.
What happened with that girl? You smashed or what?
Exactly. Like in the dorm rooms the next morning at like lunch or whatever, we're all strolling in with like our hair all tangled, and we're like, dude, what happened? Oh man, we were with these people, and then we went to drink over at her house, and then I fucking oh my gosh, yeah. That was fun.
Yeah.
I remember one, like some of those frat parties at Michigan State were crazy, dude. Just this huge house bumping music, like very loud, like concert level sound. You would go into this house, just tons of people, and then you would go down into the basement. There was like a huge basement with like the loudest party with this music. Everyone's just freaking on each other, dancing all like the chicks are all like half naked practically, and like people are just like men and women are just kissing and hugging and dancing. It's wild. And like you can just be standing there and like some girl will be like rubbing up against you. Like those frat parties were just
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And part of me misses it for sure, but part of me recognizes how like degenerate it is.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't really into like that kind of whole scene as much. So like a big frat party scene. Yeah, I only went to a couple of those. The house parties were pretty cool though, especially some of the people were really cool. And
house parties would be more chill for sure.
Yeah.
You don't get as crazy and base.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those frat parties were like, so that's what I'm saying. I just like wonder if those were still happening like that on that campus. I assume they are probably to a degree, but like you said, yeah, maybe it's not quite as wild. I don't know how we got here in the combo, but we could go back to something or whatever, but that's
kind of just go with the flow, see where it takes you. Like Saturday night when you're in college.
Yeah, dude, those were good times. Yeah, because I basically stayed in the dorms like my freshman year, and then the next year I stayed in an apartment with a friend of mine. Like we got our own apartment. I think for my like sophomore, and I guess that, and then I got a house with some friends for the last year or two and all that. So I kind of like did the whole circuit in that sense, like the big dorm rooms, like those huge like 6th floor tower, like it looks like a huge hotel practically, or like a huge apartment building type complex with all the dorms. And so yeah, it was just fun, dude, meeting so many people and just all like it's like everyone's just getting out of high school. Everyone's just getting out of high school and just like living away from their parents for the first time. It was pretty awesome. Yeah, I mean, I have friends. Like I mean, I'm trying to think how many are like still actively like in my daily life, like probably, yeah. I mean, most of the people that would be more involved now are, cause I moved out to California. So like that was for my undergrad after high school in Michigan. And then I ended up moving out to California, and so I have a lot different people I've met out here, but in terms of from college, like I definitely still know them and could call some of them up, but yeah, probably not I'm not like, as much like daily connected.
Yeah, I mean, most of mine are just like on Facebook or what have you.
Dude, it is wild, like to think how many people I met back then and had different, like even kind of shorter friendships for, like people that I just had classes with, and like it's just wild to think about that. I met a lot of really interesting, cool people for sure.
Yeah, it is kind of wild. All the connections you make in life.
Yeah, totally. I'm glad that all happened. I'm glad that experience exists because it was pretty fun.
That's a good attitude to have. That's a healthy kind of outlook on it.
You know that in a lot of colleges like that, like in some cases, you could just technically walk into the auditorium and just sit during the class. At least back then, they were like pretty open like that. Like pretty much anyone could just come in and sit there.
Yeah, and if anyone asks you anything, I'm just auditing class.
Yeah. Well, especially like at MSU, it's like a big college like that. So a lot of the classes I went to, they were in like practically like huge auditoriums, you know, with like, I don't know how many seats, like hundreds of seats that were all like, it was like a movie theater, you know, style where it's like a bunch of seats in a row. So like those kinds of things, yeah, they were like pretty much just open. So yeah, the NWO are not going to get their rollout fully rolled out.
Not if we do something about it.
We've got to, because if they like probably for what they want, it would make it probably harder to do something in the future, you know? I guess that would be their whole goal. It's pretty dark what they're doing. They're just literally trying to like entrap us, and it's crazy.
See, I'm not sure they realize how like satanic it is. I say this because I know someone that's like really kind of high level, right? And like the type that gets invited to Davos every year and stuff like that. And they're not, you know, they're not malicious. They kind of believe that they're helping the world or what have you. It's weird, man. They don't see it. So I imagine there's more people like that. But also like you know, you can't help but think that the ones that are like really top level, like they obviously they know that, you know, some of the data regarding like this thing, or you know, I'm not gonna say what, but that some of it is just like, you know, straight up lies. So
Yep. Exactly. I mean, it seems to me, I know this almost seems like it's like a script for a movie, but like from the idea that the creator is creating everything, it's like it created this current time period where there is this like deception and this kind of group. I almost see them, it's like they're like a predator basically on humanity in a sense. It's like we have an actual predator, like, and they're kind of doing it through deception and poisoning us and whatever it is. I don't even think that they're even human at the highest level of that. So to me, it's not even humans doing it to humans. It's actually like it really is a predator of another species. But there's a lot of humans involved in it, of course, too. That they're kind of, you know, having do the dirty work for them kind of thing, and run a lot of the shit. But so yeah, like they're just that like in this cycle, it seems like they exist, like they're part of this current cycle. And then as humans, like there is the deception and just everything that is going on, the good and the bad of today's world. And then if the creator is playing all of that out, then the question would be, is it destined to have it from here moving forward go in the direction of like more people becoming aware of what's going on, and like you said, kind of standing up for ourselves, doing something about it? Not necessarily like some violent reaction or anything like that, but some some form of positive action. And what would that take to get like activated within people?
I think it might need to be violent.
One thing that makes me think of that, which is pretty intense to think about, but if there was like some kind of breakdown in the militaries, what if the militaries actually did become against each other? So I don't even think they really are. Well, I think after World War II, some of these militaries have been going after other countries to get more control, but there's also certain times where they're just like fighting with their own countries just to create the drama. But what if like there was a breakdown in the whole power structure, and like if humanity did try getting our sovereignty back, what if the military split between the military for the people versus the military who's just defending them? Like I wouldn't like to think of any of all the possible like that scenario, like a World War III thing, but wouldn't be the first time the creator has created it.
No, it would not.
Have you heard the one we were talking about as well, the possible like climate change agenda that they might do?
You mean the one that they're trying to do right now? Or
Yeah.
is there more to it?
Pretty much. Well, just like we were talking about, it's just like possibility where if they start using climate change as to do lockdowns, like climate lockdowns and whatever other restrictions, and then simultaneously use their weather modification to create like dramatic weather, like hurricanes and God knows what else, tsunamis and lightning storms, excessive rain, who knows, like, but that they would like increase some of that in sync with telling everyone that the climate is, going bonkers and creating this weather to try to make us to blame for it. And then do like lockdowns and God knows what else. And meanwhile, there are like real weather events happening. So people would probably even believe it unless they really realize the weather is being modified, to create that event. And then just and all the possibilities of what that could look like.
Yeah, I could definitely see them doing that.
And that would be kind of the next
In fact,
phase
they're
of
pushing the
climate
weather,
agenda.
like, the climate change causing crazy weather thing. Like, they'd be fools not to do that.
Yeah, you're saying if they're that crazy and they've been developing this technology all this time to, create
it's
hurricanes.
like a weapon in their arsenal. Why wouldn't they use it?
Yeah, the wildfires.
Yeah.
And
well
then that,
like, just like the rain, cloud seeding, and causing like different. I imagine that they could somehow kind of like cause like lightning storms because they could make it rain, right? And then who knows if like they could probably somehow change like the polarity of the ground or something like that and cause it to start making light. I don't know, but I imagine they can do some shit to kind of catalyze it or promulgate it. And you don't need much, mind you. Like, plus, like, if it's in the middle of the oceans, the media could say whatever they want, and it doesn't need to be like long living. They just have a few clips of this like bad kind of torrent in the oceans, and like they talk about where it's moving and stuff like that. But that kind of goes into it'll be a little bit harder to pull off because you have like these weather like balloons and satellites or what have you that they claim, and a lot of different like organizations have access to it. So you'd have to actually have people actively like doctoring the meteorological data, which I don't think they'd bother with doing.
right, exactly. Well, it would, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, what if like they've already been doing, the wildfires, hurricanes, tsunamis? What if those have already, a lot of those been created?
I think a lot of them probably are. The wildfires are easy to, it's easy to start a fire.
Yeah.
But like, what I'm saying is, I doubt that they would fake the news coverage and not have them. I think This is one of those things where it's easier to do it for real than to fake it. Probably.
Well, I was thinking the other day, all those huge hurricanes that have come in off the coast of like, Florida and the Gulf. Are any of those even natural at all? Meaning, let's just say they weren't fucking with the weather at all. Would hurricanes even exist like that? That's a pretty deep thought, because
I think so.
The idea that
Because
God just
hurricanes
does
are old,
things like that.
Hurricanes
Are they
old,
though?
so
Like
for them to have the technology to be able to change them, I don't know.
That much wreckage. Have you also heard that during hurricanes, like, this is pretty intense, and this could be seen two ways, but that during hurricanes, that Hutchinson effect?
No, what's that?
Well, like with like 9/11, the directed energy weapons, Judy Wood, the Hutchinson effect.
I know 2 out of the 4 things you said. I don't know who Judy Woods is or what the Hutchinson effect is. Is the theory that they weren't actually planes, was directed energy weapon that actually they shot the towers with, and that's what caused it?
Well, there's many components to the direction of all the potentials to lay that out. What I think I might try to do, what I'm going to do is try to just summarize what I'm actually pinpointing to, and I think you should be able to get me. I'll just say it super briefly. Hutchinson was this guy who apparently had been experimenting with different devices that were causing very, very strange physical effects to physical matter. Things like metal would melt but be cold to the touch, not even be hot. Some things he claimed that there was claim that he was getting to levitate in different ways. There was another process where he was able to break down physical matter into a dust, essentially. It would just dissolve it in that as well. Anyways, since it's a little bit people, no one really knows for sure exactly his whole history. And then there's the whole claim that the CIA went there and took all of his lab, and which is true. There is the story of that. The government did go and literally hijack all of his shit and fucked with him in a crazy way, and he was never the same after. So there is some weird stuff going on there as well with that, and possible suppression. But it was basically different free energy and different technology things within those things I mentioned as well with physical matter. And then looking at 9/11, there are several physical effects that occurred at the 9/11 event that correlate with that Hutchinson effect, such as the steel beams being wound up, being twisted like a pretzel. I mean, yeah, fire and, but the actual heat of the fire would not even bend those steel beams like that. It wouldn't even be able to, wouldn't even be hot enough to do that. And these things are bent literally like pretzels, which is exactly what the Hutchinson effect thing allows for. So there's that. And then also the physical matter turning to dust is a whole thing at 9/11 as well. It's a whole long thing. There's a whole bunch of factors on that. And then also the toasted cars, which were cars that were being grounded into the ground, where the metal was being pulled into the ground. So there's some kind of effect with that as well, the metal grounding itself and then melting into the pavement. And then there also is a thing where things were levitating as well. And with the levitation thing, it's been observed during hurricanes. Sorry, this is all long-winded, but it links it back to this. It's been this is kind of the final part of it. It's been observed in hurricanes that cars will levitate, and sometimes they'll levitate up and they'll float there in the air, and then they'll come down and they'll be sitting on a fence, like a wooden fence. It's how did that car, during a crazy chaotic hurricane, a car ended up balanced on a fence? So it's and people have seen it as well, seen this kind of thing. So it's there's an effect during hurricanes as well. And then lastly, the craziest thing about it is that there was a hurricane off the coast of 9/11 during the attacks, during the whole event. There was literally a hurricane right off the coast of New York City.
Okay.
So did they use the hurricane and the energy to somehow allow their Hutchinson free energy device thing to be involved? So yeah, that's kind of the.
That is, like, that's a wild hypothesis. I'd love to like, see any sort of like kind of testing, or like, what technology did this Hutchinson guy use? Do they know? Was he using like EMF radiation or like, some sort of lasers or electromagnetism, like electric shocks? What do we have any information what kind of technology he was using?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I don't know if anyone like fully knows the extent of it, but definitely, yeah, he was working with magnetic fields and voltages and equipment. He was almost kind of like a mad scientist type dude that was like an inventor, kind of like a Tesla. Seems like he's kind of in the lineage of Tesla, to be honest. Like, it seems like it's likely, in my viewpoint, that he may have been carrying on some of the Tesla information, before they squashed it all out, basically. And like the time that he lived as well, because it's like he may have been one of the last ones that was actually aware of some of these technologies, and they were kind of trying to eliminate.
It is a crazy theory. It'd be like, I think it's a stretch. Like there'd be a lot of, you have to like, find some proof for it, because I feel like it'd just be easier for them to do it by another means, to just use heat, maybe use some sort of catalyst that, or like thermite or whatever is the kind of, the common theory, to actually make it melt, with heat, not do this weird, melting without heat type thing. But, like this molecular destabilizing type thing that happens just so it'll fail in that moment. I mean, it would be kind of really smart if they could do that, just like for a second. All you need is, with all the weight kind of like bearing on these beams, all you need is like half a second for this little part to be molecularly destabilized, and then the whole thing will, just fall down on it. It'll bend and you're good. But I don't know if they're capable of it. I'd like to see the research.
Well, Judy Wood was a researcher. She's wrote a book, Where Did the Towers Go? Because her work is based upon, in a sense, like the actual material at the base of the Twin Towers did not correlate with the actual physical matter that should have been there for those two buildings falling. In fact, it's dramatically lacking. There's like numerous floors of material that just isn't there. So that's why she called her book, Where Did the Towers Go? Like, where did they go?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And they're literally not there, the material. And there is all these effects. The other thing about it is that there was a massive dust cloud that was absolutely epic. People said it was the biggest, thickest dust cloud, and it just went up the whole country, like floated up towards like upstate New York and the whole thing. And it was so toxic. Now, I understand two big buildings coming down. Of course, there's going to be a lot of dust and stuff. But at least from like the reports and some of the measurements of the air as well, it was like an extreme amount, like way more than buildings that get demolished like that would have. So in this idea that if they use like a Hutchinson effect type directed energy weapon type thing, look, I'll just tell you like the full layout of it, that perhaps they had thermite in the building, pop, kind of weakening the structure. So that's, so there could be the controlled demolition part. But then if they use this directed energy weapon, if they had the hurricane off the coast, they had the directed energy weapon thing way above it, however they position it, in that way. And then they turned it on, like it's like this microwave zapping type vibe, turned it on right timed with the explosives going off. So the explosives are going off. They turn on that thing and it causes that metal melting effect. So the building would come down better. Like all the steel beams would just be turned to pretzels. And then the thermite made it look like an explosion, made it look like the floors were blowing one at a time. And then the directed energy weapon would partly be making the metal all kind of melt like that instantly, but then also would be turning everything into dust. So they literally like she calls it dustification, like that they potentially like dustified the actual building with this directed energy weapon. And the thing about her book is that it's not like theory or speculation. Her whole book is evidence, pictures, videos, it's very evidence
Yeah,
based.
she backs it up with facts.
Yeah.
It's interesting stuff. I do think it's like a little much. Like,
yeah, it's pretty intense.
Like for them to be able to pull it off, do all those things simultaneously and everything, it's like it gives them a lot of credit, and I don't know if they're deserving of it, you know? But
yeah,
who knows?
But if it's kind of like if they didn't invent that technology, because I agree, like in my mind, if they invented it, like, oh my God, then that's pretty advanced. But I don't.
I mean, just like the fact that they'd had to exploit the hurricane that was off the coast at the exact time that the thermite went off and they detonated and everything. It's a lot of things, you know, a lot of things happening at the same time. So I don't know if they're skilled enough, honestly, to pull off something like that. But who knows?
Yeah. No, I agree. It's quite an event, all timed on the TV, and the CGI airplanes and the missiles.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, the CGI airplanes, do they have that live? I guess they had the second one live, yeah.
It was kind of, yeah, like it looks like they did like a masking over the live footage. They put like a mask layer.
But yeah, it's more or less live, like maybe 9-second delay or whatever they had going on.
Well, there probably was various amounts of delays to when they actually released those different clips, yeah. I mean, it seemed like a full... I know it sounds intense, and I know what you mean. It gives them a lot of credit. But if they just stole that actual technology, like the energy technology that can dustify matter and all that, if they just stole that from someone else who invented it, and then now they have it and they've made it better, or they've maybe improved it or whatever. Well, who knows what they may have had to do. I mean, that gets into a whole nother question of how it even works and whether it's coming from the sky or, but anyways, but what if it's like equipment that's like kind of military type shit that they can just build, you know, it's almost like a military project. And then what if the timing of it, that is a lot to pull off though. The news media, all the fakery on the news media had to be timed and rolled out, the whole agenda and the actual CGI airplanes on the live footage, the explosives on the building to make the holes in the side of the building as well. The people jumping, which I think the people jumping were filmed on a different day. I don't think that was even live. That shit was like that's what I've always thought about that. That was my conclusion on that. When they're hanging out the windows and stuff, that does not look authentic to me.
Yeah.
And then
unless the technology is so they've been using it for such a long time that they have it like down pat and reliable, like, you know, like weapons, you know, systems in terms of how accurate they can aim now, you know. If it was like to that level, then okay, it's, you know, it's not a risk using it. But if it wasn't, then it's like you have enough on your plate, and then you're relying on this technology that may or may not work. You're not 100% certain it's going to work, and you know, I don't know if they would bank on it.
Well, I think they have been testing it though for a long time. Have you ever seen the Oklahoma City bombing? That one looks.
Have I seen the bombing itself? I don't recall, but obviously I know about it.
Because that one seems to be where they also used the directed energy weapon on a building, and it was also a pretty big event. They basically like sliced the building in half. It literally looks like it was sliced with like a laser, which is also how this thing works. I think they have a couple different ones. I think they have like a microwave one that dustifies matter. I think they have a laser one that like cuts through things. I think they have, you know, these various different ones. It's like it's like cellular matter, like restructuring of matter. These that can do these things. Anyways, but at the Oklahoma City bombing, they claimed that it was just like a dude in a truck and it was just like a little like, you know, fertilizer bomb or whatever they claimed it was. Dude, you look at this building, it's like, you know, this big kind of, I forget if it was an apartment or hotel. Yeah, whatever that big building is. And it looks like it's been carved like mechanically carved the whole side of it. And then it has the toasted cars, which is a whole thing that Judy Wood studied at the 9/11, and she has tons of evidence for. It's very, very, like, the effects of those toasted cars is not like any other type of car fire. Like, the actual evidence itself shows that. Like, car fires definitely exist, but these toasted cars have very specific things that are unique that are not seen in any other car fires. And that same toasted car effect is seen at the Oklahoma City bombing in the parking lot. So there's a lot of the same effects of Oklahoma City. The other thing with Oklahoma,
like these toasted cars, it happens quick. It's not just like a car that's like torched and left to burn for a while. It just happens like relatively, all at once.
Perhaps, yeah. That's a good question. What it would look like happening. The other thing with the Oklahoma City bombing, that one, is that there's like a bathtub and it's cut in half. It's like literally just diced in half at the Oklahoma City thing. Yeah. So if it was like a bomb from down in the ground level or whatever, yeah, like some shit would have fallen and broken. But the porcelain is like sliced, and the temperature required to dice porcelain like that is like way higher than any fire would be allowed for, especially a bomb that was going down several floors
But are the
down.
edges of the porcelain like melted? Like, do we know for sure it was kind of like sliced with this heat, or versus just like the pressure of it falling or something like that caused it to break? Because sometimes it could be like a clean break. It could seem like it's cut, but not actually. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that is a good point. I believe my understanding of it is it's like a melting effect.
Yeah, there'd have to be some sort of like searing along the edges for them to say that it was actually melted.
This is a picture of it. This is also like, where did the material go? It's all kind of dustified as well. Like, it's now, of course, there's different ones at different times of like when they did the cleanup and all the rest of it. Ron Shekelson and I got really into this one night, probably a year or two ago. It was a while ago, but yeah, we went through it all. We were zooming in and looking at all the pictures, but yeah, that's what it looks like. It's like literally diced out like that, like carved out. I don't think the evidence is as strong for this as it is for 9/11, because this was like one event. Also, whether they used the dustification one or not, that's a question, because this one seems like it's like the laser cutting one. See, there's other ones that at 9/11 also that have that laser cut look to them.
Let's see. Yeah, I think it's more to like a conventional bomb, to be honest. I feel like the floor just gave out and it broke off, But obviously this is a very far kind of vantage point, so I can't really tell if it's like burned or seared or whatever along those edges of those floors. But definitely not the work of one man and his like homemade bomb or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the idea that it could be like a bomb that just took out that whole side, but it's so evenly cut and carved. That's what I was saying about the melted porcelain thing. You can even see some of the white stuff there. It's like.
And hold up, where was he? Or where was the bomb at least? Was it, on the top of the building or
No, it was like at the ground level.
Oh, then I don't. That's suspect. Actually, never mind. No, because he still has support beams and they're taken out. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, it's one of these things where it's like if they were using the directed energy weapon for it to try to make it look like that, then they would have tried to also know. They would have wanted to make it look like it was the bombing enough, as well. I mean, I haven't seen as much evidence for this one. I think when Ron and I were talking about it, we were a bit more in speculation mode, although it did seem like there was something to it, especially with the toasted cars. And we looked at a lot of other pictures.
Oklahoma City bombing was 88 was it? Or like
95.
95. Okay, wow.
It was
I
a
was born-
domestic. They
I
call
was
it
born back then.
domestic terrorist truck bombing. Timothy McVeigh. See, they say here the blast destroyed or damaged 324 other buildings within a 16-block radius, shattered glass in 250 nearby buildings, and destroyed 86 cars.
And they say it was like what? C4, dynamite, TNT.
Yeah,
Yo, I gotta go. Catch you guys later.
All right,
Good
bro.
night, guys.
Yep. Later. Percentage. Have a good one.
Hey, good morning, mic check. Everybody sleep. One, two, one, Don. I think you're ready to get hijacked as you slumber on. What do you think when you hear a groupie cough? Food for thought. Dudes be soft. He think that he ate Brussels sprouts is proof he's smart. Fuck, man. Shame on mental. But the tooth is boss. Pocket time. Time to eat. You can't feed the group you lost.